Tensions are rising in Paris. Last year, many came close to the top, but were ultimately grounded, and stronger spirits prevailed. This year, with new faces and some more experienced ones, it will be up to our teams to trust their vision or risk their opponents towering over them, who will rise above the rest and be crowned the EWC Dota Champions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here for the B stream for Dota 2. It is MLP Dota, joined by the lovely John X Fire here for the first day of the Esports World Cup. Jonathan, welcome, sir. We're here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've already had week 0 for a couple of games here, but it's week 1 for Dota 2. It's all kicking off, and it's always exciting to be here for the Esports World Cup, where so much is on the line, right? It's not just Dota 2. It's not just our game. There's so many other games as well. It's running for 7 weeks.
Yeah.
There's a huge prize pool that every team's going to be competing for. So there's a lot in line, and it's always fun and exciting to see how that evolves as the weeks go on here.
It sure will, Jonathan. I mean, you talked about it. We have the Club Championship. There's more than just Dota 2. It's all about winning as many games as you can here at the Esports World Cup. And of course, there's multiple prize pools. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but there's a lot of money on the line. I like to only talk about Dota, John.
Oh, yeah.
The other games apparently matter. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
And it does matter. Of course, we're here for Dota 2 on this stream, and we're going to be covering all of those games here. We have 3 streams across as well, so make sure to check every single one out and not miss any match, because every match counts.
Yeah.
Right? When you think about the format here in Dota 2, I mean, it's a classic best of 2 group stage. Bottom 2 teams get eliminated. It's going to be a little bit rough if you're not ready for it, Mikey.
Well, I do believe we have a video to explain it. So I don't care about what you have to say, John. Let's look at this video and see how this Club Championship does work.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
Well, there you have it, John X Fire. You saw the Club Championship. I mean, a lot to explain there, but plenty of money on the line. Much more important to win every single game you can as an organization.
Of course.
And like I said, plenty of money.
That it is, and of course in the Dota 2 format as well, right? Best of 2s, again, bottom 2 teams getting out really early on, not what you want to see. Even if you're number 2, that doesn't guarantee you a space in the actual playoffs. You have to play these survival rounds when you get into those best of 3s, and it's always interesting to see how these teams adapt in these kinds of long group stages, right? Where it's all best of 2s. And you and I as casters, we always kind of feel like, all right, but when you go 1-1, you don't really feel good. It's doubly so for the team. So how much can they get? How much can they maximize? Try to find these 2-0s? Who knows?
Who knows? And who knows how much the weather is going to matter as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't know Europe got this hot. Paris is pretty hot right now. I think it's fantastic as an Australian, but as you can see, Jonathan, I'm already... What? This attire, I thought it was going to be a little bit colder than this, John.
Yeah,
but here we are.
I mean, if I wore this in Southeast Asia, I would look insane.
Yeah.
It's still pleasant enough for a little bit of layering,
People
light layering.
do that in
They
SCA,
do.
in
They do
in
for
absolute
fashion.
fairness.
You know, you see it all. You were in Manila.
Yeah.
You saw it. We were in
I did.
Malaysia. We saw it everywhere as
We
well.
did.
So
We did.
But it's been pleasant here in Paris. We've missed most of the heat, so that's nice. You know, and it's always nice to be somewhere else. This is warm for the people here, but for me, it's like
It's another day.
Yeah, it's like an air conditioner set to like a pretty low setting or a high setting on the aircon, but still colder than, you know, outside. So I'm sure the players are fine. I saw OG Reckonix, they were pretty happy.
Oh,
They're pretty fine.
be careful what you assume, Jonathan. You know, these players, they get a little bit sensitive if it gets a little bit too hot.
I do have some gossip. Natsumi was wearing a heat tech. You know those things that keep you warm?
What?
He was wearing a heat tech shirt.
Oh.
Like, he's getting cold, We're not even playing the games yet, and he's already freezing cold.
There you go. It's a classic Filipino experience here in Paris. And what a lovely city it is, by the way, Jonathan, I might say. Very beautiful.
It is.
Much more beautiful than I would have anticipated.
Oh, it really is. It's wonderful. Having, you and I went and walked. We saw some good sights.
We did. Very romantic
It's a wonderful time, yeah.
It was a very romantic walk. We got our lock and put it on the fence, and it said MX John. John wanted to do X Fire, but there wasn't enough space.
It should have been JXM.
No,
it should have been.
I'm too important, Jonathan.
Just like JXF, it's right there in the branding.
I'm too important. I'm too egotistical, John, to have that.
It's fair enough.
Anyway, lovely city nonetheless, and a great place to have the Esports World Cup, Jonathan, if I do say so myself. I like it.
Absolutely. I think it's also fascinating to see how much culture our players get, because quite frankly, I think, we're gamers. I can appreciate some culture, me as well, as we also should be able to appreciate the prize pool coming out here as well.
Please.
And again, seeing that distribution here for our Dota 2 game. So it's going to be quite nice to see. Again, you see it on our right side here, just how much is going out. First place at 750,000, nothing to scoff at.
No.
And again, you have to think about the context of this prize pool. It's Dota 2, but yes, a lot of these orgs are playing in other events as well.
Yeah.
And again, it goes back to that club championship. It's not just this total prize pool, but the entirety of the Esports World Cup that every single organization, maybe not the individual teams and players, but these orgs are certainly looking at every single day.
Well, speaking of, John, while we're on the topic of the club championship, apart from maybe Falcon, do you have a favorite? Don't tell me Falcon. I don't want to hear that name right now, because I think everyone might assume they are probably the favorites here for the club championship, but give me a dark horse. Give me something else.
I think Liquid's been pretty good across all of their games. They have really strong representation in other titles
but
as well.
for the club championship,
yeah,
not
exactly.
for Dota 2.
Yeah, for they're in a lot of games. I know they're in like ML. They used to have a team. I don't know if they qualified.
Okay.
They're in a lot of sports. I think Alliance is somewhat in the running there as well.
Ooh.
They've got Apex and a couple of other teams, but I wouldn't put them too far up. I think it's Liquid, maybe Spirit as well. Those are the main ones. I think, like you said, though, Falcons defending champions of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Everyone's going to be looking at them again. Maybe Twisted Minds. That's a dark horse as well from their own region. That could be something to watch out for.
Very, very exciting. And you saw there's so much money on the line, John. You can't really scoff at that amount of money. I mean, it's a good prize pool for Dota.
Oh, yeah.
Much better if you get the club championship.
yes.
Much more worth it, I'd say, for any team that can make that happen. It's not going to be easy. Of course, keys are going to be getting crushed. One of our favorite things to watch. You were saying you wouldn't mind being in the crushing machine either, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't mind either.
Yeah.
I'll be frank with you. If we could throw you in,
I think
it might
if we
make
have
my
a
life
long
easier.
enough fill, we're going to get that done. We look forward to that, and we should also look forward again to seeing what matches we have lined up here on our stream today for Dota 2, day one of our group stages, and we've got some pretty important, pretty exciting matches. We are starting off with Poor Rangers up against Gamer Legion for our stream first, followed by L1 Team and Nigma Galaxy back on the land once more, of course. You've got the C favorites, the Reckonix up against Vici Gaming, LGD Gaming up against... Well, one of two C favorites.
Well, what are you talking about?
Everyone, look, how can you not love Reckonix? In your dream, Varij being on land.
I didn't say I didn't like the Jonathan.
Equal the married man.
I didn't say it. And by the way, we're only looking at our schedule because we don't care about the other streams.
No.
I know you said watch the other streams. I'm against.
Watch our stream.
Just watch the B stream.
There's only one stream that matters.
Don't worry about the other stream.
Just this.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, there's your schedule. Poor Rangers against Gamer Legion. That's our first matchup. Poor Rangers.
What a name.
What a name indeed. They won't be poor if they win this this tournament,
not.
Jonathan.
No.
A lot of money on the line. They could be rich
so.
Rangers.
They could be. Well, they're going to have to beat the Legion first, and you know it's going to be an exciting one to watch, of course. But again, so many exciting matches. Day one is where things are pretty open to interpretation, because who knows who plays as well. We have some for qualified teams on hand. We've had some for teams that had to play through these Esports World Cup qualifiers as well. And that just adds a lot of drama. I think there's going to be a lot of questions over a lot of the qualified teams from like the Eastern, Western European side, because a lot of those big dogs that you expect to be in this tournament just straight up were in the top 12 of the EPT points. So that's given a lot of teams that normally aren't at a big LAN a chance to show up, and there's going to be a lot of question marks to that performance.
And I think that's an exciting aspect. I always say it, I'm so tired of the same teams over and over again. I want to see the new faces, the new guys. I know you talked about Reckonix, John. I don't think they're necessarily the SCA favorites, right?
I mean, not like
John, Seb's right there. I'll call Seb right now to have a chat with you if we need it.
we'll have him. And
We might have
We'll
him.
see what he says.
We'll
you
bring
know?
him on. We'll bring
He's
him
had
on
some
the
words about some of his players. Good
Yeah.
words.
Yeah.
Good words.
So is Skim.
We should bring both of them here.
We should.
Ask about e-bikes and see how that goes.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's talk about our first series though, John. Gamer Legion, Poor Range. Do you have a favorite?
This is one of those that, I mean, on paper, one would say Gamer Legion, but again, they've been showing up to lands, they've been qualifying from North America. But overall, the region just hasn't been strong.
How dare you?
Right? I mean, I'm being real. I love North American Dota. You know, RCY is our boy, but they've not been doing the greatest on the lands they've qualified to. I think Poor Rangers, they're a stack that we're familiar with. Naive, TA2000, you know, Immersion, we've seen them for a while. Alberca is a name that I've always loved saying. So it's an experienced squad. They scrim in Europe. They're based in the area. They've played against a lot of the top teams, I'm sure, in practice as well.
Yeah.
I would say they're the favorites. Okay. I love Gamer Legion. I want to see success, and we'll see.
Okay, well, with that, John, we do have an opening ceremony. Let's throw to that and see what they're doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the third year in a row, Dota 2 comes to the Esports World Cup. In the 2026 edition, we are live from the Eternal City, the City of Life. It is Paris. All the lights on, shining and ready for Dota 2. We're your hosts, carrying through 2 weeks of intense Dota. Milosh, and by my side, Sir, we're going to call you Mr. Action Slacks. He's all dressed up.
Mr. Action Slacks, I haven't been called that since my first wife. Thank you so much. Milosh, my friend. Now, this guy, you might not know him, Dota 2 community. Let me introduce you to one of the GOATs here, all right? This guy's been a big Dota fan for quite some time. He speaks 15 different languages, including French, here, so he can talk to everybody. And he is the second most important Lebanese player besides GH in Dota 2.
What about Omar?
What?
Omar.
The third most important. You know what? Don't worry about it. We've got 24 teams back there that we are going to bring out to fight for this. This is the trophy of EWC, baby. This is what it's all about. And these teams have gathered here today to not get married, but in fact, play some Dota for you, the best Dota in the world. Are we ready to introduce some teams?
I'm ready to go. Let's get it on.
All right, let's get our first team out. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? As we bring out Rune Eaters.
Dark Lord, Coffee, Malik, Eki, and Ike. The biggest surprise from the EU West qualifiers.
Absolutely.
Next up, LGD Gaming.
LGD Gaming, that's going to be Yuma, Tylong, Whisper, Thea Lacour, and KJ. The best South American team. Please do not tweet at me. Please don't get upset with me. The hopes of SA ride on this team. We'll see if they can do it here today. Inner Circle versus Insanity is our next team.
4-2-3, Stoikov, Fernandes, Say, and Liz. What a team. Newcomers to the EWC stage, though. That's what you do. You look up and you want to make your name right here, the 26th edition of the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Absolutely.
Next up, it's L1 Team.
Hey, all right. We got Snowy, Mirage, Vazyak, Zayak, and Respect. I respect them coming out here today. We have seen this team improve very much throughout this season, and we are ready to see if they can test their mettle and get that championship. Coming up next, my friends, we're going to see Poor Rangers.
Nikki Cool, that's our cool name. Immersion, Till the End, TA2000, and Alberca. Names that you know and love. And are looking to cement themselves back in Tier 1, baby. They're back in it.
I believe, baby.
Next up, it's Level Up.
That's right, my friends. We've got Row, Whoa, Anacrad, BB3PX, Queasy, and Hatred. What a great name. You might not recognize those names yet, but I am telling you at the end of this tournament, you just might. I got big hopes for these boys. And next up, you do know these names. It's Nigma Galaxy.
Samail, Lorinov, Davai, Ahmad, and GH. New roster, new rules, and a new them. The fan favorites for both hate watchers and the everyday fans.
You can't say hate watchers.
It's part of the experience. Next up, it's Gamer Legion.
Oh, Gamer Legion, baby. Ghost, RCY, Fade, Bignum, and Speed Gaming. Hey, everybody. The last and only hope for North America to do literally anything at these events. And I personally got my hopes pinned on them. Let's go, my friends. And coming up next, Team Nemesis.
Rubicon 155, Analog, Jabs, Lalis, and Yamson. You love them for their supporter pack back when they represented SEA. Now they're in South America, and they're looking to make some big wave in Paris.
I believe it, baby. Absolutely.
Next up, let's bring them up, Reckonix.
Oh, my boy Jacroy, In Your Dream, FBZ, Dalul, and Varis. Welcome, my friends, to the stage. Indo Pride has arrived, and I know that I am hyped up along with them. They're going to do fantastic. Coming up next, though, we have Vici Gaming.
Shiro, XM, Bach, Xingqiu, and Y. One of the best teams from China, full of names that you love and adore over the past decade. It's what we want here. And new ones looking to make a name for themselves. That's our squad. Next up, it's Virtus Pro.
Oh, damn. Tomato, Abed, Saberlight, Hellscream, and Fly. The adopted North American team. It don't matter where you're from, though. If Boba is your coach, you know these boys are USA. Heck yeah. My boys coming out yet again. So excited to have Virtus Pro here once more. Coming up next, though, we've got another team you know and love. It's OG Esports, baby.
Natsumi, Yopag, Raven, Tims, and Skem. Southeast Asia's pride and joy representing the region. A team that absolutely lives up to the prestigious Dota name of OG. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Next up, it's P time!
Oh yeah, baby, you got Wits, Dark Mago, Frank, Schofield, and El Micho. The South American underdogs come to prove that even though they didn't make it to TI, they can still take that crown at EWC, baby! I believe it. Let's go. All right, coming up next. After that, let's bring our hands together for Team Mouse.
Crystallis, Mid1, Boom, Yamage, and Pento. An opportunity again for Mouse. Maybe they can fulfill their destiny here in Paris at the Esports World Cup. I think they can do it. There's
Absolutely.
no two ways around it.
Mouse want that cheese, baby, and it ain't no cheese better than in Paris.
Well, that's one big cheese. We got some more coming up. It's Extreme Gaming.
Oh, hell yeah. Mate, nothing to say. XXS, Fly, and X Nova. Now, you know this is a legendary team here at a legendary tournament, and the question remains, will Ame claim at least this crown here at EWC 2026? And after that, another iconic team you've seen so many times. Put your hands together for Team Liquid!
Mike, Nisha, Ace, Boxy, and Tofu. Half finalists, half winners from EWC 2024. Looking for a certified win, the entire team all together, and a trophy that so far, Slags, has eluded them. Dang. Crazy. Next up, it's P-Vision!
Satanic, no one noticed. 9 class and Ducalis. Never a stranger to the top 3 of these tournaments. Can they break that grand finals, though, and win gold in Paris? It's about time, and I think this might be the one. But coming up next, it's gonna be Team Yandex.
Watson, Tira Jr., DM, Saxa, and Melody. One of the strongest teams of the 26th season, and looking for one of their biggest wins of the year. That'll cement your legacy for sure.
Absolutely, my friend. And they've had quite a year.
Let's bring them out. It's 1W!
1W, baby! That's pure BZM 33, Ari, and Whitemon. You know this team. Come on, boys. It's a team that's been in a bit of hibernation lately, but when the time comes and they need to step it up, they always do. This team is going to be shaking it off and going far here at EWC. And coming up next is Aurora Gaming.
Nightfall, Makoto, WS, Mira, and Kawori, the 21st team for the 21st century, but yet to make their big mark on the scene. It's their biggest chance yet here at EWC to make a solid impression on EWC and also on the Dota 2 community.
Absolutely. And our next teams will be the first 2 competing here today. Super exciting. We thought we'd start things off with last year's club champions, baby. You know them. You love them. Let's bring them out. It's Team Falcons. Where are my boys Skeeter, Marlene, ATF, Crit, and the Snaking? They are coming out here to fight as hard as they did last year, making it all the way to the grand finals. And we will see if they will get that grand final cup here today and take home the trophy, baby.
That's real big over the next 2 weeks, but a game needs an opponent. So bring them up. Their opponents, BB Team! Kuridich, GPK, Miero, Save, and Kataomi. BB Team has improved so much this year. They've yet to win in front of a crowd. That has been that big difficulty. And maybe today they can break it. Maybe here at the Esports World Cup. That's what all 23 teams that we have, right?
Yeah, that's 23, but we were supposed to have 24, I think. So
Wait, can you smell that? Can you smell that?
Oh, I smell that, baby. I smell me some Team Spirit! Bring them on, my friends. The defenders of the championship from last year. Team Spirit is the team to beat, and they are coming to defend their trophy. You know them. You love them. Collapse, Yatoro, Laurel, Not Me, and Rue. There they are. The doors open. The crowd goes wild. Please, gentlemen, walk over to the stage. And I want all you other players to look at who you have to beat. It's that team right there. You can give them some, I'm gonna kill you. Go nuts. Give them the thumbs down. Take them out. Stop clapping, Amar. You're supposed to destroy them. As we will get to our tournament very, very soon. Let's start things off with our first series of the day. It's going to be Falcons versus BB Team coming right at you very soon. Welcome to EWC 2020 Dota!
Thank you so much, Slacks. That was, I gotta tell you, he's getting really good at that. He's getting a bit too good at hosting this man. It was very, very hype indeed, Jonathan.
Yeah, You know, it's
Oh,
like...
what? What is
No,
it?
you're acting like he wasn't good before.
I'm saying he's improved, Jonathan.
I think...
Self-improvement, something you might be unfamiliar with.
Well, that's true, but that was a fantastic opening ceremony. Of course, that's the first game on the mainstream for us here. We've got a different first series, as we've already discussed and seen on the schedule. Poor Rangers up against Gamer Legion, and that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Right, again, because when you think about the road to the Esports World Cup for a lot of these teams, like, say, Poor Rangers, they didn't really manage to qualify to a lot of the big EPT tournaments. They were in some Dream League Division 2s, a couple of them placing decently enough across their peers.
Yeah.
But they couldn't get in by points, right? Gamer Legion, they went through almost every single EPT. Again, the points weren't that great because they still had to, they didn't place as high as they want.
Right.
So they've had to play through a lot more in these qualifiers. And there's an argument to be made about the quality of those qualifiers for Gamer Legion. Again, there really is realistically just one org in NA, and that is them. And they did manage to clean it out in clean fashion. But poor Rangers, you know, they've had to play more experienced teams, a bigger pool of teams as well. So,
and you say that. I asked you earlier who are the favorites in this series. You did say Gamer Legion.
In my heart, they are my favorite.
Okay.
But
you're not biased.
No,
you're not a biased.
I mean, realistically,
no.
I would say Poor Rangers does have the upper hand in terms of that experience, as we are seeing our players right now in our beautiful hero shots. And again, these guys, they've had experience. They've had to play through a lot. They've managed to get themselves to a couple of tournaments here and there, but it's been a rougher road for the side of Poor Rangers, right? And I think this is, especially for a player like TA2000, I think you'd expect a lot of big things coming out from this team. We'll have to see if they can pull through. Gamer Legion, for their part, again, this is the last hope for North America. How can you not cheer for Speed? How can you not cheer for RCY? But it's been a tough year to cheer for Gamer Legion. It's just, it does feel like they're still trying to build up that consistency, that experience in the squad. We'll see if it starts to culminate here in the Esports World Cup.
It could be very interesting here. I personally have a lot of faith in this side as well. And, you know, everyone likes to joke about NA. Everyone likes to make the jokes, you know, it's no NA teams. Of course they qualified. We get it, John. But every tournament that comes around, these boys tend to surprise us just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I have a funny feeling, with all this experience they've been having, maybe, they're going to progress a little bit further than we'd anticipate.
Yeah, that's something I would definitely like to see. You know, we have a soft spot for North America. We casted the DPC.
We did.
Back in the day,
We
you
did.
know. And those were fun times. And again, we've seen RCY, his growth. Like, he started as a, 16-year-old in Div 2?
Well, hold on.
Right?
I appreciate what you're
All the way back?
RCY, yeah, he was 16. Our boy Speed.
Yes.
More importantly, John,
He was
a
a
great
YouTuber?
story. Literally just a YouTuber. In fact, I say this every time we cast Gamer Legion. He's the reason why I got the MMR idea. I just watch Speed.
Yeah.
Don't worry about, you know the other ones. What's that promo code, John? Don't worry about it. It does
Something else. Something else. He doesn't need it nowadays, I don't think. Not too much with how Gamer Legion's doing. But again, Poor Rangers are not a pushover.
No.
This is a team that's based in the most competitive region of Dota 2 so far.
Yeah.
They've had to play against a lot of bigger teams. The regional qualifiers for the EWC in that area as well was arguably a lot tougher. And so I think, again, on paper, Poor Rangers should be the favorite. I mean, it's very hard to bet against TA2000, you know, especially if he's having a good game. We've seen Immersion play before. Alberca's been a very solid support. So the foundations are there for Poor Rangers, for sure.
I think for Poor Rangers, if I was to say something they might need to be a little bit afraid of, obviously don't underestimate any team, right? Because it's easy to underestimate the NA teams, or the NA team, right, in this instance. As well as that, though, be careful about the draft, I think. Because these smaller teams, they bring out the unique, the specialties that you don't expect, you know? And it can be a little bit cheeky sometimes, John X-Fire. You know, when the draft comes out, that last pick happens, and you're like, wait, hold on a minute. I wasn't ready for that. That's what I'd be afraid of if I was Poor Rangers.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if we get any of those cheese picks. It feels like the classic off-lane cheese picks that we tend to see from, like, Fade. I don't think they're as popular nowadays. Like, Lycan last pick, maybe the Beastmaster, but that tends to be a first phase ban anyway. So if you're looking for cheese, it's likely on the mid. And we have seen a couple of moments where RCY does get the Husker.
Oh,
right?
yes.
Like, that does come out,
Yes.
the Filipino Husker, the new generation,
Yeah.
the Filipino Husker coming in. Will Poor Rangers allow that? I don't know.
I mean, even you talked about Fade and his micro heroes, right? He still plays them, from what we've seen. Even the heroes that aren't just in meta anymore, he still runs them. And I'll tell you what, out of all the players you do see on these Lycans and these Beastmasters that aren't quite as popular anymore, he is one of those guys that is just infuriating.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, the last time we casted him, there's just wolves following everyone everywhere. I think there was a game where we had a Lich that just couldn't survive.
Yeah.
He just respawns and dies to wolves that are just chasing him the whole time.
It's amazing.
What are you meant to do against that? This guy's a sicko, John.
He is.
He's a sick man. He's me 10 years ago when my hands were working.
Yeah.
He's a sick man.
And it's even funnier nowadays if they do pick that Lycan because it's tied into shard timing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of balanced out that you just don't murder these supports from, say, minute 8 when you're around. You've got level 3 wolves. You're building into the level 5 wolves. You just buy the shard, so it's a 15-minute wait for that point where the map is kind of unplayable. And that's where, you know, if cheese like that comes out, I think that's something Poor Rangers has to manage in that sense. You know, fight over Shrines of Wisdom really well. Use that time when the Lycan's weak. But again, whether or not we get that here even coming out begs the question. It's been a really interesting time in the meta as well. I think we've seen a lot of teams in our regional qualifiers that we've watched opt for the first pick mids. And I think that could be something very influential here as well because we talked about the potential of RCY.
Paul was going to love that.
He would. You know, for Virtus Pro, maybe they're going to have some fun stuff there for Abed, but it's going to be interesting
I
to see
wasn't
about
insinuating. He was coaching Game Legion. Just so anyone's aware, I'm aware that Paul was coaching VP.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But the implications.
Yes.
The implications of a North American team where first pick mid is viable. You know, we've seen this story before
Boy.
for
Bring
at
out
least
the
4
storm.
years.
Bring out the Pangolier. Here we go again. We're going to go back in time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be amazing. Nonetheless, these games are going to be fantastic, John. We can actually see the players are slowly setting up here for game number 1 between Gamer Legion and, of course, Poor Rangers. We talk so much about Gamer Legion.
Yes.
We probably should. I mean, Poor Rangers are certainly the actual favorites going into this matchup. Any key picks that you think that Gamer Legion should be a little bit aware of going into this draft 1? Like anything, any specialty heroes, anything a little bit unique?
To watch out for from Poor Rangers? Or
Poor Rangers.
I think they'd want to watch out for really TA2000's pool, right?
Okay.
I think he has been key to a lot of teams in just scaling. He knows his tempo as a core. He knows when to run to the gate. He knows when to help mid. And he loves his high tempo cores. Like he's been playing a lot of, you know, Magnus 1 Drow, which has been very popular. A little bit more of that NP, which is super active early on. These are the kind of picks that can make it really difficult for Gamer Legion to try to play their own game. If they get derailed at minute 4, it can be really oppressive to try to recover with this high pace that TA2000 tends to bring.
Yeah, it certainly can be, and he certainly is probably the player to watch here for the side of Poor Rangers. Again, he's a scary guy. One of my personal favorites to watch as well. Very entertaining as a carry. Doesn't tend to just sit back and farm the whole game. Wants to get involved. Like you said, enjoys the gate usage. It's going to be a fun one. I really can't wait for this game 1 to get started, Jonathan. I mean, this is day 1 of Esports World Cup. It's such a long tournament. There's so much on it. I mean, I don't want to say this is the biggest tournament of the year. But I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say it's huge, right? It's just so important, especially for these newer faces, to show what they've got. Even if you don't place that top 4 position, that top 2, whatever, just showing that you've got the potential. Organizations, they're watching. They are watching, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's going to be silly season really soon, as we all know. Once you roll past, you know, TI as well later on, then you start to get the roster shuffle. So you need to show up here, especially since, you know, there are more teams here. Like we have 24 teams. There's a lot more players. It's a big opportunity for every single one to show what they're made of. And it's going to be interesting again to see how the players adjust, because we've had one major patch, a few sub patches here and there, but the meta has still slowly shifted. I've seen a few scrims. I know I'm not supposed to. I've seen a few scrims. I've seen some certain things that certain teams are testing. It's been interesting to say the least.
Are you going to start snitching on OG again, John? I mean, I already know that's probably the team you've been paying attention to, John, as we do tend to have a couple contacts in there. And we don't need to talk about them, John, because we've got 2 teams setting up as we speak. As you can see here, Gamer Legion against the Poor Rangers. Soon to be at least moderately wealthy Rangers, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. The moderately wealthy Rangers, hopefully not being found for anything tax related, of course, but it's going to be interesting to see again how they've developed their draft so far. Because again, there's been some shifts from the Esports World Cup qualifiers. There's been shifts from the TI regional qualifiers. There have been adjustments in these scrims as well. So I want to see what they prioritize, because we've been seeing a lot of stuff like, say, Storm first pick. I think that's been something really popular in the TI regionals. But then in the scrims, certain things are coming out. I feel like one underrated here that you and I haven't seen as much in our regional qualifiers has been stuff like Clockwork.
Yes.
This here just feels insanely oppressive with how the cogs work nowadays. It's ridiculous how much damage he just gets naturally as well.
And as a Clockwork spammer, John, as you know, one of my most played heroes, I don't know how to feel about it. You know, because you see it constantly now. It's not even worth leveling battery assault.
Yeah.
It's just, I kind of like it, and I kind of don't.
It kind of makes me sad.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I love that classic gameplay, but it's just cogs are so valuable, vision's so valuable.
You remember when you're in lane?
Yeah.
That pos 5, he gets, he's a little bit out of position. You press that Q button, and it's all over.
Yeah, but nowadays you just stand back, play a little golf.
I still
get a
remember.
Swing off.
I still remember in Dota All-Stars when Clockwork first came out. I could not believe. I couldn't believe what was happening. I'm like, I can't move. Why am I getting stunned like this? What's happening?
I can't cast a spell. What is this?
It was Clockwork, and in particular, Batrider did my absolute head in. Batrider with the turn slow. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, that was amazing.
I thought I was just I thought I needed a new PC.
Yeah.
I was like, what's happening?
Yeah, you tell the host the tunnel, call him a noob. It's not your fault. You can't play. It's the lag, of course.
Shout out to Order's dad from Oz, Jonathan. He was the man that did it to me. You know, back in the Board Aussie days in Dota All Stars. Shout out to the boys that were there. One of my favorites, Jonathan. Anyway, enough about my history, Jonathan. The history of these two teams is what matters here. Poor Rangers against Gamer Legion again. They're trying to get Game 1 draft underway, hopefully very, very soon. Looking forward to see what the first picks are going to be. I know you just mentioned that teams are prioritizing the mid pickups early on, which makes enough sense, Jonathan, because in this kind of meta anyway, and it has kind of been this way for a while, you're the playmaker, you want to control the runes, you have a very specific role. It doesn't necessarily need, you don't necessarily need to protect the mid pick anymore.
No, it certainly doesn't. It feels like you just ban its bad matchups, and then you just kind of first pick it anyway.
Yeah.
Like we see Pucks being first pick, we see Storms being first pick, we see Storms into Embers being picked up.
Into Banes?
Into Banes, then you get the Hoodwink coming out as well to counteract the Bane. Like, there's a lot of back and forth. Silencer's a hero now because Bane is a hero as well. What a world we live in.
This man has been lifting. Oh my goodness. He was just giving us the biceps there, Jonathan. This man, I can tell he's been hitting the gym.
Yeah.
He's swole, Jonathan.
Hopefully he gets swole in-game as well. Maybe, you know, if he does play Clockwork, you can eat a couple chain meals. Get swole in-game as well.
That's the worst.
It's so funny.
It's so stupid.
It's so funny. What do you mean? Have you not seen a Clockwork with like 21 chainmail? He's bigger than Doom. It's insane.
It's so stupid.
He gets like 50% damage amp on everything.
There'll come a day where they'll lower chainmail's cost, and it'll make sense. But until that day comes, Jonathan, it's just so silly to watch. It really is. Not quite as silly as Black Grimoire, though.
Oh.
Which is gone now, thankfully. Thankfully, they remember.
It's too broken. It was a great innate, just way too strong.
Way too strong. Unbelievable.
I can't believe. I'm not going to get started. Warlock's irrelevant anyway.
It is. It's always been.
I mean, some teams have picked it up. We've seen it. If you want to really slow safe lane,
that's very fun.
And torture yourself for like 20 minutes, sure. Yeah, have fun because you're really not going to have gameplay.
You're just a walking fatal bonds.
Yeah, that's it. And oh god. You made me think of like the one combination we saw that like tiny Warlock was just depressing.
Yeah.
I do not want to see that from anyone.
It always makes me so happy as well when you try to upsell the upheaval to me. You know?
But
it's like, well,
it's so good though.
I mean, it's good.
It's a great spell.
It's good, you know, if the other team doesn't want to just jump
Stun.
you. Yeah.
But it is a funny spell. I swear to goodness, you've never played this before. Tombstone plus upheaval, level 1.
Yeah.
When tri-lanes were a thing, you just drag people over. It was amazing.
It
was.
Know,
it's not relevant to this discussion whatsoever. That's like 20 years ago at this point. But hey,
in fairness, I mean, relevance is subject to I guess context. And right now, the context is we're waiting for Game 1 draft, John.
Yeah,
we are. And you know, in fact, why don't you just start the game, John? What's wrong with you? Start the darn game.
Well, you know, I forgot my keyboard. I don't really have a mouse.
Okay.
So I'm kind of I somehow hosted the lobby as well. My bad. And now I can't break the lobby.
Okay.
So we're going to sort out these issues. No problem. You know, eventually something's going to happen. But for now, you're just going to have to deal with it.
Well, talk to me about it, John. I mean, obviously, as you can see, we are still waiting for draft 1. Anything in particular that surprised you about Paris so far?
I think I was surprised by how much I liked seeing the iconic stuff around the city more than I expected. Yeah, I liked it more than I expected it would. Because, like, you see pictures all the time of the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, you know. You see all of it, and you're like, you feel like, all right, when I see it in person, it's not going to feel great. And then you see the scale of it, The authenticity of it, like the detailing.
It was crazy because my wife was literally saying, "You must be so excited to go see all the historical monuments," and I'm like, "Not really.
Yeah,
I've seen them on Google.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw them.
Right?
I saw the photos. And
yeah,
I must admit, when you're there in person to see the scale and the actual architecture and beauty of, it's kind of ridiculous how they actually made all these things happen.
Yeah, it is. I feel like I don't know what it says about us to not be excited about it. It feels very jaded.
Well,
it's like, oh yeah, I've seen it before.
Know what it is. You know what it is, right? I anticipated when we came here, it would be like any other concrete jungle city. That's what I honestly anticipated. I wasn't anticipating them to have this many statues, this many cobblestone roads, and it's just wonderful. It feels like I went back in time.
Yeah.
And that's not in a bad way, I might add. It is still very up to date here in Paris, but it does feel like you step back in time just a little bit to see what it used to be like just a couple hundred years ago. And it's very nice. Don't correct me. I know you're a history buff, John. I don't know the history. Just don't.
I mean, it's lovely. You know, it's like seeing all the architecture, like you mentioned. I think just knowing that so much history's passed here has been great, as we finally have enough history to go into our draft.
Thank God.
Already have a couple of bands coming out here as well. You've got the Kez and the Lone Druid being taken out by Poor Rangers, the Drow, the Coddle, and the Beastmaster being taken care of by the side of Gamer Legion. And honestly, not the most surprising. Maybe these specific bands from Poor Rangers are less common, right? Like, you don't tend to see the Kez and the Lone Druid band first phase, but certainly all the heroes that Gamer Legion has banned out have been in that meta. Some big picks still left in the pool. Storm first pick still available for both sides. Puck is there as well. Bane is in the pool. Hoodwink has been there as well. Although, again, statistically, win rate-wise, the Hoodwink hasn't been great. But if you're expecting like a Bane, if you don't want the silencer commitment, that could be one way to go. We'll have to see how they adjust. Gamer Legion taking their time on the next few bans. But I'm surprised the mids are left alone. Again, we've had a little bit of an evolution post-TI regionals. And this could be one of those results after all these scrims. Maybe now the first phase mids might not be coming out.
Now, of course, while we have a chance as well, Jonathan, shout out to the coaches on stage as well, J4, and of course Mangusu is available for either side here. And I do like what is it, John?
No.
I've mispronounced something, haven't I?
No. I'm just happy.
You're happy?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's something new.
Yeah.
SF first pick, John. Does that make you happy?
No.
No?
No, not
Why not?
quite. It really just depends how you draft around this SF on the side of Gamer Legion. This is likely now our Pause 1, of course, coming out here. So it's your win condition very early on. And I don't think it's viable to flex this SF. So when it comes down to first pick, it feels like we were talking about earlier, it's down to what you want your big condition to be. And it feels like the priority on mid is just so much higher. Now you get this counter pick coming out with the Bane on the side of Poor Rangers. That's already a great way to hold down the SF, to stop him from getting the Requiems off. You have very quick disables on hand, and that can make it tough to kind of hit this timing now in the SF just a little bit.
I must admit, I really like, I know we're talking about the heroes right now, John, but I really do like the I guess we call it the lower third, right? The draft screen right now for anyone that's not aware, and it's very nice, very neat.
That it is.
I like it. I like it a lot.
It is quite neat, and again, my concern now for Gamer Legion is how good of a game can you really give your SF for Ghost, right? Like, because SF has so many builds they go into. You've got the Dragonlance build, the right-click build with, say, a Yasha coming out instead, and you could go Manta, you could go pure right-click, or you could go for that classic Kaya Yasha, Blink BKB, and those are all the options you have to kind of get going. And I'm curious to see which way Ghost will want to go. There's some potential for the minus armor strat here. And stuff like Slaughter is still in the pool. That's something RCY's been playing a lot on mid as well for the side of Gamer Legion. Poor Rangers have not quite banned that out. For Poor Rangers going for the Bane first, there is some concern of maybe something like the Hoodwink coming in, the Silencer coming out as well. And I'm not sure if that's the way you'd really want to go here, but there are answers overall.
And there certainly is. One more ban to go here from the side of Poor Rangers before we can see some continued picks here in this draft number 1. Again, they haven't revealed too much here. The first pick Bane it's something we see quite a lot, in fairness, in this current meta. It's very interesting to me, and I know you and I were having this back and forth discussion in previous tournaments, but the fact that so many teams were choosing Storm into Bane just really caught me off guard as a Bane specialist myself, if I do say so myself, Jonathan. But I must admit, it's been looking amazing against it. Bane has not looked overly strong against these mobile mids where it usually did
There it
There's
is.
a Clockwork. There's the one you talked about, Jonathan.
And we mentioned the potential of Clockwork, just how much it does. It is a fantastic hero to have. I feel like this combination, we talk about the Bane combinations all the time, or even some of these drafts where you see Kotal. Clockwork covers the weaknesses a little bit of the Bane. You've got a support that can initiate, doesn't have to wait for something like Blink. You can follow through from your mid, you can follow through from your off lane, you can start for your mid or off lane as well in these fights. Your laning presence as Clockwork is fantastic, you don't need that much farm. So it ties in nicely, it doesn't reveal much from the side of Poor Rangers as well. I'm just worried now that they start to lose some win conditions. We'll have to see what the side of Gamer Legion will want to ban later on, but they do start off with a Winter Wyvern pickup. A pretty fantastic way of trying to punish this, say, dive that Clockwork tries to set up. So now you're hook shotting in, maybe you're expecting a Storm or a Puck. Clockwork's going to be a very easy target to get that Winter's Curse off, and you've got some good sustain. Decent team fight now coming out with the Dark Willow as well. I will say, we've seen a little bit more of the Dark Willow. That area control can be quite frustrating to play up against, especially once you hit your shard. Her magic damage is pretty fine. I am just concerned now for how they break a Fiend's Grip, right? Normally you see Silencer or Hoodwink. Neither of these two are particularly amazing against the Bane far back. Maybe you could try to Bramble or just Winter's Curse the Bane, but that's not normally ideal. So I am very curious to see what they'll do to fix that. Snapfire coming through for Poor Rangers, though. This hero has just felt great. Right, it's been tweaked down on the sub patches. Still does a fantastic job of dishing damage out. Plays really nice with the Clockwork, hookshot cogs into the spit. So much output there to just eat through everything in Gamer Legion.
The power spikes of this Snapfire hero is just too strong.
Yeah, it is.
It's too much. Like, if laning stage Scattered Blast is ridiculous. Level 6, you can literally kill anyone.
Yep.
Like, there's no chance if they catch you with a stun or a cogs. And even after that, it just keeps going. It just doesn't stop. Like, the amount of utility you provide here with the Snapfire, the damage output, the scaling, it just consistently keeps going. Almost reminds me of Pango.
Yeah, actually.
Thank God that hero's gone.
Yeah,
My goodness.
And people will still pick it at some point. The Tiny, we were talking about, this is a win condition. Not amazing, but I feel like it's kind of... It plays into what you're looking for in the draft for the side of Poor Rangers, because you've got the Snap who wants to be online early, who wants to connect. This is a pretty decent Tiny game for, say, arguably even a Blink Tiny game. It's not bad. Likely we are just going to see that same build-up for Shadowblade Echo Saber that we tend to. But the matchups make sense. Tiny has a lot of plus armor from Grow into an SF that feels fantastic, as especially if you're going Magic SF now. Your output might not be enough to burst down this really tanky Tiny. It is still a little bit surprising maybe that stuff like Storm and Puck are left alone. I think that's one weakness for Poor Rangers, but maybe they feel like they're covered just with Bane, which you love to argue. You don't want to pick a Storm, you don't want to pick a highly mobile hero into Bane, but we've seen teams do it anyway, and it's still been relatively successful.
It has certainly been. Gamer Legion, their next pickup to be made. Still 1.5 minutes of reserve time on their side, I think, so plenty of time to have a think about this. We see 2 more calls to come now. I mean, this Wyvern pick, John, it's a bit of a question mark for me, I'll admit.
I'm trying to think if you could justify a core Wyvern here.
Oh,
and I feel like the answer is just no. There's no way. There's no way you're crazy enough to do that.
I mean, it's still extremely lane dominant.
It is.
Yeah, your Arctic Burn's still ridiculous. Cold Embrace is still really useful.
Yeah.
Obviously, Winter's Curse is amazing.
Into this lineup, it doesn't feel amazing. Not like, there's not a lot of right-click here.
The tiny ones that has, like, Echo Saber, if it goes
Yeah,
that
but
route.
even then, I feel like it just doesn't feel as big. This is pretty big, so you get the Earth Spirit commitment out or RCY on mid. And this hero does feel good. Into Snapfire matchups, I've seen this go... Okay, it's not exactly an Earth Spirit win. It is a little bit more 50-50, but it is quite good for Earth Spirit.
Allow me to take over John X5. The thing that Earth Spirit does really well against Snapfire, and Bane for that matter, is just cancelling those damn channeled spells. That's all you want. Even if you miss the roll, you've got a silence. You can make it happen no matter what. It's a great pickup here from Game Legion. Very smart. You know, sorts out the Bane, sorts out the Snapfire. And quite frankly, when you look at the draft of what Poor Rangers have, you don't really have the greatest hold for this hero.
No.
Like, once the BKB is up on this Earth Spirit, it could be very scary in terms of trying to control him in a team fight.
That it can be. Again, it's down to, can your Bane catch this slippery hero? Right? Can you actually focus down? Can you get a blink timing up here on your Bane on Poor Rangers? immersion or till the end to actually get that key piece of control. And when you have a slower Bane game on lane where you're not crushing, you're not hitting level 6 fast, you don't take these Shrines of Wisdom at, say, the 7-minute mark, then it can feel really awkward for this hero to hit that point where it needs to get in control for the team. So I do like this coming out. I think, again, the mid lane matchup, outside of canceling these channeled spells, the mid lane matchup can still go the way of Snapfire. It's down to really outplay, I would say. This can go either way. But there is safer play for Earth Spirit compared to most melee matchups. You stand back, you kick a couple of rocks, you hit 6 and you're happy. So that is one thing. I think when you have to consider mid-rotations here, I do like the rotations you have on Poor Rangers just a little bit more. I think, say, level 3 on Bane Clock feels a little bit more threatening. There is a lot of good plays, though. I think it's more on the Earth Spirit, less so on the supports on the side of Gamer Legion. So that is one thing to factor in. The supports of Poor Rangers are much more important. On Gamer Legion, it does feel like this game is really on RCY to get that ball rolling.
Speaking of the devil, very kawaii here, RCY. How old is he now?
18, 19, somewhere there.
A lot of potential. A lot of potential. Almost reminds me of a young Arbit, back in the day.
Yeah, actually. It's so funny. I wonder if they said hi to each other.
Oh, well, Arbit doesn't say hi to anyone, John.
Hey, he's a married man now. He talks more, right?
Oh, he is married.
Remember? We actually got like more than 5 words out of him.
Yeah.
Unprompted.
Yeah.
He talks.
He does.
He's learned how to talk.
When he wants to. Anyway, he doesn't need to talk, Jonathan. I'll just ask Abby. J4, looking for that final banner. Shout out to anyone that got the reference. They'll ban out the Larko. Hey, I respect that from Arbit. I was like, Arbit throws some hands.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, that was quite the time.
He must have had the. I mean, he was in those LAN cafes from a very young age, John. He learned quick.
That he did.
Anyway, speaking of learning quick, let's see if these teams.
Oh, there it is. They do it.
I'm telling you, this guy's Lycan is the worst thing to play against. This guy's Lycan. If I had to play against it, John, I would just disconnect.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Think about the possibilities here as well. For one, you're playing Lycan into, okay, less so the Clockwork, but the Bane, not going to be happy once you have those shards on the Lycan at 15. You're going to go for the Dominator, Overlord build up here for Fade.
Oh, it's going to be...
Your lane matchup is tiny. He is all about base damage. Howl is going to ruin that.
That's poor Bane. Oh,
yeah, it's not going to be fun for your Bane.
Oh.
There's this potential as well for scaling. We talk about it all the time. It never happens, but an Ags up here on an Earth Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a rolling wolf.
Well, you get a lot of bonus damage as well.
Exactly.
You get a lot of bonus damage. Yep.
Could be crazy.
You pop that Magnetize, you get it through a few rocks, Jonathan. The rocks do damage, it turns out. Timbersaw, though, that's a good pick.
It really is. A lot of strength. 2 strength heroes that you're going to be ripping apart. Not much to stop the Timb once a BKB is up. That's a big concern as well. You're going to have to try to use Winter's Curse on the Timbersaw, which is really tanky, and again, is just not going to die to that spell. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth here. In terms of draft, I would say it's rather even. I like the laning coming out here from the side of Poor Rangers just a little bit more. I think the Snapfire versus Earth Spirit matchup, yeah, it can go 50-50. It just feels a little bit easier for Snapfire to come up, Cookie, Scatter Blast, control the wave that way. It's more pressure on the Earth Spirit. And then there's this issue for Gamer Legion where if you fall behind in your side lanes, who will Earth Spirit connect with? Because you've got a Dark Willow and a Winter Wyvern supporter. None of those are going to make plays for you. You will make plays for them.
That's a good point.
And they're going to be behind in levels if the side lanes loses. So I think it's easier to execute Poor Rangers draft. It's going to be easier to get the ball rolling. And this Timbersaw last pick can ruin the day of Gamer Legion's biggest win conditions.
I'm very intrigued to see how this game 1 does go. I mean, it's certainly Poor Rangers. They've got a pretty scary looking draft. I do have my doubts, as I always do, about Carry Tiny. You know, you and I, we're very back and forth when it comes to this hero on the carry role. I don't necessarily ever believe in it, I'll be frank with you, Jonathan. Gamer Legion, the draft doesn't look quite as well-rounded, if you ask me. You kind of mentioned it already. The Earth Spirit could have a rough time if the side lanes don't produce some kind of a win. But nonetheless, you do have many ways to be cheeky. You got a Lycan, you got an Earth Spirit, you got a White. Like, there's plenty of ways to be very cheesy here in this game for Gamer Legion, especially if you drag the game out.
Oh, yeah.
And you can drag the game out with this Lycan.
That you can. And again, the scaling here is pretty good. I'm so curious to see what build we see on our SF. Like, what kind of build-up Ghost will want. Will he go Magic? Will he go right
That's
click?
a good question.
Because If you want the snowball out of control, the Magic is online a lot quicker.
Would you rather the Magic because you've got a Winter's Curse setup? Think about it. Curse into Requiem is pretty nice. I mean, I understand you can't rely on that combination anyway.
I'm not sure because it's a weird thing where if you have Curse, it's such a long setup that you probably don't need the the Yashakaya.
That's fair.
Right? Like,
That's
because
fair.
you have enough time to actually wind up.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind just a full-on right-click. We'll have to wait and see what the call is as we do actually get into that game. And again, this is going to be an exciting one. First day, first series here for both of our teams. And there's a lot in line. Nikki Cool's Timbersaw is not something we've seen in quite a while, but I do remember having fun with this one. And again, the potential of just running down, if you get a good lane on this Tim, it can get scary. Like this Kaya blink timing that Timbersaw has, plus BKB, it can feel unstoppable if your lineup isn't ready for it.
It certainly can, and here we go. I mean, we already have a four-man smoke up in a rather interesting position here from Poor Rangers. Gamer Legion also smoking up, but they're hanging around the mid lane. So Poor Rangers looking to maybe sneak up through that Dire jungle, and they are actually going through the top lane. Poor Rangers, from what I can see, they're really wrapping around the long way. Wolves are around. Bignum, though, he's going to break the smoke, but a nice nightmare from till the end. Going to make it a little bit harder. Bignum still running in the cogs. Don't actually lock him in. So now Emotion could be in a bit of trouble. In fact, Ghost is in the middle of nowhere. And he's just looking to be dead as Nikki Cool does secure first blood. And Ghost in a pretty awkward position.
Yeah, not quite what you'd expect to see there. He was pretty safe, got cut off by the cogs, still ended up bumping the cogs after dodging them out a couple of times. Really went for the commitment, and that punishment's going to be massive. They get a good block off now. We are getting Alberca on that off-lane Snapfire kind of game here. And we are getting the Timbersaw mid, which is very interesting into the Earth Spirit. The first few levels here aren't going to feel amazing. You don't have that great tree line to get your pure damage going, but eventually, with some levels up, that lane can go your way, but RCY is going to be managing it. He has to maximize these first, I'd say, 3 levels here, where you are a lot better off. Good kickback. Nikki Cool.
That's a cool name, Jonathan, but he might be going down. RCY trying, but the Fairy Fire. Gonna save, and RCY actually ended up rather hitting a last hit in the middle of all that as well, which is fair enough. He knew he wasn't going to secure the kill because of that Fairy Fire. But RCY already proving to be quite aggressive here in this matchup. And in fairness against the mid-Timber, you do need to be aggressive in the early levels. Because once he gets to level 2, level 3 mark, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated by Poor Rangers opting to just dodge this harder Timbersaw lane, right? Because into SF, there's a lot of magic damage. You tend to go really slow. But it's not like we're seeing Alberca kind of improve in that either. He's 2-1 so far, missing out on like 2 waves at this point. Not going as well. Compare that to Fade on his off lane. Like, yeah, it's 4-0, but this is a Lycan. He's finding that steady farm. You're not looking for aggression. It's relatively free for your Tiny so far on Poor Rangers for Naive. But this is exactly where Fade shines if he gets an even lane. Alberca forced to just pull back, get that EXP going. Maybe by level 3 you feel comfy. Level 2 scatter shot with a cookie value. There is some play, but you also risk it just running into an SF with full mana. It's a lot of ways to punish. So maybe it's a lot slower than I'd expect for Poor Rangers with this kind of switcheroo on the Timbersaw mid. It does feel like that is giving a huge opening for Gamer Legion. Again, the mid for RCY, 10-5. Even down bot, just a little poking and prodding with these Bramble mazes out from Bignum and Fade. It's a lot of output. Not mind you, Naive is just never in the firing line. Again, you have to respect how tanky Tiny is. But if Fade hits this timing of the Dominator, gets into the 15-minute mark with enough gold for a shard, things do get a little bit scary for the supports, like we were saying.
Very interesting from RCY, I might add here, Jonathan. Nikki Cool going for the level 2 Whirling Death, but RCY just continuing to be just so aggressive here on this Earth Spirit. I appreciate what you were saying as well. I mean, Naive certainly not looking to be in any danger in this laning phase. I don't believe they can actually kill him. They could try for the Bane, but of course, as Fade and Bignum, you're just hoping for that quick Helm of the Dom timing, and after that, you just get to the farm game. I mean, you're not going to kill this Tiny.
No.
They know it. We know it. Maybe I've just cast the curse on the John. Who knows? If RCY joins, sure, then you can make it work. But without the mid, it's not happening.
No. And you're getting a lot more sustain out now for Nikki Cool. Like you mentioned, RCY has been doing a great job of applying that pressure, but that advantage isn't as big as you'd want it to be now. I mean, it's kind of to be expected once you hit level 3, level 4 here for the Tim. Got some value points up. You've got a little bit of that armor starting to kick in. A lot more damage from the Whirling Death. Does go for a 2-on-1 sort of build, just in case he gets a rotation later on. Without chain as well. No action coming out for these water runes as well. It's something we've seen a lot more in our regional qualifiers. So it looks like the water runes will go 1-for-1. Seeing pull shenanigans for Fade now as well. Again, they've been doing that consistently up top. Ghost has been having a pretty free game for himself. Again, along with RCY, like this SF.
Wow, Burka.
Oh.
He's dropping a little bit low on the snap now. Ghost trying to be a little bit aggressive, and there was a bit of a wraparound here from our Wyvern as well. But it looks like they're going to be just fine on that snap fire. The CS-wise, I've got to say RCY is still having an absolutely fantastic time. Only followed by his own SF. So happy day so far as Ghost, as I say it, in trouble. But there's a cold embrace to barely save the day for Ghost. They can't kill him. They can't kill him in time. Ghost will secure the kill. And now Immersion running. But your boy Speed, Jonathan, right in the nick of time. He did the math.
Yeah, he's a smart boy, good old Speed. He knows his numbers, he knows that timing. And Ghost, I do like seeing this as well, right? Like he gets himself a nice kill. He's also going for the physical build. So it's not going to be that Yasha Kaya sort of build up with Blink BKB. It's going to be Mask of Madness, the Dragon Lance, the right click coming out. And again, it just doesn't feel like you need the magic here. The damage would be nice, but in terms of trying to get Requiems off the curse, you don't really need the Yasha Kaya. So there is still going to be a lot of value in trying to get some channels off, and you should have enough time to get that done. I think the bigger question for Poor Rangers is, what's their launching for, right? Because this Timbersaw mid, it's finding some decent form. Normal timing for Timbersaw has always been, nowadays, Kaya plus Blink, and it just feels like that's going to be a little bit further away. Your supports, again, issue for Poor Rangers is that if your supports don't manage to secure Shrines of Wisdom, it starts to feel really awkward waiting for these level 6s. Like, you absolutely want that hook shot to set up for kisses later on. And if you don't get that timing on the 6th, it can just feel pretty devastating for what you can do. Some good pressure coming out from Nicky Cool on mid. RCY does have the urn ready, just no one to kill off yet.
He's going to be all right, have the Arctic Burn going. They are not able to secure the kill up that top lane, so Bignum will be leaving the area along with Speed, and it looks like they're making the line towards the power runes. RCY is pretty low on HP. He's going to try and be a nuisance. In fact, it does spawn bottom anyway. They're going to try and hold it for Nicky Cool, and it seems like till the end, with his nice positioning on this Bane, is going to make it impossible for RCY to try and contest. In fact, a nice amp damage rune now available for Nicky Cool in the bottle. Arcane Boots and Wand on the way in the courier. And this could be a nice little spike here for the Timber now, as he could start to try and be ultra aggressive here against RCY, and here we go. Chakram's out, Immersion's going to join. RCY going to go for a run the cogs. A nice attempt to cancel the roll. Till the end, he'll still find a Nightmare. He'll get a ward down behind the tree line, so he does see RCY, but it's not going to matter. Good attempt at the very least, but again, the Earth Spirit, it does prove to be a little bit on the tankier side.
It's tanky and it's quite slippery. Again, your lack of hard control outside of grip is going to be one consistent issue. A fight over to these Shrines of Wisdom, though. Even Ghost coming up.
Alberca, very nice dodges on the maze. Is not... No, he is going to make it out. They can't kill him. Instead, they'll turn back towards Immersion. Shrine of Wisdom is going to go the way of Speed, and Fate does get the other, so they'll find both as now till the end. Dropping low, but a big cookie out from Alberca. Ghost, he's still trying to fight this one out, but he's gone. Nicky Cool even chasing for more, gonna find Speed. Bignum still fighting on his own, but he really is just on his own here. So he'll try to go for the TP play out, and the cookie's available. Nicky Cool with a triple kill on the Timber. And I'll tell you, it really was off the back of that cookie. Just one good cookie made all the difference here for the side of Poor Rangers.
Yeah, they were just so clumped up in the side of Gamer Legion. And they didn't quite have level 6 on Ghost, so there was no option to try for a Requiem channel on that kind of play. A really high-risk, high-reward scenario that just doesn't pay off. Now you've got problems with this Timp. Off of those kills, #1 in net worth, you don't quite have that much magic damage. Again, you went for physical SF. RCY still only has Urn, no full Spirit Vessel just yet, so the regen's going to be good for Nicky Cool. He's got that maxed out Whirling Death Hop, and it's just so much output when he's right next to at least even just one tree. There are certain challenges you have to face. Mind you, The one thing for Gamer Legion is they do expect this to be a slower game. You've got that offlane Lycan, you know he's going to need time to have any sort of impact. This has given Fade some space to get his farm game going. We'll just have to see how much it pays off. If that Dominator sort of shard overlord timing can start to open up the map a little bit more and apply some pressure.
Absolutely. Nicky Cool now finding himself top the net worth board in this Timbersaw. Certainly would love another fight. Immersion. Gonna get the cogs off and back off from this tier 1 top tower, though it does seem as though Gamer Legion are setting up to try and force a push. Tier 1 already less than half HP anyway, so Ghost could try to get to work, but it is risky. There are heroes here, in fact, till the end. He sneaks up from the back, but the Nightmare is going to be taken here by Speed. Ghost is able to back off, but Speed cannot. Nicky Cool finds his 5th kill of the game. Immersion in danger, will go down thanks to Bignum. Ghost to secure the kill. So not really the worst situation for either side. Though I'll tell you what, they are giving quite a few kills away here to Nicky Cool.
That they are, and again, this Timbersaw is becoming a pretty big threat. It's a little bit discouraging for Gamer Legion that, you know, RCY is not able to get that same activity out. His urn has sat at 0 charges since he picked it up.
Yikes.
Like, there's just been no kills for RCY. He's dying in that front line. You are getting a lot of space out for Naive. That's one thing for Poor Rangers we haven't mentioned as well. Like, yes, the Lycan's free farming, but so is this Tiny. This timing into the Echo Saber, the Shadow Blade, can get pretty scary as well, considering how tanky you are and that lack of damage early on for Gamer Legion.
Another great setup here till the end with these Nightmares. It's just been an absolute menace, and Ghost cannot avoid as the Requiem never comes off with the battery assault of Immersion. It's going to be just so frustrating here for Ghost, just consistently being caught by till the end. And I'll tell you, this Bane, the impact he's had already, it's been unbelievable just with these Nightmares. They'll chase him down now. And this is the part where, you know, as a Bane, things will get painful because Fade, he's got the helm of the Toma. Yeah. Now the fun begins.
Yeah, map impact can start coming out here. And this is where, you know, you should start to get a little bit more what it's like in map pressure down. Bot should just be consistent. They already pressured out. Mid, Immersion
caught, but he's actually pretty tanky himself. They don't really have so much damage, but they've got just enough here. Speed able to secure, but can they get out? RCY, it's not looking too flash hot for him. They're just waiting. He's just in the grinder. Nicky Cool able to get another kill as till the end. A great Nightmare dodge. Not giving anything to Gamer Legion as till the end. Gonna survive. Watches the TP away from Bignum. Meanwhile, Speed in the middle of nowhere right now, trying to get out. Gets a cold embrace. He's buying time, but only so much time. Surely there's no TP. Speed, trying, can't get out of it. Alberca gets it.
Yeah, it's space, but it's a lot of punishment coming out here from Poor Rangers. Again, these supports are starting to get their necessary kills to actually get some EXP. Level 5 now for till the end. You're going to have to start to think about the grip. You're going to have to start to think about these hook shots. For Gamer Legion, the big key is that Fade is getting a free ride into the Overlord. Just lacking the 2 parts now, so not going to be too far off with that timing. Naive has already built up the Echo Saber into that Shadow Blade, so no differences in that build either. The main concern is really just how much can you actually run into Nicky Cool. Stole?
Well, they're going to try. Oh, RCY. Grip. Oh, very nice cancel on the grip. RCY still trying to make his way out. Does pop the Magnetize and might have to just fight back here. He hasn't got too much of a choice, but no, the whirling death from Nicky Cool is just too much damage. Here comes Fade, though, with the Wolf Bomb, but the Nightmare again from till the end, making it so hard for Fade to chase him down. He'll at least take down the Bane. Now chasing Nicky Cool, but will have to change his mind and go after Immersion. As Naive now taking down Bignum, and Immersion does manage to walk his way out. But if I do say so myself, Jonathan, till the end has really been the bane of their existence.
He really has. Very good. I'm sure you've been waiting for that one on some of our Bane games.
I knew it was a sad
for sure.
one, John.
You know.
You know.
I mean, that is the life of Bane, though, right? Like, he's going to have some impact. You're going to have to save that Winter's Curse just to cancel, which is the one consistent issue for catching the back. If your Earth Spirit's caught, then you don't have an easy cancel. They're smoked up now. Merchant does have his hook shot ready. Along with the kisses, could be a simple kill if you're in the wrong spot.
I mean, it should be a simple kill. Immersion, having a gander. Not going to find anyone quite yet, but Ghost is farming that top area of the map. And like you already mentioned, if he gets caught by the cogs, he's just as good as dead. There's not going to be enough time for the rotations to happen, but they've gone through the twin gates instead. So not believing the Ghost is farming this area, they'll go down towards the bottom, try to set up for a kill into the tier 1 tower. And you do have Fade around the area. Not necessarily the easiest kill, but if you land the hookshot cogs, it really shouldn't be too challenging.
Now, Fade is the only 1%. He is quite tanky.
Overlord's up as well. They're going to hookshot in. They are going to try with the kisses. Fade's actually tanking through it though. Fade, he's not dying. He'll get the wolf form off and he's running out of there as Immersion. Immersion's the one to drop. Naive now on the run. They were naive, Jonathan. They were too naive. I'm telling you, you can't give this guy like it. And Speed, I got to say, he's always there at the right time.
And he is.
He always is.
I'm surprised they make that move on Poor Rangers without Nicky Cool. Like, we've seen the impact of this Timbersaw. We've seen the damage he can do. Maybe you get a little bit confident that your combination of hookshot kisses is enough. Oh, RCY.
Look, it happens, John. I've done it a few times. Oh. Yeah, look. Hold on, Fade's here to try and save. Tilthian's actually dying to the creep anyway, but RCY, he's trying to make it out, and he does actually do so. It's this damn Lycan pick. Once it shows up, once the creeps are here, what are you meant to do? The roll is out. RCY, has he gone too far? He has. They'll take down Immersion at least, now going after the Timber, and they've got Nicky Cool. He was worth a lot of gold, Jonathan. Speed now the Rumba goes from the tree line with the Requiem. We'll throw it out onto Naive, and Naive again. I'll tell you what, John, I've already had zero faith in the carry, tiny as it was. Now it's not looking too flash hot for him.
No, and it just doesn't get any easier, right? Like, we talked about it with the Lycan pick going back to Fade. When Howl's max leveled, Tiny's all about base damage.
Yeah.
It's all about base damage reduction, so the output of this Tiny is not going to be feeling great. There's a lot of pressure on Nicky Cool to deliver the goods. They did have the right target in mind, but this time, again, it's all fragmented. They make that play with a Timbersaw without the Kisses hookshot. They make the play with a Kisses hookshot without the Timbersaw. All of these pieces have to come together to find these kills.
Oh, here we go again. Nicky Cool's going to be very careful. Wolfform has been abused, and there's the maze now to lock him in. Nicky Cool still pretty tanky, but they've got the stun out as well, and here comes Ghost.
Oh,
not so
much
tanky.
Damage.
Not so tanky anymore. And this is, you and I were talking about this pre-game, right? We said the Game and Legion aren't the favorites in this matchup, but I did say multiple times, John, don't underestimate these guys. I feel like teams need to know about these key picks with Game and Legion. Like, you can't just hand away Light.
No.
You can't. I know it's not a great hero, but you can't. Alberca. He's going to go down. Keep in mind, Ghost, he was having a horrific start to this game. Now he's top of the net worth by far and looks completely uncontestable.
He is. And again, it's just terrifying. When you can go for physical SF and still have impact without Requiem, you get the best of both worlds. And there's been no pressure.
Nice nice tank of the gank. In fact, he just makes sure they don't even get anything for their trouble. So very nice little play from Immersion. But here you go, these Wolves chasing him down. They're not going to get a kill, but it's just that... hold on a minute.
It's so painful, man.
Let's not assume too much. Immersion. I mean, this is just my favorite. The
Isn't
Wolves,
it great?
they're going to exploit...
All right, that's fair. That's a fair,
it is what it is.
Valid reaction.
It is what it is. Valid crash out.
Valid crash out. Valid crash out.
It is what it is.
Do you remember, Fade was doing this? Do you remember when we saw WS really popularize that Hightail?
Yeah.
Right? No one was picking that hero in that facet. And we saw that and it's like, oh my god.
Well, no one doesn't play like him, John.
Oh, that's fair. I'm sorry, no one. I meant, yeah. Yeah, sorry, no one. Maybe he would. He would play like him mid.
Maybe we should ask him.
I don't think, no one would reply.
I don't think he talks to us, John.
Yeah.
Caught. Gets into the Shadow Realm. Immersion actually taking so much damage with this Bedlam. They'll take down Immersion, but Bignum will follow. Now the Bane, till the end, will go down. And unfortunately, the Kisses were expended for really no reason. They got Bignum, but you want a bit more with these big ults.
Yeah, you've got to find... I'd say that at this point, your best target... It's probably Ghost. He's the most easy to manage core right now from the side of Gamer Legion because Fade is pretty tanky and he's playing super far back. RCY is a little bit too mobile if you don't get the grip off. So chances are your best bet is trying to find Ghost.
This could be very scary, Naive. He doesn't know. They know he's got the Shadow Blade. Even the Sentry. Fade, he's going to play stupid here. Fade, he's baiting. Fade, he doesn't know. Or does he? The Wolves still chasing around. They'll see till the end now. Till the end, going to get the surprise of his lifetime in just a moment. We'll go for a run. And I'll tell you, like, it's only for this region. Just this reason alone of all the vision information that this guy provides with those wolves. That's the one key reason I would never give this guy the hero. Speed.
Naive.
This is what this is what happens, though. You know Naive's around the area somewhere. The wolves have been following him the whole time, and Naive, well, he'll try to run away. Twin Gates is around the corner, but he's been cursed crowned, and there's no escape now.
You've got to love Soul Catcher. Such a broken item for all of that vision it provides as well. Just getting all of that vision out just in an area that lasts so long, that Essence Distiller. It's just a wonderful thing to have. This Tiny had a great laning start, not really translating to much. Nicky Cool still finding some good farm, but you want to shift that farm to your Tiny somehow. Now Roche begins here for the side of Gamer Legion. No contest in mind. They spotted with the flare, but realistically, can you even jump in? Maybe if Kisses were up. In fact, they're setting up top.
They are setting up top already. Roshan still happening by Ghost, but they don't need the rest of the crew here. There goes your Aegis now to Ghost, as they have already started onto Immersion. Immersion going to be cooking out for a little bit. Does go for the hook shot back onto Bignum, but can't really escape. Bignum might die. Meanwhile, Nicky Cool being chased down by RCY. Does get the chain away, but they're still chasing. Roll. It's going to be on target till the end. He's been silenced. He can't binge grip either. RCY playing it perfectly. A 3-for-1 trade. And Poor Rangers, I don't know how easy of a comeback they can make with this style of draft. Like, you've got to carry... Look at this. Look at our Burka. What's he meant to do?
Nothing.
You ban the Lycan, John. That's what you do. This is why you ban Fate's Lycan. I tried to tell him.
You can't.
I tried to tell him, John.
You can't let him have it. You just can't. Naive? I mean, he summons new wolves. At least no Ancient, so...
Look at this. Naive's just getting annihilated.
You gotta love Hightail. What a spell. What an ability. What a shard.
He's farming, John.
Lycan.
He's farming. Look.
I mean, you know, there's not much you can really do here. Look at the damage dealt. 13.8k from Fade, 17k from good old Speed. He's having a wonderful time himself. Tormentor now for free here on Gamer Legion's end. And going back to your point about Poor Rangers, what can they do? There's a point where this tiny carry can take over a game. I think we're very far from that point.
Speaking of that carry Tiny, John, they found him. Naive trying to run, but that Essence is still making life very, very challenging now. They will catch him again. There's just nothing that Naive can do. He needs some help. The hook shot in, but Naive's taken down. Ghost is here. The right click damage is way too high as RCY. He's just fishing now, Jonathan. And by fishing, I mean catching. This man is not missing anyone. Our Burka. Oh, he's getting the wildlife experience. Welcome to Australia.
Oh, man. Imagine if there was a dingo skin for those. You'd be all over it. You'd love it. There would be a lot to say.
Feels like I'm at Taronga Zoo right now, Jonathan.
Still, I mean, look at Nicky Cool. All alone. Yeah. It's just being toyed with.
The kickbackers. Well, RCY just bullying him. BKB forced, not going to do too much against the curse, though he's still running. Right clicks following, but they are just going to keep chasing. Nicky Cool cannot make it out.
No.
Nothing could be done. And this draft from Gamer Legion, it's just... If you won out the lanes, this is what was going to happen. If you won the lanes in any... Even if you evened out the lanes, this was what was going to happen.
Again, it's just the prioritization they did here in Poor Rangers. I think this flex of Snapfire off, Timbersaw mid, kind of caused a couple of issues here. They catch one at least, but...
Speed, he's pretty tough to kill. He's got a Glimmer Cape up, and Immersion's just dying to Fate's creeps. Immersion's trying to run. He's immersed right now, I'll tell you that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, looks like they found the Tiny once again, but Naive's fighters till the end. He's literally in a nightmare right now. Quite literally. It could have been worse. No. You know, you could have been playing like AA or something, you know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it could always be worse, I suppose. That's one way of looking at it.
I tell myself, Jonathan.
Yeah.
It doesn't help too often, but I tell myself as much as I can.
I mean, at the least now, it's safe to say Poor Rangers will ban out Lycan in Game 2. Well, no matter what happens here, I think, win or lose, you ban that Lycan.
I mean, Ghost is just so confident now, and this is just such a perfect SF game for him.
Yeah.
Like, not in terms of his own performance.
No.
But the fact that he can just stand there and press the right-click button on his mouse and then just go AFK.
Yeah.
That's all he has to do.
There's no threat.
There's so much frontline with this Lycan Earth Spirit. And then you got a Winter Wyvern right behind to just save the day every time. And Speed has been very on point, I might add.
He has been. He's been really good with his Cold Embraces, with his Winter's Curse. And now it's just getting a little bit tough to kind of find everything.
Kick back again. Immersion just getting ripped. A new one. RCY setting up perfectly. And Ghost will happily take the kill. You've just got constant resets here with this Cold Embrace from Speed. No defense to come 24 minutes into this game number 1. You might be thinking about calling. I mean, the BKB's up. If Naive can't win a fight with that, I think they might just call. That's what the game's starting to feel like. And I know it's a little bit early to say that. But if you can't find a good team fight with this BKB of this Tiny, I don't know where else you go.
Yeah, it's hard to see what else you can do here. What can feasibly start to fix this game. You've got the key items up as well on your team. It just feels like the timing is really swung away.
Yeah.
17K lead for Gamer Legion at 24 minutes in. Quite significant with a Rax lead up as well. It does feel like they're also, like you mentioned, just one fight away from looking at the closer here. See if the smoke starts to connect. RCY can find himself a juicy one.
They do at least lose the Aegis here, so a bit of a boon for the Radiant side, but it's not looking good already till the end. He's a big target to catch. The Bane gone. Now Immersion with the hook shot, not looking good. Both supports already down. They'll move onto the high ground, roll right into Naive. He was just standing there. Naive, he's still got his BKB to play with, but he has to commit to escape. Meanwhile, the Snapfire just being chased by wolves. Oh, Burka,
oh, no.
Please get to the fountain now, Burka. He'll make it. But that's your BKB. That was it.
That's it.
Congratulations. It worked.
I mean, at the least, they forced out Magnetize, but now you've got the double blinks up on Gamer Legion supports as well. Blink on Speed, blink on Bignum. Just a lot of ways of saving and setting up. And again, for poor Rangers, it just doesn't get any easier. It just feels like they need so much more damage.
Blink on Speed as well here, John. Speed could set up with that curse very nicely with the blink up. Nicky cool. He's taking too much damage from Ghost. Needs to back away. Meanwhile, till the end, just ripped a new one in the middle of all this. Is RCY getting jumped. Speed, though, with the curse. Going to make it too hard to secure the kill. RCY, he does eventually go down, but what's it going to cost? Our Burka is going to be the cost here. Oh, it's just... It's tough. It's one of those games that you kind of just feel bad for poor Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a good fight for them, trading 3 for 2. A much bigger gold swing their way, not enough to even out the game. But if they find out a couple more times, you know, keep Naive alive, keep Nicky cool alive, you could start to see some windows opening up here. I am just concerned. They've not touched Fade at all.
No.
Like this Lycan has been in the fights, but he's more about the micro. Full AC up, full BKB flying up. What do you do about Fade? Because you can find these two heroes, but the Lycan is always a threat.
Quite literally a perfect game. 8-0-15 so far. You said it. They have not laid a hand on this man. They tried. They did try. It just was not really possible.
No. And you're getting that full scaling out for Ghost now. Daedalus lined up.
Uh-oh.
You've got a lot of damage starting to fly through. Roshan, we'll see in about 40 seconds how long that'll be. There are opportunities here for poor Rangers. Like, say they take the fight before Roshan, take Roshan themselves. Suddenly you're looking at, you know, a good 5 to 10 minute stall here that you have initiative on the side of poor Rangers. It's just getting really difficult to see that opening. Full Shivas for Nicky Cool, it looks like, completed up. So a little bit more AoE, a little bit more armor to try to defend against this.
Chase is on. The Bane caught out again. He was having such a great start here till the end. Naive. Not Naive. BKB out just to try and escape, and that's all he can do. That Essence Distiller making it impossible for him to run away with the Invis. And here we go. Tier 2 tower, it's going to melt. Ghost will have the full Daedalus on the Courier in just a moment. That's going to be somewhat concerning because his damage output has already been incredibly high. And here we go again. Gamer Legion, no reason to back off.
No.
I remember watching the Speed guys, John. He said it. When you have map control, you do not back away.
No.
You apply that damn pressure. Choke him off the map.
That they're doing.
There's your Daedalus up on Ghost now. Ghost is a big boy.
They're playing it super safe. I love that Gamer Legion are showing respect for this high ground defense. Right? You have some good turn with the kisses. You can get tossed back in awkward positions. So you don't really want to force it too hard. Roshan's still a full 2 minutes away on the longest respawn time here. There is a window to play for the side of poor Rangers, but again, the side of Gamer Legion, they're just fine in this farm. They're getting that build-up. Octarine not too far off for RCY.
Smoke?
I mean, they have to take that risk. It's not ideal to take it so far away from Roche timing, but you have to make a play somehow.
It seems like they're just protecting Nicky Cool and everyone else to just try and secure some neutral items quickly before they do have to force another fight. They're right around the corner as well here, Gamer Legion, just above Nicky Cool and Immersion. They haven't tried to make any play yet, though. They're very cautious here, Gamer Legion, not willing to throw this huge lead away. Poor Rangers, though, certainly looking for a big opportunity. They're going to move in with Nicky Cool here, but Fade is easily going to run his way out. Meanwhile, Nicky Cool trying to escape, but doesn't really have the greatest ways. He's got a big KB usage, but RCY can just keep up, keep providing the vision. Naive gets a stun out. The chase will continue. Meanwhile, Immersion does TP away, so he's at least safe, but your cores are the ones that are in trouble. It looks like they'll get Nicky Cool out of there. Naive, he's also just fine for now. So a great escape for Poor Rangers, assuming Naive doesn't go for the creep wave, and he will not.
I mean, again, for Poor Rangers, a stall is a fine result. You really just want to try to, if you make that same move as Roshan respawns and actually find a kill, I think that's where you're talking. Gamer Legion now, though, they get to play the smoke.
Nicky Cool, Speed. Look at the damage from Speed. The Arctic Burn's taken out almost half his HP.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
And the curse into the Requiem. Nicky Cool is gone. And that's the impact of a hero like Wyvern. You know, it can just do that to you. Immersion. Chase down. Probably not surviving this either. And in fact, he is not. Ghost will secure. Godlike for him now on the SF. 15 to 36 with a 20k net worth advantage. Though I will give props to Poor Rangers, Jonathan. They are certainly not out of this game yet.
No.
Still in the running to make the comeback, and I'd love to see one. But it is looking more challenging as time does go on.
Yeah, it feels like your best bet right now on Poor Rangers is a really good toss back. Right, like finding one of these isolated backlines, getting quick avalanche toss into your team, hoping for the best. Not ideal. You're likely to trade 1-for-1 with how far forward you have to be here. Now you got the amp damage up as well.
David's blessing.
Roshan is already back up on top of all things, so easy access to Roche to clean up this game on Gamer Legion. On the side of Poor Rangers, I mean, it's got to be perfect execution as well. I think they've not had initiative. They do scout out Roshan, so they'll try with a smoke. There is hope if you get a good hookshot Cogs kisses here. Some hope.
I mean, there certainly could make it happen. Ghost getting cold embrace. The Rocket Flare is going to give Vision over. There's your big smoke up now. 5-on-5 smoke.
They left the amp damage room.
Uh-oh. Naive's going to pick that up. That's about 800 right-click damage on this Tiny right now. This could be the swing they need. This could be the advantage they've been looking for, but he's not there right now. Nicky Cool. He's the one to get caught first. Can they save him? They cannot. Nicky Cool is down. They'll move in onto Ghost now with that amp damage. Naive trying to get the job done, but Ghost is not going down speed. He'll force staff him away with the cold embrace, saving and resetting as now Fade's in. Fade. He's farming. He's farming creeps. Fade. What are you doing? He's just so confident. Oh, Fade. Just call it. Just call it. I don't know. The guy's literally farming in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, he was.
And he's still got the triple kill.
That was fascinating. That was truly fast. Maybe he was busy microing, you know?
No, he wasn't.
He A-click, microed his creep.
He sent a message. That's what he did.
I mean, it is Fade. That is something Fade would do. And Gamer Legion, again, a good shot in the arm of hope for the side of North America as they do manage to crush Poor Rangers, who I feel like most people would actually say would be the favorites.
Yeah.
Gamer Legion showing, again, that continuous improvement we've seen from them throughout the year is still going on to this day and get themselves a good start. For Poor Rangers, it feels like that adjustment is going to be coming in. Big one, it's just going to be ban Lycan. No Lycan. This is just way too big a hero for Fade. Just does way too much, and they're going to have to find a way to deal with it.
No. Fade left Speed hanging as well. We saw that, Fade. Oh, not Speed. The fist bump. Oh, regardless, Speed won't care, Jonathan. He got the game 1 win.
Yep.
Fade, I mean, he's just horrifying. Fade was just horrifying.
That he is.
It is what it
he
is.
really did close out that way. And again, it's quite fascinating to see that, again, Fade, once he gets that Lycan out, does have his own game. Teams have to be ready for it. I'm curious to see what happens, though, for Gamer Legion if they don't have access to Lycan. That's a very different game with, okay, maybe with the exception of Beastmaster, that could kind of play the same way.
Right.
Not to the same extent. But once you take away some of those big micro heroes, that changes the dynamic there for Gamer Legion. That's something Poor Rangers has to force out here.
There's another thing as well, you kind of mentioned it during the game, but the Lycan and Howl against a base damage Tiny, it's just such a nuisance. It's really good drafting, I want to say, from Game Legion. I wonder what Poor Rangers do to switch things up now, because I don't think they were anticipating that game to go the way it did. And that was a very dominant victory from Game Legion.
Sure.
Anything else to change?
I feel like that switcheroo on mid and off lane as well didn't help the cause, because you ended up with a lane that Alberca didn't crush either, and a lane that Nikki Cool didn't crush. Now, mind you, Nikki Cool still had really good impact, but if you won your mid lane with a Snapfire versus Earth Spirit a little bit more, I think you'd have better momentum to go into that hook shot timing with the kisses. You'd get your Blink Shard up, get your BKB up on that snap, and you'd kind of crush the game in mid-game for him.
So hypothetically, John, say we ban Lycan. Do Gamer Legion do it again? Do they get a 2-0 here, or do you think Poor Rangers just annihilate them in Game 2?
I don't think they annihilate them. I think it's going to be how does Gamer Legion adjust? Because we're kind of memeing that Fade has his best impact in Lycan, which is true, but it doesn't mean his impact is bad on non-micro heroes. So that's what we're going to have to watch out for, of course. And again, that was a fantastic game one there from Gamer Legion. The laning phase was just rough. Again, Alberca just didn't have much to do against the SF anyway. It's not a melee matchup for Snap. You're not crushing that lane. He was forced to pull the waves back. A little bit better for Nikki Cool, and there were some cool moments here where they were punishing Ghost quite nicely, but they didn't have enough of these kinds of early momentum to really grow the lead over Gamer Legion, and they just left Fade alone. Like, he's not going to be in any of these clips. He's just free farming.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly was the case, and you're looking at there's so much pressure being applied onto RCY. They were assuming RCY were probably going to be the biggest issue here in this game, and in fairness, RCY was a big problem. Huge problem, but not the biggest problem.
No.
That is for sure, as we are seeing these highlights now, and this is where it gets painful. This is the first time you know what's about to start. That Helm of the Dawn with the Troll. Now this one was a big one. They think we can kill Fade. Turns out you can't. It turns out you can't, because your boy Speed shows up, saves the day, and quite frankly, John, I'll say it, I don't even think they would have killed him without Speed.
Yeah. No. It just felt like there was a lack of damage. And again, this was a very optimistic move to take without Nikki Cool in the area. I think there was also that disconnect for Poor Rangers and how they had to play their draft. Because they needed, if they made that move together, with the Timbersaw damage, it could have been enough. And then you get that moment where Nikki Cool's caught out alone instead. And it's just not the way this draft was. I do believe it's not the way Poor Rangers envisioned that they'd play this draft. They were just forced to play in a rather awkward manner. Because, again, the spells aren't lining up in that combination as cleanly as you want. And this is that moment. Just goes back farming a little bit on Fade. Goes back for the kill to close it out. In style for good old Fade. And, you know, that's a North American style we know and love here, Mike.
It certainly is. Certainly very aggressive plays from Gamer Legion. I can only imagine what we're in for game number 2. I'll be frank with you, John. I'm very curious to see how the draft's going to go. I don't know, but hopefully we'll find out very, very soon. You've said it, probably ban Lycan. I don't know if you consider the RCY ES in all of this. I think he was a big impact, but it's just RCY can play anything.
Yep.
You know, I don't think it's worth even trying to ban out his heroes, if I'm frank with you, John. But certainly the specialty heroes of perhaps the off lane. Maybe even Ghost.
Yeah.
Maybe even Ghost.
I would say as well, maybe a reconsideration on first pick. Because again, we saw like Bane Clockwork picked up first for Poor Rangers. And they kind of covered their bases, but they also exposed some weaknesses. I think the side lanes certainly weren't as strong as they were expecting. So maybe an adjustment there. Again, maybe going back to what some other teams do. First pick a slippery mid, kind of build your foundation off of the mid, and kind of go from there. Could be one way.
It has to be somewhat of a change, and I think the coach, I think J4 is probably going to know. You know, we gotta make some adjustments. You know, maybe we gotta treat this team a little bit more seriously. I don't want to say they underestimate them.
No,
I just assume most teams do. That's what I assume.
For sure.
But I'm an idiot, John. So who am I to say anything?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, the players know best.
Yeah.
The coaches know best.
Don't necessarily agree with me, John.
Well,
defend me a little bit.
You're a smart guy.
Okay.
You know, but
that's a
you're rolling. I mean, it's either I praise you and have no point to raise, and it's like, oh, Mike, you're right. I have to build something here, Mike. You know, tell a narrative. You know, sell the coaches a bit.
Okay.
Let them have a good time.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's gonna be cool to see again the adjustments and.
So if you're the coach, tell me what you tell the players now. Like, the players are in front of you right now, John X5. They're depressed. They don't know what happened. What do you tell them?
Guys, we ban Lycan. What are we doing? I told you ban Lycan. This guy plays Lycan. Just ban. We're gonna win. That's it.
That's it.
That's the pep talk.
You're a simple man, aren't you, John X5?
Simple-minded.
There's probably have you ever coached a team?
No.
No. Thankfully. Thankfully. I guess we wouldn't be too surprised considering the results from SCA, though, over the years, you know?
It would make no difference if I
No, it
coached.
literally wouldn't make a difference. With that, though, we don't make a difference either, John. We're going to head to a break, and right after the break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Game and Legion and, of course, Poor Rangers. We'll see you soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here for Dota 2 on the B stream. In case you weren't aware, we're here for Gamer Legion up against Poor Rangers, and it is MLP Dota and the always handsome John X Fire. Jonathan, what is so funny? Would you like to share with the
It felt like you were hesitating to say anything.
I was.
So I was like, what's he going to say? Handsome. Oh, never heard that one. Thank you, Mikey.
Well, considering your reaction, I'm never doing it again.
Yeah.
Next one, I'll have to.
I don't believe it. That's why. You didn't make it convancing.
I would.
You gotta spice up the lie a bit more.
Well, I don't like to lie, Jonathan. You know, I was just doing an introduction. You know.
Fair enough.
Gamer Legion. In case you weren't watching game number 1, I'm gonna say it. Complete domination.
Yep.
Complete dominion here from Gamer Legion. I think we both agree. You don't give Fade Lycan. We've talked about this for quite literally years, ever since we cast in ADPC. It was one of the highlights that we particularly noticed with Fade, is he tends to play a really, really mean Lycan. Unfortunately, Poor Rangers, they found that out the hard way.
They really did, and I think, again, the draft was not ideal. Having that tiny into Lycan, not great. Switching up the Snapfire and the Timbersaw to try to get away from a hard Timbersaw lane. It still ended up relatively harder for Nicky Poole. You didn't really get as much as you want in the early game. It feels like a lot of these games are determined from the first 10 minutes. Who gets control of Shrines of Wisdom, who gets the first 2 power runes when they come out. A lot of that tends to set the tempo for the next 10 to 20 minutes. So I think that's something Poor Rangers has to really get out of the gate rolling quick. Just get that good early tempo as fast as possible here.
Well, we'll see what they can do. I mean, I think we both agreed, like, the draft has to be a little bit changed up here from Poor Rangers. I'm curious what they intend to bring out here for this game number 2. Obviously, it is a best of 2 series, Jonathan, so you do want to force the tie if you can now as Poor Rangers, and we do get to have a look at the faces of the lads on both sides. Obviously, Gamer Legion probably looking a little bit more happy, but Poor Rangers not to be outdone. Sure, they're going to reset very, very quickly and give us a good series.
Yeah, and again, it feels like just course correcting on playing against Lycan is going to be big. I think there's so many more options here for Gamer Legion, though. And I think that, you know, if you de-emphasize Fade, then your issues will be coming in from RCY and Ghost. It felt like they weren't able to do as much in that game. We were very focused on Fade. You did get some, as you said, pretty decent performance out from RCY and Ghost. But again, there's this potential for, say, Husker that comes out. There's potential for Ghost to go into one of his more cheeky heroes. Maybe this time the Kez stays unbanned and he gets to play it out in pause 1, or the Lone Druid that he loves to micro. So there's just a lot of specialty picks on Gamer Legion that you do have to respect. We'll see which one will get some of that respect here, as we do have our bans coming out. Poor Rangers, again, banning the same 2 heroes. So it's back to the Lone Druid and Kez of Ghost once more.
That is a cool logo.
It is a very cool logo as well.
Cool.
Yeah, very spoopy.
Do you think someone drew that, or was that a...
No.
No,
Don't say it.
I won't say it. I won't say it.
My RAM prices are crying.
It might cost us too many liters of water, John, if I say it, you know?
My RAM prices are crying and you joke about it? I can't buy a memory card and you make funny jokes about it?
I already built my PC before it happened, John. It's okay.
You built it like years ago. It's ancient. You can't upgrade it.
Oh, it doesn't matter, John. They don't care about us anymore.
No.
You know, Jensen's done. Anyway,
well,
let's hope they're not sponsoring the tournament, John.
Well, you know, with the draft on hand, that's something we should care about. Same bans as well here for the side of Gamer Legion. Just back to Drow, Coddle, Beastmaster as well. Now, can you slide away with a Lycan? Will you be able to snag one up in Gamer Legion? It did stay pretty far in the draft, right? Like right under the radar last pick.
Yeah.
So it might not even be a priority for the side of Poor Rangers. They might not even consider it the reason that the game went rough. Because again, the lanes alone were not ideal. So see what the mindset is and what sort of adjustments, what sort of ban they go with. They go with the SF actually. A little bit surprised. So this is like 3 Ghost Heroes now just banned out. None of Fades, none of RCYs, all on Ghost.
In fairness, allow me to be the pessimist here. In fact, the optimist for the side of Poor Rangers, John. There was a comment that used to be made about the hero pool of Ghost being more like a puddle back when he was on Enigma Galaxy. At least I thought so, because we didn't see many varying picks. Maybe that's just the idea. Like, let's just aim this guy that doesn't have the craziest hero pool. Now, mind you, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's increased it quite a bit, but that might just be the idea. Though, quite frankly, I think we both agree Ghost wasn't really the problem.
No. And I don't think, it's one of those cases where, was it because Ghost can play anything else? Or was it, like Abed playing nothing but Storm Spirit for 3 years kind of scenario? Because I feel like before Ghost was on Enigma, we saw him play a lot of carries. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So I think it's one thing to ban these heroes, but he just has such a wide pool. The Bane comes out for Gamer Legion here. So they do get to snag that hard control piece themselves first. And just kind of... I'm curious to see what they combine it with, because the idea of Clockwork Bane was pretty sound. There goes the Clockwork for Poor Rangers, though. So they've got a nice way of just scouting out the Bane, trying to stop that grip as well. With Hookshot, with a Cogs even, and Battery Assault. And again, I want to see a little bit more coming out from that lane for the Clockwork. It felt like the laning phase, again, up top for Alberca just wasn't particularly amazing. So we'll see if they can get the clock off to a better start. And we'll see what other things they want to pick up. Viper being banned out by Gamer Legion is rather interesting, which means they want something that doesn't get crushed on mid or safe. Like, curious to see what that would be, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny to see the Viper ban, because you and I have seen a lot of Viper games that just felt terrible anyhow.
We certainly have. We certainly have seen some atrocious Viper games. Nonetheless, they don't want to play against the here Gamer Legion. I don't quite blame them. It's one of those heroes that you might go back to if you have a bad game anyway, right? Just like, let's just win out the lanes, That might have been the idea there from the Gamer Legion ban. More bans to come. They'll actually ban out the win range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
two
a questionable
very
one.
weird bans.
That's a questionable ban.
Well, I mean, maybe they have... I'm trying to think, what justifications are there? Power Shot is pretty annoying.
It's probably based off what they're going to choose. Like, they're going to go for a right-click core again. They don't want this Wind Ranger who's just going to wind run around the whole time.
I guess. Maybe I don't know. Is this like a Ghost Gyrocopter? I feel like that's the one thing that kind of hates these two heroes in particular. Like, laning into Viper is kind of annoying.
Do you really want to go Gyro? I mean, you can...
It is Ghost. He does play Gyro.
I know he does. I mean, he does have a nice setup for laning stage.
Yeah.
Like, Nightmare into Rocket Barrage is pretty yucky.
Yes.
If he does want to go Gyro, and I do agree that he plays it a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get the snap again for Poor Rangers. So kind of back to that Snapfire clock lane. Again, I wouldn't be too upset if Nikki Cool played Snap mid if the matchup favored it. I think, again, the Earth Spirit matchup could have worked out a little bit better. Didn't quite come out there. So I'm curious to see if Poor Rangers will actually put it back on Alberca, or if they even run it as core at all. There's the potential for Clockwork 5, Snapfire 4, which I don't think I'm the biggest fan of that kind of support setup. I feel like these two heroes as supports just need a little bit too much farm. So I would ideally like to see that Snap core, but again, leaving things open. Dark Willow once more for Gamer Legion, having that really tight control. I will say, it was quite impressive how much control Bignum had and how much damage he had. Just back to the Earth Spirit for RCY.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you as well. If you want to run the mid-snap against it, it's just an outplay matchup. Like, it's not very fun for the snap, but as you saw, even for the Timbersaw, it just wasn't very fun. You may as well just go for the outplay matchup and just try to beat him out. And we used to see that quite a lot between Snap and ES. Many, many times we see that matchup in the mid lane. In fact, I believe at some point the Snapfire was the more advantageous hero, just based off how strong Scatterblast really was. There's your Largo coming out. Now, this is another hero that, you know, it has its days. Some days it comes out a lot, other days you just never see it.
Yeah.
I still think it's one of the most annoying heroes.
It is. It is quite annoying. I think there's some pretty good potential with Croak of Genius would say Snapfire and mainly Snap, but even Clockwork kind of enjoys it once you get your talents up with that percent-based damage.
Or,
okay, yes.
you just throw the Snap off lane again and you just go Storm. Which is the main thing with the Croak of Genius that we tend to see, I want to say, is probably Storm. I don't think it's bad with Snap. I'm just saying if we're going to, you know, we have seen a lot of Storms against Bane.
That is true. I think it could work out. I'm just... Because now, in that scenario, you're talking about Clockwork and Largo supports. And that just doesn't sound like a good amount of control. Like if you ran Largo off Clockwork 4 or 5, Snapfire mid.
Okay, Timbersaw again. This time maybe they switch it up. Maybe Timber off lane, Snapfire mid. Maybe.
I mean, that could work out. Timbersaw Largo lane is pretty tanky. Timbersaw Clock lane is pretty tanky.
Do you think that they believe they've solved the problem now that VSF is gone? I mean, they've banned the Lycan as well. So two of the big issues they do believe are now gone. I think the Lycan was the biggest one. I think Ghost can still find a hero that'll do just as well as the SF did in Game 1. Fade might be the one really having a think about what he wants to run now. No Beastmaster either, as you can see.
No. There's something like Enigma, although Enigma offlane is just not that popular whatsoever.
I believe Fade does play pretty mean Doom.
Yes.
From what I remember. And it's not the worst Doom game. I mean, you're against Timber, Snapfire, you know. It's not the worst Doom game for Fade if he wants to pick that up.
The same timings as well as his Lycan, just kind of farming for quite a while, that the team has happily obliged to buy him that space. There you go. Very good call, Mr. Mikey.
Thank you, John.
I was thinking more about what hero would Ghost want to play, and just from a glance, this looks like a really good Morta game. Like, there is some magic damage coming in here, but your own magic damage to kill off Timbersaw is going to be nice.
That's a good point. They actually don't have any answers.
You rip through Largo, yeah.
They don't actually have answers for it at all.
Like, Tim could be one answer, but when you get a BKB and you solve that, then there's just nothing to worry about. Laning-wise, it's all right.
Muerta just reaches a point where you just jump in and blow everyone up. You know,
exactly.
It's a scary hero. And you know what? Speaking of Muerta, I have seen a lot of Muerta from Ghost.
Yes,
Ghost has played it quite a lot. Very low accurate as well, if you think about it.
Yeah. Makes sense. He is a Ghost.
Yeah.
I mean, is Muerta a Ghost, though?
Well, you know, John, we don't have to get this technical. I would have assumed her ultimate did make her somewhat of a Ghost, you know?
I guess, but lore-wise, is she?
Well, isn't it all about death?
Yes.
The hero?
But is she a ghost? What is a ghost?
I'm not sure.
We need a technical definition of what a ghost is. Is Death Prophet a ghost? She's someone's ghost.
She has ghosts. She's an exorcist, Jonathan.
She's an exorcist?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, would DP straight up counter Muerta? Then that means Muerta's not a ghost, does it not?
This is the Timbersaw vs. Kreen question. Should Treant not just die? This is the question.
Yes.
And this is an important question.
This
is Dota 3 we're talking about.
Yes. I do agree, by the way. Treant should just die and never respawn.
No.
If he plays into... Can you imagine?
He should die,
and
you should have a seed spawn in the fountain. And you've got to plant the seed and wait at least 2 minutes. That's what I think should happen. Plant the seed, he's got to wait at least 2 minutes.
Oh, God. That would be amazing.
It would be.
We see the TA banned out from Gamer Legion as well, and we're waiting for Poor Rangers to ban out next day. Oh, there you go. The Muerta's gone.
Look at you, Jonathan.
So they take care of it. What else would you want to do if you're Ghost? I don't know. I'm thinking like Gyrocopter for some reason. Is there space for a Necro 1 with a Doom offlane?
Yes, I think so. Especially considering that...
Into Timbersaw, right? Like, it's okay?
Well, I think for Gamer Legion, they're the kind of team that like to play these wacky drafts that are just pure aggression. I think they're not intimidated anymore. They've got so much experience now underneath their belt with all these tournaments. I think they realize, and this is something that I like to tell the SEA players, you know, in private. The gap isn't that far between you and the European teams. You need to assume it's not that far anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's a mental barrier almost. And I feel as though Gamer Legion, they're overcoming that barrier that we do tend to see from newer teams.
That we are. I'm a little bit surprised by the Faceless Void ban, but that is a very Ghost hero, to be fair. So, again, very targeted out from the side of Poor Rangers. What do you close out with? Are you going to go for Gyro? Or are you going to go for Necrophos?
I actually really like the Necro. I think it's a great idea here, John.
Yeah, there's Lifestealer as well that doesn't look too bad. And P.
That's
high
good.
aggression.
That's good. I like that even better. That is a good pick.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to get that aggression going early. So now you have a stable hero for RCY to connect to. And you're not going to eat that much space compared to the Doom. So Fade gets the space he needs to get that farm going. I'm curious to see what Fade goes for. If it's going to be the Radiance build or the Drum Boots, Blink kind of BKB fighting build that we've seen from some Dooms as well. Both are viable. I would say this game is not a great Radiance game, though. No real right clicks to try to give yourself some EHP boost for the team with evasion, with a mischance. So likely just the Drums build to help sustain early. What do you want now on the side of Poor Rangers for, say, Naive? They did ban out that TA. They did ban out the Terrorblade. Drow into Doom Lane now could be all right. There's Lifestealer as well, which could be fine. Although that just makes you like primary Doom target. But you have a lot of vehicles in Timbersaw and Clockwork. So a Lifestealer, that doesn't sound too awful. Maybe you have to worry about the grip, but that leaves a lot of room. They go with Luna instead. So lane-wise into Doom, that's fine. I'm curious to see what build Naive goes, because we've seen a lot of Lunas kind of even skip, you know, that hybrid build where we see the Ags coming out. We've seen it work a couple of times, but a lot of times the Luna players now go Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, Manta, or even just skip Dragonlance and just go farm, right-click, skip the Ags, skip the magic damage, which I feel like that just misses the point of the hero. Like, Luna has to be a hybrid carry. She relies on both her right-click and Eclipse on the Ags to have that massive impact. And I feel like if you prioritize one over the other without investing on both sides, you just don't really maximize the hero.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have a bit more confidence here with Poor Rangers draft than I did, say, in Game 1, but I'll tell you, it still looks ultra intimidating against this aggression of Gamer Legion. And it's kind of a similar story, I want to say, to Game 1, where if you can't win out the lanes as Poor Rangers, it could get really, really, really scary really quickly off the back of this Prophet. And you know Ghost will TP and get involved every single time. He's not the kind of carry that necessarily wants to sit there and farm.
Yeah.
He wants to get into those fights. And we saw it in Game 1. We're very likely to see it in Game 2. Obviously, a lot of pressure once again onto RCY and Fade to win out that mid and off lane. More pressure, though, on Poor Rangers, I want to say. I mean, till the end. I will say on the Bane last game was having an incredible time.
Oh, yeah.
Just didn't amount to much, unfortunately, once they hit the mid game. Now he's playing Clockwork. And I've got to say that the only cancel they have against the Bane is this hook shot.
Yes.
That's the one cancel you've got. The Bane can make this Luna's life incredibly difficult if you can't catch him with those hook shots. And Speed, he's a cheeky boy, Jonathan. I've watched his Bane guides.
Yep.
He's got some cheeky spots. You know, I'm not predicting anything here, Jonathan, but I'll tell you, I'm worried here for Poor Rangers just a little bit.
Yeah, I think, again, there's an idea with this draft. I think the course correction is quite good. I agree with you. This draft certainly is a lot better than that Game 1 draft. They're not being caught off guard by, say, a Lycan. They're not having to deal with anything out of their expectations, but still a lot that can happen here overall.
I love it. It's Dota 2, Jonathan. Anything can happen. Game number 2 now underway. Of course, this is a best-of-2 series, so the best that Poor Rangers can hope for is going to be a 1-to-1 draw. Of course, Gamer Legion would love to start off their EWC here with a 2-0 victory over Poor Rangers. Get that momentum going very early on if they can, but we'll see if they can make it happen. So we look to perhaps start in a level 1 team fight for these bounty runes. Another cheeky wraparound through the dire triangle this time from Poor Rangers, and they were able to find a great kill onto Ghost the first game around for First Blood before the bounty runes even started spawning up, and it looks like they're going to try again. Bignum actually breaking the smoke of till the end. Wards were placed in the triangle by Gamer Legion, or excuse me, by rather Poor Rangers, so they're going to be well aware if Gamer Legion do go back into the triangle. They have not, though. Gamer Legion is still holding out for the bottom bounty rune. They're not looking for a big fight. Bignum, he's going to break the smoke at the end, and they're going to back off. They don't want the fight early on. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a nice even start between these two sides. You kind of rectify your mistake from Game 1 here from the Gamer Legion boys.
Yeah. I'd say that's a fair enough trade. And again, you're running that Timbersaw mid once more. I want to see the adjustments Nicky Cool gets out. If he starts to play it a little bit differently after having to deal with Earth Spirit in game 1. Again, he didn't do too bad in terms of laning, but it felt like you also didn't maximize in the way you'd want to here. So curious to see how this adapts for Nicky Cool to just go this 2 games in a row. I'm also really curious to see how much they get out from their Largo in this game on support, right? Like, or on off lane for Alberca. We've seen this hero feel amazing on off and also feel like pretty atrocious low impact if the game is just super slow. Yeah, if you don't hit your timings for your sustain, for your durability and your utility, it can feel really awkward. It's maybe going to be a little bit tougher for Immersion to kind of get that timing into 6 as well, going as support, right? Because last time you had that Clockwork combo with the off-lane snap, so you were getting good timing on kisses. Now it's going to be a little bit slower. Can make things a lot tougher to try to get that early momentum. Have to wait and see. This lane for Naive down bot, though, at the least, is pretty stable into the Doom. You've got decent range. Fade's not going to be zoned out too hard, though, to be fair. He is just going to get that farm up. Mid lane, I mean, I wanted to see adjustments from Nicky Cool. The first 2 levels, again, it's just RCY in control. So, I mean, there's really not much you can do to change that up. I don't think there's a change in skills that makes sense. So, wondering what the
Ghost, again being chased down. Alberca, able to secure first blood. Speed does kill off Immersion, but it's a fantastic kill here from Poor Rangers. And it's going to be Ghost dying for first blood again against Poor Rangers. So happy days here for the off lane of this Radiant side.
I mean, you do have to show some respect for that output there. Nature's Prophet does not have as much damage in his early levels nowadays and isn't that tanky. So just one little lick into a cookie combo with a scatter shot. There is enough burst at the level 2 mark to kind of get that done. And speed has to be pretty on point if you want to try to Nightmare save some of this. But again, Catchy Look just kind of defeats that purpose if you preempt a little bit. So there's a lot of back and forth to get there. Again, a pretty decent enough start for Poor Rangers. But the side of Gamer Legion, they're still having fun in the lanes. Like, look at RCY again, 16-4 compared to Nicky Cool at 7-1. That mid lane is even worse now for Nicky Cool. It feels like his timing into recovery is a little bit slower than it was in that game 1. Maybe at level 4 it starts to be a little bit better. Still playing tag up top. And the concern has got to be that mid. You were talking about ways to cancel the grip, right? And that's all in the Clockwork. What ways do you have of catching out the Earth Spirit here? Because last game it was that Bane. And you don't have that Bane in your side inside of Poor Rangers now. So it feels like an even freer game for the side of RCY to just go in and out.
That it does. The top lane still pretty back and forth with the CS. RCY on the Earth Spirit, currently 20-4 once again. So we were looking at mid lane RCY. He's having another fantastic start to his game. I'll tell you, this Earth Spirit, he can be pretty intimidating with these kind of starts. Nicky Cool certainly finding out the hard way last game around. As that bot lane as well, I mean, we were just having a cheeky peek at Naive, and so far so good for the Luna. I mean, not really much pressure being applied. You could make the argument the exact same thing happened last game, though, on the Tiny. Yeah. There was no pressure on him whatsoever. In fact, theoretically, in this game against the Doom, you're actually a little bit more intimidated, because once he hits level 6, he can just chase you down and inevitably kill you unless you see some rotations.
Yeah, I think I will say for Naive that the power spikes of the Luna are a lot more linear, I'd say. It feels like it scales up quite nicely throughout the game, unlike Tiny, where it feels like it's very flat until you get like that Echo Saber into Shadow Blade, and then after a while it flat lines again. It's more consistent for the Luna in terms of every item having some pretty big impact. I just don't know how much room you'll get here for your Luna. And again, I'm curious to see what Naive builds, whether or not the Ags is going to be something you slot in because you're playing with like Clockwork and Tim, who'd enjoy jumping in when Clip's on top. Relatively quiet game so far from the laning phase, though. No shenanigans over runes on mid. No rotations from supports onto mid. Just every lane just playing for itself till the end, copying it a little bit. Yeah, Fade's just so damn tanky, though.
He is. Naive, going to be chased down here. Fade already very confident with that Scorched Earth. In fact, they might have him. Naive, forced to walk away. Meanwhile, action at the top lane as well. Looks like Ghost is going to go for a chase on to Immersion. And Immersion might be dead till the end. Still trying to juke away, meanwhile, against Fade. They do take down Immersion at the top lane. Till the end, still alive. Naive now chasing down Bignum. But ultimately, nobody will die down bottom. But again, you're kind of seeing the problem. Once you hit level 6 on Fade, he's just going to run you down like this.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can do about it but try to TP and help out.
No. It's just such a rough time to try to use your clockwork here as well. Right, like till the end, you're normally happy with a range combination, but Luna's just so close range as a range hero that it's really like you have two melees. So you have two melees into the Doom. You're getting a free time for Fade overall. Your mid lane's still going relatively well if they catch out Nicky Cool a bit here.
They miss out the power rune again here, Gamer Legion, but they can get the top. This time they will make it. It is just a shield rune. Meanwhile, Fade down at bottom, going to chase down Naive every single time that Scorched Earth is off cooldown. And just look at this. Level 4, this is what he does to you. This is what he does. He's done it over and over again. This is nothing new for this man.
No. Classic Doom gameplay. Top.
Alberca, Nightmare out, going to be taken by Immersion. Speed, not looking too healthy. Ghost is going to TP in for a Sprout though, and in fact does catch out the Frog.
Oh.
Speed's going to find a Healing Lotus in the meantime. And Immersion, at the least, will be able to make it out, I do believe, as Bignum. He's just being a bit of a bully.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a little bit of trading on the way out, so maybe for some regen going. Again, I like how the side of Gamer Legion are just connecting all these pieces. We talked about the aggression coming in from Ghost. He's been working around the map. He's finding some openings to play with. Certainly is paying a little bit off, just getting some good sprouts for his team. RCY, I believe he should be relatively close. He isn't rushing the Urn this time. Just going for the Power Treads build up. I'm wondering if he'll want the Urn Spirit Vessel just to counter out the healing that the Largo will provide as well. Still, again, a very free mid lane. Just a pretty strong laning start from Gamer Legion. And this is something we talked about the team before, where their laning starts have been amazing. Maybe that translation of that into wins before wasn't that great. Right now, it's certainly looking fairly good, though.
It is. Top 3 net worths, all on Gamer Legion at the moment. And this is what we spoke about during the draft. You don't want to allow them to win out these lanes. At the very least, you wanted to win the lanes as Poor Rangers to slow down the aggression that will be coming. Your level 6 on Fade's there. He's looking for an opportunity to run down this Luna any single time she'll show herself now. RCY can join in whenever.
8-minute rune.
8 minutes indeed. Nightmare is out. They are going to catch the Timber, and they found an amp damage here for RCY. If they want to try and abuse it, there's your Doom out as well. Fade intervening, and there is nothing to be done here for Nicky Call till the end. Well, he was there. It was accurate, the name, but he will be dying. And you know what, John? Nothing even matters.
No.
No.
Oh,
no. No. I'm not embarrassed to make Linkin Park references, John X-Fire. I would never.
Yeah, but you always say, "Oh, John, you're picking the fruit off the ground." You know, I'd say you found something
John.
buried
Ghost,
down here.
Speaking of being buried underneath the ground, Ghost, he's all right. He's not a ghost yet. Alberca the one in trouble. Alberca, he's simply a frog, but he will die as Nicky Cool, able to at least trade. Gets a very important kill onto Ghost on the Nature's Prophet and Speed. Also trying to run, not going to make it out. Does go down. Very nice rotations here by Nicky Cool.
Yeah.
We did kind of say this during Game 1 as well. I don't know if Ghost is the guy you need to focus on. That's my issue with that. Because Ghost is still going to be impactful as a Prophet, no matter what you do to him. This is the guy I worry about.
Yeah, he's going for that drum build as well, which I do like. I'm, again, just looking for early aggression on Fade. Not looking for the Radiance build. They are clumped up top here. No trees.
Whoopsie daisies. That's all right. Surprised Nicky Cool didn't just die of embarrassment there, John. Nicky Cool.
Oh.
Love the name, by the way, Alberca. Alberca's going to make a cheeky jump in. Bignum is going to get shredded here, but they've got a Fiend's Grip out onto the Timber. RCY is going to zip right in, or rather roll right in, and that'll be Nicky Cool gone. All for the price of Bignum. One would say it was a big price, John. Fade. Could have at least pretended to laugh at that, John. It's a big price, big, you know.
Yeah.
It was pretty sad.
It is good. Well, you usually leave all these bad jokes to me. I just don't know what to do when you make them.
Ghost, he's looking like a bit of a bad joke right now. John, Ghost, he's gonna probably die to Alberca. But they are gonna at least find Immersion. And Fade looking now to try. Fade, he's all right. He's gonna make it out. They'll group up at top here. Poor Rangers. They want to commit for the T1 tower push, but you've got Doom back up. I don't know about this.
Yeah, it's so risky.
They're going to try and deal with Fade before the respawn of Ghost. Hook shots in onto RCY. If they can burst him down, it'll be a great start. RCY, he's not making it. Great setup here by till the end. And that might just allow the push to happen, though it seems as though they are still looking to set up for a fight here at top lane. Speed and Fade are showing up. Bignum was also there, though. Bignum getting caught by himself by the Twin Gate, but he finds Naive.
That's solo.
Naive's down.
Into 4.
Into 4 of them. What? Bignum just... What? Till the end. He's gone as well. Fade, he's going to die for their trouble. Speed, going to look to back away. Well, what happened? How did he 1v4 them as a Dark Willow? Nightmare out, Nicky Cool. They'll save him with the catchy lick. He's still moving forward. RCY going to be back there on the Earth Spirit now. They're bringing everyone in. Bignum's here as well. Nicky Cool silenced up the first time. They don't have a way to hold him down yet, but he's losing a lot of HP, and with the Terrorize, he will get annihilated. Immersion just trying to get out. Not gonna make it, I do not believe, as RCY has done the math. Understands how much damage he did require. But yeah, I'll tell you, John, I mean, that last 1v4, that is
wild.
That's very concerning. I don't believe we have a highlight of what happened.
We did see it. I think we had a picture of him going through the gate.
Okay.
And then he just ran in, and
that's concerning.
I guess you just stand there on your ultimate, not enough AoE, just the Timber Saw.
Okay.
So you have happy times. And you just melt the hero out of position. They hold on to that tier 1 as well. They get the jump.
Shot. It was blocked by the creep. RCY, he's trying to make something happen. In fact, he's just so tanky. The kisses aren't enough. RCY still rolling. Catchy Lick, though, is going to catch him. They'll get him in the end. My only concern is seeing how long it takes them to find these kills. Once RCY has that BKB up, it's going to feel nigh on impossible.
Oh, yeah.
To kill that Earth Spirit off with this kind of draft, with all this magic damage. Still, they are pushing back poor Rangers. Still all 3 net worth at the top of the border game Legion. But they are holding on poor Rangers. They're trying to fight back, trying to get these initial tier 1 towers. Here we go again. Another fight to break out at the top lane. But even with the draft that poor Rangers have, it feels like it's favoring game Legion. They're just not afraid, these guys. No. You're playing into their game. They want to do this. They want the scrappy kinds of games.
That they do, and they're always finding some openings, always finding some punishment.
Oh, Fade. Oh. He's looking. Immersion. Oh, and the Doom's off in 1 second. There you go. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to Immersion. Not great news, again, for poor Rangers. At least it wasn't Yalu. You know? At least it wasn't a, you know.
Oh.
RC1. Hook shot in. Can they kill it? They've blocked him up.
That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. RCY still somehow alive in all this. Walking away, but no, the rocket flare. And Alberca with the catchy lick. Going to get the job done eventually. It's a great pickle.
And it is. But again, I feel like you have to keep finding this punishment on poor Rangers. Just because, like you mentioned, the BKB is going to be a big timing you're not going to be able to manage here on side of poor Rangers whatsoever.
Speed going to find a nice shrine of wisdom. Has help around him if he needs it to escape. All this time, by the way, like at least Naive now finding himself second in net worth. But Ghost, he's been having a fantastic time just free farming on this Prophet now with the full Mjolnir up. Yep. Dragonlance next. Though again, I will give grace to poor Rangers. At least Naive now second in net worth. Like he's getting there.
He is, and it just feels like for the Luna, like we talked about her scaling being relatively linear. You're still waiting for more items, right? Like this Manta is going to be nice. It's not going to be enough just yet. Kind of want Dragonlance. You kind of want maybe even a Butterfly in this kind of game. The Ags as well could be nice. Smoke out from Gamer Legion. This could be quite nice as well if they can kind of run true and find their big target.
Till the end. will be the one that tanks the gank. He'll be very happy, though, if he can let Naive get out of here. But Naive might be looking for a fight, because he does have Eclipse up. Though RCY, he's going to find him. And the Fiend's Grip, there's no one to cancel it. There's no one to cancel the hook shot. It's not going to make it in time. Naive is gone. Immersion is gone a bird. And this is what we spoke about in the draft. You don't have a good cancel. Alberca being dragged back by the Hurricane of Fade. Nicky Cool getting magnetized now. Not happy. Ghost will find till the end. Alberca just trying to run, but they're falling like flies here, poor Rangers. Alberca still running, but he is simply the Frogman. Not much he can do. Ultra kill for Ghost. The only survivor who, I think it was the Timber.
Yeah, and then Nicky Cool managed to bail out, but I mean, this is just, it's such a rough time for Rangers. And again, I want to say this goes back to their philosophy of mid and off as they catch Nicky Cool anyway.
Oh, I don't know if you can fight this. Poor Rangers, they're trying, but it's just so dangerous. They're just constantly 5 out from Gamer Legion. Immersion is gone. Fade just trying to chase on the Clockwork. Might dive for it, but no, he jukes him out. Now onto the Luna. Not again, Naive. Oof. Not again. It's just not happening. Naive, he needs to be involved. I do agree with that. It's just they haven't got enough without him, but Eclipse isn't available.
Nope.
You know, you just haven't got it. Nope. You haven't got the tools available to join these fights yet, I don't think.
No. I mean, all he has is really, his first major pickup is like a Manta. And again, like, you scale linearly. You just need so much more than just the Manta. Like, there has to be some sort of big steroid on this Luna. We're seeing the fight again. Really good grip.
He was rooted as well, this Clockwork, till the end. He was short anyway.
Yeah.
But it was just a very nice Bramble Maze that locked him in and made it incredibly hard to actually cancel that Fiend's Grip. And this is the one thing that you're really concerned about is this clock. It's the one guy you need to land these stuns on, is the Bane.
Yeah, he's got to go. Yeah, I really like what we're seeing as well. Fade's micro with the Hurricane Creep pushbacks have been pretty clean in lining up for some of these kills as well. And it's just so challenging. Again, for Poor Rangers, it feels like it's something about their idea of the game. It's something about just putting the Timbersaw mid once more in a matchup that, as we've seen from RCY, he just crushes. Right? Like, it's not a lane that Nicky Cool just goes out from at 8 minutes feeling amazing. You feel okay, but not amazing.
Is this work? They're going to try for Bignum, and they do get it. RCY not looking to fight back, though Speed does TP in. But certainly it does not seem like they're too interested in fighting back. Nicky Cool happy to just find a freebie for himself. I'll tell you though, I was saying earlier, Ghost might not really be your issue here, but his net worth has really gone out of control now in this Prophet. He's hitting hard once again, and he can be there anytime, anywhere. It is not very good for Poor Rangers in terms of trying to deal with this man throughout this game too now. Speed gets a Nightmare. Nicky Cool's been caught. But Speed, he's just being a bit cheeky, I think. He's just being a bit of a nuisance, Speed.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping that, you know, some of the heroes on Poor Rangers start to rotate in, buy some space across the map that way. Not quite the case, but I mean, Gamer Legion are fine anyway. Like you mentioned, that free farm's still there for Ghost. The timing here for Naive, I mean, the Manta's going to come out. Okay, I do appreciate the Ags, because again, it does allow you to play a little bit earlier. It means you've got this nuke that can do some work. It's just so far away. Like, we're talking about at least 3,000 more gold you have to farm if you're going to skip the Manta. And Gamer Legion's not going to allow that to go by for free. They're smoked up. They're on the hunt.
Until the end. At least in position to break this. Oh, maybe not. Naive! Naive's been caught. RCY right on target. And Naive, I mean, there's just no chance of survival once they connect. There's now the roll. RCY gonna catch another. It's just pure domination by Gamer Legion. There is no other way to put it. 7K net worth advantage now. BKB up on Fade, so things are getting infinitely worse as time does go on. And speaking of BKBs, I want to say things might change once Naive has his own, but I have my doubts. The Speed looking for a setup onto Nicky Cool, not quite able to find it. Alberca looking to move in. Bignum's there as well, and Speed is going to get taken down. But a double kill as they even found Bignum. A great set of kills now for Nicky Cool, but Fade does not give a crap. He's going to move in anyway. He's got his BKB and zoom up. They'll take the frog. Largo, not gonna make it. Now there's it back in RCY. Finds himself a Timber Saw now. Nicky Cool. Wasn't quite done. Here comes Naive with the Eclipse trying, but Ghost is going to get pushed away, but they'll still find him. Can they get Naive out of there? The rolls on from RCY, connecting perfectly in the hook shot. It's not going to land. Naive at least got a kill. Oh, the block!
Oh, what is that?
Oni-chan! I'm stuck. Oni-chan stuck.
Oh, how does that even work? How is that a block?
That's a block. They call him LeBron
nuts.
for a reason, John. That's a block.
That is very unfortunate and very, very blessed
What
for the
is
side
this?
of Poor Rangers. Hope we'll see that one in the side. It starts off amazing. You kill off these two supports, but you see what happens in the fight. Even with the two supports down from Gamer Legion, they're still in control. Biggest thing is that you managed to take care of Ghost and his streak, so it's a lot of gold bouncing back your way. It just doesn't feel like it's quite enough. Maybe if you do that 2 more times, this exact kind of fight, start to feel a little bit better here. Not quite it just yet. Again, they do save the life of Naive. They get that streak, but yeah, we're going to see that moment here.
Yeah.
Missed hook shot, looks awkward, and then the cogs kick.
Boom. See you later.
How? Why?
Yeah, Fade's like,
Why?
come on. Come on now. This is not very fair. Instant aura recovery by till the end, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
This is the
yeah.
hook.
Yeah.
Instant plus 10,000
Gets that
aura.
insane block. All calculated, I'm sure. He expected
Absolutely.
that.
Oh,
He planned for it.
You don't miss when you're farming aura, John.
See if they miss with a smoke out now, Poor Rangers. I mean, that was a shot in the arm. That was a huge streak. They know Doom's down for a bit longer.
I mean, I love what I'm seeing now from Poor Rangers. They're feeling it. Fade, Twin Gate usage going to be okay. They won't be able to find him in time. Big group up by the Tormentor. They might be able to abuse this, but they're not really heading towards the Twin Gates quick enough. Rocket Flare is going to give the vision, but Speed's already prepared. Oh, Speed's going through the Twin Gate, and they're just waiting for him. Immersion. Very nice cookie. Speed going to have to find out the hard way that they were on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, he gets his Tormentor, he gets his Shard, then he dies. It's a fair trade.
It's good.
I think it's fine for good old Speed. Got the tool for his team. They're starting to get that shove-in down bot. Full Kaya up on our Largo. All of our ultimates pretty much up. I think the next big steps are what are we going to be seeing from this lead on Ghost, right? Like, because the NP is just massively ahead. One major item ahead at 5K to the next hero. You've got that Silver Edge into what seems to be the Scotty build-up here, which I don't disagree with. I think taking away the healing, that healing reduction up against the Largo is always valuable. Up against the Timbersaw, very valuable. So, pretty smart build-up here for good old Ghost. They are smoked up. See what angle they find on side of Gamer Legion, as that is insane output on our NP already, and it still has so much room to grow.
Now Burka going to be caught. RCY going to be there to follow up. Bignum as well. Nice quick kill for Gamer Legion. They'll of course hold on to the Doom of Fade. It's going to be scary. I mean, Doom's still up. They know they can chase for pretty much anyone with Fade if they want. Not going to see anyone quite yet here for the Doom. In the meantime, you do get the full BKB up now on Nicky Cool, so a big power spike for the Timber, and it couldn't be at a better time. Because Roshan's available, and they probably want to go and make that fight happen. Rocket Flare will hand over the vision. There is some blocks happening in the Radiant Triangle right now, so it's pretty hard for them to smoke in, as Fate was blocking the route. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nicky Cool's being caught by a Nightmare, and the Doom's going to fly out into the Fiend's grip. No messing around. Just ensure the Timber dies. They even left Roshan for this. Till the end, we're gonna die. Immersion can do nothing. So 3 down for the price of nothing. And of course, Roshan still just casually waiting.
Yeah. No contest going to be coming out at this point for Poor Rangers. I'm wondering what ways can you fix this game now? Because this Luna Ag's timing is good. It's not good enough. I think at this point, there's too much durability on Gamer Legion. They're too far ahead. You need to find a really good angle for it, and you even skip it. Naive doesn't even bother with it anymore. Going for the BKB, full-on right-click, which again is fine, but you're a long ways off from like your butterfly timing, your Daedalus timing here on the Luna. It just feels like you need so much time. And again, it just feels like the tempo Poor Rangers were looking for never came out.
Burka Caught again. Kick back onto Fade, though. A little bit of an error there from RCY, but it's really not looking like it makes much of a difference. It's Ghost now. Nice, easy pick up on the Prophet. 14, 4, and 14, though. A big jump in from our Timber, but he's got to back away immediately as they cannot burst down Ghost. RCY still being chased by Nicky Cool. They'll land a hook shot as well. RCY copying the full Eclipse here on the Earth Spirit, and he will go down. Chase is on for more now. Bignum being chased by Nicky Cool will get the terrorized, but they've got the control, and Nicky Cool, he had the BKB anyway. So able to punish quite nicely for the side of Poor Rangers. It's not the craziest trade in the world, but it is still a successful positive trade.
That it is. Good punishment out for how far they were going in on the side of Gamer Legion. A huge shot in the arm for Naive, again, to get some activity. Actually does buy out the Ags. So there was a lot of back and forth in what he would buy out. Does clear out the Ags, goes into BKB. And you see the output. When you find that isolated hero with his Ags, it does feel pretty amazing, this Luna. It can pump out quite a lot of damage. It's just a matter of looking for these angles have been easier said than done. I'm sure the side of Gamer Legion will not allow that kind of solo Eclipse gameplay to come out again. But we'll see. If they make, you have to kind of lose out to that 3 more times for the side of Poor Rangers to be back in the game. And I don't expect Gamer Legion to actually make that mistake. So wait and see. Silver Edge now up for Ghost. Break mechanics on hand as we do get our first pause of the tournament, Mike.
We certainly do. Nicky Cool. Ask for a quick pause here. Still, they're not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination. 19-34 with an AK advantage for Gamer Legion, but Poor Rangers, they are slowly but surely fighting their way back here in this game too. Second and third in net worth currently is going to be the Timber and, of course, our Luna. And again, you're starting to reach the point where if you can maybe catch Ghost out a couple times on this Prophet, suddenly the net worth doesn't look so much more impressive. And it could get scary for Gamer Legion if they do give a bit too much away in an awkward fight. So far, they've been very good about it, though, I might add. Not really giving too much away, but perhaps RCY in these engagements.
Yeah.
As we do have the unpause pretty much immediate.
Yeah. Just back into it. And again, you're seeing some signs of light there for the side of Poor Rangers. Just need to find more of it. Smoke out, Gamer Legion, though. They get a good jump here. Could start to spell the high ground openings coming out. Don't quite run into the side of Poor Rangers, though. So completely opposite side of the map. Maybe they set up some vision for the next fight instead, which they have started to plant some wards. Very good read from Poor Rangers to just kind of control elsewhere. And again, play towards that timing. Play around the Eclipse, play around this Luna's damage, eventually getting a little bit crazy. Gate movement.
Nicky Cool, he's going to blink in. Bignum, already losing a lot of HP. Bignum, going to die. A nice start for Poor Rangers. Still looking for a bit more to hunt down. Fade will be a great target if they could catch him. But he's got his BKB ready whenever, so they're not even going to try. Instead, Naive. Ghost is currently having a gander down bottom. Could look for an immersion kill. There is a lot of heroes around, though. Immersion, going to get hit by the roll of RCY. They are pretty deep for this. There's your Eclipse being committed, and RCY is going to take the full brunt of it. Ghost choosing to get pretty deep for a kill attempt. And this is the kind of thing Poor Rangers can really start to capitalize off. These are plays that don't really feel necessary.
No. Like, all they have to do in Gamer Legion is just play as a unit.
Oh, they're going to try again, though. They found the Luna this time around, and they might not even need the Doom for it. In fact, they might have. They'll get the Fiend's Grip, though, and they've locked him down. Naive can knock it away. No Doom even required. And yeah, I mean, I still stand by what I said. It was an unnecessary play, but they still managed to make it look great.
Yeah, they still get the trade that does feel better. I think the sacrifice of RCY is still pretty big. Like, the fact that they're finding these kills on Poor Rangers is pretty nice. Like, look at the gold on Bignum. 454 plus 209 to Nicky Cool. That's not insignificant, right? Like, that swing the lead back slowly but surely off of this really easy to find support pickup. You have to be careful about bleeding gold away like this on the side of Gamer Legion. We've seen a lot of teams do this where they're willing to sacrifice their supports, they're willing to throw stuff out, but it equalizes the game much faster than you'd expect.
3-man smoke now from Poor Rangers, trying to have a hunt around. nobody really being spotted, and it's not really well advised without your Luna being up anyway, I don't think. Like, that Eclipse is just so valuable to have to at least take one of them out. Still Poor Rangers, AK behind. Very well and truly still in this game. Looking for a good fight. Hook shot. It's going to be onto Fade. Fade looking to escape. Still has the Doom and will turn around with the stun. Fade doesn't have his BKB ready for another 15 seconds, but he does have speed around the corner, and he's got Ghost to TP in. You at least force out the Doom. It's still a bit of a win, I'd argue. Even at the cost of your clockwork, you're probably going to feel a little bit more relaxed.
That you would, for sure. You don't need to worry about this big team fight spell for quite some time. Again, all you want on Poor Rangers is time. That's what you're buying with these lives you're throwing out. That's what you're buying to kind of give your scaling to come up. Like now, it's the butterfly we're talking about here for Naive. Still getting that build up. Trying to get that timing right. Octarine for RCY as well, 2 parts away, but still a ways off from getting those 2 parts up. See if they can start to find openings. It does feel like the initiative's on Poor Rangers now, though.
Eclipse popped. Bignum is going to die. Okay. Bit surprised to see the Eclipse being committed, but I suppose you are in that position where you just commit for any kill. It's a low cooldown.
Yeah, and again, Bignum is worth so much because they're so far ahead.
Fair.
Like, it's like 600 gold each time they find that support. It is very worthwhile to kill off that support with your big spells anyway. It just, again, shot in the arm to get that Butterfly up. Butterfly gets up on the Luna. Issues start to happen. The high ground siege, we haven't really seen a commitment out from Gamer Legion. They've slowed down in terms of that aggression. They're still getting that build up on Ghost, but RCY is kind of dropped off in terms of network scaling now. So has Fade to an extent. They've been still pretty good on picking up these bounties, as you are seeing, just majority going the way of Gamer Legion, but it does feel like these fights have cost the progression of the game for Gamer Legion. Like, the lead down to 6K. There's the Daedalus for Ghost. Maybe things start to get crazy now for him with his innate being near a tree line. Could be good. See if they find openings, though. Again, they just need to take these fights as they were before. Hasn't been that clean for Gamer Legion the past few engagements.
Well, they've got the Shivers Guard up as well on Fade. So plenty of power spikes now for Gamer Legion. They are indeed looking for the fight against Poor Rangers, but Poor Rangers in a good position of their own. By the bottom twin gate on the Radiant side. Smoked up. Fade. He's having a gander. Wants to find a bigger target, I think, than till the end. Will wrap around till the end, but realizes the smoke has been broken. Now Naive, they will see the Luna. That's the target they really want, but for now they're going to try and aim down this Clockworkers till the end. Has made it out. Meanwhile, Bignum, he's being hunted. Speed, he found the Luna. I think they've got a Nightmare on him. Meanwhile, till the end, he does eventually go down. Back towards the eastern side of the map. Immersion. Immersion's going to die. Alberca trying to run. Meanwhile, the Eclipse. Speed just tanked the whole Eclipse with the Glimmer Cape. They didn't have the detection. And now the Doom out into the Fiend's Rip of Speed.
No.
Oh, and he tips him as well.
Speed, come on.
Speed, when did you become such a little devil? And I'll tell you, I was watching Speed that whole time. He was so nasty about it, John. Gets a Nightmare, wastes about 6 seconds that way, tanks the whole Eclipse with a Glimmer Cape, and then has the Fiend's Grip at the end. He was so patient about it.
That was dirty.
And you're seeing it right on the eastern side. You'll see Naive getting Nightmare just for a moment, and it's just so ugly for Naive because there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah.
Just fell asleep.
Yeah.
His team's just getting annihilated, and he's just Nightmare.
Yeah, they split that fight into 2 fronts on the side of Gamer Legion, using that ramp as the dividing line.
Look at that.
That is just disgusting.
Just fireworks.
That just feels so bad.
Fireworks, but nobody's really even watching.
Yeah.
Apart from all of us. And there's a Fiend's Grip. I mean, it's just... And the tip. Yeah, well, you know, it's the salt in the wound for me from Speed. He was always such a nice young man.
Yeah.
Something's happened. He's getting cocky, Jonathan.
No, it's not getting cocky. He's just immersed himself in North American Dota.
He has.
Have you not played a North American game, Mike? You should.
I have. Well, I haven't actually.
Yeah, you haven't. You
see?
Well,
not on. I have on 250 ping, John.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider that really playing.
Yeah, but you get the experience, don't you? This is it.
I like it.
It's Gamer Legion. They represent North America. Speed is North American. And he will play like one. Darn it. And that requires tips, Mike. Amp damage?
It's an amp damage. And Roshan, by the way, John.
Let's go, Ghost.
Gaben's blessing for 2 games in a row here for Gamer Legion. Gaben, of course, probably watching this game.
For sure.
From his yacht.
From his beautiful yacht.
Somewhere around New Zealand, I think.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Kiwi boys, Jonathan. Beautiful country New Zealand is.
That it is. I'm surprised an Australian saying this, but...
It is it's a fantastic country.
Oh, the jump in?
Jump in indeed, but Fade is a bit early.
Ooh.
Fade's a bit early. RCY blinked in now. Or rather rolled in, but he's copped the whole eclipse here. He's just dropping too low. RCY,
Ghost is fighting off them by himself.
He's going to get away. Meanwhile, Burkett does go down. Ghost is just going 1v5 against them. Nicky Cool, meanwhile, he does take down Speed on the Bane, and now Ghost, he needs to retreat, or does he? He gets the 4-staff away. Fade's brought back in all of this, till the end being caught in a big stun out from Fade, catching a couple. He doesn't want the dieback, though. Fade's still trying to man up here, but it seems like Poor Rangers, they might be able to make this one work. Bignum onto the chase now into the Luna. They'll take down the Frog. Largo is gone. Naive is still trying to run. He surely can't get away, though, and he cannot. RCY with the punish. It looked like it was going to be a good fight for Poor Rangers. It really did.
It did. Not quite good enough. It was pretty awkward.
Oh, Nicky Cool. Nicky Cool. Hex out. Shivers. Ghost. The right click.
Oh, the break. Oh, Ghost. Oh. That is nasty.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Go have a shower, Ghost. My goodness.
Tips out for Ghost as they go into the Roshan out as well. And now this is very similar to that game state in Game 1, Mikey. 17K lead for Gamer Legion, 26-45. It is 10 minutes longer. So, you know, you've had a little bit more of a game to play for Poor Rangers, but it just feels like you're kind of hoping for Gamer Legion to make mistakes. Or like they've found some openings where Gamer Legion are forcing fights they don't need to, making plays they don't need to, and then if they just play according to their strengths here in Gamer Legion, it's so hard to actually find the angles in. Oh,
Immersion. Caught out. RCY looking for even more. He's just right onto the high ground with no fear. Although they do get some 4-staffs away onto this clockwork, so he's going to be able to survive for now. Has been a pretty tough time until the end of this game number 2. Ghost looking for a
full moonshot up.
Oh boy.
Straight away.
Full moonshot, and of course the no CD teleports. Here we go. Hook shot in, gonna do absolutely nada. Apart from allow him to probably die here, though RCY getting very deep now, copping the full eclipse, but here comes Fate to jump in as well and try to tank it. Ghost, he's man fighting, and the Fiend's Grip.
Oh.
The Fiend's Grip catches out the Luna again. The speed has just been so darn annoying. Like, you've got no way to cancel without this hook shot.
That's it. Maybe you can loosen beam as well, but asking for that when
he's the one getting Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the target prioritization coming in here from Gamer Legion. It's just so clean. Take that Rax. Ghost really doesn't care. Look at this guy.
Nope.
I mean, he's just... There's just so much damage here.
Just TP to the fountain. Just TP and TP back. What's the problem?
Yeah,
There's no cooldown.
You side advise him. Who cares? Just going to head back in. Start on top. In fact, no need for a reset. You've got the Satanic. Why not? What do you do now on on Poor Rangers? No kisses, no eclipse. I don't see the angle. Unless you manage to find someone way far back with a crazy smoke, you don't even have the kickback plays. You don't have the tossback plays that was a possibility in Game 1.
That top Rax is becoming... Well, it's going down, Jonathan, is what I was trying to say. Ghost. No problems here. We'll just casually do it on his own, almost inviting the jump in, and they do, but it's a bit too late. There's a mid-Rax left, but 2 Raxes down now. 4 Poor Rangers. They'll be stuck trying to protect the 3rd, but we're basically in an extremely similar position to what happened in Game 1 now. You've got a 28k net worth lead. Ghost is completely out of control on this Nature's Prophet. And he's doing the same thing, by the way, if you really think about it during Game 1 as well, John. He's just standing there right-clicking.
Yep.
He allows RCY and Fade to be the big tanks that jump in and take all the attention. And all he does is right-click people.
Yeah.
And it works.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It's very simple, you know? And
it is.
Simple is best sometimes. All you have to do is one job. You focus on it. Your team can do their jobs. It's simple enough. Let's see if they can try to simplify this on Poor Rangers, but yeah, it's just so hard to see what you're going to do about this. 43k damage done by Ghost times 2 what we're seeing here from Naive. And I just don't know what your expectations are. Like, what can you get on anyone that helps as they jump?
Nicky Cool, rooted up by the Brambles. Maze still able to get away now, but Fade, he's got the Aghanim Scepter Doom up. He'll rush right in. They're going to take down the Clockwork till the end is gone. Immersion also being chased. Probably not going to be able to make it out of this. They are still looking to maybe reinitiate here, Poor Rangers, but it's just so dangerous. You're just hoping for a good Eclipse target, and even that might not be good enough. Alberca, he'll get caught out. They'll buy back on the snap. Immersion's coming as Fate. He will die back in all of this, but they're going to lose the Timber Store. Nicky Cool is gone. And RCY, he's on the hunt for more. He's not going to quite find it, though. But Ghost might. Ghost is right by the Tier 4 towers. An ultra kill for Ghost. Does he want to risk it for a Rampage? I would not recommend it, Ghost. But they might gift it to you anyway. Nicky Cool, he will back in all this. Ghost, he'll man fight it. The Satanic, the Rampage. Surely, the Aeon just... No! No! Denied.
Oh, they get the punishment. Big kill for Poor Rangers, though. Look at that streak, 1,676 gold plus bonuses for everyone. Getting a little bit crazy. It looked risky coming out from Nicky Cool with a buyback just standing next, but that side of Vice does pay off in the end.
RCY says, that's my outpost. Excuse me, sir. Magnetize also committed. Meanwhile, we are having a look at the highlights while this fight's going on. And it seems like he's going to be all right anyway. It doesn't matter. Jonathan?
Yeah.
And there you have it. I mean, at least they got a big kill on Ghost. A lot of gold going Naive's way. Ghost does end up getting a little bit too excited in the end. Hopefully, for Gamer Legion, that kind of play doesn't cost them too much.
Yeah.
But for Poor Rangers, very happy indeed.
Oh, absolutely. They need a couple more of that. I mean, look at that gold on Ghost. 41k.
Yikes.
That is almost times 2 the next hero.
What neutral item did he get?
I'm not even sure. Did he? If he got Pendulum, you're set. Now he got the Giant Small.
That's still pretty good.
I mean, it's nice. The attack speed slow is actually, you know, all of the active effects are great. You've got the save up on RCY. He's got the Ags. So now his mission is to save Ghost. If it gets a little bit too crazy, turn him into stone.
This is my Earth Spirit gameplay right here, John.
That's it.
When my SCA teammates start throwing the game, I buy the Ags.
Some bad habits die hard.
Hex out. They have caught RCY. Bignum's around the corner to try and help. RCY, in fact, looking to turn around. Nicky Cool's going to be forced to BKB and run. Eclipse also being committed, though. RCY will go down, but Fade's going to jump in. He's found himself a Luna, but Naive's going to be able to force staff away. RCY does go down. It'll come at the cost of their Clockwork, but till the end, we'll be very happy with that trade. Ghost now looking for the Arcane Rune. Does catch him in the Fiend's Grip. Speed. He's got the Ags up, so he'll lock down the Largo. That's going to be a secondary pickup now for Gamer Legion. Roshan's not available. It's not like they can really capitalize off these couple kills. So you haven't really lost too much here for Poor Rangers. In fact, they might consider it worth to just catch RCY.
Yeah, I mean, it still pays off for that kill on that Earth Spirit once more. How do you start to mitigate some of this? Maybe you start to think about even a casual Lincolns on on some of these supports. Maybe you can start farming that up, toss them to these front lines, save them from the initial control to pop open their BKBs. Could be the way to go here. See if that's something they consider.
Almost level 30 on Ghost now.
Lovely to see as well.
All
that's
talents
so
about
much
to be up.
damage. Like, the treants at that point are not to be underestimated.
Yeah.
You can just freely push a lane, no commitment whatsoever. And that just makes this game even more oppressive. Octarine being up, though, on Nicky Cool. And this Timbersaw has been quite the menace when he does manage to land his spells. Having that lower cooldown, being that much more mobile, all these good stats, can be quite annoying for Gamer Legion. There's so much pressure here for Speed to find the right grip target at the right time. Because you can only handle one of these big cores with that grip at any given moment, so have to see.
A quiet period now. Again, Poor Rangers doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves alive in this game too. Definitely not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Unless Fade shows his face, it can get a little bit scary.
Yep.
Imagination does tend to stop pretty quick. I say Fade, Ghost is now the big issue. This Prophet. 35-18 is his scoreline. Jonathan, when's the last time you saw a carry with 30 kills?
Not too often.
Oh, and there the Rapira. Here we go. The Divine is up, and he's going the magic route. Yeah, I mean, I agree. What right click does he have, John?
That's true. With a refresh.
What is that? Oh, that's disgusting.
That's catchy lick spam.
Alberca, cut that crap out.
Is that the lick or is it the...
Don't give the pub people the IDs. That's horrible. It sounds like he's regurgitating.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to make people vomit eventually if you spam that enough.
It's good. It's good.
I get motion sickness, John. I don't like it.
It's great. I love it. Do it again, Alberca.
No,
can we just get a feed of Alberca trying to do that?
Just doesn't sound right. It just doesn't sound good, you know?
It sounds fine to me.
Why does it sound fine to you, John?
I'm deeply...
What's wrong with you?
Deeply disturbed.
Yeah. Ghost, this is disturbing, Jonathan. Look at this. Look at this. Ghost, get on the high ground. So what are you doing? Oh, Ghost, you were 1 pixel away. RCY. You'll get the kill anyway.
Okay.
All right. I say, Ghost, I understand. Cool guys don't look at explosions. I get it.
Yeah.
Aura and all that.
Just a little bit of an alley-oop. Pass it along to the mid. No buyback on our snap. So there is opportunities.
Look at this. Oh, it's just... seeing this no cooldown TP.
Isn't great.
I mean, it's just... You know?
Isn't it fantastic? Roshan happening, fantastic as well for the side of Gamer Legion.
Well, it's, it is cool, I guess. Yeah, there's like a League of Legends hero in the game. That's kind of cool.
What?
Yeah, well,
Why would you? Don't ever say that name again, Mike. Not when I'm around.
They're near us,
I get
John.
sick.
They're near us.
Get sick.
Oh, they've got him. They have got him. RCY with the kickback. Till the end. Gonna go down as Ghost. Oh, Nicky, cool. BKB forced. This is a horrific moment for him, though, because you're not going to have that available for this high ground defense now that is set to be coming. A little bit upsetting for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, but at the least, your 2 supports are going to be back up, even without buyback in your snap. This high ground's not going to take too long, though.
Yeah, they're going to try and stop them from making this push happen, but Ghost is just going to get right to work onto that tier 3 tower. So wary of what RCY is doing. That man is just no fear in the world, just jumping it over and over again. In fact, Speed, he's found the Fiend's Grip. They've got the Timbersaw locked down for quite a while here. Speed, just such a nuisance. And Fade will not allow him to get away with that term.
No buyback?
No buyback at all till the end. Also set to fall. Ghost just tanking the whole Eclipse. He's got an Aegis up anyway. He's not even dying. Ghost gets the Divine on the deck. Doesn't care at all. It's just there for show. Look at the reactions, John.
Yeah.
Literally no reactions from these NA boys as GG's called. And this is literally my wife on a date night. There's no reaction, never happy, doesn't care. It's just another day. Look at him. Gentlemen, have a smile, boys. It's a good start to your tournament. Have a smile.
Yeah, like going 2-0 in these groups means a lot for your team, of course. Considering the structure of these groups, you couldn't ask for any better start for the side of Gamer Legion. And again, looking at their performances in the past year, it hasn't looked impressive, but it was always on the road up. We are seeing that culmination here at the Esports World Cup 2026. It just looks better. Again, some might argue, okay, but poor Rangers, they're not a team that qualify. Right. Even if they're from a strong region, they haven't been qualifying. It's like, no, that's TA 2000. These are players that have been at that level. They are good players, and Gamer Legion is a good team. We'll see if Poor Rangers can bounce back in whatever series they play next. But Gamer Legion, again, setting that tone for North America. A 2-0 start feels great.
It certainly does for the NA fans out there. I'm sure there's a couple of them watching right now, Jonathan. And of course, if you are Poor Rangers, at the end of the day, obviously a bit of a negative start to the tournament for you. But this is a long tournament. There's plenty of chances to set up a nice scoreline for yourself going into those survival matches and the playoffs, and plenty of time. Yeah, we've just started. It's no problem.
Yeah, there's still quite a fair bit more, but again, it's just that there's plenty of time, but every single series counts.
And it's momentum.
It's the risk. Yeah. It's
a
momentum as well, so we'll have to see. But for Gamer Legion, again, the long haul, you started on the good tone. You set yourself up for a very good time if you keep that momentum up. nice to see this picture. They look so happy compared to their camera pics right now. Like, that is emotion, and that's what you like to see. A very happy RCY, I have to say. Happy young man.
Look, but they deserve to be happy, John. I don't know why they weren't smiling at the end of that game. They did a fantastic job. They look like they were expecting it to be that easy. In fact, we might have to ask them if they were, quite frankly, because their reaction to me looked like they did.
Yeah.
Maybe we should. I don't know. But I like what I saw. Again, Poor Rangers, they'll go back to the drawing board. They'll sort some stuff out. One could argue the draft was a bit different, I would say, against this kind of team where you're not as used to the picks that they're making.
Yeah, for sure. Right, like we saw the priority on banning Ghost heroes in the first phase. We saw some Fades heroes with that Lycan being banned out as well.
Yeah.
But in the end, I feel like these choices on lane as well, like going for the Timbersaw mid twice in a row up against the Earth Spirit twice in a row, where Nikki Cool just doesn't get that running start or shut down the opposite core. It just felt like you weren't getting the max value you would have if you shut down that Earth Spirit, have a running start for a Snapfire instead. I don't know. It might change the game.
It may have. It's hard to know. Of course, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and again review the replay, see what really happened here in this this game 1 and 2. But you gotta give props where props at you again. Game Allegiant just proving to be the better team here today. Off to another fantastic start. And again, we just started, John. We just started. I look forward to hopefully speaking to someone from Game Allegiant too, seeing what the idea was. Were they that confident after the drafts? Did they know this is where things were going to go? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, because again, there's just a lot of unknowns coming into the Esports World Cup, considering the standings or the position, relative power of these teams. As we do have our highlights coming out here now as well. And again, it was a really strong showing from the side of Gamer Legion's finish. We'll see if they can maintain it, but they look really clean. And they get that momentum running early. Again, it's all off the back of RCY having such a smooth start in that like mid game, in the middle lane, just because he's playing against Timbersaw twice in a row. Like we saw game 1.
Yeah.
We knew this would probably happen again.
Again, a fantastic performance. We're just looking at the highlights here from this game number 2, and there were moments where you thought maybe Poor Rangers can start to push it back, but you just these team fights were just absolutely devastating, just constant aggression, and it just played into the hands of what they wanted. Like Game Legion, even in the bad fights, they look good. That was the thing. Even in the worst of fights, they still just looked like the better team.
They really did. I mean, we saw some awkward moments. You know, sometimes RCY would be a little bit too far forward.
I've never seen him make a mistake in my life. Not RCY.
Never. All calculated mistakes. You know, things to fool the enemy, to lull them into a false state of comfort. And again, for Poor Rangers, there were a couple of moments that looked good. I think the itemization, this realization on Naive to go all in on Magic was kind of cool. My issue is it's not Zeus. You know, it's not Zeus with 2 Divines.
It was necessary,
It was necessary, but when you reach the game state where you have to go Magic Divine Luna, you've got to ask yourself, what really went wrong? And it just felt like there were a lot of factors that really played into that point for the side of Poor Rangers to even get to the point where they have to think about that. Like, a lot of things just fell through. Like the Swiss cheese method of the failure kicked in here, Mike.
It certainly did. Again, you got to give props to due. Game Allegiant's looking way too dominant. And I think the main thing you've got to really focus on against these boys is the draft. Like, you can't give away these key heroes that they love to run. They were just able to run the same strategy over and over again. It felt like here in these 2 games. And as you can see, just the faces here on Poor Rangers were not too impressed. Neither would I be, Jonathan, quite frankly, if I was in their position. But it is what it is. This is how the cookie does crumble here. A 2-0 victory from Game Legion. And again, you just kind of go back to the drawing board, reset, and hopefully have a good time. And speaking of, we're going to our interviewee, RCY. Congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory. I'll ask you straight off about how you feel.
We have a good start, so feeling pretty good right now. We didn't play that well. I mean, I would say I didn't play that well. So
really?
There's stuff to learn. I mean, I'm not that comfortable in this hero, so it's definitely a lot to learn.
I like that mentality, RCY. I'm going to ask you, did you feel like after the draft you guys just had it in the bag? Like, were you guys really confident, or was there still some doubts?
Draft-wise, I think we had the better draft overall. We had, like, better heroes in general. But, like, we were on point with the meta, so I feel like we had the 2-0 coming in our way.
Do you feel like these teams at EWC underestimate you guys a little bit?
I'm not sure. I mean, probably some teams do, but it's up to them. So
Yeah, maybe these picks as well, the draft, or you said these Lycan picks you guys can refer back to. That's a big strength for you guys in this tournament, right? Like these niche pickups that no one else is really making.
Sorry?
Oh, the Lycan pick, these niche pickups, these...
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of heroes on our arsenal, so I mean, we played like a lot of scrims with different heroes, so maybe we can show them in some of the games.
Go on.
All right, I'm curious, RCY. We've talked about the potential of Gamer Legion for the past year, and it felt like, you know, we were seeing some good moments. You guys are consistently qualifying. What do you think is different now? Like, what makes this tournament different for you guys? That it looks, I mean, this is a strong start, for sure.
I think the difference, like, I think we had a good bootcamp. We, like, played a lot of Dota, and we're on, pretty sure we're on meta with, like, how other teams are playing. And we played, like, a lot of good teams, so we saw, like, what's happening right now.
Right, man. Considering that you guys felt good coming in with a good boot camp, what are the expectations then for this tournament? What do you personally expect your team to do here, or yourself to do?
I mean, I don't like putting expectations
All right.
on the team. Like, I just want to play well. Hope my team also wants to play well.
Fair enough.
We just want to win.
Very humble.
Absolutely. You are a nice, humble kid. I have one last thing to ask. Is there any opponent that you really want to play up against? You know, it's the start of the tournament. Anyone you kind of want to play? Abed's there if you want to try him out. Yopaj is back here, you know?
I mean, the best team that I think is like LGD.
All right.
So I'm excited to play them.
Cool.
I think they're like probably one of the best teams, I would say.
Fair enough.
One of them. Yeah.
Looking forward to that one when it comes around.
Absolutely. I'll see why. That's about all the time we have. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, we do have to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with our next series of the day for the B Stream. Don't go anywhere.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for puff and blow the house down.
Welcome back to day one of EWC for the B stream. Here once again, we are going to our second series of the day between L1 team and of course Nigma Galaxy. And it's MLP Dota joined by the curious John X5. Jonathan, you looked curious. That's why the word came up. I wasn't going to call you handsome or anything relatively positive because you just don't appreciate it. You just don't.
No, it just, I looked at you, it looked like you forgot my name. I know. You
John,
know,
it's pretty hard. I mean, I say your name every second
exactly.
word.
I was like, is something happening? I was thinking.
Have I not said it enough for you today?
No. It's like I don't know the emergency contact number in France. So if something happened on stage, I don't know what we do. But hey, it's all good.
Okay.
You were just curious.
You just looked very curious. I mean, you were curious to see how I was going to introduce you.
Yeah.
And what I'm curious about, Jonathan, is these two teams.
Yes.
L1 team versus Nigma Galaxy. Should be a relatively interesting matchup, Jonathan. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing these two against each other too many times.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about favorites? Any key picks that you're worried about here between these either sides? Do you have a favorite, John? Do you think one team's better than the other before the drafts even show themselves?
That's a hard one to say. I would actually say, and we'll say this on the camera, that I think Nigma is the favorite.
Really?
I would say Nigma's the favorite. I think this team has steadily improved really good. They had a good showing at TI qualifiers, or a lot of good teams at the TI qualifiers.
Yeah.
Right? And they've managed to get themselves to a couple of lands here and there. And the results have been mixed. Let's be fair, it's been a little bit mixed, up and down.
Yeah.
But I think they've been looking better. And I think, again, they've been finding their footing slowly and steadily all the way back to when they had Ghost to post-Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Feels like that. The team is iterating nicely. So I think they've had a lot more experience on the lands. I think they've had a lot more opportunities to try to show what they're made of and how they're growing. I think for L1 team, them making it to the Esports World Cup is massive because this team has had a rough time getting through qualifiers, a rough time in getting to even like Division 2 of the EPT. And I think this is big, but can they stand up to these tried and tested teams? I will have to see in this kind of game.
We sure have to see. I mean, I always like to say in these kind of big tournaments, you don't underestimate anyone. As we saw in the previous series, I want to say it again, I don't underestimate L1 team. I don't want to do that. I do agree that Nigma probably are going to be the favorites going into this matchup. I don't want to say that indefinitely, though. I would not put money on the line here for this kind of series, because you really don't know.
Yeah. This could go either way. I mean,
Yeah.
you could get Nigma that's still warming up. We've seen them have like really rough day ones, right? Like if you think back to even Snow Rui, that was like a year or two ago now when Ghost again was standing in.
Yeah.
They can have very rough starts. And L1 team, again, it's a little bit of an unknown factor. We've seen all of these players independently before. But in this form on the LAN, again, not yet. Just online qualifiers. And it's going to be interesting to see what changes there. You know, I'm curious to see how Zayat guides this group, because we used to see that before as well. And of course, we can remind ourselves of our schedule on our stream here today for what matches we've got lined up. We already saw Poor Rangers up against Gamer Legion, going 2-0 for Gamer Legion. North American Hope staying alive. We've got currently live the L1 team up against Nigma Galaxy coming up here. And later on in the day, Rekonix up against Vici Gaming, some Southeast Asian action on our stream, along with LGD Gaming up against Virtus Pro, the team that RCY says is probably one of the better teams here in the tournament. So, gonna be interesting to see all of these matches line up, what sort of expectations get crushed. And again, this one for L1 team up against Nigma Galaxy, I'm just excited to see it, man. I'm so excited to see whether or not the TI qualification for Nigma means they're back, or if, you know, like we heard Slaxa or we heard Milosh say that the hate watchers might be right, who knows? But there's a lot that will happen in Twitch chat, I'm sure, for this one.
Oh, it's always a fun time in Twitch chat when Nigma Galaxy game's happening, and even for us, Jonathan, even for us, it can be a fun time when the Nigma Galaxy games are happening. The fans are very passionate, and that's what we like to see. So they should be passionate, Jonathan. We'll see how it does go. Again, game number 1. I'm very intrigued to see what kind of drafts we are gonna kind of bring out. And early on in the tournament, you do expect the meta to just shift over and over again. And it's day 1. We're not expecting too much. You kind of anticipate the usual meta picks here from these teams, but at the same time, you don't really know. It's an international tournament. It's the World Cup. You don't know.
No. It's so open to changing. Again, the drafts in the last series, mids were ignored until like 4th pick. You know, you were prioritizing a lot of safe lane bans, particularly for Ghost. I don't know if you're going to do that again here up against Nigma or up against L1 team.
You didn't see Hoodwink picked up yet?
Yeah, that was no Hoodwink, no Silencer to counter Bane either.
No.
Right, like a lot of, no puck.
No.
Like sometimes not even banned, just no puck at all, which is just kind of insane considering how crazy puck can be in dominating mid. So maybe just down to Earth Spirit being picked up. I think that is one particular match where it feels awkward. Again, as we can see our teams on their walk-ins as well. Lovely L1 team having something to prove here. And I'm always fascinated when you see like Zayats on a team that's trying to prove itself, right? I feel like this is the guy you bring in to form a team up, right? To bring them up to the next level. Zayats is the man that will make that happen.
He certainly does. He certainly has. And one of my personal favorites in terms of the facial expressions, where Zayats always has a... He says a lot with his face, John, I'll tell you that. It's always a pleasure to see him. And, well, there he is, the man himself. Zayats, just a real man of the people, I want to say, Jonathan. Always very entertaining to watch. And L1 team certainly may be looking to be the dark horses here in this game, or rather this series coming up. But nonetheless, I still do not underestimate.
No.
I can see it happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they might have some interesting ideas. I think what I want to see from L1 team is maybe some aggression. I think that's something that Nigma might not be too ready for. You know,
Right.
they kind of get themselves in a slower style. Of course, they can play fast, but just curious to see how they adapt. And then, because when you think of Zayats, you think of like a pause 4 going ham.
Yeah.
Right, like that is the one thing. He will make moves, he will contest mid, he will open up that lane matchup for you every single time, and just kind of try to crush you off lane as well. So I want to see if that adaptation carries over. Of course, Nigma Galaxy. I mean, what more can you say about this team?
Here
Right?
they are.
I mean, this is a team that everyone's had hopes for, everyone's been looking at, everyone has wanted to see back in the limelight. They've gotten their, they've gotten their way back to the international. They've gotten their way back here into the Esports World Cup after a very touch and go year. I mean, is this their moment, Mikey? Is this the time for them to rise up, qualifying to 2 big tournaments in a year?
This roster looks really good. I really like all the players here. I mean, whether they can perform at EWC and TI after that, we'll have to wait and see. But I like what they've provided here with this new roster on Nigma Galaxy. And personally, I look forward to a bit of a run. They got a big fan base, John. It's kind of hard for them to not have a bit of momentum behind them.
For sure.
Throughout the tournament. And they know it. They know how much people are out there watching and supporting them throughout these games. And so they should. They're a great team.
They are a great team. And again, I'm just looking forward to how much more we see out from Lorinov and from Devi. I think, again, they're the 2 newest members. It felt like these changes that they provide have been, again, to the net benefit of the team. They've had enough time to really start to gel with each other, as we've seen from these qualifiers.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of how refined have they gotten. Again, what some of the haters might be asking was it really a fluke? And we're going to have to see if it really was, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was fluke. They beat some pretty good teams in those qualifiers.
No, honestly, all the players on the team are pretty fantastic. Like, I was always a big fan of Lorinov and Aurora back in those days. Devi Lama, I'm a big fan of him.
Yes.
Always.
Not the throat singing, though.
No, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Obviously, he's got the jawline of the gods. Very jealous. I don't even know why you're laughing, John. Any man would die for that jawline.
That's true.
That's why I have a beard, John. I'm trying to hide how small mine is, right? Nothing to laugh about.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have the balls to go outside and throw hands with the Lama. I promise you.
I have no reason to.
I'm just saying you wouldn't.
I love his throat singing.
You wouldn't dare.
Yeah, I love the guy.
Don't think about it.
His throat singing is great. You're the one who has an issue with it. You have an issue with him. You're outing yourself.
Because throat singing
there's an area right there, you know, we saw the cage.
Throat singing isn't good. There is a cage. There is a cage that we could possibly get involved in and maybe have a bit of a, bit of a scrap. You and I will talk about that later, John. We might have to, use that cage a little bit.
It seems fun.
Anyway, John, what should be fun is this game 1 coming up. I realize, we've talked about these two teams quite a lot, Jonathan, but as you can see, the game 1 draft isn't underway quite yet. Would you mind giving us some more statistics to possibly allow us into the game 1 draft?
Statistics?
Yes.
Well, what stats do you want? It's day 1. What are you looking for here, Mikey?
Are these new teams, are they, John?
No.
Oh.
But relevant stats, it's been, a few weeks since TI Quals. Enigma had a 70% win rate in TI Quals. That's a stat.
Okay.
L1 team, for some reason, I couldn't find info.
Okay.
And
that's good.
yeah, so 70% win rate. Doesn't seem like you do wrong for Enigma.
You and I on our debut panel experience.
What do you mean debut panel? We've done this online so many times. This is the exact same thing, except there's a camera.
Yeah.
Some lovely cameras on hand. This is the exact same thing. I don't know why you're acting like, oh, this is so new. It's like, the only thing different is that I'm not saying the dumbest stuff I could possibly say.
You're saying it can get worse.
It could get worse.
Okay.
And I'm saving that for maybe later on.
Okay.
Later on, if I have to.
Yeah, you might actually be here the whole time. That could
it's
be
going to be good.
Not me.
Oh, no.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, Ricky's going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah. I tried to warn him. Game number 1, Jonathan.
Yes. You could talk about literally anything.
Well, what do you want me to talk about?
And you threw it to stats.
What do you want
on
me
day
to talk
0.
about? John, you want me to talk about how my day's been? It's horrible. I didn't sleep. I missed breakfast. I barely got on the shuttle in time. I couldn't find a nice outfit. I didn't have time to iron my clothes. I wore a jumper that was too hot for the weather. It's been a horrible day for me, John, apart from the Dota 2. Is that what you wanted to hear? My wife hasn't said she loves me. I mean, it's horrible.
Mikey.
Give me some statistics, John.
We're doing a broadcast, not a live therapy session. We do this in the room alone.
Yeah.
I do give you free therapy, but these people don't want to be your therapists.
That's all right.
Quit chatting. Just like, guys, come on. What is this? It's not a therapist. I do feel sorry, Mikey, if you're having a bad day. It's all right. It can only get better because you're not stuck here with me for 2 more series potentially, at the very least.
You never know, Jonathan. It could happen. It could happen to me. You never know. These things do tend to happen to me as days do go on. Go on then, Mr. Genius. What's the topic we're talking about then? If it's not statistics, what is it that you're so willing to talk about here on the B stream of EWC? Go on. Show me how smart you are, Mr. Host.
I mean, you were talking about being here in Paris. What's been your favorite part of Paris?
You know what I do
the
like?
Food, the cafes?
The lifestyle, John.
The lifestyle.
The lifestyle is very nice. They go get a bottle of wine. They sit at a cafe. I'm not gonna talk about what they do at the cafe, but they cigarettes. Right? It's not a nice.
Okay,
I don't want to promote it, but they smoke cigarettes a lot and
Yeah.
they just drink coffee. It's a nice lifestyle. I want to say, just sitting there, just chilling.
Yeah, they just
Don't smoke. It's not good for you.
No,
Don't
it's
do it.
more of that. They live freely, you
Yes.
know, like without concern for others. Or not in the sense that they don't care.
Yeah.
But they just live their life, and I think it's been very laid back. I think that's been surprising because I always expected Paris to be like a very high-paced city. Everyone's on the move, everyone's up to date with like the fashion standards and all of that stuff, and it's just pretty chill, pretty nice.
It is.
It's nice, and you can see why. It's a city of inspiration, isn't it?
It
right?
is.
Like, it really is. Like, not even just because of what they have in terms of structures and art, but what inspired that art before it was there. I think it's just a beautiful place.
Is it wrong of me to be a bit negative, John?
What?
The statues are great and the Arc, the Triumph.
Arc de Triomphe, yeah.
Is the Eiffel Tower a little bit on the overrated side? I don't know. It's a big. I know we're in Paris, John. I don't want to start fights. I don't want to. I'm Australian. We don't really have a monument. We got a rock.
Yeah.
It's a good rock.
Yeah.
It's a big rock.
It's a big
it
rock.
has significance, but we don't really have much of.
You have the Opera House, right? Would you call that overrated? I think you would call it overrated.
Yeah, it's the Opera House, but we don't actually. They don't even play opera in it.
Do they not?
They don't.
Nowadays?
No. It's like a glorified parking lot at this point. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, I was there the other day.
Outstanding. Wow. Yeah. No, I think the tower, I mean, look, I only have the words of a great man called SVG on the A stream.
Okay.
And he said, I quote, that's the only time I've ever heard him enjoy something. He really loves the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
I was so surprised. I didn't express it to him because I didn't want him to be too shook, but I was very surprised he said he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So I think if SVG says it's good, it must be good,
It was kind of insane to hear him be positive about literally anything.
Exactly.
SVG never has anything good to say. Literally nothing. But
So
there
it
you
must
go.
be good.
He likes the ice.
We must have missed out not going up.
Yeah.
But, you know, reservation lines, we had like a little bit of time to go.
Yeah.
Next time.
We walked the whole 10 kilometers that
It
day.
was fun.
Jonathan. It was fun.
It's pleasant to walk that far, you know.
Yeah.
The weather is perfect. Like, again, for us, used to the heat, this was pretty good, pretty comfy.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of the teams would do that walk, you reckon?
What's that?
Would any of them take that walk?
I don't think they have the necessary talent to navigate themselves throughout life without
No,
the manager
but they have
just
their
literally
manager.
holding back.
Yeah, they have their manager. Would they go on the walk?
The manager's only got 2 hands, Jonathan. I'm not sure if they do that thing they used to do in high school. They just tie you together. You know, that's probably what they need to do. These players, they can't do anything.
They-
I mean,
they
you
all
told me
hold
the story
hands.
about how you had to literally teach a player how to withdraw money at an ATM. I mean, these guys are making ridiculous money and they can't even withdraw it themselves. And that's not a joke. That was an actual story from John X5.
I've heard a lot of weird questions from the players.
Yeah.
I think.
I would not want to be a player manager.
No,
I'll tell you
God,
that.
no.
Never.
I think I have degraded my quality of life by hearing the OG boot. Some of the things
Why
you
are you gonna
hear.
call out OG?
I mean, I love him.
Yeah.
I love him. All of them are
They're
great
not even
friends.
here. They're not even on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I hear. I'm playing with her manager. We're having fun, and I just hear the stuff that makes you question competence.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, it's like I see the problem now. I'm gonna go and say and then Mr. Lane's just quiet. It's like, yep.
Yeah. We are interesting. I mean, literally anyone can make it these days, I want to say, John. I'm not even joking. The things you see on the internet, literally anyone can make it. Don't doubt yourselves. Do whatever you want. Anyone can make it.
If we can make it, surely someone else can.
I mean, yeah, we did grind out for a while, John.
Yeah.
We suffered, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of these stars these days suffer enough, you know. They just get on, do some dances on TikTok, you know, just...
Would you do that? Would you do that?
No, we're not going to dance for TikTok, John.
You don't want to? We have some time.
No.
We could put on some music. We could do something viral. Oh, a viral moment.
For the record, we're not the ones in control of starting this game, by the way.
No, I'm sorry, I am.
You are.
How dare you? I'm not starting this game.
Are you in the lobby, by the way?
Until we get a TikTok going. I'm pretty sure I am not in the lobby.
Okay.
So I'm not, but I am still in charge of not starting this game.
Okay.
You better spam chat and just insult me, as we are getting maybe some good news as we do have our
maybe he's
player
not here, I
shots.
don't think. Johnny might have retired.
No one?
I've already made that joke, John.
I don't know where to go. Is there a player called I don't know?
Be honest with you, did you go clothes shopping for this tournament?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
I thought
You like the
I
style?
was impressed. I was like, oh, look at that.
Looks pretty good, no?
I didn't say they look good. I was just impressed that you spent money on them. That's pretty impressive for you, John. No, they do look good, John. I'm just joking. They do.
Yeah. It's whatever, you know. I get these clothes. I never wear them in real life. So let's stop pretending that I've got a fashion
That's an
sense.
actual fact.
Yeah.
Every shirt I buy for work,
I've never seen you wear
Not
in
once.
person.
Never again. I'd never be
It's
caught
amazing.
dead in it.
No. It's amazing. Who picks out your clothes? Is it you or do you get help from the wifey?
The wife buys everything. I would never. I don't even know my size, John. I'm a big baby, John. It was either marriage or death for me, John. That was about it. There's nothing else was coming for me. I got no talent.
I love how intense her music is.
I mean,
with how our players look, it's really building me up to expect something.
Indeed. You do see the players now at the desk getting prepped for this game #1 draft. Very, very excited to see how this one pans out again between these two teams. Of course, L1 looking to be the underdogs here. We both would argue here in this series, but certainly plenty of surprises, I'm sure, for EWC coming right up, and this could be one of them. L1 already looking pretty happy. I don't misunderestimate the presence of Zayats as well. I mean, you did say it. He is that kind of guy. It's like an older brother figure in the team. He's kind of like not the boss, but he's the guy that leads you the right way.
He is.
He gives you a nudge.
Yeah.
He nudges you the right way.
Like, I feel like his impact on that old Navi roster, or, you know, the Navi roster with him on it,
huge.
Was massive, of course. Maybe it didn't go as far as he'd want, but certainly you could see the difference with Zayats in there. And again, it feels like the storyline's the same here. Maybe not as young of a roster for sure, but a roster that does have that potential to hit that next level. It's a matter of just, will they hit that level now? And Yeah, I think Nigma is a pretty good benchmark to test themselves up against, right? Because this is a team that has been on the up and up, and yeah, there's a lot to prove. You just have to see if they've got their equations right for that proof.
You making math? That's a math. That's a math reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Proofs, equations.
Yeah. I hated that about math. Can I just say while we have a bit of a break? Well, what do I need to prove? If I've given you the right answer, what proof is necessary? Here's the answer. You
yeah, but how did you reach that answer?
Well, that's
without
for them to figure out.
calculating.
Why would I give you the answer?
Mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I work towards the answer. Why do you get to cheat and have the instant gratification of knowing the way to get the answer to? You figure it out.
But how did you reach the correct answer without calculating?
No. I know I calculated the answer, John. I'm just unwilling to provide it to somebody else is what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying if you've calculated it yourself, why not just write it down? That's
because
your
I'm
proof.
giving them the way to calculate it. I want to be the only one that knows that. That's valuable, John. Think about it. You're staring at me as if you just heard the dumbest thing in existence.
I see that education in Australia also goes a little bit upside down, I see.
I like crayons. The green one tastes funny.
I think the white one's very healthy for you. Have you tried those? I think they're excellent if you manage to chew along with them. And yeah, colors are nice. Always very, very clean.
I find the taste is much more strong when you just stick it right up your nose, the crayon. You know what I mean? They say 90% of flavor is smell anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What had the best flavor then? Nasally.
The orange one, John.
The orange?
Yeah.
Did it smell like orange?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That sounds like high quality crayons. You know, in the Philippines, if you got these packs of crayons, you know, the ones that big pack of crayons, you were like ultra rich. I don't know why. Like the parents never bought it, but if you saw a kid with that, you know, they were bloody rich.
It was the same. We had it in my schools in Australia back in my day, Jonathan. Right? It was all about the pencil case. Right? You had to be cool. If you were cool, you had the pencil case. And depending on what pencil case you had, your Batman pencil cases, Spider-Man, the printer. Unbelievable scenes at my schools, Jonathan, with these pencil cases. Thankfully, also what appears to be unbelievable scenes here at EWC. We've got draft number 1.
Outstanding.
Underway. Thank God for us and the viewers.
There we go. We see some much more in line with the meta. We see that puck being banned out here by Nigma. Low and Druid once more, along with the Terrain Protector. L1 do take care of the Viper, Io, and Phoenix. So that does leave stuff like First Pick Storm. That leaves stuff like... Some teams love their Io. I don't know how highly I'd rate it just yet. Ember, Hoodwink, Bane. See the Drow being banned out. So getting a little bit... just prioritizing some of the core bans. And I'm so curious what they start with here on the side of Nigma. Like, do they go back for a mid pickup? Do they play more conservatively? Open up with like their support pickups first instead? We'll see. Clockwork coming out for L1 team. I do love that. I think even though the Clockwork game we saw wasn't like amazing, right? Like it did kind of lose out. This hero does feel really good, right? It feels like it does a lot in lane. It does a lot in these team fights. It scales really well with your itemization. Your damage also scales for a support, which is kind of cool considering the limitations of this hero before. So I think it has a lot of potential, and again, it feels pretty good. The Coddle coming out for Enigma does set you up for stuff like the Ember, right? That's the big one. Maybe a Pangolier as well. So, or even like the Beastmaster, which has been left in the pool. So there's a lot of ways to evolve this draft now on Nigma. A lot of those combinations with a Coddle are on hand. I'm wondering as well if there's potential for like Lorenoff to play the Coddle mid, but it just doesn't feel amazing. Not as amazing as before. Certainly possible, but it doesn't feel necessary as well. Like, you don't know your matchup. You can hold on to the flex, and you have that little bit added flexibility here for Nigma going through this draft.
That you do. Kind of the bans will go. One more for the side of Nigma before we can see some more picks here for this draft. A lot of emphasis on the POS 1 bans, Lone Droid and Drow both being removed. We do also see the puck ban that you were talking about last series. It seems like Nigma do not want to see it. Perhaps just another carry ban to be made here by Nigma, but we'll see. Meanwhile, L1, they've been focused a bit more on the Devi heroes, I want to say. A bit of a mix between GH and Devi on the offlane and POS 4s.
Yeah, Just ensuring none of those pesky combos are out. Again, the Beastmaster Kotl combo gone. The Tusk, I'm curious. It does cover like the weaknesses of the Kotl quite nicely, so I can see the value in that ban out. It's still surprising to me that Hoodwink is just not a hero anymore, but to be fair, we talk about it being a value pick. It hasn't been the most winning hero in those regional quals, so maybe there's just good reason to not go for it anymore. Again, Ember's still there. Storm's still there with Kotl, not too bad. Pango is there. Axe being banned out by the side of Nigma. Still fairly certain. And we actually do get the Hoodwink. So
very nice.
Hoodwink does make its way out after being missing on that first series. There's the Ember plus the Ringmaster, though, on L1 team. I don't know how I feel about the support duo. I think this Clockwork and Ringmaster, it can lack hard control, whereas, you know, it's somewhat also lacking on the side of Nigma, but Bushwhack has proven itself to be reliable enough that it's not as big of a concern here for the side of Nigma overall, I feel. That and seeing this Ember Spirit pick up, now you can consider like the Storm Spirit matchup on mid, right? There's Earth Spirit as well if you want to go that route for Lorinov. There's a lot of ways to go with this one, even the Pangolier.
And see what Nigma want to do. 2 supports already picked up, 3 cores to go. They already know the mid lane of L1. Can just go for the classic Storm pickup here if you do wish against the Ember. You've got a Keeper of the Light behind you. You're going to be very, very happy as that Storm if you do wish. Don't mind seeing the Snapfire come out either. Still think that's very good against the Ember. Plenty of opportunities here for Nigma to give Sumail whatever he wants.
Yeah. Really taking your time here in the reserve time for Nigma on this next pick. I think they're looking for the commitment on this Kotl combo. Like, what do you go for? It's going to be the Doom instead and the Husker pickup.
Hello.
So you got the Husker versus the Ember. You don't have an amazing Kotl combination, but it frankly doesn't matter when you have such strong win lanes. You have the sustain coming out from the Kotl. You cover your Husker with the Doom pickup, so you don't have to worry about just losing HP regen in the middle of these engagements. It is kind of annoying for the Husker, though. Like, you're playing into Ringmaster, right? So the save is there. We do jump in, but I don't think it's going to be a consistent issue here whatsoever.
I mean, the thing is, laning phase, like Husker versus Ember, is pretty darn abysmal.
It's not going to be good.
Going to be a painful experience, at least for the mid lane, it seems like. And it is probably just going to be the Ember. I do not see any flex to be made here. I mean, I don't really see what much you can do to help either. Like, maybe these rotations from these supports around the power rune marks could, but it's still a Husker.
Yeah.
Not very fun.
No. What can you kind of slot in? I mean, they go for the Shadow Fiend now on the side of L1 team. We've seen this be a pretty solid win condition. I do feel like this is a game where you definitely go right-click. You try to crush that lane up against the Doom. Melee matchup against SF usually feels pretty good for your SF overall. You should get a running start here for good old Snove. See if he can start to run away with the game, like some early tempo. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance sort of timing here would be quite nice. Last few bans left. They do ban out the Wind Ranger and Arian for L1 team. So maybe expecting something cheeky from good old Sumail. I mean, Core and Wind Ranger, I know you and I aren't the biggest fans, but it is something that Nigma has been running for a very long time. Like, Sumail does love that hero, so it makes enough sense.
That's all right. It's all right, they'll get rid of it. Centaur also being removed now by Nigma Galaxy, just focused on the offlane of L1, something they are still lacking. Axe Centaur not going to be available. I wonder what else they're considering here for the L1 side. Plenty of teamfight already ready here for the side of L1. They don't really need to think too much about that.
Yeah. Take care of the Necrophos now. Last ban for Nigma into their pick. I mean, to be fair to Nigma, there's some weird fluxes they can do. This could be a Doom safe lane as well, right? But likelihood is, again, just Device here off lane. What do you want for Sumail? You don't quite have the off-lane matchup. Maybe you ban out Underlord. That's probably the one most meta hero next to Tide or Mars. Those are the big ones. Slaughter is the one that gets the call, just removing the minus armor strat with SF.
Fair enough. What's the last picks, though? Yeah, L1, how do you want to finish this off? Like, if you had to pick an off lane right now, John, what are you thinking? Like, what fits the bill?
I feel like in terms of composition, Mars can kind of work out. It can kind of buy you some space from the Husker if he doesn't manage to life break properly. You can kind of play around with Arena plus Requiem. That combination's nice, along with the Ringmaster's Ultimate as well. So it wouldn't be too bad of a Mars game. It's just that, again, like, you don't know your matchup. It can be a little bit trickier to figure out what you'd want to do here. We'll see. I mean, L1, they've got to show their hand first. Kind of just get that commitment out early. And my biggest concern still with L1 is this Ringmaster clock. I think, again, there's a lot of poke potential. There's a lot of early laning harassment they can do, but this lineup also just lacks hard control, which maybe it's not as big of a concern when there's nothing really jumpy on Nigma's side, but it can be a problem to hold down as like safe lane. They'll just go for the safer pickup of Underlord.
I like it.
Lane dominant. You've got some good combinations with a root now, and some more follow-up control helping fix some issues here. Ag's timing's going to be key for Underlord to really start to hold this game together for Vazia, so we'll have to see if that lane will be smooth. I mean, you can kind of look for your combinations now on Nigma. Gyrocopter into Underlord's not too bad. With a Rocket Barrage going like 3-1-1, you can run down the Underlord early on, make it really awkward to try to just sit there and farm. Lifestealer looks pretty good here. Like, lots of things to dodge out, not caring about the root. Can infest onto the Husker, just kind of run in. Maybe just really boring in lane, but I wouldn't actually mind something like a Lifestealer for Sumail if they did want to go for something a little bit cheekier here.
Now let's see what Sumail wants. Have a think about it. Not too much time on the reserve time left. It's about 5 seconds here. And, oh, they're going to go down the Alchemist route.
Oh.
Okay. And that's one way to do it here. Alchemist will come out for Nigma Galaxy. And I'll tell you what, John, Nigma, they've got a very, very strong mid-game time. I mean, you pass that 15-minute mark with this draft, it looks pretty darn intimidating, assuming the lanes don't get outright won out by L1, which I don't think should happen based off these drafts.
No, it certainly shouldn't. I'm very curious to see how much they maximize outside on this Alk and Coddle lane. There's a lot of push potential there, so they're going to be shoving hard up against Vazia on that Underlord. They're going to be able to apply a lot of early tower pressure, and I'm wondering if Sumail will ever gift out Ags, because an Ags here in Lorinov could be massive. Or like that's just going to be, you get the taunt early. Even the Vi with an Axe could be good, or GH. Like, I know Alchemist cores never tend to go for that, but when you're fully slotted up, which in a free Alch game, which for Sumail, this does look relatively free. No direct counters. The Axe can also just be massive. And again, they've buffed that Axe bonus to be huge. Like, the added attack speed, the added damage you get now per Axe you gift is not insignificant when you're running out of slots, so it does keep that scaling option live. I'd say there's pressure here on L1 team to play a lot quicker, right? Maybe the draft doesn't feel like the quickest, but you have to be able to run away and just stop this Hulk from running away with the game.
That's why I like the Underlord pick, because I think you expect the aggression to come in past that, say, 15-minute mark from Nigma. So at least with the Underlord, you do have that constant ability to get to the fight and help out a little bit. Still, I mean, playing fast against this draft, kind of a hard ask. I almost want to say L1 need to drag it out with their own draft, but it's still challenging in that sense, because you have an Alchemist that can start gifting Ags. Husker's still pretty damn strong in the late game. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a really strong draft from Nigma Galaxy's end. I don't want to say complete outdraft by any stretch of the imagination. We haven't seen how game one's going to go yet, John, but from our perspective, it's looking maybe a bit on the dire side for L1.
Well, they are on the dire side, so...
Well, you know, I realize that as I said it, John.
No, I can see your point. I feel like, yeah, late game scenario, I'm not completely sold on L1 as well.
I'm just not sold.
Yeah, I'm just not sold, period. I think this Husker pickup was great coming out from the side of Nigma. And, you know, Lorinov Husker is not something you'd ever bet against. Matchup against the Ember, like this early commitment towards Ember Spirit without blocking out Husker when you're playing against Lorinov. I feel like it's to be expected. You know, you just have to kind of contend with that weaker lane now. You have to try to pour resources out, get some rotations out from your Clockwork and your Ringmaster to get things going. And that could be easier said than done. That's a lovely mouse and keyboard combo right there in L1, though.
It is very nice.
Love the colors.
Very nice color scheme. But L1 indeed. Appreciate that. A few extra points for them for that reason, I'm sure. Oh, not everyone else is doing it though, sadly, John. Unfortunate. Not matching.
No matching ones here.
No.
You know, they've all got their personal tastes and styles. Look at that Devi Llama face. Beautiful.
Devi's got to be the most expressive player
He is.
I've ever
He
seen.
really is.
And he, like, I just saw him earlier. He was pointing at Omar's screen, and the pure look of disgust at what he saw. I don't know what Device saw on that monitor, but he saw something he didn't like.
Yeah.
The admin, he looked nervous, John.
I mean, if you remember, like, the NADPC days, Devi would, like, rise up from his seat and just kind of rage.
Why am I playing with Sammy Boy? I believe was the
oh, yeah,
the
that
quote.
is in, that's in, yeah, the hot mic they recorded.
Why am I playing with Sammy Boy?
Yeah, I think that was on his heroic stint, right?
Yeah, shout out to Sammy Boy. We still love you, Sammy. Hopefully he's out there watching. That was the quote from Devi Lam.
Yeah, it's like, calm down. Why am I playing with...
Well,
yeah,
who was
great.
it? Is AJ.
KJ, calm down.
KJ, that's right.
Calm down. Why am I playing with Sammy Boy? Why am I playing with Sammy Boy? Exactly like that. That is great.
Brilliant. Brilliant. You notice a lot of these players get manicures, Jonathan? I'm not against. Look at it. That's some nice nails right there. They really do. They do. And I respect that. I personally don't, because I was brought up in a way where you gotta be a bit tougher and
What does toughness have to do with hygiene?
John, you know what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough.
All right?
Fair enough.
But these guys, I like. Honestly, I wish I could. My wife always tells me to go, John. I just won't do it.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe I just don't love myself enough. You think that might be why?
I think from all the years we've talked to each other, yes, that's one of your major
Why
issues.
are we doing this?
I don't know why you bring our
talking about
therapy
this?
sessions on the screen with like 1,000 viewers. We do this
1,000?
1,000,
This is a
200,
Enigma Galaxy game, John.
200, 1,000 times 10.
Okay.
Times 100, you know?
We haven't seen the viewership, John.
No.
Don't assume things.
500,000. The arena's full, you know?
Hey. Let's not make any references. Anyway, game number 1. Only reference we require here, Jonathan.
I love that your name as well in our tags is just MLP.
Every
no
time.
more Dota.
Every
you
time.
are just MLP. What does that stand
Regardless
for, I wonder?
of what TO asks, I always type it out as MLP Dota, and they just ignore me completely. Every single time. And that's okay.
They know.
That's okay.
They know. It's just pure comedy.
I'm just the pony guy, apparently. It's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
It's all right.
That's it.
It doesn't actually stand for the pony thing, by the way, in case anyone was.
Well, I gave you pony stickers for the kids, you know. I'm sure they'll love it.
Yeah, everyone gives me pony stuff.
They should.
They do.
They should keep doing it. That's what I'm saying. Smoke on smoke.
How did I not realize? Anyway, smoke on smoke.
How did you not realize what?
The name, John. I didn't pick up on the abbreviation. I didn't.
I really don't know how that slipped by your mind.
People
like
think
8
I did
years
it on
ago.
purpose. People think I did it on purpose. I didn't. Omar, looking to maybe snag the bottom bounty. He's having a gander, seeing if anyone's in that diet triangle. Won't be running too quiet yet. Snov. Hanging around for the top. Meanwhile, Zayat gonna maybe set up here onto Omar if he does make his way over. But Omar, no, he's actually gonna try. But we'll lose a bit of mana and HP on the way out. Not really too much to write home about, though. Is going to be a 3-for-1 trade, however, in the favor of L1. So already a very nice start for this dire side.
Yeah, going to be setting up nicely, especially since Mirage has to play up against a Husker. Right, like this is just not going to be all too fun. So getting yourself a quick bottle helps to offset. Better blocks here from Mirage, though. So Bornos going to have to really try to manage this lane well. And you can see the fun. Just level 1, spears coming out. You really have no gameplay here from Mirage.
I love it. Yeah, give him a pause, Devi. Hey, hotkeys, of course, Devi.
Sure.
Let Mirage think about it. There you go. Let him think about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Devi, what hotkeys are we worried about with him? Is it the neutral ability? It's always the neutral
It's always
ability.
the neutral ability, I'm sure. See if he manages to sort it out. Good old Devi. And
even when he's doing that, he's got facial expressions. He just doesn't,
yeah.
He's just stressed.
Yeah, look at Omar. He's just staring. He's like,
what's wrong with you, Devi?
What hotkeys?
What hotkeys? Omar, it was...
He's like, what
Devi,
hotkeys?
what hotkeys are you talking about? Where's your keyboard, Devi? What'd you call me Sammy board, Devi?
I wonder how that man felt.
What? Sammy?
Yeah.
Sammy,
He probably had that evil smile on when that happened.
Sammy, I think, really thrives off it. I'll be honest with you. I think Sammy enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. We met him once in Singapore.
Yeah,
we talked
yeah,
about
that
this.
is amazing.
He's a great guy. He
had
really
a
is.
huge smile. A huge smile.
He likes us, which says something about him. That
or,
says a lot
or
about
it says
him.
something really wrong about us. I'm not sure.
That's what I was
I'm
implying.
not sure.
Speaking of wrong, apparently hotkeys are a serious business here for Devi. He has not figured it out. What's happening?
We did talk about this. Players, you know.
Yeah, can we get a manager in there? There we go. Here we go again. Mirage. Not enjoying himself. Now, this is to be expected. It'd be a miracle if Mirage can get out of this laning stage without too much damage being dealt towards his CS.
No. It's, again, really not much you can do. Just going to have to cop it, burn down a little bit, Lornoff. It should be in control up till level 3, level 4, really until 6. It's when Mirage can start to dance around a bit. The good news here is
nice body blocks here, or rather cogs block on Samel. Samel can knock it away either. Great setup from Zayats, and this is something you've been mentioning. I mean, if there's a player that has experience on the side of L1, it is Zayats.
Yeah, and he's really showing off just how strong this clockwork can be. Like, these cog kickbacks are just so annoying.
Again?
GH can't do much.
He's got another one. It's off cooldown now, Zayats. He'll use it, but this time around looks like he's going to be on his own. The Corrupt does eventually move in, and in fact, GH, he's actually in a bit of danger. The Firestorm doing plenty of work as Corrupted, able to continue for a secondary pickup off the back of Zayats.
Yeah, and again, I was just going to say, the mid lane is going really well for Nigma, but your side lanes are really not. Zayats gets to deny himself off, gets to reset, come back in. Again, you're sacrificing this Ember to have an amazing start on your Underlord, and to an extent, your SF. Like, this has been a very smooth ride for Snowy so far. 11-1, and really not much pressure coming out there from Devi. 6-0 on that Doom, which is to be expected. You've got the range advantage, you've got the raises on hand. There's really not much the Doom does. He can't threaten with the chase down and Scorched Earth. And this is where it gets a little bit scary for Nibble, because that fast game is somewhat lining up on L1. You're going to have to try to build up stacks. The issue is GH is bot, right? It's not as easy to line up these massive stacks up top. With Hoodwink, you can't really leave your Doom in lane. So the recovery farm for Sumail isn't really there, or at least it's not going to be invested in for quite some time. And that can cause some early teething issues here to hit the spike on that Alchemist that you'd want to see.
Well, top lane, haven't looked at it too much. Snowy, he's having a good time in this SF. Top of the CS board right now. And not too much they've been able to do to slow the Shadow Fiend down quite yet. But it is what it is. He's just having a good laning stage for himself, and that's something L1 does desperately need, because we are seeing, again, Mirage having a horrible time. Is now Devi also getting chased a little bit. Respect on this Ringmaster. It's such a good kind of hero for the laning presence. Just so potent, so much damage being dealt with those Empowerment Arts and the Tame the Beasts. Just very, very scary kind of top lane here for Nigma Galaxy to try and deal with.
That it is. Again, the lane setups coming out from Nigma just aren't what you'd want outside of mid. Like, this Doom not being able to run up, use Scorched Earth, chase down. You see the threat onto Devi instantly when the raises start to land more than once. The mid lane's the only one that they can play with. And for Lornoff, this timing's going to be key. If he can start to get rotations at his first 6, get some good life breaks off, get some good timing into an armlet, things then can start to open up in the side lanes as well. But the sacrifice does feel costly, at least for Devi. Down bot, you've managed to recover a fair bit on Sumail. Alchemist starting to find some of that CS, at least starting to catch up to our Shadow Fiend. So, not all doom and gloom, but that does require dipping into the jungle a couple of times as well. And just allowing a certain level of free farm for Corrupted as well. So, there is some breathing room for that Underlord to start to get into early durability items, maybe consider like Atos Ags as well. And that's where things can get really interesting if that lane maintains itself here for Corrupted.
Oh, it's just so rough watching this mid lane over and over again. Like, Lornoff just having a great old time. And this is something we used to see a lot in Aurora, where they bring out that Husker pick for Lornoff. And just such a painful experience against this kind of player that just knows the hero like the back of his hand. Mirage still going to be able to get away with a water in for himself at least. So it's not the worst case scenario here, but he's just finding zero farm here on the Ember Spirit. Not to any fault of his own, by the way. We all know he can't do anything about it.
No.
I'd be very impressed with Mirage. This is one of those games where, as an Ember, if you can find a way to catch up and have impact, you immediately just become the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
That's as simple as it is. It's just he just doesn't have a laning stage.
No, just completely deleted for him. Walking back to base. And again, no CS. 4-0. At least
It's
has
tough.
EXP.
He's got Poogie.
He's got Poogie.
But he won't high-five it.
No. Things are too serious down bot.
Down bot. Cogs are going to be up. Zayats this time is the one in a little bit of danger. They'll knock him back with the blinding light. Sumail still chasing with the stun available. Needs the vision. Zayats, though, very cheeky spot, but he's still caught. Just barely. Sumail able to secure the kill. Very happy about that, I'm sure.
Yep. It does waste a lot of time, right? That's at least a creep wave you're getting for free now. Uncorrupted. Chasing a bit of Mirage.
Oh, Mirage. I mean, they're just bullying this guy now. Leave him alone. Bushwhack's out. Mirage trying for the deny, can't find it. GH able to secure the kill. And you really do appreciate this from Nigma Galaxy. It's not enough to just destroy the guy in this laning phase. You've got to really beat him down.
Yeah.
Zayats.
Oh.
Blinding light. Knock him back a little bit. But they won't really have the control without the life breakout from Lorinov, so they'll have to leave him be.
Yeah, but you're keeping that pressure in this lane. And Lorinov, he does have his boots being built up, and he's going to go for that armlet, as we've been seeing. It's really that point when armlet comes in where you start to get concerned for L1 team. Like, yes, you kind of equaled out your side lanes. You're happy enough with this build-up you're seeing on Snow V1, or Snow V, sorry, and you're starting to reach the point where you can start to maybe expect some impact from some gate usage as well. It's just a matter of how long can you play this game on a more passive side. Because Sumail has his jungle nice and unprotected, quite open. It is the Ags rush for Corrupted, which, again, it's great. It's very important in this kind of game, but do you have the space to just farm Ags like this? Like 4,000 gold? That could easily go to your, I don't know, your SF, your Ember trying to recover. I don't know. It's a trade-off.
It is. It is a trade-off. Sumail having a great time down bottom. No real pressure being applied at this stage. He has the ulti up, so no issues here for Sumail. Of course, we are still having a fantastic time for the Shadow Fiend to boot. Just behind the Outcast. In fact, overtakes in terms of net worth. So Snovy's still having a brilliant time. No pressure being applied to this Shadow Fiend. That could be pretty scary, considering, again, Nigma, they have an extremely potent mid-game timing with this draft. But if you've got an SF that can actually fight back, that could be somewhat of a concern.
That it can be. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a full commitment on Yasha Kaya, because the Yasha alone does leave it open still for like Manta, still work into more of a right-click build, which up against a Husker just feels a lot better. I don't think you get full value with a magic build up here, just because of that Husker matchup. There's some cheeky pulls, both sides just trying to get some steady farm. Mel is burning quite a fair bit. That's percent-based damage on a Firestorm is quite nice. Mel not going to be dissuaded though. Just get that farm. And again, very quiet game here, Mike. 2-2, 8 minutes, 40 seconds in. It's like we're in Southeast Asia.
Well, I think this is perfectly fine on both parts. I mean, in fairness, like, you know, you want to abuse the Chakra Magic Acid Spray farm speed with the Alchemist. Again, if you're L1, you're just trying to kind of weather out the storm right now. Like, you don't have a mid laner. Your Ember just doesn't exist at this point. Your Underlord can't do anything, and your SF just wants to farm. So it's, you know, you're just kind of waiting, again, for that 15-20 minute mark where you know Nigma are probably going to come running at you. And we'll see if L1 are prepared. And looking back at Mirage, I mean, it's just so tough to see your Ember in this position. He's forced to farm the jungle and the easier creeps when they are by the tier 1 tower. But every time he does show himself, you've got to be a little bit wary of Lorinov and his own positioning. At least you do have the Remnants up, but it is a 2-level difference right now. So Mirage does get hit by a Bushwhack, but of course is going to be okay to TP away. Gets the Urn up, so has gone down the build as well, where of course he is going to try and be a little bit more active. Because quite frankly, as the Ember, you're just not going to have the farming pace you want.
No.
Right, in the jungle. So you've got to try and find ways to join team fights. to recover your farmer's December Spirit. And I don't doubt he can do it. In fact, he might have the opportunity now against Devi. Zayat setting up, chains out, Doom committed onto the Ember, but Devi can't really follow up and they'll get him. Zayat's to secure the kill. Now Omar being chased down. Corrupted cutting him off, but they don't have the lockdown for Omar. He will be okay to retreat, but it's still a great kill in the form of Devi Lama. And again, if you're this Ember Spirit, even just being in the vicinity to soak a bit of XP, you're going to be pretty happy with that.
That you will be. It's a little bit rough for Nigma to actually lose out on Devi like that. Like Doom being down, his net worth isn't amazing. He's barely above the Ember. It can kind of end up to that point where you have a Doom, you have an Elk, and the Husker just farming into relative power spikes, and that can really constrain your jungle. That will just mean, again, even more of a passive game, whereas L1 is now starting to look to be a bit more active, grouping up top. Look at this position for Respect and Zayats.
GH chasing. Snobby is the target. They'll drop the Wheel of Wonder. Omar does actually land with the sharpshooter, but it's not proven to be quite enough here as they'll turn their attention onto the Clockwork, but he's also out of there. Very nice escape from L1. A bit of waste of time now for Nigma Galaxy, and for L1, you consider that a win. Any bit of time you can buy with your draft is a win.
That it is. And again, they've done a great job of mitigating these losses. Like, again, despite that rough start, they're only like 1K behind at 11 and a half minutes in. That's nothing. Like, you were expecting maybe at least a 2K, 3K lead Nigma's way if they were really crushing lanes, but it was only mid that really crushed, and that's just not enough. Although
Mirage, again, can't really do too much against the Husker, though Lorenov needs to be somewhat... Oh, Lorenov!
All right.
All right, Lorenov. I apologize, sir. That's my fault. I'll never doubt you again. Nice bait from Lorenov.
Oh, yeah. And trying to find him turning off his armlet swell, trying to hope for a kill.
Hey, all right. I would have fell for it too. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I would have. All right, Lorenov. Very cool.
He is a Husker specialist, so...
Do you feel bad complimenting a Husker player, don't you? It's like, why am I complimenting this guy? It's like a Tinker player, back in the day at least. Now it's complete garbage, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah,
it's GH.
It's amazing.
Going to be spotted. Omar. Caught. Probably not really going to make it out of this. Though they do have Lorenov around, but I don't recommend the fight, though he might still try. Samel's joined in with GH to trying for Zayats, at least on the Clockwork, and Zayats should be a relatively easy target with the Radiance Burn of Samel, and they do get him. The fight will continue, though. Samel, he's been called out. That's a big target on the Requiem. Going to make short work of him. It's Corrupted. Able to secure the kill himself, and that's a big win. I want to say for L1. No problems here so far.
No. Again, they've done a great job of mitigating this laning phase issues they've had. They found some really good punishment coming in. I will say where it starts to get concerning is when you're fully set on Lorenov. When he has something like his BKB up, that's where things can get pretty rough. Like, what are you going to be doing about this Husker that can just stand and fight? Maybe, again, with the physical damage here on your SF, you could start to turn things around. It is the physical build coming out there for Snowy. So... there is some good output here. It is the Manta into the Dragonlance. And that, again, that just saves you a lot of trouble with having to try to deal with this Husker. You will have the damage. It's not like you get too much armor early on in the Husker. I'd say this is one of those games for Lorenov where he might have to start thinking about something that builds off from Plate Mail. Maybe Lotus, maybe the Shivas or AC even. Massive stacks coming out here from Nigma, though, as you'd expect from GH on his Coddle. Just 12 stacks overall, just so much farm.
Standard stuff.
Coddle gameplay.
GH. Lorenov. Speaking of stacking, I mean, seeing 12 stacks like that just reminds me of that time you can make the unlimited stacks with Conquer Torrent.
Oh yeah,
that was my favorite.
So fun.
That was my favorite.
Just figuring out the timing was the tricky part, but
it wasn't tricky.
Yeah,
not
not
for me,
too.
John. I was too talented.
All right.
I'm too talented.
Fair
John.
enough.
You know that.
I do know it. I do know it now.
Samel. Well, he's all right. To the north, though, it looks like they have smoked up. L1, Zayat's going to see himself Lorenov, and Lorenov could be a big target. If they can burst him down, though, he's armor toggling, and he's just not dying. It's just not happening.
No.
That's the one guy that's going to prove to be pretty difficult, I think, this game to take down.
I'm that he is, right? Like, this game is structured around our Husker. They've done a great job of drafting for Lauren off this game. And that's him without the BKB. Once you have that BKB, again, just no concerns to come true. Radiant's build for good old Sumail is done, going for the BKB next. And he is going for that AC for the team. 5-5 at 15.5 minutes in. And again, nice and relaxed pace that you'd want both sides. I will say, despite the lead not growing on Nigma, I mean, normally with an Alchemist plus a Husker, having no lead, having around a 1k lead, I would say, is a pretty bad position. It does feel like it's all just about that power spike, that BKB out on Lorinov. Once he has that, I mean, they should, if they don't get control on the side of Nigma with the BKB on Husker, that's where issues will arise. But until that point, I'd say it's really even. Oh,
nice juke from Mirage. Be okay to escape and get the Ember Spirit. Not really catching up the net worth too fast, but has the Spirit Vessel still having the impact thus far. And you got to be happy with that as the Ember. I mean, considering what you had to go up against, you're pretty okay with the way this game's gone. Corrupted, Fuags up, having a great time himself working towards the shards. Divine Llama, hook shot out from Zayat into the Wheel of Wonder and the Pit of Malice with the Aghanim Scepter. Just impossible for Zayat to get away. Just so many pits. Can they take him down though? Bushwhack is out. Divine is still running, but they'll get a Remnant and Mirage. Mirage will very happily take that kill. Something he desperately needs.
Oh.
In for more. Zayat held down with a Bushwhack. Illuminate and Sharpshooter, they'll snipe him from a mile away. And it seems like that'll be enough for L1 to decide to just leave the area and not secure that tier 1.
Yep. They trade pretty big in favor of L1 though. Again, this Doom Alchemist just not having a net worth lead is pretty painful. Like, your team net worth is even overall. You have a slight 2k lead at 17 minutes. You'd want that to at least be 4, maybe 4 to 6k if you're really in a good spot. I don't know, like, L1, it does feel like they're still hitting some pretty good spikes despite some of these wins that you're finding on Nigma. You're finding some sacrifices that the L1 team are managing to snatch away. You're hitting some good timings here on Snavi. And it's just a matter of how long do you want to play the farm game in Nigma? Because eventually that BKB will be up in Lorinov. And that's where you want things to start flowing. The Vi going back for his own Radiance as well. Lorinov, again, just a recipe away from his own BKB. Just
We'll see himself a Gaper of Light and a Sumail. He has help around from Respect. A nice hook shot from Zayat. He was never really worried. He's all right. Getting plenty of information for his team. And this is invaluable, again, because Enigma, they're the ones that want to be aggressive. So the more info you can provide for L1, the more you can avoid. And the more you can avoid, the better the game tends to go for L1, I would argue.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the late game is maybe more straightforward.
It's contestable, but you don't even have an Ember right now. I mean,
No.
you need to hope for the late.
Yeah, I suppose. It does feel like Nigma is under pressure to play just quicker before that recovery process can happen. Because again, there's a question of control, the question of how do you start to hold this Ember back? Maybe like Husker Ags could be one way as well. It is the Lotus being queued up by Lorinov, so some armor options starting to come in. Gate usage now as well. I mean, they do have Sumail nearby. They could jump this Alk, but doesn't look like they will. 6-6, 2k lead, still holding steady. And again, a very calculated game from both sides. No one wanted to make anything major happen. Just play to their strengths. Play a safe game.
Enigma still playing it very patiently. Sumail, of course, at the top of the net worth board has the Alchemist, but you kind of anticipate that. The lead isn't huge quite yet. He'll work into the AC up next. Because it doesn't really feel like he's necessarily the real carry. Like, this is one of those games where you can rely on Lorinov to get that work done for you as the game does go on. But then again, as the game does go on, maybe they start finding a few answers towards this Husker. 20-minute power rune about to spawn up. doesn't really seem like anyone's going to go for a fight, but Enigma Galaxy do smoke off the back of it. In fact, they do jump in mid lane, right onto the Ember. And Mirage not able to catch a break as Lorinov takes his life and even picks up a BKB as the Ember's dying.
Yeah, very good timings on at least getting that done here for the side of Enigma. I mean, eventually you have to make a play. You have to take this map space up. You'd want to find the rest of these tier 1s, start to pressure a tier 2. Right around, I'd say 25 to 28 minutes, you'd kind of want to at least start pressure on the tier 2. Maybe think about Roshan as well. For the L1 team, again, you are getting decent space out on Snavi. This SF is ramping up. And your Ember, while it is still being shafted a fair bit, it's eventually going to find items. It's eventually going to find EXP. Question is, are you surrendering too much? Because it felt like there was a window to try to play into, but right now it feels like that window has gone and passed.
Enigma still hanging in the dire side jungle. Zayats is going to be around to tank any kind of gank that is coming. They're not really coming anyway. This looks like they just want to push out the top lane a little bit. Snovi, second in net worth, and this is the thing that you're really afraid of, is this SF getting out of control. And he's getting there. Just uncontested thus far is Snovi. GH and Omar, they have been having a look to see if they can find some key pickoffs for themselves here, but no one really been showing themselves from L1. And Snovi, I believe he has the full butterfly almost completed, and he does. It's going to be very nice against the Husker of Lorinov. I wonder if Nigma are at all concerned about this SF.
I think they should be. Again, the late game scaling, I feel like it is still a ways off, but your scaling on Nigma as well is not the most straightforward. We've seen Alchemists in like a super late game scenario just not have that same scaling as other cores do. I think the SF does scale a lot better in this kind of game. The Husker versus SF, arguable. I mean, you are going for the armor here on Lorinov, but it just feels like the SF right click, once you have Daedalus up, yeah, you're using your E quite often. It's just so much output that can be scary even for like a Husker. Smoke out from Nigma though. See if they start to get things going themselves now. Full AC for Sumail, not too far off. And yeah, just back to it. I don't know. I feel like you should be hunting here on Nigma Galaxy. You should be looking for the SF. Like, yes, you're happy. Yes, your Alk is farming. Yes, he's going to have a major item ahead. But you haven't really shut anyone down. There's the butterfly you mentioned, Mikey. So he has even more EHP with some evasion. More damage here from your SF. I don't know. Gets a little bit concerning.
It certainly does. Scary, scary times. If Enigma has this farm, is starting to get a little bit intimidating from Snovi. Hurricane Pike now completely built up on Lorinov. Some more utility for the Husker. BKB almost actually completed on the Ember. You know, I was saying this Ember spread, he's still not really recovered. But he's only, what, 2K, 1.5K behind Divine Llama. Yeah. It's really, considering the circumstances, it's not really that bad of a game here. And he's able to have the impact. Just with the BKB alone, just being able to jump in and throw chains out and everything else. There's Lorinov. They did get scouted by that rocket flare in the Roshan pit. They're trying to get there in time, but it's all too late. Omar was there to block the way anyway for the hook shot. And it seems as though they are going to find Zayats for their trouble. Very nice little pickup from Nigma Galaxy. Aegis and a clockwork kill.
Yeah. Again, having to trade away Tormentor for that, maybe not the ideal, but a really good read from L1 team. That's the only thing they can really get done there. Some key timings now for the side of Nigma though. BKB up on the Vi. So your Doom can start to take point. But there's that BKB you mentioned as well on our Ember. So at least you have some counterplay. I'm sort of curious to see how far the side of Nigma does decide to commit. Right, like you do have a couple of ults on cooldown here on the side of Nigma. But you have more BKBs on hand as well. Like you have the extra BKB to play with. So L1, they have to be a bit careful with the smoke coming in.
Mirage, he could be the target again, but he does have help around him. They're going to try and jump in with the rod of Atos. Mirage, though, with the BKB, is happy to try and fight back. Meanwhile, Samel on the eastern side of the fight, trying for Snovi, but Snovi's getting the Requiem off. Man fighting now. They'll get the Aegis on the Husker, but Snovi's down. Samel's got his number. Lorinov, he'll be happy to respawn after that Aegis. And the team fight is well and truly won for the side of Nigma Galaxy, as Lorinov will pay his respects to Samel. And props to Samel, John. Fantastic positioning, jumping the SF, finding the primary target they really wanted, and they got it.
I have to say the execution for Nigma when they are playing together has been pretty damn clean. Like their target prioritization is on point. They're kind of making these fights really awkward for L1 team to try to consider walking back into, and they're just cutting them off one by one. L1 team, when they are playing into Aegis, right? Like even though they did take it out, they lost a major objective. They're having to play a little bit more conservatively with the delta that they have to consider. Omar just catching.
Yeah, they are going to find Mirage again. Samel going to jump in for the stun. I don't believe they'll have enough, and they won't. Mirage able to get out. Lorinov, though, showing up now. Will go on to Zayat. Meanwhile, Device still looking for the Ember, and eventually does find him. The chase is on. Lorinov, he does kill off Zayat, but now the Will of Wonder, it's going to lock him down. Still trying to move in onto Corrupted, but there's just so many pits being placed here by Corrupted who forces the BKB out. Lorinov jumping in again with Samel now, just surrounding the Unlord. Will take him down. No problems. They still just lack the answer, it feels, for Lorinov. No, he's just got a free reign over this game.
That he has. And again, it's just down to that early Ember pick, not banning out Husker overall. I mean,
he's 6-0-3. They can't kill him.
They really can't. There's no physical burst like this SF theoretically should be, but you haven't been able to just stand there and hit on Snovi. So I'm not sure. Even this Daedalus coming in, like, yes, theoretically, things start to simplify a little bit here for your SF as they find a Doom.
Oh, they just can't give this guy a break.
Nah.
Mirage gonna go down another time. Just one of those games. It's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault that they drafted Ember into Husker. It happens. You know, like you draft Bane into Lycan, right? Like first series. It happens.
Yeah, they didn't. That wasn't like a lot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It happens. Let's not argue semantics here, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Fantastic game thus far from Nigma Galaxy. 14k net worth advantage.
Oh, we're getting the Ags out now from Sumail. So
sure
he's happy
are.
enough what he has managed to find. And I'm wondering who gets the priority. Are we going to get the AoE Doom? Or are we going to get the Will-O-Wisp? Or just Lorinov and Taunt? I feel like because Lorinov's not building it, it should just be him. Get the Taunt up. You're going to hold anyone down. The saves are still going to be annoying, but not as bad. So we'll have to see. Not too far away for good old Sumail. There's going to be a lot. Just really that orb left. So someone's going to be having fun. And again, this is something that can get a little bit crazy in the game as it goes on. The multiple Ags coming out. All of these ways of just amping up your own damage, amping up utility on your team is going to be big. L1 team trying to apply pressure on the tier 1. Looks like no defense from Nigma. They've gotten full value from that already. So just kind of take their time. And again, play to their strengths. Play to their farm strengths here.
The first Ags, you just assume he's Lorinov's, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been. Yeah.
I know you've been saying it, John.
I think so. I can explain again if you'd like another 5 minutes. I mean, it would be pretty cool to get the Doom. All of the Ags are great. I'd say it's going to be Husker and then Doom if you're going to farm more. And then the Kotl Ags is in place.
Yeah, it'll just be the Husker.
Yeah.
It'll just be the Husker.
Yeah.
No real questions here.
I don't know. I mean, what comes next? Do you want AoE Doom or do you want Will-O-Wisp?
I don't know if it matters, to be honest.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think you need him.
No.
But Sumail wants plus damage without eating up a slot after he gets his Abyssal into Swift Blink or Strength Blink as they jump.
They are going to jump to Vailama. They've cut him off as well. There's not really much of a way for them to join the team fight quite yet, although no, they're going to jump in Samel. He found a 3-man stun, no 2-man rather. Zayats and Corrupted both going down. Now Snovi on the chase. Requiem's not going to be able to be channeled. Trip or double kill for Samel. thought it was a triple for a second. He didn't get the third.
A triple-double.
A triple-double, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll take those. And again, very clean from the side of Enigma.
It looked kind of awkward at the start, though, didn't
the vibe
it, John?
being cut off, yeah.
The cogs, the pit of malice, it just doesn't matter.
No, they're just so far ahead. I think there's just such a big damage issue. And it's so weird to say when you've got this SF that's like within 4K gold of an Alchemist. That is not actually a comfy position for an Alch to be. But they get all of that control, they're hooking in, and I think it's just the fact that your Ember really doesn't have a game. Like, he's not able to root. You have nothing that goes through debuff immunity. Right, so once the BKBs are on, you really do nothing here.
No.
And you're just not able to find anything. I think the issue is you can't stand your ground here on Snavi. Like, there's no way you can sustain yourself, even with a BKB. Maybe you need, like, a Satanic to be up, but I don't know. It's just hard to see how the pieces of this puzzle connect. Speaking of Satanics, you've got one on Lorinov. So this Husker is now in a fully geared mode. I mean, there is not much more you have to look for here. So, what can you do on L1? I mean, SF Divine Rapier is just not good. It's maybe Magic SF, but even then, into Husker, do you really want to do Magic SF damage onto that hero? No. Ember with Divines, maybe, if you could farm that point.
Man.
Right? Like,
I mean, he's sitting at 13k net worth right now.
That's enough for one Divine.
You know?
If you sold everything.
I guess. True. True.
That is sad to consider.
It's a consideration nonetheless.
Oh. I have the perfect idea.
Go on.
Clockwork buys 20 chainmails.
Oh, John, shut up. You and your damn chainmails.
Oh, dude, it's so good. See 3.9 with 15 armor? Just add more. It becomes 60% outgoing damage. Dude, the rocket flares with your Ags, oh. Magnifique.
They
Great.
could have given us
Excellent.
anything. They could have given us anything, but they give us this chainmail crap.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, but it's no Black Grimoire, obviously.
No, I'd rather that.
I see.
I'd rather that. At least Clockwork could use the extra XP, you know? Amp damage from Mirage. Yeah, Mirage, he's been having a tough one. It's been a hard game against the Husker, but he's keeping in it.
You know, not as big of a discrepancy on the bounty runes this time at least, so 11-9, but of course with an Alchemist on, it just becomes much more valuable for Enigma. Smoke out.
Okay.
So Roche is being taken away, so just covering for a smoke gank out from L1 team, but they're just trying to take map objectives. So I think they recognize if they try to force this fight, it's just gonna be pretty difficult to find an angle. So you take a tier 2, you try to take map control. Aegis up for Lorinov, and I suppose you start thinking about that high ground. I mean, not much else. You've got another Ags for Sumail. And again, it should be AoE Doom. But Will-O-Wisp isn't too bad either. There you go. Who's getting gifted? It's going to be good old GH.
Okay. Why not?
It should be Divide though, but maybe Sumail just wants Divide to work for it. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe just not impressed with the performance here from Divide. You know, so he was a pretty based character. You know, he'll let you know. He'll let you know. Maybe a bit more modest these days, but you know, still has it in him to.
It did go to Device, so he is impressed.
Oh,
he is impressed.
I wouldn't have done Samel. Samel, I wouldn't have done it. You're too nice these days.
He is way too nice. See, 17-6, 26k lead. Again, Enigma just playing to their strengths. They play that slower game. They had the confidence that there's really not much solutions from L1. I mean, I guess at this point, L1 can start to think about drafting mistakes, and
I don't know if there's much of a mistake. I just think you
just Husker.
Just respect ban heroes like Husker. It was the same thing we were saying last year against like Lycan Fade, right? Just don't give him the hero that he's really good at.
Yeah.
He'll pick it every time if you can. You know, it's. And Lorinov, we saw this so many times during his stint with Aurora.
Oh, yeah.
It was just devastating every time
Why
you
is there
saw
a
it.
Bottle?
There was a bottle. There was, John.
Oh, Snavi was like using it just to get.
Oh, was it the Embers bottle too?
Yeah.
Oh, of course it was. Why'd you do that, Snobby? Laronov.
Oh.
No, he's all right.
Okay.
Snobby doesn't even have the respect to save the bottle for the Ember.
Send it back to base at least, you know. Pick up with a courier. Laronov just denies it.
And his own team's against him. Truly a 1v9 game for the Ember. Devi. NGX going to start to move up with his tier 3 bottom tower. It is still pretty challenging. You are up against an Underlord, against a lot of pits, a lot of firestorms. They do have to pay some respect to the higher ground defense of L1, and in fact they will. NGX taking it very slowly. Sumail channeling the stun, does jump in though. Onto the Underlord they'll go, and make quick work of him. They'll save with the escape back. Meanwhile, Laronov losing quite a bit of HP, does back off. Meanwhile, somehow, in fact, Corrupted is gone. No saving him on the Underlord. Now Snovi also caught out. Mirage, they're going to save the day. Devi, meanwhile, finding Zayat on the clockwork, as it seems like Laronov going to jump in. Will catch the Ember. They will take down the Ember. Mirage is down. And this is looking pretty uncontestable now. 3 down with no buyback for L1. A game like this, you got Huskered. It is what it is. Might be time to go back to the drawing board and figure it out, and there you go. GG well played. You know, I want to give my credit to Nigma, John. They played a clean, coordinated game.
Yep.
But if I was coaching L1, I'd be like, guys, we just got Huskered.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I don't think they should be too mentally impacted by that. It's like, yeah, there was a drafting weakness. They left it there.
Yeah.
Maybe they figured that they had enough to counteract it. Certainly didn't look that way. I think they tried to manage it as best as they could. I mean, look, for all of the things we're saying here, like Nigma didn't have a significant lead at like 10 minutes. Didn't have a significant lead at 15. It felt like there are also aspects there that Nigma can kind of look at and see what to improve, because the side lanes, they weren't the hottest commodity in the world, right?
Yeah.
Like it was a bit slower for Sumail. It was a bit slower for Devi. There certainly was a lot of give and take there from L1 team outside of mid. But the mid was the most important bit. As we've seen time and time again, a lot of these games, if your mid laner has a good time, then you tend to have a good time as a team. And you did not get that this time around here. So job well done to Nigma on that game 1. And again, this is a team that's been on the up and up. I think you can't really underestimate Nigma Galaxy.
No.
You know, a lot of haters will be like, flukes. I don't think it ever is. I think there is genuine improvement, and we'll see if they keep going up.
I think we're past that fluke stage now. We can let that name go. I think Nigma Galaxy proving that they are certainly a great team. Of course, L1 definitely not one of the strongest teams in the tournament, Jonathan. I mean, let's not be silly here.
Yeah.
Right. I think Nigma's still the favorites going into this series, but nonetheless, Nigma looking fantastic, very coordinated, very clean. Draft works out perfectly. No issues for Laronov. I don't know what to say. Pretty good game.
Yeah. I'm curious to see, again, how they adapt. Like, say you take the Husker out. Does that game really change that much if you had a Storm instead? Because I feel like that, if you play the same way, you could end up in the same snowball
That's my issue. It's like, how much can you say about this game when there's a Husker that just goes undefeated the whole time? It's like, what else can we say? There was a Husker that did really darn well.
Yeah.
And you and I, we've seen Laronov's Husker so many times that it's kind of like you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You don't want to allow it.
No.
I think what we can almost guarantee though is that L1 going into game 2, just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just ban it.
It should just be taken out. I'm curious to see if we see again this emphasis on going back to like more mobile mids, because it felt like we were kind of leaning into that. We saw the puck banned out early.
Right.
Which is again more natural with what we saw in TI regionals. Storm, I think. If they didn't get Husker, I think if Laronov played at Storm, it's a different story. Mirage has a game, but it felt like just beyond this Ember being behind, the coordination of Nigma was on a different level.
No, it certainly was better than what we saw from L1. But props to L1 as well. There was a few fights where it felt like they were going to make the big comebacks. I mean, this Underlord with the Aghanim Scepter pick up, it felt very nice. A couple team fights where it looked a little bit awkward, but the BKBs come out. Suddenly the pits don't matter anymore, and they just kind of run you down, is what happened here for game number 1. Game 2, apart from Husker bans, John, what's the next change? I mean, strategically, is there something you didn't like seeing? Do you feel like they lost lanes, map control?
I feel like
what happened?
Their side lanes were doing really well, but the issue is I want to see more play towards mid. I think that's something we've been missing in our series so far.
Right.
Like, we've seen it a lot in regional qualifiers where a lot of emphasis is on like that first water rune. Oh no, the second water rune, the first power rune, second power rune, even the third power rune is like so prioritized. I think that would have been one way to try to recover on Mirage if they could have gotten that timing, but it's just it's really rough to try to hit that. And again, we're looking back in the game, but it was such a good start for L1. Like, bot lane for Sumail was not clean. Outside of Mirage having a rough time mid, which we expected. I mean, they were finding some good things in these side lanes. Like, the top lane was pretty smooth for Snavi, and I think if they build on that foundation, they should be fine. I think if you're the coach, if you're J4, it's like, guys, we're fine. We'll ban the Husker. Let's see if they can do it again, because I think I think we have a fight.
There you have it. I mean, it's highlights from game number 1. It's pretty much all Lorinov.
Oh yeah.
Just jumping in over and over again. I want to say, of course, this was a very nice fight from Sumail. It's just finding Snobby straight off the bat, making it impossible. In fact, even Zayat with the cogs block, making it a little bit hard for his own SF to find a way out of that. But that was incredibly smart positioning from Sumail. And Zayat's, of course, also dropping near the end of that. And I thought maybe you had a chance, and especially this team fight, this one felt a little bit on the awkward side for MGX, considering Divai ended up on the wrong side. But then you had this two-man stunt from Sumail. And that was that's about all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare you see games where Alchemist is like looks amazing. This is one of those games where it just styled right on top. I think, again, it's hard to say if that's because Alchemist is a good hero, because Lorinov just crushed literally anything that could take her out.
Sumail has been historically known to be a fantastic outplayer.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not saying he's, you know, it's his play. It's more that, is the hero that good?
Right.
Because he had a pretty free game outside of the laning phase, with, you know, no Ember that could really try to shut him down. So he made it look amazing again, as you said, a notorious Alchemist player. I'm just curious to see, again, what ideas we get from Nigma next, because they are certainly not going to have that Husker. So it's time for something new.
Well, I hope they keep up the coordination. I thought they looked fantastic here in this this game number 1. And I'll tell you what, I don't really think it matters what draft they pull out, as long as they keep up that kind of gameplay and that composure. And you saw that for the first, say, 15, 20 minutes. They just weren't doing anything.
Yep.
They were just like, no, we're cool. We'll just farm. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We won the lanes. Who cares? Just take your time. I like that.
Yeah.
It's complete composure, complete experience, no fear in the world. And it worked out for them. I just want to see L1 put up a good fight for game 2. Does that mean we need to see a Husker ban? Probably. Probably just ban out Husker. Please.
Yeah, I mean, again, ban the Husker. Maybe, you know, if Nigma want to play this conservative kind of game, you could start to look at L1 to maybe consider a higher pace, right? Like something from mid. Again, that emphasis on just collapsing on Water Rune number 2, first power rune, second power rune, third power rune. I think trying to shut down Lorinov. That's where we see it sometimes go a little bit rocky for him, when his mid lane just gets so much pressure.
Yeah, he did seem rather confident in that game 1, didn't he? Like the arm toggle to bait the Remnant, the Ember. It was just very nice. Classic Lorinov gameplay, I want to say. Props to the rest of the team. Again, everyone looking absolutely fantastic here for Nigma Galaxy. I don't know, even if you ban the Husker, like you got Lorinov Storm, that can be quite intimidating. I mean, this is a team of Nigma Galaxy where they play more as a team. I want to say this organization. It's not necessarily about finding the better picks or the better drafts or anything like that. It's more so just play as a unit and outplay the opponent is what I find that tends to happen with Nigma.
Pretty much. And I think, again, this is something that's been refined ever since Kuro has been on the coach for a couple of years now, right? It's just been constantly refined to reach to that point. And I think it's one of those things like Gamer Legion we were talking about, where it's like the culmination of all of that growth as a team. We're hitting its apex at around the right time, hopefully. We'll see if it really does hit its apex here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah. Well, apart from that, Jonathan, I mean, we should be going into Game 2 relatively soon, I dare say. It should be, again, very, very exciting. I can't wait to see what kind of drafts we have coming out. Not sure what else I can say about this Game 1. It was a pretty dominant victory.
Yeah,
it was a pretty dominant victory. It was pretty clean gameplay.
Yeah, I think multiple ags is always cool to see from Sumail.
Okay.
You know, maybe if the game went longer, we'd have like 4 ags.
We could question whether Divai deserved the Aghanim Scepter at the end. I guess that was questionable.
He did do his job very cleanly. You know, like that moment you'd like to point out where it looked bad. He made it work.
Okay.
He survived.
Yeah.
So he deserves it.
Yeah, okay.
Deserves it.
All right. MVP of the game, I guess, while we're waiting here. John, would you like to give a standout or MVP?
Lorinov.
Okay. Yeah.
Husker.
Yeah.
Not even Lorinov. Husker.
Yeah.
Husker is the MVP.
Okay.
You know, Lorinov was just there. The Husker, Husker itself, as a character, was certainly the MVP. And yeah, it's quite a thing to get a Husker game like that on day one. I will say that. I guess if you're gonna get Huskered, getting Huskered on day one is like, right, that hero exists. Wipe it off. We'll never get Huskered again, right? So maybe that's the idea for L1. At least they'll never get it happening again.
Is that the kind of meta we're in, where it just seems like anything's viable now? You know, like it feels like the meta's kind of been turning into that as well.
I mean,
it's been like that for a while, hasn't it, John?
To a certain extent, yes, everything's viable, but we do have a lot of unpicked heroes. So in an absolute value,
Not
no.
literally everything. All right, well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head to a break. And right after that break, we're going to be back with game number 2 between Enigma Galaxy and the side of L1. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back to the Esports World Cup here for the B stream. And in case you weren't watching, we're here for Enigma Galaxy against L1 Team. Enigma, they made game one look relatively easy, I want to say. Jonathan, pretty dominant victory for Enigma Galaxy. They ran a Husker lineup. It was Lauren of Husker. It's pretty hard to win against that guy's Husker, I'll be frank. That's the easiest way to summarize what happened in game one. That's basically what happened.
That's basically it. The Husker MVP, not Laurenov, Husker itself.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure L1 Team will adjust. They'll ban that Husker, so we'll see a very different game here for game number 2. I'm just so curious what the adjustments from Nigma will be in reaction to no Husker, right? Because Storm could still be pretty good up against the Ember. It's not going to be as soul-crushingly bad for Mirage. So he is going to have a game, and that changes the dynamics of this. And again, we saw some good things from L1 where their side lanes were going really well. You know, it was a bit of a rougher start for Sumail overall, but he did recover. So we'll see if they can kind of try to find that, replicate that early start here from the side of L1 Team, as we do have a very quick draft on hand. And let's see what they will want to do. Already have the bans here. Nigma taking care of that Treant, Puck, and Drow. The side of L1 taking care of the Lone Druid, Phoenix, Viper, and the IO. So Storm, Ember, still in the pool. Puck's, well, gone, right? But Storm, Ember still there. Bane, Hoodwink, Snapfire. Been really popular today already. Curious to see what is prioritized here overall. See what the side of Nigma will want to remove. They'll get the Coddle again.
Why not?
Access to Coddle, again, opening up this Ember pickup, opening up this Beastmaster pickup, opening up even Pangolier, Storm, all if it feels good with Coddle. So I like this coming out from Nigma. It's very open. GH Coddle, it's very hard to bet against him. He's been known for this hero since, what, 10 years almost now? Plus, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
So, nice, strong comfort pick that doesn't reveal too much on the draft for the side of Nigma. You get the clockwork out for L1. Again, this hero has felt pretty darn good. It did feel decent in the last game as well, despite that game, again, not being the best for L1 Team. I still like seeing it coming out. What will you allow through? Will you actually... I feel like if you were going to ban a core, the SF we were seeing from Snavi was quite strong. They'll ban out the Axe instead, which we have seen be consistently just a top-tier offlane. Will you respect ban the SF? It felt manageable, but the lane did feel hard for Devi, so I wouldn't mind it if they had like a melee hero in mind once more for Devi here.
Devi? Yeah, just fulfilling his role, you know, making fun of him last game, Jonathan, but he's doing his job.
He is.
He's doing his job. Happy that he's not playing with Sammy Boy, as he would say. You never know, though. Don't count your
Man, you know,
too fast.
I sometimes still think about the NADPC and Sammy Boy's camera. The way his face is like posed, it's like the Joker.
Yeah.
And then the lights in his room go redder as the day goes on. It's like, he was truly a character.
He was in a dark place, Sammy Boy.
Some say he still is.
Nigma Galaxy. Final ban to come from their end. Mixed bag once again. Axe being removed. Maybe just another offlane ban to come here for Nigma's end of things. L1 fighting for a tie here.
Yeah.
At EWC for day number 1. Of course, you know, you don't want to really force yourself a tie, but this is the best you can hope for now for L1.
Yeah.
I think at the very least they just want a game where it feels like a game of Dota 2. You know, that game would have just felt like torture.
That would have. Do ban out the Doom on the side of Enigma to get the Ember and the Huskers ban out. All right, so an Ember coming out.
It's okay.
What do you do now on Enigma? Options for Laurenov, Storm, Pango.
I think Storm. You just storm it.
Yeah, you just storm it now. You have the Battery and the Coddle combo. Storm versus Ember is like perfectly fine nowadays because of Static Remnant having Static Slide. And you have a Battery. No hard hold as well. You committed to Clockwork, so Storm, so long as he's not standing still, can still be such a tricky target to go. Granted, you are far away on the clock, so there are some opportunities to try to hook. Easier said than done. Not the most reliable tool to lock in a Storm. See, Enigma digging into that reserve time before committing just yet.
I mean, I think it's like Laurenov, when I think of the player, I think Storm Husk.
Exactly.
It's just Storm Husk. That's what I think of as
sometimes a Pango.
So, yeah, okay, but Pango's just dead.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, hopefully.
We'll see a couple. You know,
Hopefully.
VP's here. It's all right. We'll see a couple.
Yeah.
It's all right, John.
Really digging into reserve. What is there? Lots to consider what they'd want to kind of lock in for the combo.
This is a, are you sure you want to play Storm? This is what the
2-minute discussion on will you play Storm?
Are you sure? Because we could pick Tide TA right now.
If all roads lead to Storm, eventually anyway, would you not then appreciate Bulba just first picking it? If you know you're going to get it anyway, is it better to just first pick it?
You
as
don't
he
know,
has?
John. You don't know.
Oh, okay. Earth
Right?
Spirit. There you
There's
go.
a couple of these brothers, right?
Heck yeah.
Earth Spirit makes its appearance now from Lorinov.
How happy are you with seeing Earth Spirit mid-back, Mike?
Not very happy, John.
Really?
I'm a support player. I don't play mid Earth Spirit. I'm not that talented.
Fair enough. But it's been good. I think the matchup here is pretty decent up against the Ember. Okay, it's not like the most natural Coddle combination.
John?
It does work out fine enough. I am curious about how you're expected to hold the Ember Spirit now with the Ringmaster, but that's all in the Earth Spirit at this point. Grimstroke Jug combination coming out for L1, and that can be quite scary. Just the Inkswell plus the spin on top. There's a lot of early aggression. This lane for Devi, I'm not sure what hero you can actually pick that can sustain against that. Maybe a Tidehunter, but the hero has felt just a little bit slow. Can still work out. We see the Wind Ranger coming out here for Enigma. That could be our Sumail hero. It likely is just our Sumail hero. Win condition-wise, I mean, it's fine. It forces the Jug to go for MKB. You have a lot of sustain there. Shackles can feel quite good here. Power shot damage to find the backline is going to be nice. Sniping, actually, the big thing is really just the snipes. Right, so this is all down on Lorinov to get these good rolls out. Then you line up the power shot, you line up the illuminate, you're going to find that kill. And it's kind of rinse and repeat from there. That seems to be the game plan coming out here from the side of Enigma. See what else they take care of. They took care of the Centaur and the Dawnbreaker. L1 banning out the Enigma and the Beastmaster. So some device specials. What is there for Devi? Again, Tide is there into Jug. It's all right. I'm not sure what else feels good.
Sorry, I was just mesmerized by that incredible jawline. I really was. So jealous.
Yeah, really is something.
Enigma. 17 seconds left for this final pick. Very interesting draft. I haven't said anything about the Wind Ranger yet, Jonathan. I've held back.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Lycan comes out.
But...
No, hold on, John. I know you're going to make the argument that they're lacking maybe some team fight or something. But don't forget, as we said about Fate last game, this is a Devi Lama special.
Yeah, that it is. I'm just... It's not even about team fight. I'm just wondering about how the lane goes.
Okay.
Or not team fight, but will you get the utility from the Shard of Lycan in this kind of game? Like Clockwork, not really the softest hero to pin down. Battery Assault can stall, the Cogs can stall. Grimstroke can kind of clear out your wolves as well when he's being chased. So I don't think it's like the easiest game to just harass out these supports. But it's still pretty impactful. I'm just curious to see if the lanes well. Like, this lane combo, I think you'd want to run the Coddle Wind Ranger, so just spam power shots, harass out the eventual offlane pick here for the side of L1. And I think that's going to have to be the way they go with Sumail. So, Corrupted is... I mean, he's playing the Tidehunter. They do get that pick up. But with Coddle plus Wind Ranger, that's not a comfy lane.
No.
Level 3 timing for Sumail, 0-2-1 plus Chakra from GH. I mean, that's like, what, 250 magical damage nuke or near 300? With a lower cooldown basically for free? That is painful.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were to pick an offlane, at least Tide's kind of...
Yeah.
He's a tanky boy, at least, you know?
That he is.
Get a couple points in Kraken Shell, walk it off. Probably the idea. I'm intrigued to see if Enigma can make their draft work. I mean, it seems like it could fall apart pretty quickly, but on the other side of things, it feels like they could just take off and just destroy the game.
Yeah.
One of those games, there's not really too much in between.
No, not quite. And it's really down to how much they get out from lanes. I think it's not just a mid lane emphasis, it has to be every lane. Like, you have to have a good start in this Lycan, otherwise he's going to be just sitting back, farming, the timing on, say, Dominator, Overlord, if it falls off, then it's not as impactful as you'd want it to be. Same thing goes for your Wind Ranger. You know, you want that timing into the Maelstrom, you want to be able to, again, harass out this Tide Hunter from becoming an early issue. So you have to really execute on the laning phase here for the side of Enigma. I think for L1, it's just a matter of kind of the same idea. If they draw on these lanes, you're in a happy position, right? Even just a draw, a 50-50 across all the cores, that's a pretty good spot for L1 to start to farm into, you know, 15, 20-minute mark. Sets the groundwork to get the durability items up in your Tide, to get that early damage output on your Jog. I want to see if it's going to be the Battle Fury or sort of a Maelstrom build. It should just be Battle Fury here.
Hopefully.
And, you know, yeah, just kind of get it going for Snavi. So we'll see as we do head into that game one now and see what adjustments have been made. No early smokes, but there is also the potential for some fun stuff later on, Mike, right? Like we'll have to say it. Ags on the Vi, you bite a Wind Ranger, she focus fires, and that's kind of funny, right?
Yeah, it is. It's cool. Let's see how it works. Game number 2, L1 fighting for a tie. Enigma Galaxy looking for a 2-0 victory to get their tournament started. Be a great start. And that means 2 2-0s on the B stream as well for today so far, if they do achieve that.
And would be. See if they can get it done. Smokes out. Have a little bit of a break here from Corrupted. Not the easiest here to kill off, though, but level 1, manageable. Just too close to the tower. I'm wondering if these mid wards will get taken away by L1, if they have any idea. I mean, the smoke break should tell them some wards could have been planted.
Oh. Omar. They're going to show themselves down bottom. Mirage looking to fight over the bounty. Will have respect around. Blinding Light to knock them back, and Omar does manage to swipe it away. So it's actually going to be a 3-for-1 trade this time in favor of Nigma for these bounty runes, which was the opposite last time around. This time, Nigma, they'll get away with it.
Yeah. Nice, happy start. You know, maybe not as crazy because you don't have an Alk, so still nice. Yeah, you get that bonus again for the Earth Spirit into a quick little pickup of Bottle. You see Samael just preventing, say, the snipe on his range creep. Just trading with a power shot a bit. I'm so curious to see how this lane looks for Kotal Wind Ranger, because theoretically, if you land these power shots every time, it is a pretty painful lane for Corrupted. Double ranged, pretty long range as well, so you're not going to be able to anchor smash your way to victory down bot. Seeing some aggression already, forcing Snavi to spin around. The pokes from Omar, I mean, you have to remember those knives are pretty darn painful with the percent-based damage. Mirage, again, also just not having a great time. Root is starting to work out, though, but
playing on the edge now. Mirage really wanting to give Loranov the experience he had last game. Respect, dropping low, will be okay, but Devi, he starts with the voice lines. Because Devi, kind of like Fade and kind of like me, they're sickos, John.
Yeah.
They really enjoy.
Oh, he really is, yeah.
They're just sickos. We're these people that just like to micro creeps and not play the game properly. I used to be like that before the arthritis, John. You know?
It always begs the question, why not play an RTS? This is the game for people who are bad at RTS.
No. Yeah, well, it is. I tried. I was never good at them.
So then why play Micro Heroes?
Because I want to be a micro player. That's why I tried the RTSs, but I just wasn't good enough.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I'm loyal to Valve, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I'd never.
Fair points all across the board. It's been pretty fair as well for the side of Enigma in terms of laning. Having a pretty decent time overall. It's still within that mark of 50-50, right? Like, all sides are finding some build-up, except for Corrupted. Like, this lane for the Tide, 4-2, not that fun. Half the CS you're seeing here from the Wind Ranger. Devi with a good Water Rune denial with his Wolves, cutting off Mirage again from a top-up. I mean, that is just nasty, but that is the kind of microplay you need, Mikey, if you're going to play that Lycan.
That it is. Loranov again trying to abuse the Earth Spirit, at least a much more even matchup now for Mirage, as he's going to go in with the chains. Bit of a chase onto Loranov, slowly ticking away. Loranov has no points in the roll, so Mirage is going to commit for this. And it seems like he should have it, and he will. He'll be very happy with that kill, as GH does at least trade. But it's something I'm sure Mirage has been waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a huge boon to him. First blood bonus, EXP going his way solo. GH soaking up that EXP is not the worst thing in the world, but you do have to, again, respect that Ember's output. If you miss like a couple, I believe there was a miss from Lorinov on high ground, a nice little dodge coming out there from Mirage. And if he had that damage, maybe that same play doesn't happen, but didn't quite connect the way you'd want. Still, again, a much more calculated game. Kickback, Mirage. I mean, Lorinov's low again.
He's trying to play games here with Mirage. Got to be careful about his skill usage, though, because as soon as Mirage sees certain skills being used, he goes in like this, and Lorinov might get punished for it. Mirage is happy to run in once the silence has been expended. Lorinov going to be okay. He's got to say, Snuffy's having a really good time in this jug. Like, in terms of CS, 23 and 3. Not too much contest. Mind you, Devi's also having a great old time in the farm department and the like, and then that could be much more intimidating. It's the fight for the water runes. Lorinov's going to pick it up, though, and Mirage, maybe a bit of wishful thinking. Illuminate is going to connect, but it will not be enough to secure the kill. Lorinov, though, happy to pick up the water rune and just get the hell out of there. Yep. Even Zayat's showing up just in case.
Oh.
Very annoying. Very, very annoying.
Yeah, you gotta love clockwork gameplay nowadays.
I do.
Just kicking back the cogs. It's not smooth for Lorinov by any means whatsoever, but no mana left here.
Oh, Smash is going to connect. Mirage actually dropping pretty low, but now GH getting trapped in the cogs. Zayat is still kicking them towards Lorinov. Lorinov, oh, he gets the silence. Mirage underestimating the damage. Gets hit by it, will go down. Very anticlimactic. The tail end of that, it felt like something big was about to happen.
Yeah.
Not quite. Zayat.
No mana.
He's
GH.
okay for the cogs, just gets away. GH, no mana to abuse here with the Blinding Light or Illuminate. We'll let him go. But you got the Ember.
Yeah.
You know, you're pretty happy.
You got the kill you're looking for. I'd say the solo lane for Sumail is working out perfectly again, even without the chakra.
Oh, nice shackle.
Now he has it. There
Very
you
nice
go.
shackle indeed. Corrupted, trying to get away, but Sumail not going to allow him the opportunities. He'll pop the Kraken Shell eventually, but I doubt that will save the day for him, and it will not. Power shot from Sumail. And again, a very nice shackles. Devi. See, this is the thing, right? Like, part of me is disgusted that he's tipping the supports.
Yeah.
The other part of me remembers what it was like to be that powerful, John. And I must admit, I probably was worse.
Yeah, I can see that. Nice little solo kill for Mirage mid.
Devi. Oh, nice TP away. See you later.
Yeah.
My personal favorite.
Yeah, a classic little move. There are concerns for this game for Lorinov. He is lagging a little bit behind. That, again, these kills coming out for Mirage does set the Ember up for success, and the question becomes, how do you hold back the Ember? Now, your main source is this Earth Spirit, and it's going to be a while until you get some dispels here on Mirage anyhow, so maybe not a near-term concern, but certainly something that they should think about on the side of Nigma. Relatively even game regardless, 2-4, and L1 has, again, managed to do a fine job of at least, again, finding equality to an extent. They're not too far behind. We've seen worse positions to play, and it's a less than a K lead for the side of Nigma. You've got this good launching point in Mirage this game, and proving that if he's not playing against Husker, he's a happy boy.
Top lane. It's Mal. He's been having a fantastic time here on this Wind Ranger. So Zayat has rejoined the top lane just to ensure that we don't see any crazy chase sounds onto Corrupted again. Another slowish game, I want to say, 2-4. There's your focus fire being committed,
Look
but
at
it's
that
onto
damage.
a tide. Yeah.
Look at that damage.
It's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
What a hero. What a hero, Wind Ranger, huh?
Literally just tickled the Tide Hunter. Yeah, he's like tapping a watermelon, you know? You're just seeing if it's ready yet. That's basically what he did.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wasn't ready.
No. Nice to see, though. Do enjoy seeing it. Maybe, you know, I think Devi should just buy Ags, and we'll get a wolf just biting around.
Yeah.
Would be fun still.
Mirage chasing in, gets an Arcane Rune, will move his way onto Omar. Tame the Beast is actually going to connect from Omar. A lot of damage also being dealt by Lorinov, so Mirage can't actually continue committing, I do not believe, though he still wants the kill onto this Ringmaster, but can't find it, as now Zayat's being baited into a bit of an awkward position. Mirage going to try and come in to help him out, though I do not believe he actually can. He will escape himself, but does lose his clock.
And some good punish coming out from the side of Enigma. You know, just forcing the rune out as well. I mean, you're buying so much space for both Sumail and Devi. I think that's the key part, right? Like, all of this attention is on the mid-Earth Spirit. Your Wind Ranger's finding form. Your Lycan's finding form. To be fair, you still haven't answered Snavi, just kind of getting this farm up on the Jug as well. Like, this Jug's timing is kind of getting a little bit scary once the farm starts to escalate. But you've got that Dominator for Devi into the Overlord. So the trade-off probably is worthwhile. This is a Battle Fury Jug game for Snavi as well. It's going to be a ways off until that's up. Look at that power shot damage and Crow. Oh, the focus fire.
The focus fire just too powerful here from Sumail. Corrupted, literally having to press Kraken Shell. Imagine that, John.
What a hero.
Imagine having to press Kraken Shell. How embarrassing. Devi being chased down, has wolf form available, but is waiting out the chains. Does eventually pop the wolf form. Mirage continuing to chase for this. Devi chained up, and in fact they might just have him, but no, the escape act will save the day, just barely. The Zayat's now caught out in the mid lane by Lorinov. Will be going down. Lorinov happy to secure the kill. Some great patience there from Omar and Devi to ensure he does make it. Just barely.
Yeah. I believe they were trying to bait Mirage in to commit deeper, but let's think twice about it. Nice roll.
And no power rune spawning, though. Could be a bit awkward for Lorinov, but he's got his supports there. GH always TPing and ready whenever. Mirage, though, still trying to play games with this Earth Spirit, and he's actually doing some great work, but not enough work. Lorinov, once again, just narrowly escaping on the Earth Spirit. Respect.
Ooh.
He's getting the Lycan experience right now. He's going to make it.
Even Sumail showing up for a little bit of a power shot. Doesn't manage to fully connect, sadly. But you can see how long their pokes are on the side of Enigma. They don't even need to fully commit sometimes. Still, this is just insane space for the Jug, though. Like, Snavi's just alone. Like, this Jug is going to hit its Battle Fury timing in the next minute or so. Probably a little bit less. Start to farm like a maniac. And then start to become a little bit of a problem. That is the concern, right? We had the question of how do you stop the Ember? How do you actually stop the Jug once he has that farm going? It doesn't feel like you have a clear answer at all. Nothing that goes through debuff immunity. You have to angle in on Lorinov quite well, so it's going to be down to vision and map positioning. We'll have to see if that's something that Enigma can get in control later on. 2-6, 1k lead for Enigma. And even a recovery coming out there for our Tide has been good, although...
No, they're going to make the jump in now onto the Ember. Will have wanted to hold him down, and Mirage, it's again being taken out on the Ember. Just so much control here from the GH and the Earth Spirit. Enigma, 2-7 now, 2k advantage their way, having another great game. One concern is the Jug, of course. We really have been not paying too much attention to him because he's just been complete free farm on his side of the map. Then again, you could make the same argument for Sumail. And in fact, speaking of, Snavi is apparently going to go down. So I've cursed him, Jonathan. I apologize.
All you, Mikey.
That's my bad.
Nice little pickup, though, for the side of Enigma. And, I mean, Sumail's starting to actually do damage in that focus fire as well. Like, Maelstrom's not too far off, so he is going to start to proc some hits here. You've got the tower to finally fall at a pretty late time, 12 minutes in, so towards the latter part of that average time here for our series. But they are finding him. Mid will be traded away for it. Mind you, we haven't seen a Ravage yet from Corrupted, so there is this huge turnabout play that still hasn't really shown itself. Granted, he's not going to be getting something like a Blink for a long time. He's going to go for utility, going for the Vlad's build. Last I checked into maybe the Mage Slayer. Would be one direction he'd go. Don't think it's completely necessary. Just the Vlad's Blink. Floor enough.
Corrupted. Held down. Will of Wonder, very, very nice. Blocking the stairway. So he will eventually get hypnotized and Corrupted. Can do nothing. Samel does get in there with the focus fire and actually secures the last hit for himself.
Yeah. Just a Maelstrom proc or two, that's enough. So finally getting that item up is pretty darn nice. Side of Enigma. Again, a very smooth game for them. There's no overextensions. There's nothing fancy. They're just looking for simple pickoffs, looking for weaknesses that L1 is kind of exposing. And just looking to abuse those weaknesses, those shortcomings. 2-9, 3K lead. And again, this Jug is finding form, but look at how fast Devi is caught up. Only 100 gold behind now on the Lycan. And that's the Jug with a Battle Fury. You'd expect that to be growing in favor of the Jug, but it hasn't really been the case here. Going for the Manta style next. It's a start. The Jug really comes online once you get more attack speed. And again, it's just so far away from anything like Butterfly, maybe even the MKB, the Ags. Like, it's just a lot of farm for Jug to hit that point where you have a lot of safety nets. One good Omni can change the game, though, if you find it.
That it can. NGX. Gonna smoke up Loranov and Omar. We'll head down though. Look to hunt this Juggernaut once again. And in fact, they're gonna run into him. Run right into him. They'll get the silence immediately. They'll jump in for the Will of Wonder. That they kind of miss out on that. So Snovi does actually get the spin off into the Healing Ward, but it's still gonna be pretty difficult as the Healing Ward is now gone. And they've just got constant vision with these wolves. Even if you want to juke out, Devi's just watching you.
Yep. Just no way to avoid it. And maybe try to make up for it in L1 with a smoke if you can find an angle. Again, they've been very conservative and trying to go for their own wide team fight. You know, using something like the Ravage hasn't really come out yet, so maybe eventually. But just the way Enigma's playing. Look, they're playing opposite side of the map. They know there's probably a clump up. Even Sumail's hanging further back in his own jungle, trying to get the farm. And just not presenting any opportunities out for L1 to try to get a trade out of a loss like that. Just no opportunities to do so.
Zayats. Focus fire out from Sumail. He's doing plenty of damage now with the Maelstrom. Zayats going to run north and actually does narrowly avoid the vision of the Wind Ranger. Sumail not able to keep tabs. Enigma Galaxy still hanging around this mid lane with Loranov and Omar. Even Devi with his Home of the Overlord creep is here and ready whenever. His Respect is just getting torn and hewn by these wolves. They'll take them down, but now a shackle! Sumail fighting two of them. Snovi trying to get away. He might make it, but they'll take out the Healing Ward. Another shackle by Sumail. What an angle he finds for the initial one. Oh, it's a cleanup. A complete cleanup. Mirage trying to get away. But the Wind Ranger with the focus fire out, just chasing him down into the power shot. Corrupted. It's 1v5 here, Corrupted. But he's okay.
Yeah.
But what a setup. Sumail setting up absolutely perfectly with that shackle.
I mean, he's just on fire with the setups, and he is making this Wind Ranger look quite good. I think this is it is Sumail Wind Ranger. This is a hero that he has played a lot, but he's connecting every spell when he needs to. The entire team, and again, I have to give big props to the side of Enigma Galaxy. They've played so clean. Their coordination is right up there. They've had a lot of time to refine their team dynamics, and it is certainly on display here. Whereas for L1, I mean, we haven't seen a Ravage yet, right? There's no opportunities. It feels like the responses are a lot more staggered out than what you'd ideally want to see. And it just makes the game a little bit harder to play. And Sumail, again, just on fire now on that Wind Ranger. Oh.
No, bottom lane. Mirage. Be able to get away. Mirage Yeah, having another rough game on the Ember. It's better than last game, but still not the greatest of times.
No. I mean, yeah, the mid lane matchup is just still not easy. Definitely a little bit more about outplay, and Larnov, again, just kind of outplays him quite a fair bit. 2-14, 9k lead for the side of Nigma. I'm wondering, as they kill off Respect.
Yeah, it's a device having a great old time. Nothing Respect can do about it, the poor guy. Why does it bring me so much joy?
I don't know.
What's wrong with me?
You have a lot of things wrong, Mikey.
Blink Dagger up now on the tide. That could solve a lot of things wrong here for L1. Though it is somewhat doubtful, if I'm frank with you, Jonathan. I was just using the line to segue, I'll be honest.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Very well done. I mean, it does help. My concern is if it is helping, it will only help every, what, minute and a half? Like minute 40? It's not amazing.
Might be a little bit late to say this now, by the way, John, but it's snowy, isn't it? Because
yes.
Okay.
I think it's snowy.
It's probably
But
snowy.
I was like, let's stick with snobby.
He's
just
doing
like,
the cool thing where he can't just type
like,
W. He has to put double V's. I understand.
And a 1
I'm
there.
not cool enough
No.
to understand these straight away.
No. Smoke out. We might be able to understand this if they get to run into L1 somehow. BKB up for Lorinov now as well. So he's pretty well protected. Again, it just feels impossible to hold him down outside of just the Soulbind. Just have to check for that smoke. I mean, you catch that Grimstroke out. That's a big key piece of control missing at that point for the BKB.
Samel. I mean, he might be baiting for his side. He's got teammates around him. They're right by him. In fact, Snowy is thinking about it now, looking for the spin TP play out, and he is going to make it. Those Zayats, of course, going to have to be left behind here. Nothing he can do about it. We'll tank the gank. Respect meanwhile, thinking he's out, but he's not. Welcome to the jungle, baby.
Just go through the gate and die. Fair enough. Oh.
GH.
Oh, that's a lot of output.
It is a lot of output. Corrupt is doing some work. They might at least get GH, and they do. That's actually worth a bit of gold here for the Tide. Even finds the Arcane Rune here as they are on to Lorinov now. Lorinov has a BKB, has 1 charges if he needs it. He's going to turn around for the Magnetize and the man fight. Samel's going to join him, but they will get the Ember out of there as Lorinov still playing games here with Corrupted, but does in fact need to leave. Omar now showing up, trying to deal with this Tide Hunter. They're just slowly prodding, but eventually Corrupted. He's going to be all right as Omar will get the tip for his trouble.
Yep, managing to land some 2 daggers out. Procking that shield. If they wanted to go again, maybe would have had an opportunity, but and they play it safe. Tormentor taken here by Devi. Shard out for GH, so a little bit more utility coming out for him as well. And again, a pretty smooth game for Enigma so far. L1, we've seen some opportunities for them to try to make these plays, but they've lost this advantage on their Jug. They've lost this early farm advantage they're finding. I think it's been a little bit harder to try to hit that recovery at this point. And for the side of Nigma, I mean, they're just in complete control. Can we get to 22 kills here at some point? That would be one way to go.
We'll wrap around. L1. Smoke from Nigma Galaxy as well. This could be really awkward. Nigma waiting. Smoke going to be broken. Beautiful setup here onto Samel, and the Ravage going to be out as well. They'll try to burst down the Wind Ranger. He's surviving though. Samel's not going to go down. Zayat and GH the ones to fall as Devi cleans up Respect as well. Maybe finally the Wind Ranger will die. And Devi will need to leave the area. In fact, never mind. He wants to move back in now because Lorinov has finally joined the fight. Corrupted. Gonna die. Mirage still playing. A bit of poke. But he's been caught now by Omar. Chase is on. No remnants available for the Ember. Makes it very hard to escape him. Expect him to escape. Does go down. And yeah, they found the Wind Ranger, but it doesn't really mean anything.
No, it doesn't.
Not when you're giving up that much.
No.
That's too much.
And you see how much it takes to even find that kill. You have to get Ravage, you have to get the Soulbind off. You have to be able to connect all of these spells at once. And again, it's so constrained in cooldowns. Whereas for Enigma Galaxy, what? You're looking for stone kicks. You're just looking for a shackle. You're looking for creeps to run in. that was a very ideal case scenario as well for the side of L1. And I just don't see that kind of opportunity coming out again smoothly anytime soon, because it just requires so many things to connect that Enigma Galaxy are not likely to make those same mistakes once more. Roshan set the fall, 5-21, 13k lead for the side of Enigma. And we are seeing signs of life from L1, but there needs to be much more than just that. It wasn't enough to swing this game back in a significant way just yet.
Oh, here we go again, Lorinov. They haven't got vision over Corrupted, and quite frankly, they probably wouldn't want to jump the tide again anyway. Devi, again, just having creeps running across the map, just being absolute nuisances. Sumail, in fact, joining that creep, chasing down the Ember of Mirage. Zayats will be around the area to try and protect, though it seems like Sumail might have a decent idea he was around, but can't quite see him in time. Maybe just setting up in that bottom tier 2 tower soon is Enigma Galaxy. Shackle not going to land either onto Mirage. And in fact, they will focus fire at the tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Mirage being chased by Lorinov, but they're just buying space for Sumail to get to work. And Devi is even working up to the tier 2 mid tower now.
Yep. Just finding these safe objectives. Not much to really risk here on the side of Enigma. I mean, they're so far ahead. They've got all the map control in the world. Your options are just so limited right now on the side of L1. Your best option is to just play the high ground, where Ravage will shine, where the Omni Slash will shine. We've got the Butterfly MKB being lined up here for Snowy. And that is where things can, again, kind of open up. Sumail. Cheeky.
Yeah, looking at Snowy. Snowy. He's got a spin TP ready. Shackle, though, going to be thrown onto Zayat. They'll go for the easy one. Lorinov cannot stop the spin TP. No problem. They at least found the easy kill they could take.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Snowy, like as much farm and net worth as he's finding, it's just not really quite amounting to the impact you'd hope for yet.
I mean, once he hits the Butterfly, I think he's going to have enough EHP to actually get off his combo. Corrupted.
I mean, they're trying. Omar's going to show up as well. Corrupted's pretty tanky. He's confident he can just walk out of this. His teammates are not coming though. Corrupted, no, here they come. Respect is here. But that is all he's got. But it's going to be enough to take down Omar, as it seems as though both these cores are just going to go ahead and take a support each.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say it's a bigger loss to lose out Ravage. Zayats just getting the Wolf treatment once more.
Very nice.
But no Ravage means Lorinov, again, can look to make a play here.
They jump in, Lorinov going to roll right into Snowy. Snowy looking to fight. They'll get the anchor out onto Lorinov. Now the Omni, but no, the Lotus Orb!
Oh no.
The Lotus! Oh, perfectly timed. Corrupted will be going down. Double kill for Sumail. Of course, in the meantime, Devi finds an easy tier 2 bottom tower on his own. And that's just salt into the wound again here. Jonathan, just the Lotus on the Omni. Not going to feel very good.
No. It's a rough time for the side of L1. But again, Enigma just playing on a higher level, it just looks like. Again, the coordination this team is doing, like, while that fight happens, you have Devi split pushing down bot, securing objectives for the team. Map now down to just tier 3 towers for the side of L1. No outer towers left. And they're just set to go. Still have Aegis for a little bit longer.
They have nice focus fire into the Shackle. They have found Mirage very quickly, very easily. I mean, you've got a Butterfly up on your jug. It just doesn't feel like it does anything in a game like this where you're just not able to actually stand there and hit somebody. Like Snowy, he deals with the Wolves, but that's about all he can do here. Been fantastic from Enigma Galaxy throughout this series. Very clean gameplay. Snowy just getting hit from a mile away. Corrupted trying to jump in and clear out the creep wave. These Wolves, but Device has split them up now. Such a hard defense to ask for if you are L1. Shackle now, Sumail, he's not going to latch onto anything but Snowy. Hook shot, Zayat's going to try and lock down at least the Wind Ranger, but Sumail happy to just pop the BKB and focus fire. No real stress from him as Zayat's just annihilated by this Wind Ranger. Corrupted and Snowy now they'll try to capitalize off this. They've got the Omni available. They can commit. They'll spin instead. Escape back gonna make it hard. As now Snowy just being chased by a million units by Divide. But they'll change their mind onto Mirage instead. Ravage committed, trying to save Mirage's life. He might just barely make it out. Now the Omni does fly in. Lorenov dropping low, so is Divide, but nobody's dying.
Oh, Sumail.
And Sumail's gonna jump back in now. Snowy, he's gonna make it. Sumail will lose the Aegis. But that's the worst that's happened to Nigma. Just nobody's dying.
No. We're just on our way out. Clear out the bot set of racks, just like that. Get full use out of the Aegis. I believe it only had like maybe less than a minute left. So perfect timing to just get in there. See that Aegis power play. Good net worth swing, a good amount of buildings taken care of. And for side of Nigma, again, they're still in control of this game. Like, the damage on this Jug can be good, but how do you angle in for that Omni Slash? It's not an easy game for it. You're gonna need your own Blink up. You still need the MKB up if you're not going for the Nully. Corrupted.
Well, we've seen this story before. Not the easiest of targets here for Sumail, but he is getting through him eventually. No, he's not.
No.
No, he's not. Get out of there.
Yeah, not quite, but at least message is sent. I don't know if you're going to be able to go high ground again without Aegis though, so could be a little bit longer unless they find a pick off here on the side of Nigma. A little bit of a cheeky smoke just to drop some wards here on our Grimstroke. L1, this timing now really has to be, I want to say like either a Blink, a Nullifier, or an MKB on your Jug. Like those are all the things that you need. One of those can make the difference. Even just like Blink Omni is going to be nice. It's going to be the MKB again for Snowy. Just 2 parts away. But even with the MKB, if you don't manage to Blink Omni, I feel like you're just not going to get a good Omni. You know, like, unless the Ravage is perfect, but you still need the Blink to be right on top while that Ravage stun is there. So you do need some mobility here.
Zayat trying to force them back. Enigma Galaxy, I do believe you are correct, John. Probably not going to be too confident to push high ground without another Aegis. They'll just leave them be, but instead they'll see Snowy. Snowy was scanned out. They know he's around there somewhere, and he's going to show on a creep wave. Maybe not expecting them to come in, and now a shackle from Sumail, locking him down. Ah, Snowy. That is not going to feel too good. He spent all his gold on that butterfly, so he doesn't have buyback either. In fact, it was the MKB he was trying to buy out. But no buyback gold available here for Snowy. Not great news if Enigma Galaxy have an idea of it. Meanwhile, Defi's just keeping everyone else busy. He's 9-0-12, by the way, John, on that like. It's maybe Lycan is going to be the hero of this tournament, I'll tell you.
Certainly looking like it for us here in this stream today. So far, 6-28, 17k lead. The high ground commences once more. Creeps coming in, so backdoor shouldn't be an issue. Ravage is still up. Just how do you find the angle here?
Well, there goes your tier 3 top tower. Slowly but surely being chipped away at by Sumail. Corrupted. Probably the only guy that can actually survive this Wind Ranger in this game at this point. Lorenov's jumped in a little bit on the earlier side. Still going to be able to roll away though, just fine. Enigma, they are indeed just going to play it safe. No need to stress themselves out.
Yeah.
Roshan's available. 90% win chance. Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
And I imagine it'll probably go a lot higher once the Roshan's down.
That it should. I do love how Nigma kind of split their focus there as well, right? Like they're forcing this issue top. Divide just shoves in mid. And you can't really stop both of them. You can't even stop a single one. So, I mean, your options again here on L1 are limited. This is all about the Jug. If you get a good Blink Ravage into the Omni, perhaps this game starts to look better. I think the one thing that feels really awkward here for L1 is that you've got the Clockwork. We haven't really seen hook shots. We haven't seen plays to connect with hook shots, to kind of follow up for your Ember. Nothing like that. So I think if you're just not able to maximize this kind of draft you built up for yourself. You're just forced to focus around Tide, forced to focus around the Jug instead, so you don't find any of these sorts of openings, and it just limits your options. One part of your draft just isn't working. One aspect of your draft, one playstyle of your draft just isn't there.
Oh, Samel jumping in on his own, but he's got his BKB and an amp damage rune, although he's taking a lot of damage. Snowy! Snowy does catch him. Samel's down. Snowy looking for more now. Will go for the chase on the GH along with Mirage. A big misplay, I think, from NGX. They're not going to be too happy with the way this fight's gone. And now the Ravage catching Loranov as well. Loranov trying to roll away with his BKB, but it's going to be blocked by Mirage. Still, the chase will continue. Loranov's trying for the roll, not going to work again, but the Magnetize, it's starting to stack up quite a lot. It seems like Divine finally going to join the team fight. Rushing in. It's now L1 that need to leave. They're going to lose Snowy. They've gone too deep. Corrupted gone a bit. Respect. Not respected. No. He's going to die. And so it's like that whole team fight. You just didn't have Divine Llama.
No.
Divine's like, what are you guys doing? Why am I playing with Sammy Boy? That's what he was thinking.
Sammy Boy won this time around instead of Sammy Boy support.
That's right.
For sure. A really aggressive move out from Sumail, punished. But again, it's just down to the fact that you're so reliant on this Jug with Omni. He doesn't have Ags yet, of course, because you had to buy out so much elsewhere. The damage on the Ember in a prolonged fight is massive. But you need that burst on the Jug to feel confident. Buyback forced out on Respect. Rax is not lasting long. They could just go for the Megas at this point on the side of Nigma. As Sumail is up. Because of how staggered that fight is, it's just going to take a while until your defense team on L1 is up. And it's just going to be free food, free pickings here for Nigma. Find the mid, find the top, Megas to come in, although...
Oh, they are going to try and defend maybe one last time here. Zayat's dropping solo already, and Mirage not looking too flash hot. Zayat is going to be the first to fall. They've got 5 seconds for the Jug to be back up and available, but Mirage is going to go down in the meantime. He'll buy back immediately, though. Here comes your Jug to try and join the fray. Who they even go on, though? Everyone's just backing off from NGX. Nobody really in danger of being caught, apart from Divine Llama's creeps who are just taking the racks. Divine's moving back in now. Divine pops his BKB and gets the hell out of there. He really wanted the Megas. And he wanted to do it on his own, as every Lycan player tends to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that on Divine, you know. Just get this game in a very, very good state for yourself. There's the blink we were talking about on our Jug. So Snowy's got the blink, can kind of cleanly follow through now from the Ravage. Can kind of look for that big Omni and try to close out the game for his team, or at least try to find that swing back for his team with some damage here. But it's still not the easiest process. We'll see if they're successful. The smoke is out. It is fairly dark in the map here for L1. They have some good wards if they break the vision on the high. They are sneaking around a little bit longer in L1. Nigma are kind of clumped up. This could be good or bad. If the Ravage is big, this is going to cost them. It's all down on that angle, and look at the wolves. All right.
Oh, there it is.
Let's go, Divine.
My favorite. My absolute favorite thing to do, John. Look at it. Look at this brilliant. They can't even stop it.
No.
They can't stop it.
It's done.
See you later.
What a way to get Mega Creeps.
What a way. Divine Llama, the man with no shame. This is what happens when you hit an alignment, Jonathan. This is what happens. You just have zero shame.
No.
Anything works.
Anything works. You do what you got to do. So the smoke didn't quite connect inside of L1, and now Nigma, they get this jump in first.
I mean, it looks like they're about Snowy. Oh. He's going to see them first big Ravage from Corrupted. They'll try for Divine Llama, but the escape act. Omar's there in time. Divine's not going to die now. Snowy, he's between a rock and a hard place. He's just forced to fight this one out, but there surely is no fighting. Here comes Samel with the focus fire. That'll be all she wrote. GG's called. They'll secure a 2-0 victory here in Nigma Galaxy. And they make it look pretty darn easy. I'll be frank with you. I mean, it's L1, they put up a decent fight, but Nigma, I mean, game 1, they just had the super draft with the Husker.
Yep.
Game 2, they just outplay them.
Definitely so, and I think we saw hints of this in game 1 anyhow. Like, we did have that question. Was it just the Husker, or did Nigma also play spectacularly well? The side lanes maybe went off to a rougher start, but the execution that we were seeing from Nigma was just a lot cleaner. I think they were playing together as a team quite well. They're managing to get all the connections they're looking for, and find all these openings. I think the coordination on Nigma has looked really clean. I think for L1 team, look, it's a new day. It's the first day.
Of course.
They've had a lot in their year that hasn't lined up. I think there's a lot to kind of pick up from this kind of game, and I think that's something that someone like Zayat should be able to gear his team for. So I think that's something they can easily adjust, try to bring something more, bring something better on the next few days. For Nigma, it's a good sign. A lot of people had question marks to their performance. I think there's always people that never want to buy in because they're scared. Like, is this real?
Yeah.
Right now, we can say it's looking good at the very least.
It's very good. It's very good. Very clean start here for Nigma Galaxy. Another 2-0 as well for the B stream, Jonathan. So we're not having one of those awkward starts to the tournament where everyone's just tying after tying after tying. And there we go. The winners, of course, is going to be Nigma Galaxy here, 2-0 up against L1 team. And as you and I like to say, these things are important. Momentum matters in a tournament like this with a big format. Nigma, of course, they've had their doubters over the years, but those doubters probably very quiet right now. And again, happy days, day one. Yeah. You're laughing.
Great start for the boys in blue, and I'm curious to see how much more can come out. There's a lot of games going on. We're only on this stream. Obviously, we can't keep track of the other streams somewhat.
What I think to myself is, hey, this Divine Llama guy, I'm a real sicko, John. I dislike him. I'd love to know, does he feel shame? Because at least I felt bad when I did it. I thought to myself, I've wasted this guy's time. This poor man, this supporter, he just wanted to have a good game, and I've ruined his day. Do you think Devi feels that way when he does that? Do you think Fade feels that way?
No.
No,
I think they enjoy it. I think that's the point. It's like when Slacks is like talking about what he loves in Dota and his techies games and stuff. That's what they love about the game. That is the point of it for them. So I don't think so. I don't think he feels bad.
Okay.
I think he's a competitive person and he will do what he needs to win.
Is this the meta now? Is Lycan back in the meta? Is it like a strong pick? Is it a high priority pick?
Honestly, I'm starting to believe it is, because you think about what's meta on the safe lane. You have high base damage cores. Like Jug is one here that also hates getting howled.
Yeah.
Like even in terms of outside of the micro capabilities, the howl is just devastating to Jug, devastating to Tiny, devastating to all of these kinds of heroes. So it can be a really good counter core pick. Your issue is the lane, but we've had some pretty good combinations with some plus fours anyway.
Yeah.
And I think what you mainly sacrifice is the mid interaction. Because you have a Lycan, you can't leave it alone necessarily for, say, 4-minute water rune and all of that. So as long as you cover your base on the mid matchup, Lycan offlane can. It has been looking well. That's the conditions we've seen today.
Okay. Well, there you have it. I mean, it has been looking absolutely fantastic, and I feel as though we're going to be seeing a lot of it here throughout this tournament. There's just no answers towards it if it gets off to a good lane, and that's about all she wrote for both series. And I'm happy, John, because I'm a Lycan enjoy.
Yeah.
All I need now is like
actually, aren't you super happy? Like we've got Earth Spirit, right?
Well,
we've got Clockwork.
Yes.
We've got Lycan. It's your patch.
It might be my patch.
It actually is.
It might be my patch.
It actually is.
How exciting.
Yeah.
It's been a while, Jonathan.
It has been a while.
How exciting.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Watch him get nerfed next match. Not going to last that long.
No.
Not going to last that long.
No. Not Black Room Martin.
Sorry?
Black
no.
Yeah.
What? At least you kept Gris.
Yeah.
That's good.
Do you think they'll ever let us have a panel to ourselves again? Like, do you think they're watching and thinking this was a really, really dumb mistake? We shouldn't do that. Don't let these guys do whatever they want to with their own desk. It doesn't.
I don't know. I mean, we've been doing this. This is exactly like us being on remote, except we're together.
Yes.
So it's just much more intimate.
Intimate.
That's it. It's basically what we've done all our careers. So,
Yeah.
We just I think it's fun. No.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretty much par for the course.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
It's about Merienda time as well, so I'm sure. I'm wondering if our Southeast Asian players are all.
Speaking of,
yes.
Hold on a minute. You've just brought up something I was meaning to talk about.
Yes.
You're in France.
Yes.
I'm gonna call you out again. You're in France. In fact, I can't do it. We're in highlights. We're in highlights. I'll call you out tomorrow.
Yes.
We're in highlights.
Yeah, and again, mainly NGX highlights as they've been in control. I think there were a couple of good moments for L1, like that solo kill on mid, right, from Mirage. That was a pretty good moment over there. And I think we were seeing quite a lot coming out there from, yeah, mainly from Mirage. Like, it was a much better game 2 than was game 1. He didn't have to get huskered. We were seeing some decent farming coming out from Snowy, but just not enough. It's just a complete challenge. And I have to say, all of Nigma played really well. I think you are right that Devi might be a little bit of a sicko, right? Because he plays like this.
Definitely a sicko.
So I'm keen on seeing if we do get an interview what he might say. We'll see later on if we get one. And yeah, I think this is a good sign for Nigma. You know, I watched those TI quals, so I was like, oh yes, is Nigma back? And it's like, yeah, rubbing my hands together, hoping for the best. Here they are, showing on day 1 a 2-0 win. And it's like, yes, it's kind of lining up. Let's just get a few more of those, you know, and get things going.
It was a great performance here. I mean, L1 just didn't really have any kind of play against this NGX side. Certainly, again, a strong performance here for day number 1. Definitely shutting down some of the doubters, I'm sure. And you are saying just the devastating scenes here from this game number 2. Just wolves, Jonathan. Animals. Animals just running at them. It's revolting.
Whoa.
But it makes me so happy, John. It makes me so happy. As a Lycan enjoyer, I just love this.
Yeah, you are a sicko. You do have some problems, Mike.
You know what? All we need is Necro book back. If we had Necro 3 back, could you imagine?
Please stop.
Could you imagine?
I can't imagine. Please stop. No, not again. Not again.
Please.
No. No.
I don't think supports deserve to play the game. I'll be frank with you. And with that, Jonathan, we've actually got the man himself, Mr. Devi Lamas, joining us. Devi, congratulations on your victory, sir. 2-0 victory.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah? Excellent.
Good win, yeah.
All my questions are related to Lycan. First of all,
right.
do you feel bad when you do that to people? And you know what you did, Devi.
Oh no, you cannot have mercy as an offlaner. You need to molest the enemy.
So that's one way you definitely molested in that game. My goodness. Horrific scenes. Lycan in particular, it's the second time we've seen it today on the B stream.
Mm-hmm.
How strong is Lycan right now? You're a Lycan specialist, so I trust your word on it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good hero. Especially if the enemy picks Grim Clockwork, then it is very, very OP.
Fair.
Oh, there you go. Necro, should we bring it back? Necro 3? Yeah.
I love Necrobook. Because it got removed right after I switched to offlane. But I qualified to DPC in NA with Tusk offlane with Necrobook. That was lovely. When the Necrobooks would prog the tag team, that was amazing.
See?
I have such fond memories.
I feel like you and me have a connection, Devi. I feel like we were brothers in a different time. Go on, John.
All right. Devi, I'm going to ask more about like the team state. You guys, again, it's been impressive going through the TI qualifiers to get here as well in the Esports World Cup. What's changed for Nigma? Where's this sign of life coming in from?
I think with Lorenov and Sumail coming in, we got a lot of new energy. You know, we switched the engines a little bit. It helps a lot. Not just that because they're strong players, but they bring a kind of like assertiveness and aura that also allows the rest of us, the other 3 of us, to play more our own game. Gives us more freedom, the more confidence to to be able to focus on ourselves and make the game smooth.
Right. I'm curious about how like the mindset works for Nigma right now. Like what's it like? There's a lot of pressure going into all of those qualifiers, right? Like you guys had to play a lot of games. You get into here. Is there any big expectations after finding all of that regional success, or how are you guys taking it?
We're feeling good. We're here for the win. It's ambitious, but I think we have the power to win tournaments.
All right. That's what I like to hear here.
Yeah.
Nigma's back, would you say?
Of course.
There you go.
Nigma's back.
Well, there you have it. It was fantastic times. Do you worry about showing off too much before TI, Devi? You don't want to show off a bit too much here at EWC?
I think building confidence matters more than showing things off. The winning is always good.
Oh, there you go. Winning is definitely good. Devi, that's all the time we have, unfortunately. We have to let you go, but congratulations on your 2-0 victory. And of course, we are going to have to head to a break. But right after that break, we'll be back with our next series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, welcome everybody back here to EWC 2026. My name's Cryptic, and I'm actually going to be standing here with John X Fire for a little while. What's up, buddy? Long time no see.
It's good. It's good. We've had a action-packed first day already. Our friend is running late, but he's going to be in here later on, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm also looking forward to this next match. I'm actually kind of happy I'm going to be able to see it live with you, Ricky. It's been a while. When was the last time we casted? Was that like ESL 1?
Dude, it's been a while since we worked together.
Which one was it? Like 2-3 years ago?
It's been a few years. Yeah, it's definitely been a few years. I mean, it's not like we haven't worked events at the same time. Just we haven't actually been able to cast together. So it'll be nice.
It's going to be nice.
Yeah, so we have our first series, or I guess my first series of the day. Your third.
My third.
Coming up now, which is going to be Vici Gaming and Reconyx. Interesting one, because, Reconyx, they've qualified for a few events.
Yeah.
This year, but kind of one of the first teams to drop out. And then we have, Vici Gaming, coming in, and it's kind of a similar story.
Yes. It's going to be interesting to see these two teams go up against each other, because I feel like it's almost like when it comes down to China versus Southeast Asia, you never know what you're going to get, because a lot of these teams do scrim against each other. I think the one thing here that I can say, Reconyx did not boot camp here early.
Okay.
Right? So I can say that with full confidence. They stayed in Indonesia before coming out here. And that could mean a couple of things, right? Like, they don't get to match up against the others. Of course, we can see what our schedule is like for today and what we've seen here so far in the tournament. We had our first series, a 2-0 for Gamer Legion up against Poor Rangers. We had a 2-0 for Nigma Galaxy up against L1 team. Now, coming up, of course, your first series, my third, Reconyx up against Vici Gaming, followed by LGD up against Virtus Pro. Some pretty exciting matches here for you to catch up to, Ricky. It's going to be a fun day.
I am, yeah. I've been sitting in the green room for a while, watching these last series. Got to watch our boys on Gamer Legion start the tournament really strong.
Oh yeah.
In terms of day one, like coming out with a 2-0, a fantastic way to start group stage, especially an important one, right? Like we talked a little bit about the formats and how things have different from like last year to this year. Every game's way more important, right? There's 2 eliminations, and first place in groups is like the best thing you could ever ask for.
Yeah.
So, day 1, 2-0, fantastic. We'll see what the last two are gonna kind of shape up to be. I think it's funny, right? Fly all the way to France to finish the day casting the Americas. It's I'm right back at home almost.
Exactly. You've got the China versus Southeast Asia. It might as well be a regional thing.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be pretty fun. I think there's just a lot of unknowns. I think teams have adapted to the patch very differently. Like, we're seeing different things now compared to TR regional qualifiers, compared to the EWC regional qualifiers. We've seen adjustments, and we're not seeing as many first pick mids. I think that's been a big shift. It's back to a more standard way of playing. And of course, these two teams, there's a lot going on. I mean, Reconyx, these guys, I've known them for a while. I posted a picture from Hall 5 and in the little activity room. They were playing around, they were playing around with Makato as well, with Whitemon. And this is the one carrier of the Indonesian dream left, right? Because we used to have Boom Esports.
Yeah.
We used to have Army Geniuses.
Rip Boom.
It's all gone. It's Reconyx now, and I'm just so happy that Reconyx does get their chance as well to go to the LANs. Because I think it would be devastating. I mean, it's devastating if it was just back to how Southeast Asia used to be, where it was always Mineski. It was always Fnatic for all those years. And having Reconyx be in the mix is really good. There's so much potential in this lineup. Like, Jacroy is one of the younger members, along with the Lull. Varish has more experience, along with FBZ and, of course, In Your Dream.
Of course.
So it's like they're getting to kind of bring the next generation forward, and hopefully that inspires like more Indonesians as well to kind of get into it. Whereas the story of Vici Gaming is like very different, right? Like the story of China is just very different in general.
It's like the opposite.
It's
all the opposite. Everyone that's coming into these teams are veteran players. Like they'll pull a couple here and there, especially if you look back to the last season of DPC, right? They poached a couple players from some of the teams that were like in Div 2, but it was just like, we're going to take this one player and plug them into a team of 4 veterans, right? And that's kind of what's been happening in the region.
Pretty much. And it's been very hot touch and go with China. I feel like there are some tournaments where they look absolutely amazing. Feels like, oh, China's back, and then suddenly next tournament it goes a little bit shaky. It feels like there's some adjustments to be made, some adaptations to the patch that isn't quite there. So I'm keen on seeing what side of Vici Gaming we'll see in this matchup. There's just a lot of potential. There's a lot of unknowns. What I do know is a lot of these teams do scrim against each other just because they're in the region.
Yeah.
So the fact that Reconyx didn't quite get to go here, maybe Vici Gaming, I do believe, went early like a lot of the other teams. So they might have had more prep time. and different strategies forming because of that. That's going to be an interesting clash of ideas coming in there from, you know, just where you're scrimming at, where you're pubbing.
Yeah, and like when it comes to like VG Gaming, this is a team that like everyone loves. Like people want to see this team succeed. Like it's got so many incredible players, and you look at the roster and you're like, the potential's there. It just needs to click. Like one tournament, I feel like, for these guys for them to really catch their stride. And like if there's any time for that to happen, it's right now. Like this is the start of like the most important season of Dota. So, you know, this could be their breakthrough series or their breakthrough like tournament. And I think, you know, there's a lot of Dota fans out there who want to see the Chinese region have a really strong team. Like they've had Extreme, like you said, there's been a couple teams every once in a while that has a strong performance. It's mostly been Extreme Gaming, but like Vici has kind of disappeared for a while. So we'll see what they do. You know, they got 2 incredible players at the start out the year, and they've had some time to kind of gel and mesh. And this is it. They've got to prove themselves here.
For sure. And I'm keen on seeing just, again, how far they can push that.
Yeah.
How far can they bring Chinese Dota back? And I'm also just really keen. Like Reconnects, I mean, these guys are fantastic. FBZ is a great guy to talk to. In Your Dream, I mean, he had a stint in a different mobile game.
Yeah.
Comes back to be a pro again, gets qualified. And it's a crazy storyline for him. Like Varish, you know, from all the days in Army Geniuses where I memed about him just always having one hero, the Gyrocopter 5, and making it here with his team, with the LUL, with, you know, guiding Jacroy to his full potential. Like, this is a squad that is just really, really promising. And again, it's a big deal because Indonesian Dota fans have just not had the best of times.
It's hard to rally, right?
Yeah.
You don't have like from like the NA scene, you always had like one team. Right?
Yes.
You're like, we got at least one team to rally behind, like forever. It's always been that way. We had a couple of years of more than one team, but you know, you always have like one team. You're like, finally, we're all rooting for them. But it hasn't really been the same for some of the SEA regions in a little while, and you know, Reconnects can fill that void.
Yeah,
we'll see if they got it
for the Indo squad. Yeah, I mean, you have both sides, right?
Yeah,
OG's here for the Filipino
of
squad.
Of course, yeah.
You've actually got both, which is like super crazy. That doesn't usually happen.
Yeah,
it's either or
because it's usually been one slot. Like a lot of times.
Exactly. But we had one qualified.
One qualified, exactly.
You know, OG
makes a big
happy.
difference. Yeah. It's
sure.
so nice to have OG back. I know they're not like in this. They're not in this series right now.
Yep.
But you know, I was talking with someone behind the scenes yesterday, and it's like we kind of just need the org back. It's like a void that when they're gone and they're not feeling well, and it's sad to not have them in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way about a lot of orgs. You know, I miss Secret.
Yeah.
I miss Secret. I miss Fnatic.
Yeah.
I miss Mineski. I miss TNC. I miss all of those orgs, but at least OG's there.
OG sticks around.
Yeah, they're stuck around, and hopefully they stick around for more. Hopefully they do well. We'll have to see if they can. It's been a mixed bag for the OG boys. I've been privy to some of their scrims, hearing it over a certain manager's microphone while playing Turbo. I hear a lot, and it's a mixed bag. We'll have to see with them, but Reconnects, it's promising. I mean, again, I saw those guys in Hall 5. They were playing some pool. They were pretty happy. Mikado and Whitemon were hanging out. A little Indonesian reunion.
That's cool.
They looked happy enough. So, you know, high spirits. We'll see if it carries through.
I mean, that's always fun. I mean, I will say seeing all the players in Hall 5, like there's like all the teams are kind of interacting and just kind of having fun, which is really interesting. But it's a cool little lounge, I will say. I think you know, we might catch some of them sleeping around, just hanging out, grabbing some food, and then of course you've got like the classic, you know, ping pong tables. We've got the pool tables. We've got, you know,
there was some basketball too.
Yeah, there's a full basketball hoop set up in there. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And it's kind of funny because it's not just teams from Dota 2, right? Like it's teams from everyone.
Yeah.
Like we ran into a Paper Rex player from Valorant, one of the Filipino players here. So a certain someone wanted a picture taken, snapped her picture. Very happy. So, you know, there's a lot going on in these like 7 weeks. It's such a busy time, and it's one of the rare moments where you actually get that intermingling of games. It's super cool.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's really interesting is like you'll kind of be walking around and you'll see like an org jersey, and then you're like, wait, that's not the Dota guys though. Like who are these? You know, like who are these players? And so you get to kind of like chat them up and kind of see what everyone's here for. Like I met a guy here for Apex who lives like a couple blocks away from me.
Oh wow.
So it's like I was like, what in the world? Like he's just right down the street. So it's super weird. Like just seeing everyone kind of come together for EWC is always a blast.
It really is. It really is. And I mean, all the games have been a blast as well. I think this format is just super unforgiving, which makes it more exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, every best of two
Single
counts.
elimination is rough.
Single elimination, bottom two just straight out. Only number 1 goes through. 2 and 3 have to kind of hit the ground. 2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah,
Have to
2,
kinda
3, 4.
stick
Yeah.
around. So it's very unforgiving. And that, again, just goes back to the point that what we saw today, these 2-0s for a team like Gamer Legion, for a team like Nigma, does set them up for maybe deep, successful runs if they maintain that energy. And it's going to be a little bit of a harder process to try to recover for the teams that did go 0-2. So again, like this launching point in day 1 is just so important for all of these teams to carry that momentum, to build that storyline, to get that confidence in themselves. Because there's not a lot of room for error.
No.
Right? Because it's a best of 2. If you draw at worst, it's like, it's okay. But it still leaves you in a really bad spot. Like an awkward spot.
Yeah, I think if you're coming into day 1, like I think every team obviously is looking for the 2-0. It's hard to say like which one I would favor in this game, just because we haven't had a lot of proven success, like a history of success, like from either of these teams. Like they have their days where they look really good, but you know, I want to see both succeed, but only one of them can.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the end of the day. It's just the way Dota's going to be. I do say I like the format, like in the group stage and everything, a little bit more than last year, where the group stage didn't seem to have as much of an impact. It was all just seeding, right, to go into the next round. But now it's do or die. You have to show up. You can't mess around in one game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see again who is like among the more consistent. Yeah, I think this really rewards consistency.
Yeah,
just
it does.
No experimentation, no messing about, just clean Dota, no getting ahead of yourselves, just playing to your strengths. And I think that's something that I would say in this specific case for our matchup, that's something I would definitely put onto Vici Gaming
Just
way
so
more.
much seniority, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of veterans on this team who've played like tons of LANs and have won the biggest of them. So it's very possible, you know, that carries them in any type of situation where you're, you know, if you're feeling a little uncertain or a little nervous on LAN, like they just don't have as much as that.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also just something I associate with like Indonesian players. I think there's been this history of them being really emotional, like really charged up. You know, it's like it carries through how they're feeling in the game. So I think that's something, it's been a lot better. And I think the experience like In Your Dream has gotten, FBZ playing outside a little bit as well, certainly should ground the team a bit more. And it's just a matter of like how much time do they have to kind of get that going. We shall see. As we are like taking a look at our teams starting to set up, you know, we should be able to get into that game 1 relatively soon and get into the great Southeast Asia versus China matchup that we all love to see.
Yeah, it's always fun. Like I think a lot of teams are coming in with different strategies for this event. Like you've been saying, like some of the heroes have changed quite a bit in terms of what we've been seeing recently. But I am curious because you said they've been scrimming a lot together. Is any of that been like hidden up until this point? Because we've mostly seen in a lot of recent tournaments, a lot of Europe and you know South America kind of succeeding and doing really well. But this could like be a time where they've figured something out that maybe other teams haven't. I think there's the obvious heroes that we're not going to be seeing too often, like Lone Druid.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm curious.
There's been a couple of things I think I've heard. I don't want to necessarily leak their strats,
everything. Come on.
But there are like a few quirky mids. I think you've seen a couple of them. You might be able to guess just by that note alone. But there have been some heroes, I think, especially on mid.
Yeah.
Some sort of flex shenanigans that have looked pretty good on paper and on testing. So it's just a matter of that. We'll see if it does come out. I don't think we've seen scenarios where it needed to come out yet. But I feel like that's mainly it. Just finding ways to flex certain heroes, testing it in different positions. They've found a couple. So there's that, yeah.
I'm okay with that. I mean, that was similar to like we were seeing with Snapfire. I would think in a lot of the qualifiers recently, right? Like Snapfire suddenly started getting picked in mid a lot. I don't know if it's still that case. I think we're seeing more support, but it is possible that we can be seeing it. But yeah, I think the resurgence of Earth Spirit has been really nice. The hero kind of fell off for a little while, and he's looking really strong as a pretty solid mid pick into a lot of matchups. Great team fighter, great rotator, has very meta item builds. So I think we're seeing a lot more active mids as opposed to kind of like the AFK farming ones, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, just more activity from that mid lane, right? Like a lot of excitement. I think the one shift I've seen today is that we're not getting that emphasis, despite all that activity on mid. it's not as involved for supports. It feels like maybe it's just how the first 4 teams kind of drafted, but the side lanes couldn't be left alone. So you ended up with mids just kind of trying to deny each other's water rune, just kind of scuffling amongst themselves for power rune, but there were no like 4-minute rotation, 6-minute rotation, even 8 and 10. So it was like, it was a very interesting shift because that's what dictated a lot of regional qualifiers from what I've seen. Just so much emphasis on mid. And it's still there, but I don't know. We'll have to see if that's just, you know, those 4 teams or if that's the way this tournament's kind of go, shifting that playstyle a bit.
Yeah, it definitely depends on like the hero they've picked for the mid lane as well. Like if you're a hero that really benefits from rune control, I obviously like your Storm Spirits, Puck, stuff like that, Embers, like I will anticipate seeing a lot more emphasis on that rune control and bringing the extra heroes. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a playstyle of some of the teams we've seen so far. If they're already like super far ahead in the lane stage, or they're winning their matchup so heavily, like maybe they don't really feel like they need the support rotation. But
it's fair. It's fair enough. I think the one interesting thing as well is with a lot of the Lycan picks we've seen, it's just like
that hero.
Send the wolf out, deny water rune, have your mid grab the other, and it's like, oh, it's just you don't even need to commit the rotation out. It's like so you win mid pretty hard with the extra resource. It's like it's kind of nasty.
Yeah, the Lycan, the Nature's Prophet, both very common picks, and they if you have good communication, you can absolutely contest the rune with just one of the summons, and there's not much they can really do about it. So we love to see that.
Well, I'm wondering if more teams lean into it again because the Lycan has felt pretty good. The Nature's Prophet, of course, beforehand was already pretty popular. I think his damage scaling has still felt pretty darn good, so I don't think I expect to still see a little bit more of the NP. What I'm curious about is like we were seeing a lot more Terrorblade bans. We're still seeing the Drow bans as well.
Yeah, Drow's OP. Drow's just straight broken. Like there's no way that hero is gonna like make it through most drafts. I would say she's gonna be probably one of the most banned right next to Lone with this tournament.
For sure. We've been seeing that in first phase. We've been seeing the Puck banned out as well as his kind of standard overall. Nothing shifting too hard. Now, every time I think of Vici Gaming, I think back to someone. Who was it? Someone saying that XM Sniper is the greatest thing since sliced bread or something. I want to say that's certain Benjamin.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Right.
So I do not want to see that from him. I think that has been. Every time it comes out, I feel like this person dies a little inside because it hasn't looked good. So
it hasn't. Yeah, I think the mid lane sniper, it's punishable, right? Like especially by the current cast. Like we have all Spirit Brothers, which are all strong in the mid lane, very very easily can deal with him. The benefit is like sniper wins the lane, but then how do you transition it into a hero that like impacts the mid game, right? And I think that's been the biggest issue with it. I'd rather see his Viper come out, honestly, you know?
I'd rather not. I'd rather not see that either.
Well, I mean, as opposed to the sniper.
I don't want to see anything.
Either? Yeah,
no,
okay.
either. Do have the draft on hand. There's a Snapfire you were talking about here, Ricky, along with the Storm Spirit coming out for Reckonix. And it's kind of cool to see because I know Mind Control's been coaching the team since April, I want to say. But finally seeing them together is kind of cool, right? Because more than likely it's remote. I don't know if they flew him out into Indonesia onto their boot camp, but finally being together with their coach, good old Mind Control, that is kind of sick.
It is super cool.
And again, being that guiding voice, the one to ground, maybe the less experienced side, it's certainly a really big thing that helps. Like we've seen this with Southeast Asian teams getting just one good coach, suddenly looking different. I think Arthur with Execration was a big one. JL with Execration for a while as well in the early stages was quite good. Sunby guiding like a lot of teams. So it's like big aspect. We'll see if it carries through again. The bans are there. We see the Beastmaster, Kez, Puck, Silencer, and Largo being banned out from the side of VG. Reckonix ban out the Treant, Axe, Lone Druid, the Wind Ranger, and the Ember. So at least you don't have the Ember matchup. I'm wondering if you go Snap into Storm. That's not particularly amazing for Snap in comparison to most other matchups. So I would consider probably either the offlane or support Snap coming in here.
Yeah, I'd anticipate we're looking for a Keeper of the Light here somewhere soon for the side of Reckonix. Like the Storm Spirit Coddle, very strong duo. They're going to actually hold off on it right now, grab the Hoodwink instead. So it's still an option for them if they want to go back for it. Otherwise, Vici could try and steal it and set up their own combination, something that plays well with Keeper of the Light and plays well into the Storm Spirit. I mean, the Earth Spirit, I would say top of the list for me if you want to keep that Snapfire on the support role and then run the Keeper of the Light, and the Earth Spirit gives you a great combo in terms of being able to deal with that Storm Spirit in lane or later on.
No, wouldn't mind it. I mean, we've seen a lot of really good Earth Spirit today. I think even into the Storm, it can be quite good. So I'm curious to see what the side of Vici Gaming start to prioritize here. So they're digging a little bit into that reserve time. I mean, just having Snapfire already feels pretty good, I'd say. Like, if as a first pick, I mean, Storm's pretty annoying, but I don't know, I just really like how Snap progresses. All her talents just feel such a big damage spike.
Clockwork is not banned. I mean, Snap Clock is such a strong support duo. It's actually incredibly strong. So I mean, either they can grab the Keeper of the Light if they really feel like they want to deny that, but I think Clockwork is also a really solid option if they want to run that duo, because I mean, Hookshot and the Mortimer Kisses is a kill pretty much every single time when the moment those heroes get their level 6. I guess obviously you have the Storm to worry about, but they're going to go for the Bane instead. So a long time discussing what this pick was going to be, and they settle on the Bane.
I've not been the biggest fan of the Bane into Hoodwink. I think Hoodwink just does a really good job of canceling off the grip, and very low committal as well with the Bushwhack, right? Like,
yeah,
even with the Ags, your AoE gets big enough at that point in the game as well where you can just Bushwhack the entire illusions. So I'm not sure about the value of that. The Mirana coming in is very cool, though. I've seen this Mirana played on core.
I would say I've seen one position Mirana
it's a menace. It's a menace. Like, the damage you get from the quiver is just insane. She gets it for free. So it's just way too much value for the hero. It scales incredibly well. The damage output is kind of crazy. It's hybrid damage as well with some magic damage kind of coming in. So there's a lot of great scalability on that hero right now, and I like the value coming in here. Also, I mean, you got Nightmare Arrow combination on hand, like the very basic stuff to kind of get your lane going. It can just kind of simplify matters, and it's going to be something to watch out for.
So that's the thing, right? Like, with this 3-hero combination right now, you can keep your Snapfire in the support role. You could put it mid. You can put your Mirana in carry, run the support duo of Bane and Mirana, and just rotate, right? Nightmare into Arrow constantly. So it's a pretty slick draft opener at the moment. We'll see kind of what Reckonex wants to come up with as their kind of counter for the moment, like their next double pick here. You need another solution to counter Bane. I don't think it can just be Hoodwink. You do have some offlane options. The Lycan is probably the #1 in terms of heroes that are still available. Like Lycan, one of the best Bane counters alongside Beastmaster. They're going to go for the Doom, however.
The Doom is an interesting one. Mind you, there's potential for Jikori to play it out on 1. I don't see the reason for it yet. I wanted to say, going back to your points there about Dispel saves up against Bane, it's not been meta, but Abaddon feels like one that used to be a natural thing to counteract the Nightmare Arrow, right? Abaddon used to be the go-to to kind of save you from a really rough spot, but I don't know if you'd want, there was an Oracle option, just, I don't know if you really want that as well. Oracle would be pretty sick here, though, I would say. It's just maybe slightly limiting. I mean, there's no way to stop the healing overall. We'll have to see.
It just depends on how much they want to respect the Bane, right? Like, if they don't think it's going to be as big of an issue, they can kind of ignore it. We're going to go back for a Zeus.
A Zeus support.
Yeah. I mean, a low cooldown bolt from range might be able to just be your cancel onto the Fiend's Grip or for Mortimer Kisses, which is not bad.
Or even just when you get your Ags timing, you can cancel globally. Yeah. So that's fair. I think that's one way to do it. I'm just... The laning presence can be a little bit awkward.
Pretty greedy.
Then again, it's greedy, but...
It's really greedy. Let's look at the draft here, dude. They have Storm Spirit, Doom, and Zeus.
I think it's playable. It's greedy as heck, but it's playable.
Sure.
In terms of dual lanes, Doom Hoodwink's pretty solid. There's chase down potential there. A lot of damage.
Into Shadow Fiend Bane, though?
Into Shadow Fiend Bane, not as much. But if you run the Doom safe lane, then in that case...
Yeah, you can pick a new off lane, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of try to course correct. I'm not sure what does FBZ have in that situation.
It'd have to be Darkseer.
Yeah,
it's like Darkseer at that point, or the Lycan, something that doesn't really care about the Nightmare. Like Darkseer, for instance, just shoves the lane and plays away, versus the Lycan being able to like catch the Nightmare and play elsewhere. I don't know if they want to play the carry Doom as a result, but you could. I think I like that option better than running the Doom into the Shadow Fiend Bane lane.
Yeah, I do feel that way. I think we've seen the SF crush Dooms.
Spectre
just get some
ban.
good
Very
raises. Cool. Yeah, some.
This is a sleeper hero, man. I think Spectre is gonna pop off this tournament. It's my hot take. I don't know if I don't know if we've really seen any games of her yet, but she does seem like she is very strong.
Yeah,
especially in the right game. It's not like a first pick hero, but like 18 pick, 23, 24, very strong.
She has been a menace from what I've seen at the very least. Just the support burn potential is just kind of insane. Like, you rip through some cheap kills. You have a lot of ways of dodging in and out. It's kind of nice of them to ban it out here on the side of VG Gaming. We see the Slardar banned out here by the side of Reckonix. What are you going to start to close out with? I mean, we're basically just looking for the off lane, right? So
necessary Slardar ban, by the way.
Yeah. With all the minus armor.
Yeah, this game would be impossible if they get the Slardar in here. So, yeah, a very smart heads-up ban there. They get rid of the Centaur as well, so that your Doom target doesn't just get stampeded out, and, you know, that's your own free save. So, makes it a little bit more difficult to kind of deal with the lineup that they've come up with here on Reckonix, but there's still quite a few offlane heroes in the pool. It really just comes down to if they believe that Doom is offlane or safe lane, right? I think that's the biggest question. And it's going to be an Undying. Well, now if it's safe lane Doom, it's also not good.
Yeah.
So I think you have to just bite the bullet, put the Doom in the off lane, and hope for a better carry matchup. But what do you want to pick into an Undying off lane?
Jug is not too bad, but it's also really annoying anyhow.
It just is so rough into Shadow Fiend. The Blade Fury just kills you.
Yeah. Maybe...
Oh, man. You have heroes like Lifestealer, that's not bad, but I don't think it actually does well into the Undying lane until he's like level 5. Like at that point, it gets a little bit better. They'll go back for a Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I was going to say Gyrocopter for Jacori. That's something he plays a lot of. Makes somewhat sense. You have a good mix of damage as well.
It's so scary, man.
Clear out. Yeah, I think laning-wise, it's kind of all right. I'm just so curious how they run these lanes. So it's going to be Jacroy as usual on the Gyro, the Lull on the Hoodwink. So you are stuck with a Varish 5. I guess the Zeus 5 is his new flavor of the day. I'm not fully convinced of the Reckonix draft. I can see the ideas on hand. I just feel like there's a lot of ways to punish right now with the draft that you have on VG Gaming. They have a... They have really high tempo. Yeah, I mean, the Undying lane, Shadow Fiend lane. They've got this Murano Arrow combination down the line. They have really good support rotations onto the mid. So if that's even an emphasis, which it hasn't been all day, but if it is, they've certainly got the advantage going their way on to securing early objectives and just kind of snowball out of control. It can be a little bit rough for Reckonix if they start to lose ground very early on. With this greedy support duo, it can be just so hard to recover.
That's what I'm worried about most. I think you have a greedy support duo on the side of Reckonix, and then you have a roaming, ganking support duo on the side of Vici that are also strong in lane. They're not really countered in the lane at the moment, so I think the Twin Gates specifically are going to be a big point of contention for them. Like, if VG Gaming controls the Twin Gates, I don't know how the side lanes are going to go, because you could just send the Bane through one, send the Mirana through one, and then suddenly you have like a perfect gank set up in the side lane. So you need to be very careful, have wards set up if you're Reckonix here to make sure that you're scouting these rotations.
For sure. Like, if they just play run and gun on the side of VG Gaming, there's not going to be a lot of room to breed here for Reckonix, and their lineup just needs a lot of breeding room. Like,
yeah,
it just needs way too much. If they can ride through the laning phase at least even just 50-50, I think you're happy enough.
Yeah.
You have a launching pad to kind of go off. We'll have to see as we do head into that game now. Game 1 of Reckonix up against VG Gaming, and I don't know. I find the Mirana picks just so cool. It's just so much damage.
Good. Yeah, the hero's quite strong. I think she's actually a decent trader in the lane, especially from the support role. So I think people need to kind of respect the damage output. You are actually playing into that support Zeus though, which is also an equally high damage hero. Just the auto attacks alone with his innate makes him, you know, pretty dang strong. But both teams smoked up here. Good wards actually plays from VG Gaming, very aggressive. You don't really see the deep ward that early, but I'm guessing the idea is they think they're going to be winning this mid lane, and we're going to be seeing that Storm Spirit have to kind of retreat into his jungle and look for those. Bach, though, will scout out the smoke. Neither team feeling confident in taking it. They'll back away.
I feel like if you're VG Gaming, you're kind of happy to run into that, though. Like, there's a lot of ways to play that, but better safe than sorry. Maybe you get away with a little bit of a cheeky steal here by the lull. Shiro's around the area, though, so...
Yeah, I think Shiro knows that this rune's pretty safe, just needs to avoid a bushwhack, but can't get it. Delul manages to just click it away at 2 for 2 on the rune, but he will take a pretty hefty amount of damage here from Shiro.
And he does. Still happy enough to at least get an even outcome, especially because, again, you've got the Storm mid that will want to get its bottle timing lined up here. We'll have to see just how well that goes up against the Snap. I would say should still be relatively okay with Snapfire, but it's not a lane where you can really use your innate, your boomstick as much. So in your dream should have the spacing to just get some farm, start to get that stable EXP going for himself. You're always seeing Varish trading early with Sin Q. The Quiver versus the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt will do quite a bit better, at least for now. You just need to make sure that you get like the flak damage in from the gyro, right? Which they're doing. So they're making sure to kind of combine that flak cannon when he knows he can hit both Xingqiu and Bach.
Yeah. Again, just zoning out quite well. And also just getting that maximization of flak. I feel like the time you hit level 2, level 3 here in Bach, though, this lane does get mildly awkward. Like, you are super squishy. You get a couple of Ks off. You get maybe the Tombstone down in a good spot somehow after flak's gone. And there are some opportunities for VG Gaming. So far, though, so good for good old Jacroy. Maybe not the most amazing time, but 4-2 start. Relatively stable. Not too much harassment coming out from SinQ. Just arrowing the creeps on the camp that they did not block. So trying to keep it open for the pull, but ends up just being free money and EXP for the Mirana, which it's one of the few heroes left that does that, no? Like, we've deleted that aspect from almost everything. But
yeah, there's a couple, but Xingqiu a little unhappy probably to see the Satyr camp here. But it is what it is sometimes, and he'll be close enough to the mid lane to contest for that 2-minute rune. He's just going to leave the Undying bottom. We haven't really seen him participate too much, but they will just look to secure the water runes, deny that over to the Storm Spirit. We were talking about this, right? We haven't seen a lot of supports playing for that mid lane rune, but immediately, right away, we'll see VG Gaming kind of put that pressure, make sure that they have that advantage.
And that's just going to set In Your Dream back by a good amount. Not having the mana to play. I mean, he is still relatively healthy, so maybe it's not the biggest loss in the world. It's playable enough. I think you are getting a lot out from Jacroy. Again, his lane is going extra smooth. There's not too much harassment coming in here from Bach alone. Already down to less than half mana as well. The mid lane...
I would say I like that he cut the trees down there. I think it's really important, right? When you're playing the Gyrocopter, you need to make sure you can't get like the fog on the flat cannon.
Oh, yeah.
So he got that curling blade, cuts down all the trees. The Mirana has nowhere to hide, so he's getting really good value out of it.
Yeah, just ensuring that the zoning is still there. Very curious as to how the top lane's going. It's been looking pretty smooth for Shiro in terms of just trying to get some farm going on that SF. And it's not so bad for FBC. Like, it's going to be it's ending up being a much more even lane up top, which I have to say is not the direct expectation. I think there's, like you mentioned, there's a lot of room to actually get that aggression going for yourself, right? You know, you can kind of just look for the Nightmare into the raises and just run from there. They've done a great job of cutting the trees here as well to ensure the bushwhacks aren't that easy for the Lil to find, although still finds it.
Find it right there, but there's just your Nightmare and walk away. Yeah, I mean, Shadow Fiend's a hard hero to pressure in lane. A lot of the counters we've been seeing have been like, oh, okay, we'll just ignore the Shadow Fiend. We'll just shove the wave and play away from him. One of the reasons he's been such a highly contested hero, and there's a couple different builds, right? Like, there's multiple builds that can make this hero viable. There's, you know, your standard, like, Dragonlance, Butterfly Manta, all that type of stuff. But we do see the Kayayasha build come out every once in a while if it's a good game for that. And I believe we saw one from P-Time over on Stream A going that build and ended up winning with it. So
Yeah, it's just down to what kind of tempo the rest of your team wants to go for. Like, if your team wants to play slow, you're the only one kind of fast. With Yashikai, it can feel really awful because you cut off your scaling to kind of get to that point. I would say in this kind of game, it's not bad to go for it for the full magic. It is kind of all in. Your late game scaling, in that case, would be a little bit rougher to try to line up against a Gyrocopter overall, because all of your heroes are pretty high tempo. I think the snap mid, it does scale, but again, in absolute terms, the magic snap does have a hard point where the damage is not just going to be as threatening. Although it does take a while for that point to come in, to be fair.
And so it's so funny. They exactly what we were talking about at the beginning of the game here when they put these two aggressive wards. They're like, yeah, XM's going to win the lane and put the Storm Spirit into the jungle. We see that now. Dream's having a little bit of a rough time, and XM's closing in on level 6. If he gets it in time, we'll see those Mortimer Kisses maybe in mid lane, but a lot of times you can just rotate to the side lane, get some good use out of it.
Yeah. Oh.
There's our first blood. Top side, Xin-Q on the rotation. Takes out Delo on the Hoodwink.
Yeah. Nice little pickup. I think FBZ's just happy it's not him. And that's attention taken away from bot. You were talking about like gate rotations, right? So at the least, it's not going out onto the Gyrocopter. Kind of fine, but again, that's Dream restart to shine.
He's in so much trouble, but does have a lot of stick charges there to kind of reset. So he'll be just fine for now. Does force the TP in though from the Hoodwink. Coming on that 6-minute power rune, and both supports from the side of Ichi Gaming coming back into the mid lane. And XM may regret this aggressive positioning as the double supports from Reckonix will find that kill.
Yeah, nice pickup. Nice timing as well for the power rune. Don't really have your big core around to get it, so...
Invis rune on Bane, not bad.
Yeah. Some opportunities here.
That's a Nightmare Arrow setup if I've ever seen one. The question is, who will they go for? Oh, well, they see him now. So why? Gonna lose that ward in a moment. Does manage to pull him down to the low ground. Mortimer Kiss is coming through, already committing the jump as a result. So a nice kill. As they look for Delol, the burn damage there. Arrow connects. Xin-Q sets up 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's that power spike for the sap. You hit 6, the supports don't stand a chance. And it's like you were saying earlier on, like having this high activity support duo on the side of Ichi Gaming, you just can do so much more in comparison to what Reckonix can really get done around the map. They're looking for more. It doesn't take long.
I mean, this arrow's going to connect. You get the double raise, but in comes the Storm Spirit. He's committed so far. Shiro falling low. It's a 1-for-1 trade for this Wisdom Shrine. And now Y gonna give up another kill as In Your Dream. Great rotation over. Good TP back in from the supports to contest this.
Yeah, should secure themselves the pretty much everything you'd want, right? Like after that rough time on mid. FBZ being sacrificed, it's a doom. It's gonna catch up in farm eventually, but it's not really a happy game state for Reckonix. Again, you look at the net worth coming out here for Vici Gaming. They've had a great time under SF. They had a great time under Snap. Even the Undying just being left alone is getting its early build-up into like the sustain sort of style that we always see core Undyings go for.
Yeah, I mean, I just like forget Undyings even in this game. Like the guy's just been chilling bottom by himself. Bach, level 6 now, got his soul ring on his way to his phase boots. Like I'm curious to see what he's going to build on this hero, because I think we don't really see a ton of core Undying, but it is like this aura hero. I mean, I think this game specifically, a pipe can go really far. In Your Dream, mid lane, in trouble. Arrow's going to connect us, have a little bit of it, but there's going to be the sleep into the Requiem. The raise comes out, the combo that we've seen for quite some time, and that is a very valuable kill. Yeah. Look at the D-ward as well in the mid lane.
I mean, again, this is very different from what we've seen earlier on. They just so much emphasis on the mid. Like this does feel like something you'd see much more in, say, Southeast Asia and some for a regional qualifier. So a lot of it being repeated here, which I kind of missed, but certainly it's not something Reckonix is enjoying at the moment. 3-5. Vici Gaming looking pretty good with a solid 2K lead for themselves. It's going to take a lot of time for the side of Reckonix to feel comfy. At the least, you're just going for the drums build here on the Doom as they jump down bot.
I mean, he can drop the Tombstone, but with 3 heroes here, there's not a lot of options. He will get chased all the way back to the tower, and then, of course, respawn right away thanks to his innate. So Bach, dead, but not off the map for long.
Yep, I have to say that innate can all... For me, every time...
Wisdom Shrine?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's just
very
been
cool.
stuck laning, you know. They've been stuck rotating onto mid. No one really swinging around.
There's your Nightmare. Here comes
Here we go
XM,
again.
the cookie to stun. Just waiting for the timing to be exact. Alol comes through on the TP, hits the double raise on Shiro. Doesn't get the third, but now the Doom comes out instead, and you've committed way too far on the Snapfire. Little bit of a mistake there. You had the Mortimer Kisses. You could play it from range, but Mirana was not, available to come in with the arrow.
Yeah, pretty big mistake to make. And that's a lot, again, considering the slower start for Reckonix, killing off that snap, getting a lot of that gold fed back to yourself, and having the position to still secure your triangle. Because if you lost that fight, pressure onto tier 1, maybe some forward wards into that triangle area, steal some stacks. They get to keep it for a little bit longer. Maybe a freebie here, though.
Yeah, he's dead. Triple raise, Heavenly Jump, of course, just sets that one up for himself. So nicely done. Xingqiu will, of course, take away the Arcane Rune. So this game, we're really not seeing Power Runes hit the mid laners, right? The support duo on the side of each game have been grabbing all of them, denying them from the Storm Spirit, and we're going to see them again continue to push mid, timing it up with that that 10-minute catapult. And this is going to be a lot of damage into the tower. They'll commit the fortification and drag the wave away. I mean, is it worth tanking this? I think you can for a little while. You want to get as much damage. Oh yeah, they've got the Legion shields. I think they got this.
Yep. Got a little bit of that barrier going
I
to
hear
catch
a Nightmare. Who'd they find? The arrow. It connects. Mortimer Kisses committed as well. Maybe a little bit more than necessary, but I'll farm the creep camps with it.
Yep. Again, just max value, although YYD.
I mean, that's a risky go. Snapfire deceivingly tanky.
Quite so. Again, smooth going so far for the side of Vici Gaming. They're finding the objectives. They're finding that aggression. Reckonix just, it doesn't feel like they really have a lot to play with right now. The support, though, just doesn't do enough just yet. You need so much more time for Jacroy and FBZ to actually hit that point where they can start to play. Bach has been left alone down bot. This Undying is just going again for that full aura. Phase Boot's done. Pipe next to mitigate that Zeus damage. And once that pipe is up, you do have issues. Like, the physical of your Gyrocopter is going to take a long time to reach the point where it can just melt heroes. At the very least, no defense coming out for bot, so...
Two towers by 12 minutes? That's not bad. I love the rotations, like bringing the carry on through just to secure the tower. They know they're a lot stronger. They don't really know how much gold they have, but they do have a significant XP advantage as well. Level 6 on Zeus, as well as the Hoodwink, is a big timing, though. There's a ton of burst damage that comes through. We'll see if they can actually find a target, though. Shiro. Farming very aggressive here and kind of alone. They're going to go for the Bushwhack, and here we go. Zeus coming in as well. The Sharpshooter, it's not enough. He's tanky. He's got the Treads. He's got the Falcon Blade. And they'll just have to TP away.
Yep. They don't overcommit. They don't bother with the Thunder God's Rat. Jacroy's still here.
Oh boy, that is a really big death if they find him. The last little bit of the Moonlight Shadow is going to come through. Shiro holding the Requiem. Actually, for now, we'll see Fiend's Grip actually catching the Hoodwink. The Requiem will be what kills her, and it's going to allow Gyrocopter to just walk away.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Jacroy's actually allowed to walk out.
I think he clicked his mini-map maybe on the Shadow Fiend. I'm not really sure. That was a little bit weird.
Oh, they saw him. And be able to try to... Oh, XM misses on the scatter shot. Does happen, but... Very fortunate for the side of Reckonix, not losing more than the Hoodwink there. And Vici Gaming, I mean, look, some big kills they missed out on, but in the end, they're still 4K up. They're still in control of this game. They're 5-8, right? Like, it doesn't change the game state necessarily. The pressure is still on Reckonix to try to make something happen, like try to find the farm they need. And all that gives them is a little bit of time to try to recover. We'll see if they can kind of make use of that time, but it has been rather rough. Right, you saw Jacroy, he's got the Chrysalis up. Needs so much more. I mean, it's a start, but it's not really everything that you'd want right now on that Gyro. Even getting the D-wards off, ensuring that the gate movement always comes through now on the side of Vici Gaming.
And we're coming into next night, right? Like, we're a minute away from the next night time. Mid lane, though, Atos comes through. Leap into arrow, into cookie. Yeah, that's a great combo. I was going to say, coming into next night, though, you have Bane's kind of night vision advantage, right? And that's when we're going to be seeing this team look for kills all over the map. Like, Bane will be setting up everything.
Yep. And again, it doesn't take them too long to do it over and over and over again. That's the one great thing for the side of VG Gaming. Cooldowns are so damn low. You're not really constrained to too much. You don't really need too many items to be up at this point.
Dude, what is Xingqiu been doing? How does he have this much gold? He's got Essence Distiller, and he's like halfway to his mech. This guy's just been farming, but he's involved. He's 3-0-5.
Yeah, he just arrows a creep every now and again.
All right. I mean, Mortimer Kisses into the Atos. They don't even need it. They'll just go ahead and commit the spell combination. He's going to try and do whatever damage he can, but nice bushwhack comes through. Big Thunder God's Wrath, hold up. 1 kill in return, but there's an amplify damage Snapfire. There's the Mortimer Kisses. You got one way to go, and it's not going to look good.
Low.
Dude, he's breaking some ankles, but eventually they will find the kill.
Oh, that is crazy.
That was a decent turnaround for that gank. I mean, you at least get one.
Yeah, you find one. You dance around there in the lull. You waste time. You're buying space for In Your Dream. I think this is the bigger part, right? Like, Gyrocopter is important, yes. But right now, it feels like the fact that the Storm can't really play is a bigger issue. Right, so you want In Your Dream to have some way of feeling comfortable enough to jump in. He's got the Kai up. He's trying to go for the Sanj next. You've got the Blink BKB coming out for FBZ with really just the drums on hand. So it's still a long road to go for Reckonix and VG Gaming. And they're doing a great job of making that road as bumpy as possible. Like it doesn't feel like the road's all connected at all on Reckonix just yet. The ideas are there. You know, the plan is set, but it almost feels like they need, what, 10 more minutes to kind of get that done? Like 10 minutes of pure farm and no annoyances coming in.
Sounds a lot like the roads in my hometown. None of them paved, potholes everywhere.
It's pretty rough.
Really unfortunate.
It's pretty rough. Are you sure you don't live in the Philippines? You know?
Man, I can't comment on that. I don't know.
No, it's always funny. It's like, sounds like home to me.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier, right? It's nighttime. Y is just stalking his next prey. It's going to be the Hoodwink. Here comes the arrow. A little bit of a swing and a miss, but we'll just drop the Fiend's Grip instead, right? So it's unfortunate that you have to commit the Fiend's Grip there because obviously they want to use it for the next target. It's like that should have been like 1 kill and then Fiend's Grip into another. But, you know, sometimes elevation might mess with the arrow. I'm just going to use that as some copium, but... Here's the second setup. TP coming through. It catches Dream instead. All right. They'll see the Storm Spirit. They'll pop the Moonlight Shadow, and they will look to disengage. Like, all right, we got some TPs in, guys. We'll back off. Get the tower.
Very calculated from Kiki, from Mr. IYD.
Yeah, he knew.
He knew. He protects FBZ. Newly married man. He has a family.
The next attempt.
Okay.
Arrows. Okay. Mortimer Kisses, they drop the Tombstone, they pop the pipe. There is no way to engage from Reckonix here. They are hitting their timing perfectly on Vici. All the while, Shiro just farming mid lane. They're going to try and punish this. Storm Spirit doing some damage. TP's coming through. In comes the Zeus, Thunder God's Wrath, Sharpshooter. They finally get him. In Your Dream, putting in some work here, but can they get out is the question. Big call down, Xingqiu falling lows, nice Nightmare to buy some time, the leap on forward. He gets him with the Starstorm.
I mean, it's just complete control coming out from VG Gaming. The punishment to find the SF is pretty nice. By taking Shiro away is it's one step, but it just feels like you need to do that way too many times. Again, while all of that happens, XM gets stronger and stronger. You start to reach that point where Snapfire really starts to get control in the game. We've seen him take point, right? Like going forward, trying to play with a cookie, stepping back, trying to play with kisses. And the damage output of this hero is really smooth until like I'd say every point of the game actually.
This hero has strength at all stages, right? Because it's mostly her talents that allow her to do this. Because
it's all dumb.
Like the innate allows her to play close range.
Yes.
Her ult allows her to play long range.
Yes.
So you can combine with like the Mirana arrow, whatever, but it's the talents. The Scatterblast damage, the cookie cooldown, the cookie charges, and then the Mortimer Kisses at 25. Like each one of these power spikes allows her to be very strong throughout the stage. And it's why we're seeing her played so much as like a core, but also like, you know, having impact as a support as well. But the 2 cookie charges is kind of the...
Yeah, it's just...
That's when this hero really goes kind of nuts.
Kind of crazy. Then you go for the physical scaling. If the game goes like terribly long enough, you can just instantly switch.
This hero just like blinks into melee range and just like
Does a million damage.
Does a million damage and just doesn't die because Cookie
Stuns you
is
forever.
Yeah.
Once you have 2 cookies up as well.
Yeah, this hero's cool. I love Snapfire. She's one of my favorite designs. Like, I will say, like, Valve has just done such a good job of, like, making great heroes. Like,
oh, yeah.
Once we finished the Dota 1 roster, the question was, what's next? Right? I feel like all of them have been stellar.
Yeah. Stellar take of Roshan as well. Side of Reckonings have no way of contesting, so...
Still nighttime, right?
Yeah.
Right at the end of nighttime, before it's going to move, you can use this to then, position for Tormentor. Like, that 18, 19-minute Roshan into Tormentor is a pretty classic play. You've got Undying Tombstone here to tank it for forever. You finish the Manta now on your Shadow Fiend. He'll grab that Aegis and just kind of go back to farming, look for his Hurricane Pike, which would be a really big pickup this game. We're almost to the Blink Dagger on XM, 20-minute Power Rune. I mean, everything's going well for Extreme. They lost a little bit of gold, like going for the Roshan, of course. Like, they're able to get back on the map here for Reconyx, but the objectives are starting to matter.
That they are, and you're starting to lose that map space on the side of Reconyx. Vici Gaming, again, it's just relentless. They do get scouted out a little bit with the Thunder God's Wrath.
They're looking for the Torment. That was a Tormentor Thunder God's Wrath for sure. They're like, come on, guys. Maybe they're on Tormentor. Maybe they're low. But no, unfortunately, they are not. They'll just go ahead and settle for this Tier 1 tower top. Your Tier 2 bottom, though, will take a little bit of damage. They pop the fortification.
Yeah. But that commitment's still there in Vici Gaming, and they're not backing off.
They shouldn't.
No,
right?
there's
they're
no
so
reason
strong.
to. Reconyx just lack the tools. Again, you're getting decent farm out on Jacroy. You've kind of fallen really behind on FBZ and on IYD. Like, the fact that the Storm is bottom net word is just rough.
I was a little about to ask. I was like, I want to see the Undying build because we saw the pipe and his next item is going to matter a lot. There's going to be the Doom that does come out. They have found them for now. This hero is so tanky. They're looking for Xingqiu. They will grab him, but can they finish off the Doom in time with a rotation in from Jicroy? They've got it. Now, underneath this Tombstone is doing a lot. In comes XM, just bonks down Jicroy. Gyrocopter hits the deck. Not a bad fight overall from Reconyx, but here's the Undying, right? The thing, he's back in the game again, right?
Yeah.
He's dead, but Bach's back to fight.
Yeah, really great innate to have. Just, again, recreating that time where we had minus respawn timer cooldowns.
What a time.
Yeah, so they decided, we'll give it back for Undying. It's in his name.
Yeah.
And
here comes Tormentor. I think the three of them can. You have a decent amount of minus armor from Shadow Fiend and Little Shredder. Obviously, 3-man Tormentors can be pretty scary sometimes, but the exception, right? If you have that minus armor, it works out.
Yeah, it works out perfectly here.
And there's the Hurricane Pike.
Full physical for Shiro, which I like to see.
Yeah.
Again,
it works well this game. They don't have a ton of armor, right? Like,
no.
your right clicks are going to do a lot of work here. Obviously, Gyrocopter, not really like a hero that has a lot of innate armor, but he's dealt with by the other heroes.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit rough to try to play in. I mean, you still have the Requiem for, like, counter control if need be. That doesn't even feel necessary. Go for the smoke out. They still have quite a fair bit of time in the Aegis. Maybe not the most in the world, 2 minutes, but
get another objective.
Yeah.
Push the aggression, right? Your Undying's ultimate is coming off cooldown. You have Fiend's Grip, you have Moonlight Shadow. There's going to be the blink forward, looking for Delol. Atos off the mark thanks to the Glimmer Cape, but they do manage to grab him off the tail end of the cookie. So they'll grab themselves the kill, maybe the D-Ward if they scouted on the high ground, but it's so easy for them to engage. Like, Bach can just jump in knowing he's got backup in his team. He's got the pipe. He's super tanky on his own.
yeah, there's nothing to take care of him. There's no burst options, no chain control that you can rely on here from Reconyx outside of the Doom itself. And, I mean, what are you supposed to do on Reconyx? 9-17, 7K lead for the side of Vici Gaming.
It's a slow bleed, man. It really is. It's just been constant for Extreme, and every single time that they look to make a play, they're the ones who comes out ahead.
Yeah, it's
your Zeus got the shard. That's this is like
some damage,
kind of copium in a way. It's like he's gonna farm to an Aghanim Scepter now, but
yeah, sure.
It takes a while.
It'll take a long while.
Oh, that's a Yule's and arrow. Does they have the follow-up? The snap cookie comes through. Do they have the kill?
Stuns.
It's going to be very close. They get some with the Atos at the last second. And now the Zeus, who came in to offer some assistance, will die as well. The chain CC is perfect.
Just insane. Like, again, the cookies, the Yule setup, self-setup for the arrow, which
Dude,
is
he's
a classic.
so farmed. He just passed the Storm Spirit of Network.
Yeah.
What? How does Xingqiu do this? I feel like this is so like such a common thing for him.
Yeah, he really is among the most scalable fours, I think is the way to put it. I mean, he's an amazing 4 overall, but where he really shines is just he finds the space
Another smoke
to get all of these items up. I mean, what are you going to do here on the side of Reckonix? You have Doom back up, but feasibly you Doom 1, you kill 1, that's it.
They're going for the gyro. They saw him clear the creep wave. They're hoping he's still up here. The flak, they'll see it now, and that is a beeline for the gyro. They're going to blink right on top of him, and he is unaware of the heroes coming in from behind. Bane will find him. Immediate Fiend's Grip. Does have a little bit of damage going his way, but not enough to deal with that. Aegis gets claimed. We're about to hit one more nighttime. And then you have to deal with the Bane once again.
Oh.
You do not have the damage to deal with this. Essence Distiller to make sure they have the vision and plenty of damage with XM.
Yep. Just cleaning up. I mean, again, managing to get 3.8k net worth off of the Aegis plus 2 buildings.
That's great for first Aegis.
For sure.
Most first Aegis is a farming Aegis. I would say in Dota nowadays, you're like, okay, we got Aegis, let's go farm for 5-6 minutes, see how it goes. But to immediately be able to turn it into multiple tier 2 towers, you take that every day of the week.
Yeah, just a lot more early activity. I think normally it's what, like a 2k advantage swing. You see what you expect from first Aegis. 3.8. It's just quite a fair bit with those buildings. And again,
they're so far.
They are.
He's level 18.
Yeah,
this is such a problem. Level 18 BKB.
Like I want to see what Jikoi has right now, because I feel like this gyro has been left. I mean, you know, he's died. He's had a little bit of a rougher time.
He's level. He's actually almost level 18.
BKB.
That's not bad. That's
it's not
impressive.
too bad, but I just don't know if this is enough. Like, the damage output certainly isn't just yet. Even with the BKB, you'd need the Daedalus and Satanic to feel comfy, and that's just way too much gold. You don't have the time for that right now with Vici Gaming right up against your tier 2s on mid, tier 3 down bot.
BKB Doom is a pretty big timing. I will say that. So you do have BKB Doom as an option. If they can get in and find Shiro, you know, amazing. The question is, do you have the damage to actually kill him, even through the Doom?
Yeah.
But, you know, before, say, Vici Gaming just kills your entire team.
Pretty much. Like, the initiation somehow has to be perfect. There must be some fragmentation out from the side of Vici, which we haven't seen, really. They've been playing as a unit quite well on the side of Vici Gaming so far. What do we have in Your Dream now? Kaya Sanj, Witchblade into the BKB. It's been a rough game for him on that Storm. The full Daedalus being farmed up by Shiro. Scouting out.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow to try and give some vision in the mid lane. Bach will go down, puts himself in the tombstone, will come out, get stunned up. Arrow, it connects onto the gyro, splits right through 3 heroes. In comes Xingqiu, the Mortimer kisses. He doesn't get a chance to do anything. The Doom, it's found the Shadow Fiend. He's going to chase him down with the tail end of this BKB, and he will be able to burn him to death. Now the question is, can he escape at this point? FBZ on the run. They find a nice sharpshooter carol, take out the Bane. It's a great fight here from Reconyx. Can they get more? XM, he's in pretty deep, does have his BKB, will commit it. Atos is out, does have the cookie as well as that. They got him. Oh my goodness, XM. Finding some great turnarounds here, salvaging a fight, but still, if you're Reconyx, you gotta be pretty dang happy about this one.
And you are. A 3-for-3 trade in the end. You managing to kill off at least 2 cores for the side of Reconyx. Huge. I think ideally you keep In Your Dream alive. I almost feel like you'd rather have FBZ die there.
Dude, the gyro died without doing anything.
Yeah,
Max
no BKB.
duration arrow. Watch, it just splits right through 2 heroes.
Yeah, just goes right through. Doesn't get to pop the BKB, which I guess in a way is a blessing.
Yeah.
But it's just FBZ getting that Doom off on Shiro before he can get anything massive done. Really does kind of change the name of the game.
Yeah.
So long as you can isolate away that big SF right now, there is a way to play it. It's not particularly clean. It's not particularly stable, but it does work. It's just this move on to XM is where they really overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, I think they were surprised. Like, how does this guy still have a BKB? What's going on here? So, yeah, he's very happy. Gets the cleanup kill there at the end of the fight. I mean, he's level 20 now. This is the talent we were talking about. He's going to be incredibly strong. He actually went... Okay, he's going the attack damage. He went little shredder targets the whole time. XM wants to scale. He's like, we got the minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. I'm going scaling right clicks.
I like that.
It's an option for sure.
No.
Oh, there's your Nightmare into Fiend's Grip. They're going to jump through on Dream, but he doesn't have the detection. Protected by the Moonlight Shadow. The double BKBs will clean up the lull as well. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is... I mean, there were some moments for Reckonix. It's getting harder and harder to see them kind of pull those moments off again. Another Roshan coming out. Vici Gaming on the tail end of Nighttime once more. Kind of the same timing you were talking about there, Ricky.
Yeah.
And it's not going to take them too long to find that. Reckonix, and all you can do is just kind of farm up, use that space. Aegis goes to Shiro. Safety net up now.
Yeah, this is just why we're seeing so much Bane as well, right? Like the hero being able to set up these rotations in nighttime, if you have a team that can kind of follow up the Nightmares or the Fiend's Grips and just like all in a hero, it's so good. And their only cancel we talked about really is the Nimbus.
Yeah.
Like reliably. And he's been close to farming the Aghanims. I mean, we can check the Zeus again, but last time I checked, he had 2 or 3 of the components.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so he's 100 gold away. Like, it's coming online. It's just taken 30 minutes is the downside.
Yeah, it's way too long. Like, you definitely wanted that in a good game, maybe 5 minutes earlier if you could have, but even then, that's optimistic, I'd say. Feels like a perfect game kind of scenario. Vici Gaming, for their part, and they've got their own BKBs coming up. Yeah, you've got so many tools to kind of consider. You've got this option to start going high ground now at Aegis number 2. You can see just how much damage has been dealt. Like, this Snapfire is just such an insane hero. 23.5k output overall in this game. On the physical build as well, right? Like, you miss some of the 15 talent at the least with the magic, right? Like, once you go into level 20 with the right side talents, like, it's fine. You're getting all the right side at that point, but at level 15 to take that other talent, the extra attacks, and still have that damage output, because you're missing a lot with like the cookie cooldown gone.
Yeah.
It's still crazy. This hero is overtuned in talents, for sure.
We'll see what they can do now as they push the high ground with the Aegis in hand for 3 minutes. The banner is there, of course, if they want to try and drop it. We'll see if they want to. I'm surprised, because you did have catapults, so just kind of let them die. Maybe they just feel super confident. They're like, oh, we'll go for 2 lanes of racks in a moment. So save the banner for that one, maybe. Smoked up on Reconics. They're looking for their opening. Shiro backing away at the moment. The Aghanim Scepter finished up on Jin Q.
Ridiculous farm.
This is such a huge Aghanim Scepter.
Just so much farm on this guy, so much damage, so much vision coming out now as well.
It's the scouting, right, as well. Like, you just throw this, and you're just like, oh, okay, well, there's some heroes up here now. Found them.
Yep. Nice and easy. I mean, for Reckonix, again, I'm still trying to find a path back into this game.
Hydra's Breath? Did he finish it? Is it coming on Courier right now?
Yeah, it's flying. Maybe?
Okay. I mean, I see the components, so I'm assuming he has it. Yeah, there's the full Hydra's Breath. This is a big point for the Snapfire. Still pretty far from the 25 talent, of course, but this hero's going to be doing some serious damage. Moonlight Shadow is out. They see the lull. They see the storm. He's going to be caught for the moment. The arrow to follow it up, but can they get him out in time? The Fiend's Grip is there. The Doom's going to be able to catch the Snapfire, but where's Shiro? Shiro was farming the jungle.
Oh, no.
The question is, can they get out? They've committed in pretty far. You've lost the Bane. You keep the Snapfire alive thanks to... I call it the Entomb. I don't know what you want to call it. I think that's a great name for it.
I think Entomb is fine.
You know?
It kind of fits. It is called just...
it's just called Tombstone. I don't know.
So.
Yeah, they need to give this a name. It'd be nice, but it's
what?
Good save.
When you select Tombstone and force someone in, does it not have ability, or is it just when you kick them out? Before,
I have no idea.
There used to be a hotkey, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was grab ally.
Oh, yeah, just grab
that
ally.
was grab ally. Shout out to Suns fan who would yell it at the top of his lungs every time it got used.
Yeah. I call it grab ally then, from all the way back. I mean, Entomb is fine. And this game is not so fine for the side of Reckonix, but Vici Gaming in, having a pretty fine time. Age is still up. Doom still down for quite a fair bit longer.
Yeah, I think you want to look at trying to pressure now that the Doom is on cooldown, because that is...
For sure.
That is a big window.
I think the side of... The only way Reckonix kind of start to feel good here is like Divine Rapiers and Jacroy. If he has Satanic, Satanic Swift Blink is what he's going for, but I would say Satanic Divine, there's no room for it. You know, there's no room for the Swift Blink. Like, you've got to get that damage up. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough time for the Swift Blink plus the Divine.
My biggest concern with that, I agree. I think they need that amount of damage. My biggest concern, though, is always going to be the Fiend's Grip, right? Like, Bane walks forward. If he finds the Gyrocopter and gets the Fiend's Grip, suddenly your Divine's on a Shadow Fiend or a Snapfire, right?
Yeah.
Who have... Which...
Oh.
Speak of the Bane, he's found him. They're going to jump in, arrows connect. He gets the BKB off in time. Shiro broke it for a moment, but the damage is so high. Mortimer Kisses raiding in from the backside is going to jump in on the Storm, try and cancel. They find the kill on the Bane Dream with the BKB protecting him for the moment. But he's going to have to cut out of here pretty soon. XG are looking for more. Bach nearby, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Gyro for the Bane. A lot of spells committed, but overall, XG finding a pretty good fight.
Yeah. I mean, again, just a little bit of a freebie coming out. Jakori, there's really just not much he can do. He gets a BKB off, but he doesn't have enough to stand. There's not enough save on his supports to get him that spacing he needs to really be successful. And Vici Gaming, I mean, this is it. Onto the high ground they go. Drop the Tombstone, start pushing in. Not going to take too long here.
Blink Doom immediately. They say run it in. Go for the kill. They end up just cooking in. The Aegis is gone. You're right. Perfect timing here from Reckonix. A pretty big blunder from Vici Gaming not watching the Aegis timing.
Yeah, maybe. Because there's no way they would go back in there if they knew the Aegis was down, right? Like, they must have known off the back of that fight, like, Aegis was set to expire. I don't know. Reckonix, I mean, that's not something they're going to be asking themselves. They see a freebie, they'll take it. Inside of Vici, I mean, what does this mean? You wait for next Roshan again, a minute 40 until the respawn timer is back up. Room for Reckonix to actually start to play the game a little bit more. I mean, it's still heavily in Vici Gaming's favor for sure. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is still their game to lose. But you are giving opportunities for Reckonix to actually have a game, and that's always concerning.
Yeah, I mean, their teamfight damage is pretty great, and the Storm Spirit has had an incredibly rough game. But the longer this goes on, I feel like it's going to be quite nice for him. Like, if he can actually find the Mirana or the Bane in these fights, he's got the Nimbus there as well to scout for him with the, Thunder God's Wrath. Like, Dream can go in and kill heroes. He just needs to not be the hero that gets caught, so... Yeah, I mean, if they can stabilize, find a little bit more net worth for them, I think Reconic still absolutely have a chance in this game.
That they do. If they can keep finding opportunities like that, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, in the end, Vici Gaming, they're in the driver's seat. They can literally pick and choose what to do. And at this point, I'm sure, let's wait for next Roche. Tormentor, pretty painful, but sustained. Shard up for Y. So gets himself a little bit more utility, but I believe the Brain Sap can feel nice to play. Octarine plus the talents up here on Bach. That is ridiculous. On the Tombstone and on Decay. It's quite funny to see that every 1.6 seconds, if I recall, right?
Yeah,
1.5. Sorry, 1.5. My bad. Attack speed. The baubles coming in.
Oh, boy.
The pendulums coming out. Gotta love those pendulums.
I mean, the Pendulum's so good against the Doom.
It's such a broken item.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, damage delay has always been really strong, so I'm not super surprised that heroes still really like picking it. But
yeah. It's just insane that it's RNG at tier 4. It's like...
I agree.
At that point, it should just be there every time, and that should just be the only tier 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's Conjurer's Catalyst if you're a Magic dealer. Bach just blinks into 5, pops the BKB, the call down is there, the arrow, it catches the Gyro again. Can they get him out to safety? He's falling down to half HP. They've already taken out the Doom. There's going to be the Tombstone down, but BKB finally coming through the jump back the other way. They're going to try and grab these kills. Big Vortex out from Dream. Shiro's low, but can they finish the job? In comes XM, and goodbye, Reconics. They crumble.
Oh, man.
It was the Snapfire all along, baited by Shiro on the Shadow Fiend, but you had to worry about
1.5 seconds.
That's a lot of decays.
Oh, yeah.
He's blinking after him. There's no way.
And there's no stopping this high ground now. No buybacks in these heroes on Reckonix. Vici Gaming, they didn't have to wait for that HS after all. They could just get the job done all by themselves. And for the side of Reckonex. It's going to be interesting to see how they start to adjust in the next game, because I would maybe a little bit of a drafting issue. It felt like they got a little bit lost with what they'd want to kind of pick up. I think they locked themselves into the Doom really early and kind of just ended up with way weaker lanes. The support duo pick that they found just has not achieved as much as you'd want it to in this game. Not calling it just yet. We'll have to wait and see how much longer they'd want to hold out or if they find an opportunity. And so far, so good for the side of Vici Gaming. Mega Creeps up. Next, Roshan up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what your options are at this point. That's a little bit of an aggressive. He's going to put himself in the Tombstone, knowing it's going to take him a little while. He heals the Tombstone as well. They're buying so much time off this Doom, half the duration. And it might be enough to get him out with a Nightmare. I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
The Conjurer's Catalyst, it's proccing here and there, but there's a pipe still available. They jump in, they get the big Vortex out from 3, but XM doing so much damage. Just deletes the Hoodwink on the back line. And with this, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a surrender in a moment.
They're not tapping out yet. There are buybacks here, but I just can't imagine a way you kind of find that opening. Doom down for quite a fair bit.
Yeah, without the Doom, I don't know.
A minute without it, it's like, it's way too much.
Bane has Ags, Fiend's Grip up.
Yep.
I think this is the biggest issue as well. Like, they've been able to cancel Fiend's Grip a couple times with the Nimbus. Now there's absolutely no hope. It has to be the Storm Spirit getting like a perfectly placed Vortex. Shiro going to try and clean up the creep wave here. Did we ever see the banner, by the way? Did they just forget it?
Yeah.
I think they left it in the Roche pit. No, it's just been sitting in Jim Q's inventory. He just has no intention of using this.
No.
Oh, Lincoln's nice usage there to protect Shiro. No Doom available, of course, but they still trying to do whatever damage they can, and he's just going to drop the Requiem. Slept in a huge jump in from XM. Jikroy's going to pop the BKB. The Satanic trying to survive, but Shiro much more powerful. Forced into the fountain. They still refuse to surrender as everything crumbles around them. There's going to be another Vortex out. Reckonex trying their best to keep themselves alive, but instead XM will go straight into the fountain to finish the job. GG comes out as a full team wipe. Will take it. Extreme Gaming looking pretty good in Game 1.
Vici Gaming's looking pretty good in Game 1, for sure. Extreme, they're somewhere else, you know? But good old Vici, that's a team where you're working.
That's what I said, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, again, they look really hot here in Game number 1. I have to say, I don't think Reckonex drafted the best they could have. I think the Zeus flex into support, not even flex, just straight up picking the Zeus as support was kind of, for me, wild. I think it's fine to run Zeus support if you have like this flex idea on hand where you're going to be, you know, you want to play it mid, you get a bad matchup, you're forced to support it, like it's fine. You have a harder support to kind of help it out. Instead, you basically raw dog pick a Zeus support. I don't know about that. They already had a Storm first pick. Like,
yeah, I mean, Zeus support can work. It's just you can't have like a super greedy lineup. Like, it needs space, it needs to farm, it needs to get to its Aghanim Scepter for it to really come online. And you're playing against really strong lanes, a team that has 3 active cores that are willing to play against you, and then you have Bane Mirana, right? Like, these are heroes that are going to be rotating, looking for kills constantly. I think, in general, yeah, it was definitely a draft issue, but it was also just they had a much better plan, and they executed better on Vici. Like, there was, at the end of the day, that was just impossible for them to deal with.
For sure, and I think, again, for Reckonex, it felt like they did fall back into some comfort, and maybe this is the reason why, you know, we were talking about this idea of first picking mids. It's not been showing out today. They go for it, and maybe just, you know, the Snapfire matchup wasn't ideal for In Your Dream.
Yeah.
I mean, it on paper, it's a matchup that's okay for the Storm, but I think that lack of activity, again, stemming back to the sports, just having this Hoodwink Zeus wasn't quite enough. Your side laners couldn't be independent enough either. You had this Undying on the side of Vici Gaming that you could just basically leave alone.
Yeah.
It had no problems just being left alone to just keep that farm game up. And yeah, they just kind of ran away with it. I think what I want to see for Reckonex in the next game, as I'll be watching the sidelines, is just a draft that's much more depth. Because I feel like where they shine is when FBZ has much more playmaking heroes. I loved your idea of like Darkseer, of course.
Yeah.
Like one of those things. It's something that's just more active. Like he did try to play a more active Doom by going for the drums, right?
Yeah.
Trying to play more like
Drums,
Blink,
BKB.
BKB.
Yeah.
Just the tempo was off. The matchup was rough against the SF. I think maybe that idea just didn't pan out as well. And yeah, just those kinds of adjustments in draft is all I want to see here. Again, all of these highlights probably just featuring a lot from Vici Gaming. I have to say, like, XM has looked like a beast. See, why would you ask for XM Sniper when he has Snapfire?
Yeah, I mean, it's the hero is so flexible. It's so reliable. Jin Q obviously had an incredible game on the Mirana, right? They picked this up very early in the draft, and you can see why, right? Like, this guy completely cooked them. He was like passing the Storm Spirit and net worth so early. I'm like, we're 20 minutes and he has 8,000 net worth as the 4th position Mirana. So, yeah, he just had a fun time this game for sure.
Yeah, and that's one of the things as well. They didn't block the camp down bot. I don't know if that was unblocked by SinQ, but he just had easy access to throwing an arrow every time it was off cooldown. And because you have the Undying, again, you kind of don't care about even helping him because he's Undying.
Yeah.
Right, like he can just do what he wants. He's going to be tanky enough to cop a bunch of that aggression. That's that arrow you were pointing out. It's weaving right through. Not really having that impact on Jacroy. Like, I want to see, you know, if you're talking about Reckoning's comfort, it's really out of meta, but like when I think of Jacroy, I think of stuff like CK. I don't know how viable that is. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, CK is so dead.
Maybe faces Void.
That's a pick.
That's an all right pick. Wraith King definitely not, but so also something there.
We might see some Wraith King in the right game.
I don't know if he's gonna kind of dip into those, but I want to see Reckonix play to what they're capable of. I don't think we saw that in this game. I do want to give props. VG played very clean, very on point, punished every single shortcoming on the side of Reckonix quite well. And, you know, Reckonix, they're going to have to look for a good reset from mind control. I think that's one thing, again. We talked about this in the start, right? Like, Indonesian teams being more emotional, more driven by, like, the mood, the vibe. Mind control should try to reset that back to zero and get the boys focused.
Yeah, I mean, you have like this zero fear on Bach for just like jumping in on Undying in this fight, and like he's like, oh, I'm getting a little bit low. I guess I'll just put myself on the tombstone, and XM just gets the green light to, you know, kind of do whatever damage he is. It's such a free Snapfire game from him, and he did go, you know, the right click kind of, you know, little shredder build, but you don't see that often. But with that Shadow Fiend's minus armor, it's a cool idea. It's a cool strategy. I think he could have gone either. Yeah, honestly, yeah. He very well could have, but in this game, it worked out. Yeah, for sure. I think this Snapfire, I'm really surprised it's not been nerfed even more. Honestly, when I saw the sub patches, I'm like, surely Snapfire is just having too much fun right now, and apparently not. So I would like to see if you're not going to first pick it, because I feel like if out of all the first picks, like Puck, Snap are probably like the safest. They're both very safe. Yeah, I think, you know, if you're not going to be first picking like Drow or Lone Druid or stuff like that, Shadow Fiend, like there's a lot of like really strong carry heroes that like fit in that first pick slot. But if you want to go for the mid lane, yeah, I think those are pretty reliable. Yeah, and I'm hoping that we see Reckonix play up to what you'd expect more. They're a team with a lot of potential, but they're also a team that historically have just had these moments like In Your Dream, on his time in Boom, and even on his time in Tigers, I want to say. FBZ, and maybe less so, but his time in Boom, I know there was like a couple of emotional issues as well. Like they need to just, they've had more experience. It's been a few years. Like it's time to reset. Go in. If I'm in their position here, I'm looking at just drafting better lanes. Yes, like I don't think you can come into game 2 and be like, guys, we're gonna pick a greedy draft again. No. You know, we're not gonna have the best lanes, but we'll power through, right? Like I don't think you can do that. I think you need to like come back into the draft, address the laning issues, because playing on the back foot against Vici is just not gonna get you a win here. No. I want to see them bring out that aggression. They've had that in their games before. Again, FBZ is something that can just play make quicker, hold the lane a little bit better. I think Verige, I mean, to be fair, Verige is a weirdo. I love that guy, but he is a total freak. You remember when Gyrocopter 5 was like a thing? Yeah, I loved it. And then it died off? Yeah. He kept doing it anyway for like 2 years. It's still good. Yeah, for 2 years he kept doing it. Like, I know they nerfed Rocket Barrage, the missile, everything, but hey, it still cooks. Yeah, and he would always use that flex, and it's like, it's never flex with him. It's like so obvious that he was just going to run in support. So
I'm saying comfort, maybe not that comfort, Varish, but everything else for your team, sure, you go for it.
We'll see. Yeah,
Porte.
I think there's a lot to be seen, and we'll see what happens as we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. We might have a new guest here on the desk, so stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. I mean, I'm very happy. I'm joined with the la crème de la crème, we would say in French. It means it's something positive.
Oh, I thought you know what something with pastry.
I mean, it is like the cream of the cream, which means like the top of the top.
So it was a pastry.
It was. I mean, you have to refer. Can I stay focused on the topic, Puppy? Can you just?
All right, go ahead.
We're in France, we're in Paris. Obviously, pastries are going to come eventually. So anyway, I'm joined with the best of the best is what I was trying to say. A lot of IQ. Can I say a lot of MMR? Not as much MMR.
No.
How much MMR do we have to work with here?
I'm higher than all of you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a lot of MMR still. But most importantly, a lot of Dota knowledge, a lot of Dota culture. So yeah, we'll just have a chat about what it is to be a coach, I guess. I think that we don't get to hear about... There's the coaches' interviews, which this is something we need to work on also collectively, if I may say. I think they're not the best, usually, the on-site coaches' interviews.
True.
Do you feel like you're good at these coaches' interviews?
For me, I'll like them usually.
Yeah?
Like just say random.
That's what it feels like when we hear from everyone. Like coaches are like, don't bother me. Throw a couple info. Yeah, we have a good draft. They also have a good draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I try to shove as much media to the players as possible.
Okay. Are you good at the coaches interview, Puppy?
I haven't had many, but
I mean, how do you feel actually? You're the newest coach in town, right? Like out of this club.
Yeah, probably.
So how do you think you're doing as a coach?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing a lot. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing nothing.
Okay.
I mean, not particularly nothing, but I feel like it's not working what I'm doing.
Do you like, has it given you a different perspective to, you've known a lot of coaches, obviously, you've been coached by a lot of different players, like you've met a lot of coaches, like how does that work? Do you get inspired by what they've done or positively, negatively?
Like, let's say comparison to you, right? You give a lot of speeches. As I've seen, I don't know actually what you do behind the camera.
It's all fake.
They all might
the camera.
It all may be just for the camera. No, the team might not be actually there. It might have been AI.
Yes.
But like you do a lot of those talks, like, we can do it, and we are in their heads and all that stuff and whatnot. To be fair, like I tried maybe doing some of that stuff. Let's say forcing it, right? It doesn't really work. I feel like you got to be yourself. And when I'm mostly just myself, and I'm just like, if you just speak your mind and your mind is clear, it's going to work. For the people are different. Whatever you do it that way. Whatever I do it my way. And I think like everybody's thing works. Just have to actually do like, and put love into it,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this really resonates with me. And I think the key word is, I like what you said, like putting love into it, and as in authenticity, being genuine. Because at the end of the day, you guys are really close to your players, right? And you know them very well. And there's like a very strong relationship that's being built. And it's about caring after them, I guess. Do you guys agree with that? Like,
yeah. I mean, I think I told all my guys, if like you're ever done with Dota, I'll always get you a job, and like we'll always make sure that like life will continue. And so try to always like set my guys up for success. Like I think when they first joined, I was teaching my guys about how to like invest their money, how to like manage it and stuff like that. Just to like, it's impossible, I think, if you're a coach for as long as you are, or like a captain, in your case, Puppy, it's like you will just attach yourself to people. It's kind of impossible not.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to EWC 2026. We're going into Game 2 in just a moment of Vici Gaming versus Reckonix. But now, I will say, very happy to welcome Z-Quixotics finally to Paris. It's been a few rough days for you, buddy, but you made it. We're happy to have you finally.
Yeah, I ate John to take a spot. But
oh, nice.
Yeah. It was a journey.
Yeah.
It was we don't have to talk about it. Today's, it's Dota here. I had a lot of flights canceled though, so I'm glad to be here now.
Yeah, no, we're glad to have you. It's it's always fun to be at the event, finally able to talk about, It's huge. Yeah, it's a huge venue. Like, and there's multiple buildings, and you're having to like walk like. It's not like you just walk out one building and across the streets the other one. It's like, I'm going to go for a quick 10-minute walk to the next building or something. Like,
yeah,
this venue's enormous.
Yeah, I was just looking around. I feel like if you're a fan coming, it's amazing because you can actually just see like so much. Like, not even just Dota. Like, the way Dota's set up, I know you guys can't see it, sorry, but like, you can, unless you're here, you can just see multiple games going. But then you're like, I like other games too. I just enjoy games. Just wander over. Yeah. There's so many going on. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think we have like 5 stages or something, 4 or 5 stages set up in this one.
I haven't really seen it all.
Yeah.
I came straight over.
You've been in the venue for like 20 minutes, so it's cool. I love the setup. It's a lot of fun. There's actually a decent amount of seating too, so if you want to like just pop a squad at one of the different like areas, no problem with that at all.
Yeah, I'm excited to go look around myself later, but first we got some Dota, got some games.
Oh,
I'll be honest,
no.
I only sort of saw what happened in Game 1.
Well, to quickly wrap up what happened, Vici Gaming, they drafted really strong lanes and essentially just bulldozed their way through slowly but steadily. Reckonix, very greedy draft, never really came together. They had a couple fights where you're like, okay, maybe there's some signs of hope, but not really. All right, like everything pretty much handedly went the way of Vici Gaming here.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the players on Vici Gaming, that style pretty much sounds right. Like, I don't think they're strictly out there to do something like, oh, what is this draft? Like, I'm so confused, right? Like, it's going to make sense. They'll do, some surprising stuff, sure, but they are there to play some pretty solid Dota, make some good moves. I think Reconnix is the team that we are seeing start to make it to some of these more international events. They don't always...
play super well.
Yeah, they have some good showings at times, but they haven't really made it past the group stage too much. I think once they got a little bit going, but it's like they're in the proving grounds, and they're really trying to show that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, like they've made it to 3 events this year, and every single one of them, they couldn't get out of group stage, right? Like, so they're so close to making it through and kind of proving themselves as a roster like you're talking about. But Vici Gaming was kind of in the same scenario, right? Like, this is a team that they picked up Bach and Zenq at the beginning of the year, and they were like, all right, we'll see. Obviously, they have a lot of experience playing together, this roster, of course, and it just wasn't clicking. Like they would qualify for an event, and then similar issue of like, bottom out of the tournament right away. I think they look quite good after Game 1, but they've still got a lot more to prove.
Yeah, I think if you look at the players, like, that's one difference already where I agree they weren't really proving themselves before, but you've seen the names, you're like, oh, they have done it in the past.
Yeah,
so
we
it's
got
not
some TI winners, and it's not a big deal or anything.
Yeah, so it's not that surprising if, we start playing, we start figuring it out, I feel like the fans know they can do it.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of new names on Reconnix for the international stage. So we have seen some strong performances. You just got to convert that into consistency. Like, that's the really hard part. Like, any team, any like tier 2 team can take games off of tier 1 teams, but can you take full series like what we are in now? That's what really sets you apart and what they are trying to show, what they keep learning. And I'm excited to see, like, they've been sticking together. If you look at some other teams, like, say, later we're going to be covering LGD, formerly Heroic.
Yeah.
You go back a couple years, it's very similar. They're making it to events, but they're getting knocked out really quickly, and, they're getting flamed online, right? But they stuck together. There were a couple of roster shifts, but they kept at it, and that international experience has now grown them into, honestly, I feel like they have a shot at even winning this, right? They're like in really good form, and so I'm excited for Reconnix. I feel like we're in that stage of development, and it could be a very scary team as time goes on.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at, some of the draft here, quite a few changes, right? We're going to see the Snapfire kind of promoted in the ban. They get rid of the Bane as well. They don't want to deal with it, which I'm not surprised. The Bane has so much impact in their hands. They're constantly rotating, finding these heroes during the nighttime with the Glimmer Cape, like with Moonlight Shadow. Like they had so many different ways of covering the Bane whenever they wanted to set up a play. And instead, it's just going to be that Undying first pick. So whether or not that's going to be for the offlane again, we'll see. It looked really good in the hands of Bach, and maybe they'll do something similar, but already an adjustment here for Mechanics to go for the Wind Ranger, a hero that can pretty reliably deal with Tombstone. Like, she builds a lot of attack speed items. Whether or not it'll be core or support, we'll see. I imagine this will match the Undying lane. Like, if this is an offlane Undying, it's going to be a one-position Wind Ranger.
Yeah, like you said, it's nice that you can move around, and just being ranged against an Undying is already really nice, but she has Wind Run as well, so like,
yeah,
whatever problem you have, you're going to get out of there. I also think it's nice to secure this potential carry pretty early, right? I feel like there's a couple carries that are near the top, Drow and Shadow Fiend, which actually are not banned, right? So maybe there's a lot you can grab this time around.
I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah, they've been frequently banned out, and so sometimes you have to like move the carry priority up. But in this case, they're actually still through. So if you want to do something sneaky and you end up with like a support Wind Ranger being, a bit boosted by a Drow, I mean, that could give some extra strength, help you kill the Tombstone pretty early in the draft, so we'll see.
The Enchantress ban, okay. Yeah, I think, like, in my eyes, like, Drow Ranger is probably, I think, the best carry currently alongside heroes like Lone Druid. Which Lone Druid is...
Is he a carry, or is he, like, some other kind of entity?
Yeah, he's not... I mean, he plays his own game. This is like a PvE, farming simulator. Maybe, I don't know. The hero is just... doesn't play like anything else.
I feel hot take here.
Mm-hmm.
Lone Druid in his current state, whether he should stay there or not, I actually think given enough time, it'll wrap back around, where part of the reason he is so good is that dealing with the bear and dealing with the hero is like so absurd. But in the same way, like if you look in the past and you're like, oh, well, they were so inefficient back then, they just didn't know how to play the map and all that. I feel like if Lone Druid stayed in this state long enough, teams would eventually figure out how you properly balance like killing the bear, killing the hero, like how to move around the map quickly to like punish it. But without enough time to like go through that, it's really hard. Plus the hero is overtuned a bit, so like he would have to be tuned down. But yeah, I feel like it's almost a knowledge check, like a map efficiency check. Like how much are you showing on the map? How quickly are you finding the hero? But it's just way easier for the Lone Druid player than the opponent team, and you don't really want to test it too much when there's a whole bunch of, there's a lot at stake once you're at a tournament to be testing that.
Especially at the group stage that has like bottom two teams being eliminated, right? Like this is a very punishing event. So if you have like a couple bad days, like that could be the difference of you making it to playoffs or going home. So there is, like you said, a lot on the line. In terms of the picks, we're going to see that Axe that came out here from Reconics and Hoodwink Storm Spirit as the response. I actually like this a lot. So Hoodwink,
me too,
a great offlane duo to the Undying if they want to do this. But in general, it's great follow-up to the Storm Spirit. It gives you a ton of burst damage, some additional CC. I like the hero quite a bit, right?
It's a very active duo. Either one can go first, right? Like Storm zips in, you grab, okay, just do the follow-up, bushwhack, ult. If Hoodwink wants to just throw the bushwhack, hey, if we hit it, then you zip in. If we don't, no big deal, just back out, right?
Yeah.
It's very safe, which you really want versus a hero like Axe, right? You might bring this Undying to be position 5 now just to like ruin Axe's day, but at some point he's got Blink, Call, that can always be scary, right? So you want to be very confident about what you're committing to, and you're not just all jumping in and then Axe calls all of you. We've seen that time and time again in the history of Dota. But New Age Dota, Axe support is kind of a thing. So I feel like they're testing the limits here of like, okay, where are you going to put the Undying? That's going to determine what we do with the Axe, except I take that back because now here's our Crystal Maiden pick. And I can't imagine you really want to do like a Crystal Maiden 4 with an Axe 5, right? That's kind of strange to me. And I don't think you really play Axe 4. I think he has to be a position 5.
Yeah, and we'll see the Pangolier come through. I mean, what is there really to say about the hero? He's a solid matchup in most scenarios. Like, he's definitely not as strong as he used to be, which was necessary. He was just so good for so long, but a reliable initiator, a good team fighter, has decent damage. The Diffusal can do a lot this game, right? Like, all three of these heroes really suffer to the mana burn, so I like that idea. We'll see if they can kind of combo it with anything. The 14th pick here, I'm wondering what they want to do, because you could pick something that directly addresses the Axe lane, like your carry, or you just pick like a reliable support here. It is going to be the Shadow Fiend. Alrighty. I wasn't sure if they would go for the Drow. To me, it just, like, Drow kind of crushes the Axe lane. It's not bad into Wind Ranger because, you know, the multi-shot still connects, but they're warmed up on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that Axe is not going to have a good time. Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
Both Shadow Fiend and an Undying. Well, I guess, okay, there is still some wiggle room. You could still pick a different 5, but I feel like a lot of the 5s have already been banned out that you would typically pair with the Shadow Fiend. So, you know, just run Undying Shadow Fiend and pick.
Dude, Shadow Demon. SD still in. Great against Wind Ranger core. Combos well with Shadow Fiend. Prevents Axe from cutting. It's a pretty sick idea.
You
if they
could
want
do
to
that
go
one
for
too.
It, right?
Yeah. I'm open to that. It helps that you have the Storm Spirit and the Hoodwink. They have a lot of initiation on their own. So if you run an Undying off lane, which, you know, he walks at you, scary, but not really an initiation. Especially when you have someone like Pango and Wind Ranger. I wouldn't hate if they go for more initiation, or like we said, you test it. You throw the Bushwhack. If you hit, you go. If you don't, you chill. And as long as you're disciplined in that approach, you can make the Hoodwink and Storm Spirit be enough initiation if you want to run Undying in the off lane.
We've seen a lot of late ban Terror Blades. They'll get rid of the Dark Seer, one of the better counters to the Shadow Fiend lane. Kind of surprising. Maybe anticipating, like, okay, maybe they could run the Axe support. You know, you gotta be careful. Or it's just gonna be support Wind Ranger. Now that they see the matchups, but last ban here for Reckonix.
I feel like you can run
okay.
the carry Wind Ranger. I think the lane will be okay, and she is a ranged hero who can get close to Shadow Fiend, which is something he doesn't like. It's why you see Wind Ranger picked versus a lot of these popular ranged carries, because you just win run in and you ult them down before they can really do anything about it. We are going to see the Largo actually come out here for Bach, right?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if we're doing something crazy.
I'm sure it's the... to me, it would make more sense as the off lane. There's not a lot to deal with it, but if they do want to run it support, great at countering Axe in lane. Like, the suddenly Battle Hunger is just not a thing. So yeah, they have options. They can do either or, right?
To be honest, you probably don't really need it. I think what this will be is just the Largo offlane, like you said. Yeah. And now that you don't have to rush the Ags, or maybe it's just not worth it. You still want to, but it's not worth it. You just do a very aura tempo lineup around an offlane Largo, which is something Undying is going to like. It's something these active carries, or active mid and support duo is going to like. And then Shadow Fiend is the carry who can get involved, right? Like, okay, you guys set the stage, I'll show up, I will kill buildings at 15 minutes, right? Not a lot of carries do that because they're still ramping up, but Shadow Fiend can do it. So I like the momentum they've got. I do think this Drow pick is... I mean, we weren't too surprised earlier. We were like, oh, Drow and Shadow Fiend are still in the pool. And here they are. She's a good hero, good versus the Largo. She has a silence, and it can hit multiple heroes. He can't save everybody. You got some anti-heal, which is pretty good versus Largo as well.
It is a bold pick. I mean, Drow on 24. We're not really going to see Drow ever really picked in 24 that much, because typically it's either picked early or banned. I mean, they see something here, right? Like, they're trying to deal with the matchup into the Largo. It plays decently enough into the Shadow Fiend. My biggest concern is the Storm Spirit finding her, and then you're just... Drow is such a positioning-based hero that at that point, if the Storm's on top of you, getting the Vortex, the follow-up, pretty easy.
Yeah, this is where I think Axe is going to have to... Like, sometimes you can be the initiator Axe, your starting fights. I think here you're kind of just waiting. Like, okay, you go on the Drow, I then save her. I try to help with that at least. At the start, you have like Crystal Maiden, you have the Shackle Shot, but eventually as the BKBs come out, you're going to need something like Axe Call. And I think it's almost necessary to play that way because he got countered hard. Like, this is not going to be a rich Axe, unless he really overperforms here. He should have a rough time, and at that point, when you jump in aggressively, sometimes you just get killed because you're just, you know, you're into a super rich Shadow Fiend, you're just not having a good time. So I think it's actually fine if you take it easy almost and let the Drow be in front, hitting buildings, and when they go on her, you then respond.
I like the idea. We'll see how it works out as we jump into game 2 here of Reckonex versus Vici Gaming. Yeah, I mean, game 1, pretty dominant performance from them. I think overall, they're probably just looking to kind of repeat what they did here, have strong lanes, look to try and punish the mid lane as much as possible, bring the supports into that mid lane and apply the pressure, give a good start to XM, and he'll pay it back.
Yeah, I do think this Vici Gaming lineup, it's pretty solid with some... It's like not too hard to execute either, right? Like I feel like even if one hero is struggling a little bit, it still does what it needs to do. Unless you lose all your lanes, which, I mean, that is possible. Tech there, guys. Have your Largos use the smokes, because actually the Encore applies, so you get just a few extra seconds of smoke time, which for pubs probably doesn't matter much, but for the pros, it's actually really useful in these sneaky first blood plays.
We'll see if they actually manage to find an angle here for this. I think for now, Smoke's going to get popped, Dream and Bach kind of crossing paths in the North River, so they'll have a pretty good read on where the heroes are. Mid lane, some wards being placed. A very defensive ward bottom from Vici, but this is also to potentially scout FBZ on the Axe, trying to cut the wave. Knowing that he's going to have a potentially rough time there.
That's true. You kind of already know Axe. He's going to do some alternate laning, which actually is another good idea to then put your mid ward on that bottom side, because if Axe and Wind Ranger can't really play that lane, then Wind Ranger's also going to look to do something, right? Yeah. And that could be going into that mid lane, try to help out that Storm Pango matchup, shift it in your favor, help with those runes, and you'll get a better shot seeing her with these 2 wards they've placed.
Yeah, I like him. It's a good focus on the lane. Last game, they put a lot of attention on securing the water runes and then eventually the power runes for their mid laner. Xingqiu scouted, coming through this twin gate, takes a ton of damage. He's actually going to TP all the way home, knowing that the Crystal Maiden is nearby. There's going to be a long walk back top, and that's going to... Well, we'll see how the lane equilibrium ends up, but typically when your support can't join the lane, it makes it pretty difficult.
Yeah, Bach was able to get the lane to come back pretty early, so I think you'll take it, right? I mean, maybe you'd prefer not to lose all your health like that, but he also didn't die, right? So that could have easily been a first blood. That was a smart place to start the teleport.
Good old catchy lick, providing a lot of extra damage. They get the frostbite into the frost arrows. Level 2 comes through, making a little bit of space. So damage being done. The thing is, this hero is so hard to bully out of the lane. Like, as he gets more levels, this regen from the catchy lick, the constant spam, once he has like Soul Ring and stuff like that, it adds up. But Bach on a sliver of HP, getting chased down from the Drow, and there it is. First blood will go to Jikroy.
I could have seen this lane going either way. I think Drow and Crystal Maiden, you got that ice synergy up here, right? You just can't remove everything. You try to remove one slow, there's another. Remove the root, okay, then we'll just slow you forever, right? So there's a lot of aggressive potential there, which clearly just got them first blood. And I think part of that is because really it was 2 2v1s, right? This hasn't been a 2v2 lane. It was first we took out Hoodwink. Bach got level 2 first, sure, but it's still 2 heroes attacking him. At the same time, I think they still have to be careful because Largo and Hoodwink can actually do a lot of damage themselves for these squishy heroes that don't really have an escape. Down here, FBZ actually picking up more last hits than I thought he might to start. But this is the time you need to do it, because it's only going to get worse as Shadow Fiend picks up more and more damage. So these early levels are the most important for a hero like Axe in a really unfun lane.
Taking a look at mid right now, it really does seem like Storm Spirit has kind of built himself a little bit of a lead. Like, Pangolier has decent wave clear and decent sustain, but a little bit easier for the Storm Spirit as he's, you know, of course got his Diffusal queued up there, and XM. We'll see where he wants to go. The Diffusal timing is huge. Like, you need to hit this at a decent time. You need to make sure that you can find a kill with the reveal. Whoever gets level 6 first, that's kind of what we're looking for, though.
I also thought we might see a rotation a little sooner, especially to help with like some water runes, and we might. 4 minutes coming up here. But
ooh, top lane. A lot of damage coming through. They find themselves another kill onto Bach. The Bushnelak, I mean, just wasn't up at the time.
Draconics making this top lane work. I mean, this is part of the reason Drow has been so good, right? She is a very strong laner, and to be able to grab her at 24 is, like you said, very rare. May have stuck around a little bit too long. We're seeing some of the return damage potential, but since those abilities weren't perfectly used in combination, she will get away. I do think In Your Dream playing pretty well in that mid lane. I feel like it is Storm favored to start. It's not like one-sided, but usually does pick up a bit more of a lead at this point, but this is a pretty even lane.
Looking for FBZ here in the bottom lane. I mean, he's doing the drag, right? This is exactly what we expected. Y is going to try and do as much damage as possible, just kind of punish him however he can. You're not going to find a kill on him, right? Like, Battle Hunger running away, pretty solid. Meanwhile, top once again, Bach falling low, but not enough mana left on the Crystal Maiden.
This top lane, I didn't think it would be that rough for Largo. I feel like that first exchange we saw has really affected them.
Oh, Storm Spirit, mid. Has a stick to survive. All right, Dream putting in a lot of pressure now. 3 points in the swashbuckle, a lot of damage to deal with. And he's caught up in CS, right? He's past the Storm Spirit now. He's looking quite healthy.
FBZ is managing to get the gold. We are seeing the pressure come in. XM also seeing some pressure. A little bit of heal from the Undying might be enough just to keep him alive there.
Yeah, he's got some he's got some wand charges as well, so nicely done.
Can he stick around for the rune, though?
Dude,
and also, is there a ward here?
Ooh, he's hoping to find vision of the Storm Spirit to set up for the power shot, but the 6-minute power rune lane, like you said, it's about to spawn. You should be able to get this on a Reckonex. Meanwhile, Bach once again going to go down in the top lane. Killing spree now for the carry Drow. Yeah, this is exactly what you don't want.
I mean, if you're the Drow, it's exactly what you want. Top side, this is a great rune for both mid laners, but the supports are going to be there first.
Rolling Thunder, though, this is what we were mentioning earlier. The first hero to hit level 6 in this lane can definitely set up a kill opportunity. And, well, never mind. It's just going to be the Crystal Maiden and Wind Ranger instead, finding another kill.
Iconics having a very strong showing in this early game. I actually thought it should possibly go the other way, especially with the strength of that Shadow Fiend Undying lane. Like, I thought they would do really well there, and then Undying would be able to go help top. But instead, Reconics is leading the way here. A 1k lead is not bad. Let's see if they want to play aggressively for this Wisdom Shrine. It seems like Vici knows it could happen. They're already rotating heroes over.
This is so scary to try and go for as the TPs are coming through. They're getting the Drow Ranger very low, trying to ping out some heroes. Here comes the Storm. Big Gust does connect, but can he get away? Nah, definitely not. The pullback there with the catchy lick. It's 2 for 0, and they will defend their shrine. So I feel like this is always such a bait. The 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, everyone's like, guys, we're ahead. We should go for it. And then suddenly you're not ahead. You don't get it. You lose a couple big heroes. And Storm Spirit, a big winner on that rotation.
Yeah, this is the part of it is the map change, right? It used to be actually an uphill area, right? So it's actually a lot safer to invade than in the past. Now you are on the low ground, and the defending team can kind of see you when you can't see them. But also, I think just teams have caught on to, like, yeah, we can't just let these get stolen, you know, be ready to defend them. And it's now a more complex equation of whether you should go or not, which I think that's something that sets some really top teams apart. They really understand when it is worth going and when other elements are in play. Like, for example, the mid-rotation that went over. I feel like the best teams that are invading the Wisdom Shrines, they recognize when the mid laner is low on resources, or, hey, he just uses teleport. He can't actually show up. Now we can make that kind of play.
FBZ being very creative with his creep waves. I mean, considering everything, right? We were like, oh, he should have a really rough lane. He's fine. FBC's completely fine. He's level 7. He's farming towards his blade mail. He's not really struggling at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with their early game.
It's really Bach that we're going to have to see kind of what his options are. Is still not even level 6. Finally finishing the Soul Ring, but he's about to lose his tower, and there is an Invis Pangolier hunting in this top lane, trying to find an opportunity to gank. Fortunately for him, scouted on a sentry there, so he's not going to catch anyone by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Largo's options... Okay, well, actually, not what I expected. So I was about to say, Largo pretty much has to go Kaya. He is a very mana-intensive hero. It's not only how you play aggressively, but when you're behind, you catch up by farming. So you kind of need the Kaya. He's queued up the Meteor Hammer, which I have not seen as much. It fits the original style that I thought this draft would go for, but now that they are the ones who are falling a little bit behind, well, let's see. You know, I'm not sure how hard they can force it. With that said, it's not that big of a deficit right now, right? I mean, they may not know, but it's less than a 1K gold lead.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the Shadow Fiend. Like, he's not really stopping the axe, but he's also kind of free farming bottom. Like, he's having a great time.
It's kind of absurd that the Drow with 4 kills is
the same net worth as the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, who is at almost managed to hit 100 at 10 minutes, which is actually kind of hard to do. I guess it depends what camps you get. Sometimes you get like the Mud Golems, you just get a bunch of free CS to pad the stats. But we're seeing this CS, in the actual net worth is quite meaningful. And I suppose they did kill that Drow once, right? So she did lose a bit of gold.
No. Smoke up in the bottom lane there, looking for their opening. Why in a good position to break the smoke? Okay, so not really any surprise coming through. He has the Tombstone ready to drop it under the tower if they want to commit. He will get level 6 as well, so a little bit more difficult to kill the Undying. All right, so smoke attempt doesn't really result in anything. Not the biggest commitment, though, right? It's just the 2 supports in the Axe. You're not really seeing the mid laners rotate. You don't have, like, Blink Dagger reveal or anything.
Yeah, Undying is not the hero you're going to make a diving play for, right? They were hoping it would just be the Shadow Fiend who has been left alone the last couple minutes, but a great read by Y. He felt it coming. He was there.
Tons of stacks being made by both teams, right? In the triangle, FBZ cleaning up his for the Axe, which this will get him quite close to that blade mail. Meanwhile, top lane, we're going to see a smoke come through from XinQ and XM. They do rotate the Crystal Maiden through, but Jikroy needs to be careful. There's going to be the Vortex, ends up jumping quite aggressively. He ends up saving XM instead of pulling Jikroy back in. Looks like that'll be perfectly fine decision, but without any mana, he's in a lot of trouble now. Great rotation in from Dream. Shackle's going to connect. Y going to try and do what he can here on the Undying, but there is a Rolling Thunder in pursuit. See if they can actually find the kill here. They jump up onto the high ground. Decay in 1, getting a little bit of help, but yeah, there's just way too much damage. Dream cooking with this diffuser reveal.
I have to wonder if maybe you should just use Catchy Lick on the Drow to kill her off faster rather than help your Storm like that. Because not only do you pull Storm away from the Drow, so he has to use more mana to get in, Drow then got out of Frog Stomp, so you lost a lot of damage there. In the end, you kind of got something out of the rotation. So, although you lost some supports, I mean, XM, he's like, yeah, I'm happy with it, mostly.
I think Storm Spirit getting active is fine, no big deal.
It's the Drow dying, right?
Yeah.
So.
And he's got these stacks here to kind of get some help. I was kind of expecting Bach to try and get a little bit of these, but 6, he's been doing all the stacking himself, actually. Very surprising.
This is the change to the song, whereas before you kind of skipped it until you had the Ags from the offlane. Now the Q does some damage, so it's actually a lot easier to multi-stack, whereas before you had to kind of use Catchy Lick or something, which you could do a couple times, but then you're out of mana, and it's like, oh, I made these stacks, and I can't farm them. But now it's just like a super cheap, like...
Struggling from success.
Yeah, I know you can, now you can do the multi-stack yourself, which he had to because he did not have a fun time in the lane.
I'm a little bit curious what the supports are going to build. So there's the Holy Locket on Y that he's aiming for. I mean, could go for something like a mech this game if they want. But for now, just the Shard queued up after that. And wants to make sure that they have a save for the Undying, or I'm sorry, on the Undying. XM, able to get away here. Nice escape.
It's fallen out of favor, but I think the Greaves build would have been kind of cool on the Storm this game. You could have dealt with
agree.
You could have dealt with the Drow Silence, the Frostbite, and even like Battle Hunger and Diffusal Slow, right? While providing more heals for the team, which seems like they're going tempo, but right now they haven't really been able to group up and just do things, this is the time period that a draft that we kind of pitch that way. This is when they would be doing it, but because the lanes were a little bit rougher than they wanted, Reconyx is the one still finding some kills here, but also not needing to do more than that, right? Like, just keep getting your gold. They're not the early group up lineup.
Well, they're going to look for the dive here on the bottom lane to finish off the Undying. No problem at all. First Culling Blade stack there for FBZ. They won't be able to get the tower, though. The Storm Spirit managed to cut the wave, so there's no pressure there. He'll head to the top side. Maybe look for the Drow. I don't think he has the damage alone. He needs help from someone else.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with FBZ here, actually. I mean, this is a very early Axe pick. They countered him. It really looked like he would struggle. And instead, he's about to finish Phase Blade Mail Blink Dagger at just a little after 15 minutes. That is really impressive. And it's going to be pretty necessary here because it's not easy to kill a Storm if he has, like, if he can just zip away, right? So you kind of need this Blink call. Shadow Fiend also can just die to the Blade Mail very easily. You see a Mask of Madness, you just instantly jump him. Going to put a lot of pressure onto Vici. Now, what are they waiting for? I guess you still need Bach to get to... Okay, actually, he has his Meteor Hammer, so maybe this is what they were waiting for. It's time to start playing together.
It's so odd to see the Meteor Hammer, but it is, you know, a great farming tool, like you mentioned. Like, you need the mana to be able to do so. It clears camps and stacks pretty easily. It's just not a super common build on this hero.
I kind of want to try it, though, now. Watching him, I'm like, oh, this looks fun.
Dude, I feel like I'm always trying to find heroes just to play Meteor Hammer with because I love the item, and you're like, come on, there's got to be a hero that can use this. Sure, you know, we see the Invoker one every once in a while, but not many others. Smoke to the bottom lane, trying to connect here with Y. They'll find FBZ on the backside. This was his blink reveal. They're not going to be able to put it to good use, and instead the sharpshooter from Xingqiu makes quick work of him.
That's my bad, FBZ. I think I cursed him. We're really hyping him up. But Vici recognized that as well, right? They're like, hey, this Axe is he's having too much fun. Let's go put a stop to that. So a very successful rotation. And I like this. A move back up top.
Crystal Maiden, she's like, walks up to the high ground, sees the channeling coming through the Twin Gate, knows there's no real escape. So a second kill goes their way.
You're still overall happy with that, though, because that move was hoping to find the Drow. Yeah, so thanks, Crystal Maiden. Thank you for your continued support. Tank the ganks for me. I'm going to go jungle over here now. And she's at what? Going for the Ags, I believe.
Ooh, that's so close, but nice TP out there from Shiro.
And the anti-heal going to be very useful versus Largo, versus an Undying who's working on that Holy Locket. Maybe trying to mess with the Axe dunks, a little extra heal that he's not expecting.
Zero healing. Oh, no. Dude, this is such a wild position for Y to be on the map right now. How did he get here?
He just walked, bro. Duh. He played that ward down. I think Xingqiu was maybe hoping to do something similar, but they have found him. That means Undying free to farm over here. I'm actually a big fan of this, and actually this is a critique I think I would have of some of the Chinese teams over the last couple years. supports finding farm on this giant map is more important than ever. So I kind of like these moves where it's just like, I have nothing to do, right? We're not planning to group up yet, I suppose, right? So like, I can't just sit and watch my team. I need farm. You can't farm your half of the map because then your cores aren't farming. I'll just go try to steal a camp back here then, right? And I feel like historically, a lot of the Chinese support players were a lot more conservative with this kind of thing, whereas a lot of the more successful teams were doing this aggressive farming.
Well, Blink Call with some vision, looking for the Storm Spirit. Catchy like to dodge the Sharpshooter and XM. He might live off this. Doesn't have a TP for 30, so he's going to need a little bit of help. Taking that Twin Gate to the top side of the map. Oh, they got him. God. Nice ward, revealing that rotation. And now FBZ chasing after Bach, looking for the Largo. Battle Hunger in about a second here. They're going to TP on back from Dream. The amplify damage. Do they get the TP? No. Nice call in from FBZ. This will be two very, very valuable kills, but Jikroy also finds a solo kill onto the Hoodwink top.
Usually I'd say chasing that far, you know, it feels weird to chase that far into your own half of the map for those kind of kills. But actually in this case, it's almost time for the Tormentor. So by getting those kills, you've got map control of this area. I would love to see them go for it, right? Drow, just head to the Twin Gate right now, and then just grab yourself a fast Tormentor. It's great for both these supports. She seems to be heading over.
I mean, they've got really good map positioning. I could see them try to make the play, but you also need to be careful, right? Like, say you're making a Tormentor play, suddenly there's just a tombstone on the high ground next to you, and you're trying to find a way out. XG can capitalize. It's not the easiest. And they're really closing in on the BKBs quickly in this game. All right, Drow's going to go ahead and get started. Get some help from the Pangolier. A little bit of a slower one, but now with the drums, not difficult at all.
Smoking up a little late, but maybe hoping to find someone a bit low, someone sticking around. Connix is onto it, though. They're all still down here.
It's a really nice smoke from them. XM's going to go in. The call, I don't think he connected on anyone. He manages to dodge it, and as a result, huge bushwhack catches the backline, including the Drow. The BKB doing some work. Shiro with a nice raise. Multi-shot does come through. Power shot off the mark. It's the Rolling Thunder from Dream that's doing everything for the side of Reconyx, but is it going to be enough? 1v3 here, looking for more. He gets a kill. Meteor Hammer, it's gonna connect. It's a lot of damage, but he just one-shot Xin-Q instead. The Pangolier is destroying this fight, and Bach will be the one to try and finish it off as the Tombstone. It ends, but Bach with the catchy lick will find the kill. A 3 for 1 or 4 for 4, sorry.
Okay, that actually went better than I thought that would for them. Funny enough, you know, we've been watching Drow and Shadowing farm. We're like, oh, they're gonna get really scary. They're really powerful. Both of them just get run at and do, they just don't really get to do much damage in that fight at all, which is kind of the game plan for both teams, right? Like, just don't let the carries do their thing. It's just funny to see it both happen. So you end up with a very drawn-out fight because so much damage is missing. And that Shard did end up going to Crystal Maiden, so her farming speed is going to be a lot faster now. And it's very annoying for someone like Storm Spirit because you have to be careful how you use the BKB. Right, so now when you're zipping in, you might just get hit by that Crystal Clone. You might end up having a BKB a bit sooner than you really want. We'll see that replay. They jumped at each other. Storm zipped in as Axe jumped, but this is where it's a little easier for Storm because he just keeps zipping, right? So he just gets the Drow. But then Pangaroll, he can just get to the Shadow Fiend. So goodbye, both carries. And this is where the Largo matchup in the Pango is kind of nice because you got that barrier right here, right? But then the Catchy Lake just can just bypass it. I love the just straight up Meteor Hammer.
He's like, I got him. We're going to get him.
This guy's going nowhere.
Dude, the damage that Pangolier does, I mean, this is when he's going to be the strongest for quite some time, right? Just completely deleting these heroes in the fight. That's what he's looking for. Took advantage of that Ag's timing, but now VG Gaming are aware. They're going to smoke up, actually just get scanned immediately. And they will know that there is some backup behind the Shadow Fiend. I'll just give up that tier 1 in the mid lane. No reason to contest it.
that last fight showed Reconics, we need the BKB on Drow, right?
Yeah.
She's pretty farmed. She's got a lot of damage. She has this Ags, which is going to be amazing if she is attacking. And if she is not attacking, then it's just a whole bunch of empty net worth. So she needs this BKB to stand her ground, and then they can go. But Vici Gaming also knows that. Also a smart team. They're trying to snipe this Roche before Drow is ready. And they've been scouted, but I don't think Reconics is going to be able to get here in time. See if they can get their own pick off on the way out.
Yeah, Xingqiu happy to sacrifice himself.
That
Good
was,
jump in.
close.
Almost gets the Aegis, but the Rolling Thunder crashing through, catching onto these heroes. They get a beautiful shackle shot as well. Bach falling low. And again, the Pangolier is just destroying them. Crystal Maiden getting just eaten alive by the zombies. They'll TP out on 2, but what a fight from Dream.
Was he slow to pick up that Aegis?
I felt maybe a little bit, yeah. But he almost lost it too.
Yeah, the way it was looking, I thought Storm was going to take it first of all, but I guess they feel that Shadow Fiend is ready to fight, so they want to give it to him. And I suppose ultimately they succeed, right? They get Shiro out with the Aegis, and he's trying to finish his BKB to have both. But I thought it would just be the typical, Storm takes the first Aegis, keep making space. And I think if they did that, it would have been easier for Storm to actually just pick up the Aegis and then get out of there. Instead, Shiro's stuck in there, and the whole team gets caught in some massive AoE ultimate combo. Like the roll bouncing everyone around into freezing field just kind of wrecked them in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, this Pangolier is doing absurd numbers. I mean, the whole team is, right? Reconics, they're up 4,000, even though Vici Gaming grabbed the Aegis. It's 11-20. They are out for blood here in game number 2, and so far looking quite strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I also want to highlight that Drow was actually attacking in that last fight.
Yeah,
right?
That's a big deal.
Yeah, not only the big old combos, but get that hypothermia stacks building up, preventing a lot of this healing.
Well, they're going to jump in here, find the Undying. Quick kill thanks to the Shackle. So that's going to be that blink on the Wind Ranger, again getting put to good use. Scouting here with that power shot, looking for more. Bach slow to up at the moment, but see if they can actually find the kill. Roll up into Rolling Thunder. Good dodging, good ankle movement, but again, they finish the kill. I think with the rest of the team rotating, it looks like they will just give up Bach here. Quite tanky, but not tanky enough. The Calling Blade from FBZ is going to do it.
That was pretty tanky, though. That was 5 heroes taking forever to kill him. This is where the extra armor you get from the... I am blanking.
Encore?
No. Amphibian Rhapsody stacks. Reuven stacks. There we go.
Stacks, yeah.
Reuven stacks comboing with the Shivas, with the Phase Boots, even that Soul Ring armor, right? Just helping to protect him against what is a lot of physical damage from the Drow and the Pango especially. And if he finishes his BKB, then you're kind of covered from the magic damage from these other heroes, which I feel is the next timing Vici Gaming is hoping to get to. They at least have the Shadow Fiend BKB with about 2 minutes of Aegis left. An Orchid just finished for the support Wind Ranger, though. And she has a blink, so you can definitely catch him off guard. Force a very quick BKB out from, say, Storm, for example. It's also very annoying for Largo, because he did not go BKB, right? He tried this Meteor Hammer into Shivas.
Oh, they're going to go for the jump here. You mentioned this one in the draft, right? The Vortex, easy to follow it up there with the Hoodwink, but a good Force Staff will get the Wind Ranger to safety. As they continue to jump in, XM wants to find the target, but a great call from FBZ. He's going to find the Shadow Fiend. Here's the Rolling Thunder, once again causing so many issues. The Requiem, it's just not enough. Shiro is all alone. They find 2 kills on XM, but is it going to be enough? Aegis gets reclaimed. They're trying to save him with a catchy like Bach. It might be enough. The Shiva's actually doing a ton of work. They jump in. Shiro, super greedy, but it's going to be a decent fight as XM is still alive. There's the Bushwhack into the Meteor Hammer. Dream's going to burn. It's up to Jikroy now to do the rest of it, but can he? Nice Hurricane Pike to safety. No mana left on XM to chase, and with that, they'll give it up. Great use of the Aegis here and a good fight for Vici Gaming.
There was some unfortunate counter synergy in that fight, though, and I think it could have actually gone Rakonix's way. Crystal Maiden got jumped, so she tries to use Crystal Clone to get out of there. It hits Shadow Fiend as he gets jumped with the Blade Mail call, which means he is not attacking that entire time. I think we're going to see it right here, right? That's the Crystal Clone, and this is Shadow Fiend just not killing himself on the Blade Mail. He would have died way sooner, and that would have just made the fight easier for Rakonix. Maybe they just get out before the rest of the VG Gaming heroes show up.
Yeah, they actually had to commit the double BKB, right? Thanks to the Requiem. And that is rough. Nice savior from Bach, and I love the Shiva's pickup. It created so much space for him here. Shiro sacrificing himself to try and find the Pango, of course. Ends up being worth it.
In the end, we're seeing the power of the BKBs, which Bach is the last core for his team to get it, and then I think you're ready to go. I think they wanted a better showing in the lane so that they could group up sooner, but this is kind of the next timing, and why I said this draft is very forgiving, right? Okay, we kind of slipped up in the lane a little bit. Well, here's our triple BKB timing. It is still really strong. We can still group up and go. I think if you give too much time, though, Drow will reach the point where her damage... It just gets kind of ridiculous.
It does,
you know?
absolutely.
But she has to first build some defensive items which give some damage and allow you to do damage, but don't actually boost your damage as much. For example, the Hurricane Pike and the BKB. So this middle period, I would favor Vici Gaming, depending how the fights break out. It's only a 3k gold lead, which is pretty much nothing at this point.
XM playing a dangerous game there. They're going to go for the Requiem, but Dream gets the roll up into the Rolling Thunder, so he will be just fine. Smart to pick up the Shard this early. 30-minute power rune about to spawn. It will be top.
I'm kind of surprised he committed the
Requiem when he sees the roll up. He's like, all right, well.
Maybe he won't. maybe I just said
Maybe
it.
he cancels.
Yeah, I don't know. A little hopeful. I suppose there's not an objective to play for right now. Maybe Tormentor's about to be up, but the second Tormentor is often not as critical as the first. So, you know, if you could get a Pango kill because he does not use his ult, you know, then sure, why not? Now, although I said the first Tormentor is usually more important, it actually would not be bad for Vici because... both supports actually got it, so this Shard is either going to go to Bach, which is great because then he can use Crooked Genius on the Storm, but still get it for himself, or it'll go to Storm, and that's actually a lot of damage when you...
You're hoping for the Largo Shard here
I think
more
so,
than
too.
anything. And they get it. Okay. Especially with the build he's gone, right? Like, he doesn't really, like, it's really just Crooked Genius, but he has the option to like go into some of these other active items to kind of replicate them around. This game is not like the best Lincoln's game, but you could make an excuse for Lotus. Get rid of Silence, maybe reflect, you know, a Shackle here or there, or, you know, Frostbite, stuff like that.
Right now he's going to go for the Aghanims, which I like, because actually multiple of your songs are kind of good versus Drow. You have the speed boost spawn. Oh, hold on, before we get into that, they are looking for a kill here.
It's a nice smoke, actually.
Will they find Shiro? Starting on Shiro would actually be great.
Dude, if they find him, they see Bach. I mean, big call onto Bach. Why is there? Does he have the Tombstone? He does, and in comes XM, but the BKBs are out. He needs to get out of the Tombstone, and Bach is going to turn this, looking for more heroes, as Crystal Maiden will be the first to die in this fight as the rest of them retreat on the side of Rakonix, but there's the catchy lick. Bach will not give up the pursuit. 2 dead, and a gem. Oh, the gem is big.
That's huge. Okay, Largo is a great hero to take out early, but now that his BKB is done, I don't think he's a hero that you can take out early. Yeah, like not only do you have the Tombstone save, the Holy Locket heals, but just the hero on his own, he will BKB, he will catchy lick himself, he will start zipping away with his hot foot hustle. He can heal, he has extra armor. It's really hard to kill a Largo at this point. Especially if you don't know where the rest of the team was. It was a little unfortunate because they were looking for someone else, you know, but just
they were so close to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's good positioning from Vici Gaming. I think this kind of stuff is very easy to overlook, but that is a very conscious choice from Shiro to stand in that tree line because it gives him the best odds of not being found. And because of that, you know, they end up choosing the Largo, and he just gets to walk into the fight, do what he wants. That winning fight now lets them get the Aegis, which, funny enough, this time they give it to the Storm. I would have thought this one would have gone to the Shadow Fiend. But Storm does kind of have to lead the way for his team now as they want to make
He's
these
your
plays.
initiator.
Yeah, so he kind of has to go in, and we already talked about, okay, maybe you're going to save Call for whoever jumps Drow. So that's going to be the Storm zipping in. Okay, I get called, I die. Okay, I'm back. You don't have a second call, but I have a second life because I got this Aegis.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. It is kind of funny, right? Because I think normally your second Aegis is on your building hitter, right? But because of the scenario where they're in, where it really is Storm Spirit looking for the Crystal Maiden, looking for that Wind Ranger, maybe the Drow if you get lucky. Yeah, he's putting himself in a dangerous position.
That gem steal, too.
Yeah, the gem is so value.
He just finished a Silver Edge on Shiro. So now you're just terrified. If we're not playing near sentries, if we don't see the Shadow Fiend, one major Requiem could actually... Well, okay, ending the game is a bit of an exaggeration because there's still a lot of outer towers. But at this point, the death timers are long enough. Like, you just catch one of the cores, Pango or Drow, for example, Shadow Fiend will take out 2 towers instantly and then half of the tier 3, you know, before you respawn or you're forced to buy back. So it's really scary to not have the confidence of the gem behind you for any of these moves. And it's going to be an economic cost to then, okay, we want to move up, drop the sentry. Move up a little further, need another sentry.
Well, with this Aegis, they're putting it to good use. 2 towers down already. They could look to go high ground, but I would kind of expect them to look for the mid-tier 2 here sometime soon. Right, like they're finishing up a couple items. Bloodthorn is now done on the Storm Spirit. They've got to push that mid-wave, though, if they want to try and contest multiple lanes. They're holding the triangle.
I think certain carries, you should prime the base more before you risk it.
Yeah.
There are times to just go high ground, but, I mean, everyone's up, right? This is not that.
Yeah, there they go. They're cutting the mid-wave. This is what they need to do. And they'll look for that tier 2 tower. We just got the catapult wave that spawned, so they're going to look to pressure that. They've got the banner as well. They're going to come back on Raconics, see if they can find an opening in this fight. Obviously, getting Shiro would be huge, but he's got a lot of backup. All right, everyone forced back, so...
I think actually this would have been... I'm trying to check what items are close, because I do think when you have the banner, catapult waves are a great time
exactly what I was thinking.
To force it. But there is still 2 minutes on the Aegis, so it's kind of saying, like, okay, rather than force the high ground play into a Drow, which is quite scary, into an Axe, yes, we have the boost of the catapults, but we'd rather just take our bets on this Aegis that we find to pick off somewhere outside the base, and then our Shadow Fiend will get through the buildings, right? We just talked about that. Call into Storm.
There's the blink call. Blink in from Y into the Tombstone. They're going to look to try and open this fight. He's got that Aegis on the Storm Spirit, so XM still plenty healthy as Dream, he did his best, but that's it. The Rolling Thunder's off, and instead XM's going to pop the BKB, go aggressive, find the Crystal Maiden, take him out of the game. Now jumping in for more FBC. He's going to pop the BKB here. He misses the Calling Blade, but a huge bushwhack onto 2. There's going to be a nice buyback from the Crystal Maiden. They're trying to get the kill here onto Bach. He's falling low, but it's not enough damage from the side of Raconics, and now you need to cut your losses and get out of here. Can they do it? Nice shackle from the lull. Gets his hands onto the hoodwink. Looks like they might just give up Jinkyu here. He's got that Aghanim Scepter into the bushwhack, doing a decent amount of damage, but...
That is the gem recovered.
Yeah, that's a nice find.
For as big of a fight as that, you know, it feels kind of funny to only end up with a hoodwink, but to at least get the gem back's pretty big. You immediately get a D-ward. We're seeing the difficulty of the fights for Raconics, right? You jump anybody besides Undying, he's going to Tombstone save. You jump the Undying, you're jumping an Undying. He's got his innate, right? He has Catchy Lick to potentially save him. All his cores are free. Who you jump is... It's going to be pretty difficult for Raconics.
Yeah, and 25 on the Storm is such a huge timing as well, and he's closing in on it pretty quickly. XM's had a very... I would say good recovery from the early game. Like, he struggled, obviously, against the Pango and some of those early rotations, but now really popping off. Daedalus soon to be done on the Drow Ranger, though.
That will be a lot more
It's
damage.
so much damage.
And that might help you solve the problems. Because sometimes damage actually is the answer. If it is difficult to deal with everything,
oh no,
can you just get a lucky crit and kill someone before the enemy team can respond?
Dude, do they have no idea he's here? There's smoke pop.
Oh, they see it now.
They're going to find him. All right, there's your call. He's so out of position. No one nearby to save him. Nice move forward from Delo to make sure there's no Undying to bail him out. 88 seconds without the Largo. That's huge. And that's Daedalus done now. Level 25 on the Drow.
He was just farming, so he wasn't really keeping up the groove and stack. So we actually see when he doesn't have that going, he's a lot more susceptible to being killed by the Drow. Granted, I mean, it was like all of them jumping him, so he would have died anyways. But
of course,
it's a big difference in these team fights when he has the stacks going or not.
He went marksmanship chance, I believe, right? At 25, that's the left talent?
On the Drow? It's the multi-shot waves.
It is the multi-shot waves. Okay. I can never remember which one's which.
Which, I mean, if we're defending high ground, is really good.
It just, the damage comes out so much faster, right? It's the same channel time, right? But just 2 extra waves, so it's a lot more burst. Like you said, great for defending high ground.
Which I think is one of their strengths here. Axe is just so scary around high ground, right? Because you think you can go in, you think you have your BKB, but you just can't get away if Axe calls you.
Well, with this, Raconics finding their way back into this game, right? Like, they've always kind of been in it, I guess you could say. Like, the last Aegis going the way of Vici Gaming. They were gaining a little bit of their momentum back, but still finding a lot on the map. A second tier 2 tower thanks to the Glacier from the Drow.
Yeah, I think for Raconics, they've been looking pretty good, especially compared to game 1. They're going to be feeling a lot better about this. It's pretty close. Either team could take it, and I think this third Roche, let's see what the timer ends up being. But if it's fast, they just scouted an amplified damage rune. So it would be a great time to just force an early Roche fight.
I like that he finished the Disperser on the Pangolier. Now this is the level 25 of the Storm Spirit, so this is a huge moment for him. If they manage to find the right target to open. See the Crystal Maiden. There's going to be the Bloodthorn. That's a very quick kill. Dead for 92, because that is also a dieback.
That is true, which actually now if there is an early Roche, that actually goes for Vici. So let's find out in about 10 seconds here. Now the players won't know, of course, but I mean, if you could get that Refresher onto... Well, actually, funny enough, these are not like the greatest Refresher heroes. I don't know, Double Requiem is kind of
yeah, my thought is probably Double Requiem, even though like you don't get the refresh on the BKB. He has a Satanic.
Yeah.
2 Requiems is pretty good.
It's pretty useless for Largo.
What do you mean? 2 songs?
Hey, check this out.
Plays so much faster now.
He does like the cheese, actually, though, because he's such a mana-intensive hero in these late-game fights, even with Akaya. So he would be happy to pocket the cheese. I suppose Storm is saying the exact same thing, so they'll have to fight it out who gets what.
Well, there's the Roshan scouted immediately. Still 37 seconds without the Crystal Maiden, so should end up going their way.
I'll tell you what, I actually wouldn't hate it if Y took it. I think he's been playing really well this game. The saves have been on point.
I agree.
And then 2 Tombstones is actually quite annoying. Every time you're attacking a zombie, you're not attacking a hero, right? And suddenly twice the amount of zombies are spawning in these fights. It's very annoying for Axe, who has to be so careful about how he walks, lest a random zombie hits him. He's like, oh, I just can't blink in the fight anymore, I guess.
Yeah, unless your Storm Spirit gets the Hex soon, because that's what he's itemizing for, right? Like, he's looking for the Scythe of Ice. If he has that, then I could definitely justify the Refresher there. But he did go the ball distance, like Remnant. I mean, I know that they nerfed his Shard and, some of the damage from his level 25, like that overall combo. I feel like we still see that one quite often, so this is just maybe a comfort choice here for XM.
I will say, it's not like your team would benefit from it as much in this game for the Storm Spirit, right? It's like Shadow Fiend is the main person who would attack.
Yeah.
But Shadow Fiend's damage is actually so good anyways, it's like he doesn't really need it. And Largo, Hoodwink, and Undying are not really attacking to make use of it. So maybe some of the ideas like the extra wave clearing
Or just extra burst onto a support.
Yeah.
You know? There's going to be a jump through. Rolling Thunder's caught the Shadow Feed. He needs him up the call. He gets the BKB off just in time, but the Tombstone's onto the wrong target. Shiro with the Satanic, getting himself a little bit more health, and now the healing in from Bach. It's going to be able to keep him alive. You've lost the Crystal Maiden. Your Drow's under siege. Cannot escape. XM just runs them down as they try to TP to safety, but it's not going to happen. XM on the Storm Spirit, gets it done. Bloodthorn to try and finish off another hero's Delol will die to the Soul Burn. 4 dead as a triple kill for the Storm Spirit. Might have sealed their fate.
I guess that was the right target.
It was so clutch. I don't know how they pull that one out, but it works.
Because they didn't jump the Undying. This Tombstone is doing so much work. This is the nerfed version, too, if you remember the absolutely broken one that came out first. But he first saves Bach with it. Bach then hops out, free to play a song, and Shiro is like, oh, I need a moment. I'll hop in next. Hop back out, right? I think he trusted that the Satanic...
They're going for the buybacks. They've got to make the play here. There's no BKB on the Shadow Fiend, but he has a Satanic, but the Drow can't get to him. She's running in a little bit late, and another Soulburn kill for XM. He popped that refresher, but can they actually find these kills? That's going to be the Aegis. Can he get out? Jump in from Dream. There's going to be the silence. They got him. It's time to run. 100-second sideline. Shiro's going to turn around with the Satanic, try and do what he can. The Tombstone protecting. Is it Bach who's... No. It's nobody's in there. They're all out. Okay, never mind. They're just going to give up the Shadow Fiend.
I think he used it to blink out is what that was. He like hit in there and then popped out and jumped away. Still overall a pretty good fight. Like you're killing the Storm and the Shadow Fiend. It just took a lot of your buybacks.
Yeah, so, it's a dieback on the Axe immediately.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you had Axe alive, you could maybe push for more. Here we see them committing, and this is why the high ground's scary, right? Because you're trying to leave the base, and there's a million slows, there's an Axe call, but it was a nice Hurricane Pike from the Shadow Fiend to get out very quickly, and then actually, we're seeing the Storm, like, he ultimately died for it, but he just did not allow FBZ to find a call. He just kept zipping on top, canceling it. Nice silence timing here. I guess they threw everything. Someone was going to hit that Storm.
Yeah.
So that was
one of the spells need to connect. Yeah, there's... Okay, yeah, he did just Tombstone himself and blank. Very, very cool play.
Very sneaky.
But yeah, at this point, you've committed in too far. The triple buybacks pay off for Reconics, but you're still down quite a bit. 12,000 gold. But you hold the second lane of Rax, right? Is it enough?
Yes. That's where I'm a little concerned, because they did hold, and I think you kind of needed to, because if you imagine not buying back there, you're losing 2 barracks, which is going to make the entire rest of the game very difficult to navigate. 1 is more manageable. But right now, both teams are missing key heroes, so everyone's just kind of farming. Once everyone is up, VG Gaming has their buybacks. So they're fine forcing these trades, because you just, you know, it's like, I'll buy back to end the game now. I can do that. You cannot. So I feel like it's quite scary for Draconics. If they could have gotten something out of those buybacks besides defending, like get Roche, get some barracks, that would have been nice. But, yeah, they just lost too many heroes, and Roche was already dead. That's why you do Roche before going high ground. So VG Gaming, I think they'll just play it chill a little bit. They've got everybody up. They got to push the lanes back out, and then I think they're going to be the ones looking to start a fight and hope to find any of these targets without buyback.
So I thought they had used their pressure. They actually didn't, and they have now put it on the Undying. So they're going to be like, yep, double Tombstone will be available when they want it.
Twist. It's 2 Tombstones for him to blink out twice.
Huge. Refresher for the Pango, absolutely necessary. I mean, he's still doing a lot of the fights, but the damage isn't nearly as much as it used to, thanks to Largo being as strong as he is. He hit his level 25 talent. Just running through the enemy jungle, having a fun time. See, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to connect off this smoke. A decent read, like thinking, okay, maybe there's someone farming deep here in the jungle, but they're actually all in the triangle instead.
Which I liked the positioning Reconics had for that potential fight, but it's one of those moments where sometimes there are coin flips you have to take in Dota, where it's like, do we check here or do we check there? And you just take your best bet, and then when both teams are wrong, it looks a little funny because everyone's just standing doing nothing. But it tends to favor the team that is winning when smokes get used and nothing happens. So that is VG Gaming getting the last outer tower. Now it's pretty scary. You find that kill that we were talking about, the Drow with no buyback. If you're not losing the game off of that, which I think a Shadow Fiend could just end the game, you're at least getting Mega'd, which you can kind of hold with these heroes, but it's not that easy. I like the caution Raconics is playing with here, though. They recognize they're in danger. They're trying to play around this Observer.
This
good spread from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the team fights and like the Storm Spirit level 25 choice. Like you mentioned, it's constantly canceling the Blink Daggers, but Raconics are not really like their team lineup doesn't really group up for like a big sort of kind of ricochet attack type of scenario. Like they're all kind of playing in different areas of the fights.
I think I mean, this is what's tough. You both need to play together to combo the heroes fast enough, but you also need to scatter because you need to hit so many heroes, right?
Yeah.
You need to keep Undying out from blinking. You need to prevent Largo from being able to catch Elic, pull someone back. It's a lot of different things. You don't kill the Shadow Fiend fast enough, he BKBs, he uses Satanic. You don't kill the Storm fast enough, he BKB zips away, right? So it's like, you do have to commit a lot, but also...
they're jumping in. They find the Hoodwink, but the Tombstone, once again, Delol just nearly dies to Bach alone. Just singing his songs on the backside. Jickroy forced up onto the high ground with the BKB. The Rolling Thunder comes through, but there's the Bloodthorn, perfectly timed from XM. No Pango for 100 seconds, and well, that Drow's in danger. Trying to find their way back into the base, gonna be okay for now.
He doesn't have the money for buyback, but they don't strictly know that.
They have no idea,
Let's see how aggressively they want to play here. They would like to force it, I believe. Actually, I guess they would like if he just didn't do it and they would get megas. But they should position as if he had it. Which so far, good patience. Right, Y staying in the back for his Tombstone saves.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to commit to jump in right now. Like, you just want your Shadow Fiend to grab the racks. You know Roshan could be respawning any second. Jinkyu jumps in. Nice Force Staff save. Almost gets the kill. What was that damage? Jinkyu's cooking, man. E-Blade, Blink, Aghanim, Scepter, Hoodwink. This guy's having a great game.
I feel like you want him to have these kind of
oh yeah, dude.
These heroes with this kind of pop-off potential. He's the kind of guy who's going to make use of it for you.
I think at this point they have realized there is no buyback, as otherwise would have used it to try and defend the racks here. And at this point, Mega Creeps, a foregone conclusion. I'll jump in, Shackle, nice little catch. You like to pull him back, and that is it. Mega Creep secured. Can they do anything? They can't. They just give it up.
Yeah, you can't. You need the Pango. The last hope here. Actually, there's two very different ones. One, you steal the next Roshan. You make some big play. Drow is a hero who can just end the game, like break that mid barracks and just go straight in. Yeah. The other is that you hold in your base forever. And Drow, who can now sit in her fountain to defend, right, is very hard to kill, and she does do a lot of damage. But that play will require Vici Gaming kind of messing up a couple times. So this is looking very good for them. And they kind of know it. They know they have the megas. They have all the time in the world. They're just going to get Roche. Xingqiu now picking up some Lotuses as if they didn't have enough burst heal saves. He will now be able to add a bit more in.
I cannot believe he's level 25 on the Hoodwink. I mean, we saw him nearly one-shot the Crystal Maiden. Now he will definitely do it. The fact that he has the brand is on top of it. Like, everything he has right now is... It's pure damage. Like, that's all he's gone for this game. Oh, they're going to jump in. He gets the Ags off. He's going to look instead. No, there's the Hex coming through, but the Sharpshooter... Goodbye! Delol deleted as now Shiro aggressive positioning here as Bach just chasing them down, forcing back the Drows. They have no way to stop the onslaught that is Vici Gaming, and just like that, they've managed to catch Pango as well. 3 or 4 dead, a buyback. It's not going to be enough to defend. Mega Creep's already wailing on the base. They'll bring back the Crystal Maiden. But Vici Gaming seemingly too strong.
Yeah, it's just we're seeing how difficult these fights are. Right? Oh, nice.
Nah, they're
show a dominance there, doing a little spin in the front.
I mean, this is a really solid performance from Vici. They were slow in the lanes this time around. Like game 2, I would say Reconics had a much better start overall, and they absolutely needed that because game 1 was pretty brutal. But Vici Gaming, a much more experienced team, a better, well-rounded game plan, and managed to execute that mid-game pretty well.
Yeah, I think they had a good idea. Like, being a top team is knowing how to handle all these different scenarios, right? Okay, we're winning. This is like the Aura strat build we're going to push. Oh, we lost. Okay, slow it down, right? What's the next timing? How do we adjust our game plan? I feel like Vici showed they had a good understanding of that. Reconics, I don't know if it's the pressure. You know, they're the team that wants to show themselves. They had a good start. It was that, I guess I'd have to look back at it to like really dig into it, but I think it was that Wisdom Shrine play that ultimately got them. They wanted it. I get it, right? Yeah. It's a huge play to steal the Wisdom Shrine, but the rotations from the mid ended up kind of ruining that lane that was going so well, right? Like, Drow is so rich, to lose her in that play while Shadow Fiend is free, that killed a lot of their momentum. Like, it was looking like they could build up like maybe 2 to 4K gold lead at 10 minutes, which is very good, but when you lose on that fight, that's where it just kind of like stopped it and allowed Vici to rebuild, readjust.
Yeah, I think like a lot of this to me just seems like experience. Like Bach, a very slow burn from him this game. He was just kind of like,
with a meteor hammer.
Yeah, I was like, I got a meteor hammer now. Like, I can farm with this. He ends up finding a couple kills with it. Funny enough, it was great. But it's like once he gets into the late game, he has his BKB, his Ags, his Shivas, and he's just running at the Drow, and Drow has no way to stop him, right? There's nothing you can do to stop this just psycho with the guitar chasing you in these fights, and
you really can't.
It makes Shadow Fiend's life so much easier, right? Like, Shadow Fiend knows he can get bailed out by Undying at any time. Same with the Storm Spirit, even the Largo. Like, whoever they decide to jump, right? You've got one get out of jail free card, which is the Undying, and this was the fight, I think, here that really started to turn things around for Extreme. Like they were pretty far behind, but that opening bushwhack onto 2, finding some really big kills, like Drow getting taken out early. The Pango owned this fight. Like, he absolutely owned, but when you're already this far ahead, you would hope to be having a better fight than you did.
Yeah, this was a little bit unfortunate for Reconics here because, both teams were smoked up before. Storm and Axe see each other. Storm zips in, Axe jumps over to call. So they both whiff, but
better for the
Storm, yeah, he's like, oh, I'll do it again, whatever, no big deal. But for Axe, he's like, oh, sorry guys, that was my blink call. So it's not really the player's fault or anything, right? It's just one of those instant moments, and sometimes the reaction speed does make the difference. Sometimes like you're looking somewhere else, but ultimately that really helped out Vici Gaming in that fight.
Yeah, it was a very fun game to watch. Overall, a really solid series from Vici. Like, they just looked. I think game 1 was the most impressive, right? Like, it was a very smooth. I know you didn't get to see all of it, but very smooth, very well executed game plan. And yeah, game 2, it all eventually comes together. Shiro 2 times on the Shadow Fiend, had a great time as well.
Yeah, pretty late pick on the Shadow Fiend, but I guess a pretty late pick on the Drow too is pretty surprising.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like in so many of these fights, we kind of talked about who you had to prioritize. And funny enough, Shadow Fiend was so rarely coming up in that, right? And that's the dream as the carry. It's like, yeah, they're not even looking at me. Because if they look at me, they're not catching this Undying who's saving everybody. They're not catching the Largo who's providing so much healing and pulling people back, right? They're not getting the Storm. So when you have to think of so many other things besides the carry, then he's so free to just like, oh, I'll go in when I want to go in, right? And I'll do what I need to do.
Yeah, I will say just... I would like to see Reconics show up in the next, their next series. Maybe, I don't know if it's like, I wouldn't say they're unprepared, but their draft seemed, especially in game 1, a little bit one-dimensional. And then in game 2 here, I don't actually think the draft was bad. I think I think Vici is just a better team, right? Like, at the end of the day, I think they just came out and executed better. So I like the draft this time around. They just got to go in and kind of see what went wrong here and just tweak a few things, then they could have a much better day too.
Well, like you mentioned, experience is a big part of that, right?
Yeah.
And how do you get experience? You have to come to these tournaments, and you have to play the teams with the experience, and that's how you build it. So you kind of just have to go through this a bit, and speaking of that, some of the experience from VG Gaming, we're actually going to be talking with Bach. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Yeah, so first off, congratulations. Great way to start today, a 2-0. How does it feel being at EWC, like, for this team under this banner, right? We haven't really seen VG Gaming here, you know, before at all. Like, this is their first time at EWC.
Yeah, but a lot of players we have been playing EWC before, but this time in Paris it's like brand new experience, and yeah, it's like biggest events this year, so we feel like very happy to be here.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you. You guys look really fun. Game one, you guys went with I would say a much more straightforward draft than Reconics. Their draft seemed a little bit greedy. Did you guys really have any problems like dealing with them, or were you just pretty confident from the get-go?
You mean game 2?
No, in game 1, like your draft, like it seemed a little bit stronger than Reconics. So did you guys have any worries going into that one?
Yeah, I mean game 1 was like very smooth, and yeah, everything is on the plan, so nothing worry. Yeah,
perfect. Zach, I'll let you ask some questions on game 2 because I know this is the one you actually got to participate in.
For game 2, we actually saw in your lane. That seemed a little rougher, I think, to start.
It's very struggle.
Was that due to that like very first exchange where Zinq does get out alive, but he lost a lot of health, so you're kind of on your own? Is that what started that snowball into them getting a couple kills?
Yeah, I have to 1v2 on lane, and also I was not very care. I lost too much HP on my own, and Crazy Maiden is a like strong laner, so like so many things add together.
Yeah,
I just died too much on lane. Yeah. Now,
because you were dying, is that part of the reason you end up going for the Meteor Hammer? Because that's not something we always see. Like, you usually see the Kaya, and then you either do other stuff or you finish the Kaya Sange, but you got that Meteor Hammer.
I think it's a pretty common build for Largo right now, because it's a good farm item, and it also provides the mana regen, so it's cheap. Yeah.
I missed when you did it, but I think you did sell it at the end, right? Or you disassembled to get the Kaya Sange?
No, it's not disassembled.
You just sold it?
Yeah, I just sold it. Yeah.
When do you decide to do that? That you have to go back for the other?
When I have all the other items.
You're done farming. It's like the one more.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it was cool. I have missed that build on Largo, so I'm gonna have to give it a shot because it seemed fun.
So, like, in game 2, there was, you know, I would say overall Reconics looked pretty strong from the lane stage, but your guys' team fights later on were pretty textbook, like really good initiation. Who's kind of doing the call shots? Like, who's trying to like position the team to try to get the team fights in your favor?
I think this game is Shadowfiend. It's Zero, because he's our like front lane, and he know his job in this game. Like he says to us all the time, like, just let them come to me and you guys like poke their BKB and do the kills after they kill me. Yeah, something like this.
So it was really fun watching you in like some of the late game fights. You just press BKB and just beelined it at the drow.
Yeah, I just run to draw, and after he BKB, Storm, please kill him.
Yeah, so I was like, are you just like you're just like having a fun time just playing your guitar? Like, is there any other thought in that? But you're just like, nope, I'm just running a drow and we'll see what happens.
I mean, this game is pretty easy for Largo late game because they don't have too much damage, and if they run out BKB, they just cannot fight. So it's just easy. I just open BKB and run.
How do you enjoy playing Largo? Is it fun?
Yeah, it's fun hero.
Yeah.
It's because he's music?
Yeah,
you play piano, right? Does that draw you to the hero?
And also I like play like rhythm games. So it's like play, play another game in Dota.
I also did not expect the combination of a rhythm game into Dota. I really liked it.
Yeah. It was a super fun series to watch. A great way to start, your time here at EWC. So obviously, best of luck in your future series. I want to thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with our next series. Stay tuned for more, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. I thought of asking you guys is like, what is, I mean, we can take turns on this, but what is, in your opinion, the biggest mistake or like the biggest trap a coach can fall into? Like the based on your own experience, or it could also not be related to your own experience, you know?
Like the biggest trap a coach can do is to try to force players to play what he thinks is correct rather than try to incorporate the player's strengths and try to, instead of having all the right answers, maybe it's better to ask the correct questions to the player.
Being too self-centered in a sense?
So that the players can arrive at their own conclusions, because at the end of the day, when the game starts, you will not be there to hold their hand. They have to be able to play their own version of Dota that they understand and love.
Yeah. Interesting. Who else goes on this one?
Me, biggest regret. I mean, I guess I've been doing this for a while. I think there are some teams where I used to care more than the players. I think for me, probably caring too much. I mean, caring is important, but like getting really, really emotionally invested, because when the game starts, you don't really have control. It's like whatever they've learned outside and their practice and scrims, like they're just free to do whatever they have to do in the game. I think when I was a player, I understood that more, but over time as like a coach, you kind of get in your own head that you can control more and more, but then I realized like trying to control too much is also bad. So just letting it be and accepting like whatever happens. And
so how do you manage that? Is it like, as in, you try to differentiate before the game and when the game starts, or you actually just have to find like a level of care that's like all the time the same, you know what I mean? Or you just actually try to sequence different moments of life?
For me, it was like Dota related. Like when the map was smaller, it felt for me easier to coach. It felt like easier to exactly know what would happen in the game at certain times. Like you could kind of script it more. But then when the map changed and became really big with the gates, it became much more where you need to actually just let them, like what David said, like let them be and they have to figure out themselves. So I think after the map change, I had to adjust like my own way of how to coach and give them control. So it was like me more of a process of like not looking mentally, emotionally. It was like Dota has done this. If I don't adapt the situation, like it's just hard. You have to accept it for what it is, you know? So I guess that's like a way of putting it. Yeah. It was random, you know? Like, and obviously feedback from players like, oh, Boba, you can't control everything in the game.
Stop picking Storm.
Yeah. I mean, my guy loved to play Storm.
Are you trolling?
Come on, I don't know.
Too early for the Storm. Too early for the Storm. You should know. How about this guy? When he's picking in Vulgar, and I don't know. Wait. Where are the guys? Yeah, we can miss him. I'm kidding. I love you. I love you. I love
Football game, man. Gotta stop fighting. Anyway, stop fighting, guys.
Hey, I'm Paraguay. He's France.
Anyway, what about the Storm trap?
Don't hit me. What about the what? Huh?
What about the Storm trap, though? That's a real Bulba trap. Let's be honest here. That is a real Bulba trap.
Well, of course, some people would take it there. I mean, hand the stick.
Have you understood that trap? Is it a trap?
What trap?
Never mind.
Go on. Explain the joke.
No.
Explain the joke.
I don't think it's a joke. I think it's
not a joke. You know, you pick Storm all the time. And has that been a trap for you, you know?
You don't think Storm as a good hero, Tucky?
I think it's a great hero. What do you think?
I love Storm. I mean, the thing is, I have Abed and I have Sumail. Those are the two players I've coached, you know? There's the best Storm, right? Next to that guy. So why aren't you first picking Storm then?
I feel like, I don't know if you had this with Nisha, but if he loses with the hero once, he says it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
And then it's like, it's really tough.
The hero's on cooldown.
Yes, that's what he'll say.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It could be like the best hero meta for like, let's say like TA or something mid. We'll pick it like 15 times in a row, win every game. If we lose once, it's on cooldown.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, sometimes it works out. Because, like, obviously, if people have figured out what to do against it, you're like, okay, probably not a good idea.
And there is an element of hype and freshness about playing the hero. I mean, we've all been Dota players. I think we all kind of had that feeling also where you're really excited to play a hero and you're not. I don't know how much space it should take with coaches. Do you guys give space to that? Like the players, you know, like will to play the hero and connection with the hero, or it has to come after? It's like, it's the best Storm game, but he doesn't feel like playing Storm. How do you factor it in?
I mean, it's very hard to.
It's a GG Storm game. It's like, gotcha.
we all have not picked the hero when we wanted to.
No.
I know that for a fact. There's everybody here has wanted to pick the hero that is going to win the game, and it's like, can't pick it. The guy really doesn't want to do it.
I had Nisha in a content piece before, and I asked him, are you the typical mid laner? I'll describe typical mid laner behavior. You guys will tell me if you had experienced it. It's like, you need them to play whatever. Let's pick Viper, because Viper is a perfect example. You have to pick Viper. And you ask them, do you want to play Viper? You can feel in the body language, he doesn't want to play Viper. But he's like, sure, pick Viper. And then you pick the Viper, and it's the worst Viper performance you've ever seen in your life. The guy is 0-7, running around doing nothing. And then he kind of unconsciously, or maybe voluntarily, was like, you will never pick me Viper again, I promise you. I will make you never pick it again. And he didn't say no to that. He's like,
this just happened.
It just happened?
It just happened.
Like in a scrim or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just happened.
Okay. I had this with Miracle. I had this with Topias. I had this with Ana. Like, did you guys have this with your mid laners? I feel like it's a mid laner syndrome. Really?
Yeah. I have this with all my players.
All your players? Not just the mid laners. It's just the 5 roles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you were sitting there being like, oh, it's so good to have it only with the mid laners.
Oh, like, okay. They're like fake trying, you know?
Yeah.
I get the message. We won't do this again.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, you really want this hero, huh? Okay.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the EWC 2026. We've got ourselves one final series here to round out the first day of groups, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Zach, we're quite familiar with some of these teams, I would say. Maybe several years of watching them play some Dota in maybe some other regions or under some different banners, but it is going to be Virtus Pro versus LGD. The America's Classic. I feel like this is
they're out now.
Yeah,
They're in
yeah.
a different region now. No, yeah, I mean, this is one that we've seen many times over the years. And it's going to be exciting to see one more time, especially I feel like VP have not gotten to catch as much. I do think they have kind of the history of this team is like they can do it. Yeah, like they can do it. Sometimes they look really good. But within the tournament, there will be like some moment where it's like a little less good, and then that's what gets you out. Or it's like, okay, we're killing it. One bad day. Sometimes that's all it takes to get out. So I don't exactly know. Right, we're not on the team. I don't know what it is, but that seems to be what they're trying to figure out, and it seems to be what LGD kind of has figured out recently. Because I would say that's exactly right. Like the problem they would have in tournaments, like they're looking amazing. What happened? It's like this is the second series of the day. Like what just happened? And then that gets you out. But recently they just seem to be doing a lot more consistently, which is what lets you get to the end of tournaments. So it's been really cool to see. This team has been grinding it together for a while. There have been some small roster changes here and there, but I feel like the core of it has been the same for a long time. And I could definitely see them winning this entire thing, right? Not to get ahead of ourselves, but
yeah. I think that's the thing that I really like is the potential for this team is really high. And now that they've kind of hit their stride, they're looking really good. Before we get too far into this one, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've done so far today, right? It has been 2-0s across the board. And if this schedule tells me anything, that means Virtus Pro is going to win, right? 2-0. Is that how this works?
This is pattern recognition. That is a very good skill for Dota 2 players.
Yes.
But I don't know if it applies to a schedule. We'll find out in just a moment here. I think LGD is definitely favored at least a little bit.
I would agree.
Like we said, there's a lot of history. So if there's any team out there, VP will be very familiar with the players on LGD and what they like to do. So I could see some, maybe some specialized drafts coming out, which can lead to some fun stuff, which I feel like is one of the reasons LGD is a fun team to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
I think every core player has some form of cheese, and so it's like, okay, we're gonna focus this guy. Oh, we forgot this guy's cheese. It's like, okay, take that one out. It's like, meepo.
Meepo. Every time.
Yeah, for us as viewers, we get to see some creative stuff because of that, especially in the mid lane. Tai Lung has been playing
Dude, Tylong will play anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually nuts. Like, he had some signature heroes that he was doing really, really, really well on. And then out of nowhere, they're like, guys, like,
Largo?
What about Largo mid? And they're like, what do you mean? Just give it to me. The thing is, like, they're so willing to flex heroes into roles, and they don't, like, they're so good at it. Like, a lot better than other teams that, you know, maybe experiment here and there and then it falls flat. They're like, no, we've actually been doing this. You just have no idea.
Yeah, and I think recently, like KJ playing like the support axe, that's
Dude,
another
the support axe
that's
is
another
so
version
cool.
of it, which I think you really need a team of players that connect for this to work. Falcons has it to some degree,
correct,
in their own version as well, where the cores share different heroes. But LGD is doing it in a weirder way, where it's like, yeah, axe support, and that allows me to pick a different hero for Whisper, and that guy will carry me, you know? So, like, I'll play this axe support instead, which now has proven to be pretty solid.
Yeah.
But it's not something you just, like, blindly do, right? You do recognize it's going to have its weaknesses compared to other, like, traditional supports, but that flexibility is what LGD, like, they need it to work, so that you get to that last pick and you go, I know I want to ban Storm and Ember versus any other team, but I have to ban like Underlord and like Meepo, right?
Yeah.
And that's what lets you then get some crazy matchups.
Yeah, I think I'm actually really excited to see kind of what the draft is going to be and what the ideas are going to be for them. I think Virtus Pro is much more straightforward, right? I know that they have some like comfort picks, of course, but I think you kind of know what you're getting with like a draft from Virtus Pro. Like they very much like to give Tomato his like hyper carries, you know, mid for, you know, is going to be Storm Spirit. Like, just call it, it's like Storm Spirit Puck, right? Like most games, like this is like stuff that he always performs well on. It can be reliable. And a lot of times they'll just pick it early. They're like, okay, first pick Storm, first pick Puck. If it makes it through the draft even, right? Like if it's not already banned, but.
Yeah, that's their take on opening up the draft, right? Yeah, you kind of know it's like, okay, it's going to be Storm mid. But because you have the Storm already done, you have your playmaker kind of settled, it gives more flexibility to the other roles. And like, you don't have to pick an initiator in the off lane. The supports don't have to do it, right? So it's their own style of doing it. And like you said, I think most teams are familiar with it. It's like their goal is to be consistent with like the style they do, as opposed to the very like crazy picks typically, right? I mean, every team does some amount. So again, I'm excited to see what that looks like currently, because they have not. They're in a very difficult region, right? They chose to move out of the Americas, and so they get a lot better practice for it, but it doesn't mean the qualifiers are very stacked that they go to, so they don't always make it to all the events.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sore subject for them right now, I think, you know, off of some recent qualifiers.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, they made it here to EWC. This is, you know, the biggest tournament of the year so far, and it's been, so far, a lot of fun, you know, a lot of good games. We'll have to, you know, you and I will have to check later on what happened on ANC stream, because there's a lot
going on.
Yeah, tons of games happening in this group stage, you know. 4 groups of 6, it means that we're in for long days and a lot of Dota.
Yeah, I do think this is where the drafting can really get to you. Not at the start, because at the start is like, okay, it's like as you get further to tournament, and because there are so many different examples to draw from because of all the group stage games, that's where you like study about the opponents. That's, I feel, something that LGD has an advantage over, because like, I don't know, guys, they ran something different every game, you know, like I don't know, what do we plan for that? And something a bit more consistent like VP does give you time, like, okay, they're still doing Storm, guys.
Yeah,
so
we
like,
know where they're going.
But it works for them, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's just something interesting to me as tournaments go further and further. I know it's like their first game of the day, but as time goes on, and you're like, okay, they're kind of playing around this group of heroes. They're playing typically very early. I feel like they like to play.
Yeah.
They like to play aggressive. They like to go for strong timings. And when it works really well. Yeah. But when it starts to slip up somewhere, that's where they kind of struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, you'll see, I feel like by the end of this group stage, we'll be like, all right, Tylong has played 18 different heroes.
Might be pretty high.
In the group stage, you know, like something insane. But, you know, we'll kind of get an idea of what the two teams want to play for. Like, Fly as well has like a very diverse hero pool on 5, but his go-to, I would say, for the last like 6 months maybe, has been the Phoenix, and it's looked really good. But then there's always like the Chen that just like peeks its head out, and he's like, oh, it's a good Chen game. Let's run the Chen and see how it goes. And I think those are things you do have to be aware of, like as an option for them. But right now, a lot of the meta like fives, heroes like the Bane, is not something that like we traditionally attribute to this type of stack.
That is true. I do think a hero we might see is like Winter Wyvern.
Yeah.
It's not
true.
It's not at the forefront of every draft. In fact, you know, it's usually ignored. But I do think there are certain games where it's solid. And I know that's another hero that Fly like. He likes. You got the Firebird, you got the Icebird, right? He likes both. And I think you'll need some of those because actually, besides those, like the specialties, KJ and Fly actually share a lot of the same heroes.
They do.
Like, for example, the Chen. So if those are all out, right, then you gotta like, okay, what's left in the pool? Or maybe you bump those up in the draft to make sure you get it and they don't. And if you have the strong support, you can try to help shift, you know, whatever lane it ends up going in into your favor. Because I think both these teams can play pretty fast. Yeah, I think they'll be very interested in grabbing these strong supports that the pool overlaps.
Yeah, I want to see like Tomato in his comfort zone as well. I think he's like always a pretty like solid anchor for this team. If he has a good start, he typically can carry it through pretty well. I think Shadow Fiend has been like probably their go-to when it's not banned, just because Drow's almost always banned. So it's, you know, Shadow Fiend's like kind of your next best alternative, and I think for the most part it's something super straightforward for them as a team. They've played it a ton. They played it way before it started becoming more meta. So I think that's going to be like a key hero for them in the series. Whether or not they get it, we'll see. You know, there's a lot of Vans being focused on the carry pool. I'm mostly interested to see if the Lone Druid will sneak through, because it's unlikely, but it could happen. Like this is some of those teams where like they're like, we haven't really seen Lone Druid from them often, so you know, maybe we'll do like a gentleman's agreement, shake hands, and like no Lone Druid today.
But then
the 24 pick Lone Druid comes out.
Yeah, I mean, there's honor, but also like you're playing to win.
We
right?
kind of want to win.
You give me the Lone Druid, I might play the Lone Druid. Yeah, I mean that could be fun. We'll see if that ends up happening. Though, yeah, I don't know if I really feel Yuma and Tomato. Like, yeah, the Lone Druid doesn't really come to mind. Even though I think both players could actually do it.
They absolutely could.
They both. They're like, Yuma plays all the like, you know, all sorts of carries. He has a pretty wide pool, so I feel like, you know, he'd do it. And then Tomato, I know he likes RTSs, so I feel like he'd be at home with the bear. And I was like, yes, 2 units finally.
He loves his illusion heroes as well, right? Like he was a big Naga Siren player for a long time. He's a fantastic Terrorblade player.
That's why they always go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that, you know, the Terrorblade might peek its head out in this series, right? We've been seeing a couple late bans and drafts. People being like, okay, like Terrorblade could maybe turn this draft around and cause us some issues. I think this is a team that could, you know, very easily consider picking it up. But yeah, I want to see kind of where they go. I think overall, like we've mentioned, LGD way more flexible in the draft. I want to see a Meepo. Like, as much as
I
like,
would love to.
As much as it's one of those heroes that like is not fun to play against in pubs, seeing Yuma play it is a completely different beast.
I hope so. Sometimes you forget about it because not everyone is a Meepo player. But if you go back far enough, when he was still a mid laner, Abed was a Meepo player.
Yeah, it's true.
And although the hero shifted roles, I feel what he wants to do is actually still quite similar, even though the builds have shifted and all that. So I hope he's the Meepo on their team to be like, guys, ban Meepo. I was like, it's looking too good. Don't forget it, right? Yeah, hopefully they can draw on that experience. That's the annoying thing about LGD, right? I feel like everyone needs to be given like 2 heroes to remember. It's like, hey, you think about getting cheesed by Brood and Meepo. Okay, you think about being cheesed by Huskar and like Viper.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, you think about this. So then as you get to the end of the draft, you go, whoa. We almost forgot.
Yeah, we almost forgot.
Because that's the thing. They will do that, but they also just won't, right?
Yeah.
They don't always cheese you, as much as I was talking about. They just have it in their drafts. So that's why I think drafting versus LGD is such a pain, because they can play totally normal styles really well, and also really dirty styles. Like, they will do it.
Out of nowhere, you'll just be chilling and the Whispers like, I got Enigma this game, so good luck, you know, and you're dealing with this offlane Enigma. Or like, yeah, it's the mid lane Largo, who knows? I got some insider info from like Gunnar when he was playing with Yuma, and they'd be like, all right, yeah, we're drafting, going to the draft, first hero's banned, and he was like, looks like a pretty good Meepo game every single time.
That's the thing. Once
He's
you
like,
play
guys, it's a
some of
good
these,
Meepo. You're like, how do you know? He's like, it just looks like it. It just feels like a Meepo.
Well, you
game.
see, I'm playing Dota, so
Yeah,
I know
it's
it
always
is a
a
good
good-
Meepo game.
yeah.
That's the thing. That's what you need from these players that play those special tiers, right? You got to trust them to say, this is the time to do it. And if the draft's like, oh, I want Enigma, how about that? And you're like, well, as the Enigma specialist, like, no, I don't like it, right? So I think this team has a lot of trust in each other so that when they say, like, hey, guys, last pick this Meepo, please play this, like, Underlord for me. And they're like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. You'll carry me, right? It's like, yeah, I got you. So they have a lot of trust in each other to do these kind of wacky drafts. I do think the overlap is there on a good amount of these heroes for VP, and they're also a very strong team. I'm excited to see how they're going to approach it, having that familiar. Like, everything we're saying, they are far more familiar with, having played LGD so many times. So what approach they want to go? Personally, I think right now, Whisper, he's the offlane, but he's kind of the carry. And Yuma knows it as well, right? Like, his job is often to just do enough and provide support as a core to Whisper and to Tai Lung. And it kind of depends on the exact draft who they give that role to. Sometimes it is Yuma, but a lot of times it is Whisper by default, and then you flex something crazy to the support, to the mid, to get him that kind of game-winning matchup. So I would love to see that taken out. Like, certain offlaner heroes can carry better than others, like Timbersaw, for example, Enigma in certain games. So I hope they keep that in mind. Otherwise, I don't know if you want to spend too much time thinking about mid, because from VP side, we kind of know what you're getting from the mid lane.
Yeah, there's a checklist of like 3 heroes. You're like, it's going to be one of these 3 probably, but you never know.
And like, I feel it's not that it's pointless, but like, okay, we know we're going Storm, ban these heroes. Tai Lung's like, I wasn't going to play any of those heroes. I am practicing, my sniper, my Underlord, my whatever, right? Maybe he'll show us another one today, right? I feel like every tournament there's like some new, it's like, oh, he did this one this time.
Yeah.
I don't know what it'll be this time around, but I know to expect it, and that's the sneaky thing about this guy.
Yeah, I'm sure they're in for a difficult draft here.
What's that fish? I like that.
Dude, I wonder if it's a hand warmer. How great would that be?
A fish is an ironic.
I know, that's why I like it. I think that'd be great. Why not?
I like it. All right, everybody locking in. Starting to think. Everyone got your checklist of cheese heroes to think about? See, he's got his. He's like, okay, what? Let me remember all the cheeses we have. I can't even keep track of them. I gotta refresh before the draft.
Yeah, I feel like I really want to see.
Lots of notes.
Yeah, it's like we've been talking a lot about LG and their multiple different strategies. At the end of the day, I actually want to see just a very competitive series between these 2 teams, because I do think LG has looked incredibly good lately. I think this is the best form that they have been in as a squad, coming off of some really good performances in previous events. And yeah, this could be the event that really changes kind of the look of the South American Dota scene. If they come in here and they kind of just push their way right through.
Mm-hmm. I can almost say the same thing for VP, which is like, this is the first game we're going to see from them in a while at this level of tournament. So what form are we in?
Yeah.
Is it that top tier form that can take games off the best teams? And, they're not the favorites, to put it, to be real about it, but they could actually do it, right? Like, I know the players have the capability if they can play at that top level consistently. So what are we getting? We're about to find out here as we get into the draft. The Undying taken out, and actually Centaur pretty early, but it is something that I feel like Saberlight has been doing a lot. Treant taken out, not too surprising. He's been a very popular position 5 typically, but you can do it 4 as well. That flexibility, and he just fits so many of the ranged carries that are popular. Now, I'm kind of glad to see VP ban out Viper, because I don't like when they play Viper. I don't mean to like also lean into the same stereotype that, he's got to play the same section of heroes, but the way they draft and what they prioritize, I feel like when they don't have a playmaker from a mid, it just doesn't look as good, I feel like.
I agree. Well, there's the Lone Druid ban, doesn't make it through. They get rid of the Shadow Fiend, which we mentioned as well. And then Keeper of the Light. Okay. So we're going to see the first pick here for LGD. The Snapfire is still an option if they want to look for something like that, which is, you know, a hero that's definitely grown in popularity. They could look for the Clockwork if they want to just grab themselves a really strong support. They could first pick the Drow. Right, there's options here.
Which do they want to go for, though? The mind games begin.
There's the Drow. Okay. I think this is fine, right? Like, the Shadow Fiend is banned. It's not necessarily the worst matchup for Drow, but it is definitely a comfort pick for VP.
Yeah, a couple of the melee heroes that like to pair with her are already gone.
Yeah.
You could grab one for yourself here, like take the Clockwork and then grab, ban like the Tusk. But actually, they're gonna go for the Darks here, which worst case you just avoid Drow and you just jungle up and farm. But oftentimes you pair Darkseer with a position 4 who can initiate for you, so then you get this double Ion Shell right on top of the Drow. You do have to avoid the Gust because that can kind of get her away, but you can threaten her now. And if not now, later, right? An illusion of Drow is so powerful because of the way this hero builds. So that's the nice thing about Darkseer. No matter how that lane goes, you get a copy. I lost to the Drow. That's my Drow now. So it always gives you something to play for.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Spectre ban as well. So quite a bit of respect into Tomato's pool here and to some of the Drow counters because, right, like the Centaur, obviously a hero that does well against Drow, and they don't want to give that one over. But yeah, the Spectre, a hero that's been rising, I would say, in ban popularity, but not pick popularity. It's almost always banned, but never picked.
Teams have been trying it more because so many range carries have been popular. I mean, we see Drow literally first picked, right? So you know they're popular. How do you deal with them? The classic weakness is that when heroes can quickly jump them, that's when you take away their greatest strength, the ranged. So Spectre has been a bit more popular because of that, because you just taunt on top of people. And pairing it with the Darkseer is actually kind of nice, because you can give her the Ion Shell for some extra early damage, which Spectre often lacks. Even if she has her ultimate, she can't contribute that much. But actually, if you can just Ion Shell her, then that's pretty nice. She goes back to farming with that Ion speed. It's nice, but it is gone this time. And so is the Tiny, which is another hero that can very quickly get to the Drow Ranger, or potentially throw her out of position.
There's the Clockwork. Okay, very nice. So I think the Tusk, probably something LGD are looking for here, since you need something to body up for the Drow. It does have great synergy with the tag team and the Shards. Question is whether or not they want to go that route or something entirely different, like the Bane.
I like Bane because Bane is...
Oh, early Largo.
Early Largo. I was going to say, Bane is...
Could this be a 5
a
Largo?
Ranged melee hero, which is why it kind of works with Drow, because you do want something melee with Drow, but even though he's ranged, Bane fits. You could do... Okay, well... Yes, this does kind of work. I have played it in pubs, for example, and pairing the slow with Catchy Lick and the Frog Stomp is a good chunk of damage. You can now remove the Ion Shell, and if she gets trapped in the Clockwork Cogs, you can pull her out. But for the pro scene, we don't often see a lot of Largo support just because it's just
so
not
well.
as strong as others. And it's got, yeah, like you said, it's got a lot of scaling. We kind of saw Bach Dude in the last game, right? Even though he had a rough start, he recovered and did so much. So a lot of times we see it as the core. This is LGD, though, so could also go to the mid lane, where, honestly, it just does the same thing. If you take the idea of mid lane and, like, farm priority out, Largo, wherever he goes as a core, will provide tempo, a lot of aura.
It's the same thing.
He will, yeah, it's like the same thing. And that is what allows you to have an offlaner like Whisper that you want him to carry. Then I still kind of need some kind of tempo, like Aura Builder, and Tai Lung. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. I can do it from the mid lane. It's no big deal. You can take it. So there's actually a lot of flexibility here for it, which, you know, we were saying that's what LGD likes to have as they go into the later picks.
So this is the third on my checkbox for mid heroes. It's like, you know, the Storm Spirit, the Puck, now the Earth Spirit. Now this hero is kind of back into the meta. We're seeing it pretty often. The Silence, very good at catching Largo. And then go with the Ringmaster. Okay, so Ringmaster is something we've seen quite a bit from Fly. He actually has looked, I would say, really good on this. So I do like it. A little bit of a save.
Well, before that pick came out, I was going to say, it's nice that you have some flexibility on the supports. But yeah, with the Ringmaster, that's likely to be a 5 Ringmaster now.
Yeah, to me, it's usually been him playing the Ringmaster for the team.
It's good versus Bushwhack because you can just kind of save people in there.
Yeah.
The Dark Carnival. I don't know. I had Dark Carnival on the mind. Oh, I know I have it on the mind, but his ultimate is what I was actually thinking of. Right. That one's pretty useful in the fights because Drow is sitting in the back. Right. She wants to attack. So it's pretty easy to like land it on the Drow and force an early BKB or just make her stop hitting because otherwise she's gonna get pulled into the ult. This Necrophos is pretty cool. It is into actually Escape Act, which is actually pretty nice versus the Necrophos. But they have 3 melee heroes, and Necro is good versus that.
I mean, it's got to be for Tai Lung, right? Like, you're running this mid versus Earth Spirit because there's not a lot of matchups Earth Spirit struggles with. This is one of them because, like, Earth Spirit kind of whittles you down by just popping grip, like the grip on the stone, and then he just kicks it at you, and he just does it constantly with Bottle. Necrophos just has infinite sustain through status, right? And constantly builds like just bracers and through the mid lane, just tanks up and then relies on that to basically survive and sustain. I'm not sure how bad of a matchup it is, but on paper, to me, it feels really good for Necrophos. You just got to worry about the Escape Act, and that's about it for the Reaper Scythe. In terms of bans, they get rid of the Muerta. Obviously a great Drow counter. We see her every once in a while kind of pop up, and then they go ahead and ban out the Axe. So they are expecting a KJ Largo.
It could have been KJ's Axe.
Actually, it could be KJ's Axe. You never know.
That one actually does pair pretty well with Drow, though I don't think it would do that much versus Darkseer plus Clockwork. So probably, yeah, like it is that off lane. I mean, if you look at the draft, right, Hoodwink's got Bushwhack, but Necrophos, he has a lot of strength right now, but initiating is not one of them. So you kind of need someone else to do it. So this time he's looking at, Whisper's like, hey, I'm carrying this time with the Necrophos. You've got to be the playmaker.
Yeah, they have damage, right? Like, they have plenty of damage at the moment. And at the end of this, they can just pick a 5 and run the Largo into the off lane from Whisper, and, like, they're fine, right? Like, there's still options. The Tusk is still in the pool.
You can also just be a wall with LGD, right? Like, put your Drow in the front, have the Necro there. Like, you got to get through those heroes. You have the Largo support, we're assuming, behind him. And then some Initiator ready to jump. And that makes it really hard for VP's lineup. Like, they are heroes who want to go in, but if you're going into a trap, it feels kind of bad. That's why I like this Axe ban, and I like these... The Muerta ban I liked a lot, just because that's something that can kill the Necrophos, something that can jump on Drow without being killed by the Drow. The Natures is annoying. But I'm not sure I fully understand it.
I mean, it'd just be carry Natures for Tomato. It's actually, it's strong into Drow. Like, you kind of just TP on her, right? It's similar. It's similar to like Spectre, where it's like Drow's all reliant on positioning, and then he gets vision of her, and then just is like, "Hello there, I'm
Nature's Prophet.
I'm Nature's Prophet." You
do have 3 heroes who can initiate, essentially, right?
Yeah. So he'll
nice.
find the target, and Wrath of Nature, quite good early, and maybe like finding a kill onto the Necrophos if he's not paying attention. So, yeah, it's nice. Oh, okay. I actually used one of those fidget spinners lately. That thing is like S tier. That one's really good.
Was it his?
No, it.
Let me borrow that, bro.
Kezu has it. Yeah, I'll see if we can borrow it. Very good one. Tidehunter, final ban. Surely that one was not going to be KJ Tidehunter, but you never know. Last pick here for LGD. We'll see kind of what their game plan is. Could be for Whisper, could be for KJ. And it's going to be the Doom. Okay. That's a pretty good Doom pick. You're against the Darkseer. Loves to build the auras.
Protect your Necrophos.
Yeah, protect your Necro as well. I mean, I don't know if they would run carry Doom for Tomato.
It would have been kind of sick, though, because it destroys Necro and Largo.
Yeah.
And it would have been weird versus Drow, but we did mention you copy the Drow, right?
Yeah,
with the illusion. So there would be a way to play it that I would have been open to, though I don't think it's strictly VP style.
Dude, I feel like Terrorblade is coming out, but it's so bad in the Necro Doom.
Yeah.
Like, this is such a classic, like, oh, they picked Drow, I'm going to go Terrorblade for Tomato. But, like, you can't pick it into Necro Doom. It is so rough. Historically, Terrorblade is good into Doom because you can just, like, sunder the Doom target, right? But that was when it was being played as, like, an offlaner or something.
It's hard to do that now that the Ags is so common on Doom. You can do it to start, but like eventually you accidentally walk into the Doom range.
I'm really curious where they want to go with this. Doom, not like the strongest lane hero. The Hoodwink, though, can do some heavy lifting. It's just going to be Wind Ranger. Okay. Pretty straightforward. See who locks in which hero.
I was about to say, now I got to actually see the names show up to make sure they're playing where I think they're playing.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense. Like you said, the Necrophos into the Earth Spirit should have a good time. And force him to go rotate, because I mean, he could also try to farm, I suppose. But I feel like Necrophos is not really ganked from the mid lane, so that's how you should sort of navigate it, right? Like, make use of your playmaker in the mid lane, show up to the side lanes. But that's where it's a little tough, right? Doom is not the easiest to gank. Drow could be having a good time down there. Might be a little tricky for him.
Yeah, I think like Earth Spirit a lot of times relies on just like being able to shove the wave pretty reliably with his 2 spells. You're not going to have that options against the Necrophos because Death Pulse just will constantly heal out the wave.
Do you think they're picking cosmetics together?
Let's play dress up real quick. Hold on.
Guys, this one or this one?
I mean, Necrophos has some great cosmetics.
That's true. That is true.
The full Immortal set, if you're lucky. That custom Reaper scythe that didn't exist in the game for a while, even though it was there. You know?
That's a pretty good one.
I love that Reaper scythe. It's so sick.
Yeah, I feel like you got to deal with this Necro. You can't let him get too out of control. But that's a little tricky. Well, I guess you have you got the Ion Shell on the Clockwork. Maybe he could rotate in, but it's a little tricky on that Necrophos.
I think you're kind of hoping he puts himself out of position and you like TP in, right? Like the overall lane not going to be super easy, but if you do go too far forward, you could get like roll kickback, right? And then suddenly you're at the enemy tower and they're TPing in Clockwork, and that's how you catch up.
That is true. Like the TP already happens and then you roll and kick back. That would be good.
So like there is play there, absolutely. As we're gonna jump into game number 1, LGD versus Virtus Pro. A very fun series. So we'll see how this one ends up rolling out. Tai Long Necrophos. Saberlight on his Darkseer. I feel like this game, what are you feeling like the build is going to be for the Darkseer? Is this just like get an early mech? Do you need the pipe right away? Helm Dom currently queued up, which I will say the Helm Dom is kind of the standard nowadays. Like you go for the Helm of the Dominator and then you are like aiming for like cutting waves, constantly like Ion Shelling the creep and finding...
That is him deciding on the build.
He's like, I don't know, man. I'm just going to pick some random items. Who knows?
Well, for now, they're going to go for a deep smoke, see if they can get this Drow Ranger, which right now, I mean, they would run into her, but actually she has some teammates nearby.
Ooh, they're kind of leaving. Hell Scream. Ooh, goes up, yoinks the rune. Very nice. Being very annoying with the cogs to start things off. I like that they decide not to go too aggressive. I say that, but Fly is in a kind of a scary spot. There's going to be the Bushwhack. And they'll just go ahead and retreat across the lane.
The build you were asking me, I think I would like just general auras. I think the scaling is there for LGD. Specifically, I think Doom is just going to make your life really annoying the later the game goes. The AoE Doom just kind of wrecks Earth Spirit, who is supposed to be rolling around using a bunch of abilities. It prevents Wind Ranger. If she hasn't used any abilities, right, you just jump on top. Now, granted, if you don't catch Saberlight, he could surge them away from the Doom. So there's counterplay, but it's just a bit harder than Doom going Doom and then jumping in.
Yeah.
So I feel like you'd rather play faster. Wind Ranger does need some time to farm up, but you try to combo that item timing. Like when she gets her BKB, to have several auras on the Darkseer. You use those auras to try to prevent the Necrophos from having picked up too many kills, because every time he's going for it, maybe you're popping a mech, maybe you're popping a pipe, right? And he's not getting those ultimate stacks to scale up. You can't really do that if you go for some other build.
So as expected in this lane, Tai Lung having a much better time. I mean, CS-wise, it looks fine for Earthspear, right? He's using his abilities to CS, but the sustain is where things get a little bit difficult. Every single deny adds up. I'm also curious, how has no one picked up the top bounty room? How does this get left behind? It's just still hanging out.
I'll tell you right now, dude.
All right.
If a smoke play happens, pro or pub, and then one rune gets missed just because the way it goes, and you're like, hey, mid laner, can you get it? They will never go. They're like, no, see, the equilibrium is too important. I cannot miss the block whatsoever. Like, okay, let me take a 5-minute journey to go pick up that bounty rune. Yo, top rune loaded.
Double rune here, top. Meanwhile, first blood for Yuma on the Drow takes out Saberlight.
2 runes is more exciting, actually.
Yeah, it kind of is. Dude, Abed just gets bottle and gets 3 runes. That
was that's why he didn't take it. He's like, I know I'll beat him to it. Now, it did mean he have to take roll, which I'm glad he did because I want to see him get involved. We have seen some Earth Spirit mids kind of skip it, actually.
Go like 2-0-2.
Yeah, but I want to see him try to make plays that a Necrophos just doesn't want to, right? Necrophos like, I won my items. I'm not really interested in starting fights. I also don't really do that anyways. So I'm glad he's not skipping it, even if part of it is just for the double rune. That doesn't usually happen.
Yeah, I don't think you are going to have much of a choice. Like, this Necrophos is going to completely dominate in this lane. Like, he's just going to free farm. Like, you don't have the damage out from an Earth Spirit to push him out of the lane. He'll constantly be max HP. His only thing he has to really worry about is his mana if he, misses some last hits, I guess. But it doesn't seem like it'll be too difficult for him.
Yuma with a lot of denies, though, already. This is the downside of Darkseer +1 drafts, which is that you typically pair with a melee hero, and melee heroes are not so good at stacking. So sometimes if you fall behind, it's not as easy to catch back up compared to if you have a ranged hero who's just like double stack, double stack, double stack. Now, Clockwork kind of can if you use Rocket Flare, but it's just a bit more mana to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's already sent Earth Spirit all the way back to base, so it's beginning. Saberlight jungling on the Darkseer. We kind of...
Who's the king of the jungle? It's not Darkseer.
Well,
it's not Fly.
It's definitely not Fly either, as Whisper will burn him down in the top lane. Nice
Got that ghost
there.
creep. Slow. Too good.
Spooky. Nice block there from Tai Lung, trying to prevent him from getting to that bottom water rune and refill that bottle once again. Tai Lung's just going to dive, pops the fortification to get even more damage dropped into the Earth Spirit. He's not stopping, man. He's making sure Abed has no entry into this lane.
And this is what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
You know that if he has a good start and then he goes to gank.
Saberlight in so much trouble. Frog Stomp slows. They just immediately dispel the surge. You mentioned it. Oh, boy. VP lane stage looking difficult as all 3 of the CS spots now belong to LGD as they're looking for another kill here on Fly. He's going to pop the cycle. Nope. Gets burned. Can't get away. Trying to body block up here on Tomato, but Whisper will find the kill. Pop a Lotus to keep himself healthy. Hellscream rotating through. I think he missed the Blood Grenade as well, so does not quite have the damage. As Whisper... playing on a sliver of HP here. Tomato will chase after him. They get the flare. This should be a kill unless he can deny himself to the creeps. No. Nice chase down. Good kill from Tomato.
Need a low damage roll there.
Yeah.
All right, I was worried that rotation came in a little bit too late, but Whisper really wanted the kill, so I think that's what ultimately cost him his life. Big risk, big reward.
Nice sidestep there from Thelacore, trying to get the lucky bounce and take out Tomato. Does not quite happen. He has a Fairy Fire to play with. Will keep himself alive. Now that Whisper's returned, the Infernal Blade and the Scorched Earth will be plenty of damage. LGD keeping up the pressure. Power rune spawning bottom. It's an arcane here. This is a huge rune if they can find it and actually use the Reaper Scythe. Scouted out. KJ's going to take it. So he's just going to push Abed off the lane. Does not want him to get level 6, as Magnetize is a great tool for finding some early kills, especially if you're trying to play for like a 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Like, that is like one of the best ultimates for contesting shrines.
Tai Long is being so annoying here.
Yeah.
Just running in the back. This is what you got to do if you play Necrophos. Because you don't gank,
the tower's
you
just
can't
dead.
be as passive as other heroes. You have to take this kind of aggression, which is tricky because sometimes, oh my goodness, and Whispering gotten cliffed. 606 current record. Nice try, Tai Long. You'll have to give it another go next game. Still, a 6-minute and 40-second tower is very fast. It'll give a good gold boost to your teammates. And it makes it harder to contest these runes, which Earth Spirit would really like to be able to get back into this.
Fly, Strongman Tonic almost keeps it alive, but it's not enough. So Tomato will have to pop the Wind Run and disengage. Hellscream did manage to snipe the Shrine, though. Came back behind the tower to get it. So that's a pretty worthwhile trade for VP. I mean, this is what they were looking for in the first place. Oh, I say that KJ took the other one. Never mind. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, if it had actually been a 2-0, that would have been nice. But as you see, Theolacor, level 5,
hero,
he will at least die. Some good shots from Hellscream. It's not easy to land the power cogs.
No, it's not. It's just this. It is one of the funniest mechanics to watch because there's just nothing. You just see it coming. You're like, oh, guess I'll die.
I like the old one more, but this new one is pretty funny. It's a bunch of mini skill shots, and if you can land them, you're an amazing Clockwork player. And if you can't, then you're not a very good Clockwork player. But it's such a huge element to the hero, which is much more interesting than a couple years ago when the cogs were just there.
Ooh, regen denied. I mean, good job there from Hellscream to prevent this from getting into the hands of the Necrophos. Focus Fire coming out top lane. Whisper gets level 6, but a great Shackle will prevent him from using it. Almost commits the Doom, but he will survive. Nice use of the Funhouse Mirror as well. So Tomato on a killing spree. He's looking very good so far in this game on that safe lane Wind Ranger, keeping himself active.
Very heads up. They knew that he could hit level 6, so they were ready to instantly send the stun.
Bottom lane, Saberlight needs to be careful. Really nice deep ward placed here. KJ trying to get in range, will not be able to. As Yuma actually needs to be careful of his own illusion. It's pumping out some damage here. So they're now rotating back the other way. Fly will be the one that they find. Nice dodge for the moment. Impalement Art's off the mark. Roland off the mark. Dude, Drow is just like, all right, I am so deep. I'm going to do my best here, but TP success.
That was a really cool attempt to kick her to the Tame the Beast, but unfortunately just a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
But at least get this Observer before it expires. But there's a lot of heroes moving down here, and actually Tai Lung is now
Tylung's
coming
here.
as well.
He's been wanting to use the Reaper's Scythe, and he will now. First stack on the board for the Necrophos. As he's going straight into the Radiance. I mean, it's one of those things where do you go Boots of Travel sometimes, you go for the Radiance. Tylung's going Radiance. He'll go back for his Boots of Travel and his Shard after that. I mean, he's off to a pretty decent start.
And it'll be a little better because a second tower is falling, so more money over. Get the Radiance a bit sooner. And Abed just trying to play catch up. Usually when you're picking this Earth Spirit, it's to be a bit more active than other heroes. But after getting bodied by the Necrophos, he's just had to play catch up, try to get whatever farm he can, try to catch up in levels. Still doesn't have Magnetize. But I can't really blame him because you're not killing this tanky Doom up here with Magnetize. Not killing the Necrophos who's bodying you.
Dude, is he actually going Radiance as well?
You can do it nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, the Dull Radiance is fine. The evasion is good against Wind Ranger. I'll give you that.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Oftentimes you don't want to build auras versus Darkseer because he just kind of copies it. But he's looking and he's like, well, Tai Lung's getting one, so what's the problem with 2 enemy Radiance auras?
Guys, they don't stack. Like, we can all go Radiance.
We can all get Radiance. So I like it. Also, if you think about it, they won't always be in the same part of the fight.
Yeah.
But on the side of VP, there are 3 melee heroes, so it's very easy to get value out of the Radiance burn in fights. And it's also good versus Wind Ranger, who you often can't actually hit because she's running around. So you're trying to hope to doom her, and otherwise just run next to her with Scorching Earth and the Radiance and kill her that way.
Well, we'll see how it works and what the timings on those are going to be. Saberlight still working towards that Helm of the Dominator. I mean, he's level 8, though. Like, he's managed to recover XP-wise. He's doing pretty decent there. Lots of jungling, good stacks to play around, and that Helm is coming out very soon, which will amplify his farm rate very quickly.
True, but I will say you're probably hoping to get it a bit sooner.
Yeah.
So this is more of accelerated catch-up farm as opposed to get really far ahead and pick up auras before they're ready, right? By the time he gets his auras in this game, I mean, they're still going to be good, but if you get them fast enough, it is unwinnable, you know, to like play into the fights. Like there's just too many extra heals and barriers, but now I think they can still win fights if things just continue going this way. Get in here, help me kill these creeps.
Well, okay, I was going to say, Whisper picked up an Invis rune. I was curious if he was going to look for just an Invis Doom. But nah, just goes up to farm the wave. No cares. Tomato actually
got a
underneath the
Radiance
sentry
to
anyway.
farm.
Yeah. I mean, he's halfway there. He's almost got it. KJ walks up, finds this jungle stack being done. Feels pretty confident. Top lane focus fire as well as a roll in from Abed will take down the Doom. Another kill into the hands of Tomato. On the other side, they're going to TP in on Fly. Nice Wheel of Wonder finds the target. Tai Lung is here looking for his kill, but instead will just settle for the tower. So a 2-for-1 across the map. Nicely done for VP, but they do lose a little bit of the stack.
Yeah, I love the way KJ is just running in here. He knows this is what Darkseer's trying to do to catch up, so he can at least absorb some XP, but he's also not as at much risk of dying because a lot of times the way you die to a Darkseer when you walk in there is he just runs you down with Ion Shell and the Surge, which Largo can actually just remove. So he's done it several times at this point. Sometimes it's not worked out, but a lot of times it's drawing heroes over. Really, that kill they just got on Doom was the first time that they were really able to proactively gank there because a lot of times they've had to deal with the bottom instead. And honestly, did it even slow Whisper down that much? I mean, still...
It's a Doom, man. You can only slow him down for a little while.
Tomato
That's the Radiance
win
done.
Run.
That's the Radiance done, and it's close, but yeah.
Okay, nice Shackle shot. If he didn't get that, I'm pretty sure that's a kill. I'm pretty sure he'll burn him down enough and then ult before the next win run.
Yeah, ooh, nicely done here from Hellscreen, blocking. They were looking to wrap around onto the Darkseer there, of course, but good positioning from the Clockwork. Not going to let it happen. Pop the fortification to try and save their tower. And he'll sack his creep as well. So they're not going to give him anything for this attempt bottom. That's what's super annoying about the Darkseer is he just Ion Shells a big creep that's hard to kill and just runs it behind the tower and starts dragging the wave. Tai Lung top lane. There's going to be the Wheel of Wonder. It's actually not going to connect. He might be able to walk this one off. Has a Lotus, but there's the Focus Fire, and they got him. Beautiful turnaround from the side of VP, finding the biggest target right now.
A very convenient place to find him. He was just kind of isolated from any escape route.
Yuma putting a lot of damage here into the Clockwork.
Oh, if he
does
got one
have
more
the multi-shot, but yeah, can't go for it. Hook shot? Whew. Off the mark. Saberlight. I mean, he doesn't have wall, so I don't think you can really do anything here. You'd need some help. The team was coming, but well,
they're trying hard.
Abed, he rolls right on in, finds the target, knocks him down. The haste rune doing a lot of lifting in this one is now Saberlight. Will not be able to continue the chase, but hey, those are multiple big kills across the map. They're evening up the net worth completely. Tomato is still 4-0 as he takes the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Tai Lung is killing the largest ancient stack we've seen.
That is a lot of money. So maybe the gold lead is not evening up.
Yeah.
Despite the
is he going the
couple kills
Aghanim
there.
Shard, you think, right away? Because we're hitting 15 minutes. Like, you get the Radiance and you either go Boots of Travel or you just buy out the Aghanim Shard. So
I think I would like it this game. One, you can get away from Clockwork Cogs.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be a bunch of illusions that you'd like to take out quickly. So getting that extra burst, I think, is quite nice.
No, he's
he
got
does
the
have
bots
it
in
queued
route.
up.
Yeah, he's got the bots in route.
Okay, he got that first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough. It's also a good item, right? It allows you to play around the map. Every lineup kind of benefits from having some level of global hero so that you can be more efficient on the giant farming maps.
Top lane, Whisper. All right, I'll be fine. Okay, so my issue, right? The Doom, we've seen it. He's still farming, but is kind of not having the impact I think that you maybe need if you're gonna have this like Radiance farming, boot to travel mid lane. But now he's got a Radiance as well. His next item I think is BKB, so we're not having like a blink coming out from him anytime soon. Who starts the fights on LGD? Do you just walk at them?
You're kind of forced to, but...
Or do you wait for VP to come to you and you just keep farming?
I think you're just farming. That's what the Radiance is now at this point, on the Doom.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe you outscale here just because the Doom in the late game, being able to remove some of these heroes is so powerful. So why try to fight, like, get a blink and all that, right? Just get your Radiance, farm these jungles faster, drag it out. I do think he wanted to use Doom a bit sooner, though. I think that's one thing maybe they could have tried to enable him on because he was going a greedier route. They needed a bushwhack to start things up here and then Doom someone, because I don't think we have seen one.
Nah, he pump faked a couple times.
Yeah,
like he was looking for the one top onto Fly, but Fly popped the Funhouse mirror to dodge it, so that's like about it. Other than that, I think he's content farming. We'll see which, you know, if it ends up paying off or not. Saberlight gonna lose his creep. That's a 100 gold there for Tai Lung. He's got the shard now, right? Like, this is the thing. The bots, Radiance, this hero farms incredibly fast. He's now past Tomato on the Wind Ranger, who does have the Mjolnir completed. I wonder if we're going to see Doom look for a shard this game. Because I know the Aghanim shard for Doom has gotten a little bit more popular. He's also holding on to Frost attack. Oh, okay. Saberlight's in trouble. Yeah, he ditch. Oh, coming through the Twin Gate. Hold up. Tai Lung, no Ghost Shroud. Tomato's going to get the kill. Sharpshooter through. Nice hook shot to make some space. The Drow Ranger way out of position. Tomato is crushing him. Two heroes dead. Blood Grenade out looking for KJ. Happens to clip a little cog there on the way out, but Abed intercepts. Hits him with the roll. They take down 3. Big wins here from VP.
That was a really nice rotation from Tomato. And I think pretty needed because he is at the top of the net worth even before that play. So he had to get involved to help his team where the other heroes have been struggling a little bit. They can initiate, but they just don't have the damage to get some of these kills on their own. And that's where Tomato steps up. I think that was a really nice move from them.
Uh-oh. We're going to see Doom finally. Bushwhack misses, but yeah, it doesn't matter. They'll finally connect onto the Doom, take out Tomato, his first death of the game. But yeah, Whisper getting 690 gold for the Doom, who is pretty farmed. That kill streak bounties, man, they're worth a lot.
That was also a good move from LGD.
10 to 10, 20 minutes almost into the game, so even. I feel like you're right though. Going late game, Doom Aghanim Scepter with all the AoE bonuses that we end up seeing on this hero is so terrifying.
You're going to be able to turn this Radiance into a Nullifier as well, which is very strong this game. It's good versus Escape Act, good versus all of Ion Shell, Surge, the Dark Seas abilities, the Wind Ranger, Wind Run.
I was curious who on VP could potentially build a Nullifier because I think both teams kind of need one. It's way more straightforward for LGD. I feel like they have the Doom, right? For VP, who goes out of the way to build a Nullifier?
I mean, it's going to have to be Darkseer or Earth Spirit. Wind Ranger can do it as one of the later items, but you need it sooner than that. So for now, they're just going to have to depend on controlling the Necrophos, which we saw them do once, right? Just silence him, prevent him from using Ghost Shroud. And if you can do that, then you can kill him, especially with Tomato's damage. Which is going to help them get this. Okay, he did have a strongman tonic, I think is what that was. Thought they were about to sacrifice him for the Tormentor.
Thank you, Fly.
Shard for Hellscream. It's not bad.
You definitely prefer some other ones, but you'll take it. It's
Yeah.
better than nothing. Like, just taking it away from LG is always good. Hook shot comes through, finds the Doom, a vacuum back as well, trying to intercept, but he is fast. The rest of the team was not quite ready to engage on this.
They have the BKB on the Earth Spirit. They do want to try to find some kind of fight and possibly get Roche. Like, with Focus Fire, you can do it with this lineup.
Yeah.
Even though Earth Spirit and Darkseer are not strictly the best at doing Roche, the Wind Ranger carries the rest. Consecrated Wraps for Tai Lung now. The starting build is very farmy, very greedy. But if you get to this point, you start tanking up a lot. And the window to kill him easily is going to really close soon. I think one more item and it already becomes a bit of a nightmare to deal with a Necrophos just running in.
Hellscream looking for another opening. See if we can get to Thelacore. 8 toes. Making some space, but we'll smoke up. I think they saw that with the Earth Spirit illusion. Oh, and he denies an Arcane Rune. Okay, very nice stuff from Abed. Yeah, he saw this whole rotation. This smoke is not going to connect onto anything. And instead, they're actually looking bottom. Knowing that the Necrophos is down here, he's going to TP out. KJ may not be so lucky.
I like that they immediately start moving after that Earth Spirit illusion denies the rune. When he does that, it's kind of saying, okay, nobody on our team is near there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have denied the rune.
Yeah.
So they immediately start looking for a kill somewhere else. But yeah, it has been completely dotted out. So bit of a waste of that smoke. VP slowing down the game from the start when they were losing some fast buildings. But I'm not sure when, I guess the Wind Ranger BKB, because you need her to help kill the Drow. You need to be able to like ult and just run in.
Yeah, you absolutely need like that single target damage to take out the Drow in these fights. And she can do it if she's not being like focused by, you know, Doom or Wind or Hoodwink or anything like that. So the BKB absolutely necessary. The main thing is, can you kill her in that BKB timing, right?
Yeah,
like you have that few second window to try and kill the Drow Ranger.
That's where the Focus Fire makes a big difference. And there is the BKB. Just in time with the 4-staff for Drow, though, which is pretty good at getting away from some of these initiations. For now, they'll get the Hoodwink pretty easily.
Ooh, that's a nice magnetized BKB out from Abed, but he's taking a beating here from Yuma. The Doom does come through, finds the Darkseer. The question is, can they follow it up? He's in no man's land. Thelacore with a nice buyback will find some revenge. So a 2-for-1. And Roshan's top magnetizes down. I mean, you could look for Roche. Did he Reaper Scythe the Clockwork?
Amplify damage. Free Roche now for sure.
Yeah, okay, there's no way you turn around.
Thailand just ran in that fight, right? He just walked straight in. He knows how scary he is. He knows how hard it is to kill him with Consecrated Wraps. And soon he'll have a Manta. So even silences will not really do much to him.
They're baiting this. They're looking for Tomato top. They're going to try and force his BKB, and they will be able to do that. He's going to try and grab himself a kill, maybe TP on out. Thelacore, the sliver of HP, nicely done here. Baiting it with the wand to make sure he does not die.
Heal me, please. Heal me. Just 6 more of those. Use your shard too, bro. Yeah, this is what you want to do with the, well, you probably, you know, Micro's hard. There's a lot going on. But you see them trying to just avoid cut waves with the Ion Shell. This is why. He was focused top, trying to kill...
They need to bring the heroes. Drow's trying to get to the Twin Gate. I think they're just going to give it up. Yeah, okay, yeah. They'll go ahead and die there on Thelacore. Tai Lung may have gone a little bit too far forward this time. Trying his best to heal. Had that 20 stack on the stick, but they got him. Double kill for Tomato.
Also a very nice kill for them. A lot of money in that.
I mean, they just stuck around way too long. Like, they saw the Drow bottom. They're not done. Immediate rotation. Hellscream continuing to look for targets here on this Clockwork. Hard sentry drop. They do see them, but no hook shot at the moment.
Now going back to that play for a moment, actually, I think that's also part of the strength of the Darkseer helm of the Dominator or Overlord. Doesn't really matter how you, like which one. But when you're cutting waves like that, it does show heroes, right? They went to go kill that creep, and that's what let them know, okay, we can commit top because we saw heroes in that mid lane. So it's a way to avoid the enemy while also getting a lot of information. But you have to actually act on it, which VP did a good job there. See if they can get anything more out of it, but for now, LGD just playing it safe. I don't think they're really expecting to get that much out of this Aegis. It's just kind of like get the first, farm up. But I think if you could clear out a couple tier 2s, it'd be nice. Maybe at least one. The gem picked up for the Hoodwink, so they are ready to start moving together, clear out the vision, and make use of this Aegis. VP goes top. They don't want to engage quite yet.
You do have the level 3 Reaper Scythe. I mean, we kind of knew this game was going to be difficult to actually hit the Scythe, but it is something you absolutely have to be ready to dodge.
It's the downside of not having a true initiator, right?
Well, now you do. Whisper goes in, finds Tomato, gets the Doom, but he got the BKB off, and now with this, he should just TP on home. So they stop the... Look at the... Oh, they're in the enemy triangle. What are these guys doing over here? Just putting in some wards, hanging out in the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, again, it's the initiation, right? Doom Blink is sort of initiation.
What a value Invis rune. Absolutely so sick there from Abed. Kick back into the Wheel of Wonder. They're going to try and snipe Fly on the backside, but they don't have enough damage, and now a vacuum from Saberlight will put Delacor in a rough spot. They drop the wall. There's the Reaper Scythe.
Doesn't actually kill him.
It didn't do enough damage. How? And with this, I mean, they're just going to keep this Magnetize rolling. You have Yuma doing quite a bit of work here on the Drow. They still have the Aegis available.
I believe it was the pipe that kept him alive.
Oh, was there a pipe that came through? Okay.
I'm not sure if there was another, like a heal, maybe a Lotus or something, but yeah, like a little bit off on the math. So going back to it, it's why the lack of initiation makes it hard to use the Scythe, and it makes it hard to use the early Dooms. They kind of want to be the follow-up, but who are they following up in this case, right? It's all Theolacor on the Hoodwink, which they weren't able to quite line up in this game. They were finding some, right? Of course, it's 13 to 15, but see if maybe they want to adapt the draft in the future to make it easier for those two heroes to use those ultimates. As they pick up these blinks, though, they start to be able to do it on their own. So they've kind of made it past that point. It's just, would we have had a bigger lead for LGD if they had a different hero who can kind of start things a bit more consistently? A Hydra's Breath is pretty nice this game.
It really is, yeah. I just love Whisper's build. He's just full carry, man. Blink, Radiance, BKB, Sanj, and Yasha queued up.
We were talking about it, right? I mean, he is. We've seen carry Dooms. This is just an offlane Doom playing carry.
3 seconds left on the Aegis. This will top off the Drow here in the mid lane. I mean, not the most value Aegis. We hadn't really seen them, win really any team fights. They actually lost a few heroes in the middle of this, but the Drow survives with it, which is the important thing. Got to her BKB.
Going back to it, I still think LGD is the scaling team. So the important thing was not losing that Aegis for VP to play with. And they got one tower, like you said, lost some heroes, but killed some heroes. It's fine. Set yourself up for the second Aegis.
Dude, Necro is going the Krellas. So he's going to have 2 forms of Ethereal.
We were saying who builds the Nullifier.
It literally has to be Wind Ranger, right? Like
at this point, yeah.
I guess Darkseer could, but I feel like he's also really trying to finish up his aura items.
I think he needs to take a Purge creep.
Yeah.
Which is a weird creep to grab, but I mean, when no one wants to build Nullifier and Tai Lung queues up a a Ghost Scepter on top. He's like, wow, they're really not doing it, huh? Okay, I'll double commit to Ethereal. And he's not wrong. Someone's going to have to answer this on VP. Clockwork, you want to do it? Clockwork would not care. Clockwork is a hero who can build anything, but he just doesn't have farming speed to do it.
Yeah, you'd be farming Nullifier till next game, I think.
Okay, I mean, would you take that trade? Start the next game with a Nullifier? Right? You might lose this game, but like game 2, pretty in the bag with that one.
Just, yeah, I mean, coming to lane with literally double damage.
Yeah. But you lose game 1, right? So then, you know.
Oh, big vacuum. Doesn't manage to get him onto the high ground, but they get the Wheel of Wonder combo. Trying to keep himself alive. He's survived for a while, but it's not long enough. The rest of the team unable to follow it up. VP, beautiful gank here. Set up from Saberlight's Darkseer. Caught sleeping, it feels like. LGD not prepared for these rotations from VP.
No, looking at it, a lot of the lanes were pushed in. I guess they just didn't expect that angle. Because, I mean, they had some information to know that VP was, you know, doing something suspicious. But just didn't expect that 5-man angle. Now, VP at least clears out a tower, and it should be a second one, is what I was going to say. But actually, they've decided to just grab hold of the triangle instead. Try to control this area. I mean, it would set them up for both the tier 2s and potentially this Roche spawn, which it's actually pretty quick if they can scout it out. Necro will be up, but it's not that easy to get there, especially if you've killed the creep waves, even though he has the boots travel. How much time do they have? There's still a good amount of time at top. So as long as VP scouts this as soon as it spawns, they should be able to do this just with the positioning advantage.
I like this Hoodwink build. The Blink to try and follow up. Get themselves like the potential initiation. We've kind of said, right? Like there's not a lot of like obvious initiator from LG. It's kind of just Doom, hoping to find the Blink stun Doom target, but otherwise it's the Hoodwink. That's your only other catch right now.
He did queue up the Nullifier on the Wind Ranger. I kind of wonder if you stop this Krella's.
It's such a good Nullifier game. You have to get it, right?
Okay, there it is. The full Krella's done. I mean, you will be stealing a lot of healing against these melee heroes, which is kind of nice. I was going to say he'll need the BKB, but I see he has a heart queued up. So his goal is to just tank through it. Like, even when his Ghost Scepter, or sorry, his Ghost Shroud and Krella's are removed.
Power Rune spawn on the bottom. Okay.
Illusion. Pretty nice when you have all these Radiance builders.
Yeah, plus the
scatter
Manta.
that around.
Yeah.
Necro is a great hero for Crooked Genius, by the way. We didn't really talk about that, but
really
you're doing
is.
so much damage all the time. It really adds up, especially as you have the percent HP talent, which I think he should have. Support Largo gets it a lot slower. Okay, he needs one more level, but once you have that, it is just so much damage adding up from the Necro. It's pretty much permanently on you as long as Necrophos is in the fight due to the Radiance and the constant... I don't even know what to call them. What are the Q bolts called as they follow you around?
The Death Pulses?
I guess so.
Yeah.
They don't really pulse, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's also like a couple jungle items that can help out the Necro a ton that you know, we're going to have an option of seeing. But we're getting close. There's the Aghanim Scepter for Darkseer. So you're talking in terms of counters to the Drow. I mean, this is one of them. You've got to be able to create the Drow illusion with the Darkseer wall. But now if you find her, you might just get her on the normal punch. Also could be a way to open the fight onto the Necrophos, you know, with that immediate stun. Both teams looking for the opening. I mean, we're at the point now where one fight can completely change the game, right? Where it's dead even in gold, 35 minutes. Roshan's available in the river. Both teams trying to find the right angle to approach the fight. Whisper might be the one that they grab. They hit some vision of him for the moment. Blinking aggressively from Hellscream, but it's not quite there. Whisper kind of baiting, seeing who's available. Saberlight's creep just providing a little bit of vision, but can they actually bring down the Doom? They get the Shackle, they jump right in. Big Wheel of Wonder, the vacuum pulling him all over the place, and the Necrophos will die as well. 2 big kills here for VP. They'll buy back on the Doom right away, but the only casualty is the Clockwork.
That is such a good initiation for VP.
Doom?
Did that catch the Necrophos? Was he stunned in all of that? Because how does he die otherwise? He didn't use anything.
He got like vacuumed into Wheel of Wonder, I think. He got like hit
Was
from
it
the like a
wheel?
cog into vacuum into Wheel of Wonder or something, right?
Okay, he like jumped into the roll into the wheel, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean that is very unfortunate. He just did nothing. That is where the Hydras is really useful though, because you're splitting the damage onto multiple targets. I think without that, they would not have, like, you would have killed Doom, but then Necrophos would have lived, and then the Doom buys back, and then you got a problem. But actually killing both in that combo was huge. They did not go straight to Roche, which I thought they would. Okay, maybe just playing it safe, scouting out the area. Wait, who's got the gem? Yeah, take this one out.
There's your Nullifier. So Nullifier done. Roshan's going to be dropping an Aegis. They'll be putting into the hands of Tomato. I mean, everything right now, turning up VP, they're starting to hit that really strong momentum. With the Lincoln Sphere, dude, yeah, he's so difficult to deal with now. They need to end this game soon, though. I think like VP is as strong as they are going to be for a while. Like, this is kind of like their big moment. Like, you have the 25 on Wind Ranger, of course, which can help out, but I don't think you want to take this game like 20 minutes. I think you want to end it before then.
I mean, you don't want to, but you might have to. Let's see what they can actually get here. The hook shot, a little bit off, but
you got
the vacuum. Whoa. That's a lot of damage all adding up at once. That was normal punch, power cogs, I think the rocket flare. Yeah, you would like to use this age.
Same second.
Sometimes you just die. Yeah, you would like to get some high ground damage with this Aegis. Like you said, don't drag this on too long. I do favor LGD the longer it goes on. I don't think VP's like totally out of it though, right? So I don't want them to do anything foolhardy just because they feel some time pressure. They can still win late. The Darkseer illusions are still going to be strong. Wind Ranger. This is a hero, even if she is, like, as a whole, the team is outscaling. Wind Ranger can kill one hero, get the reset, kill the next hero, and just keep going that way. Ooh, Hellscream making great use of the shard he got earlier, paying it back to the team by finding Whisper.
It has to be like a BKB TP now, right? Yeah. Try your best, but well done from Whisper, making sure to hold the BKB till after the hook shot.
No BKB now, so can you just go fight? I mean, your cooldowns are way lower on the side of VP. I guess they would like the Wind Ranger 25. I missed how close she is. Okay, there's a couple ultimates that they're about to have. Yeah, I mean, it just look. This is a great way to show it, right? 3 ultimates, 3 BKBs compared to the other side, just 1 BKB available. Seems like they're going. They're
How much
grouping
time
up.
do we have on the Aegis? A couple minutes at least, right? Yeah, 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Last outer tower.
I think you need to threaten the high ground. Like, you've got to crack the lane of Rax at this point. Drow is very annoying to go high ground against, but there's the banner.
The dream here is to kill the Drow while you have an illusion, and then with that illusion, you can get
Oh, BKB.
Okay.
Yuma trying to just find a kill here onto the Darkseer, but
good reactions from Yuma. Saberlight was trying to get that illusion we were just talking about, but a creep cut top at the same time.
They had another
LGD
wave, though.
Dragging it out. Yeah, I kind of think VP should have stayed. Also, didn't they have a...
They had one more wave and the banner.
Yeah, where's the banner?
It's dead now. The banner was used on the top wave. I think I mean, obviously finding the Doom there would be really nice. They're just playing it very safe, right? Like they do not want to give up any kind of map control. They have great pickoff here. And Tomato has hit level 25 now. Okay, they found Whisper. He does have another BKB with a clockwork here. Everybody here, normal punch comes through. He's going to be forced to BKB, try his best, maybe find a return kill. But all the Lincolns as well, just rubbing salt in the wounds. Can't find the Doom target. 110 seconds on the sideline now for Whisper.
Surely this is it now. This is the...
You have to go high ground.
The high ground, bottom lane push. They have a decent size... Someone just beat out, though. They're trying to get the hoodwink.
They got him. Yeah, that'll be a very nice kill. So 2 heroes now. Sideline for LGD.
If they run bottom, they can maybe still make it. But yeah, this is kind of the downside, right? Because you go for that top kill, now I see the creep wave dying bottom, which means there's just more time ticking down. I feel like with that Doom kill, I'm really surprised they're not pushing harder for a high ground.
They've still technically got a minute before he's back up, right? So they could
That's
do
true.
it.
You got a lot of time.
You just only have the Aegis for like 15 more seconds. They've managed to stall it out on LGD, at least for a little while.
Oh, they finally got
nice
Largo.
Vacuum punch back onto KJ. Saberlight in some trouble, forced the BKB. Nice use of the catchy look there to get rid of the surge.
Hellscream wasn't with them. Otherwise, I think you can finish that kill. Okay, they end up with a good amount of top lane tower damage, but I can't help but feel they push a little sooner.
They did build a lot of net worth in the Aegis time, though, right? Like, they're 11K ahead now. All 3 outer towers are down. Almost gets a tier 3 tower, but you know, I guess in their minds, like, do we wait for the next Roche? Do we just wait for like a potential pickoff? Which they do. I think they have an easier time finding pickoffs. I say that as Fly gets picked off in the enemy triangle.
How much does gold matter, though, when you get doomed? Right? Like, certain items will protect you from it and help you deal with it. But I don't know.
Oh, man. If they find Tomato here, it's absolutely enormous. He's going to go and get the blink. The Doom comes out. He just TPs away. The Reaper Scythe might get him in the fountain. He's going to tick down.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely.
So that's the thing, right? Like, if Doom is alive, this sort of thing is possible. And of course, you're not hoping it happens, but that's sort of why I think pushing earlier while the Doom was still dead for so long made sense. Because when he is up, you might be favored with the gold lead, but they can always find that pickoff where the gold lead didn't matter. It was 5-on-2 there, 5-on-3 as more heroes show up.
Man, I mean, Tomato, level 25 on the Drow now. He's got the... He did not go the multi-shot waves this time. So, you know, we've been kind of seeing go back and forth. He's chose the marksmanship chance.
It makes sense here. You want the extra chance to pierce through the
wind
run if that one's going.
Well, Glacier's down. Just going to try and knock on the tier 3 tower. Drow's illusion gets made as they drop the wall. I mean, we felt like VP was in full control, but now it's LGD the ones knocking on the high ground. I don't know if they continue to push this. Looks like for now they'll just give it up. Farming towards a Scythe on the Hoodwink. I think I saw Doom had a Scythe queued up as well. He's going to buy his Aghanim Shard, which, again, I feel like it's gotten buffed quite a bit. It looks pretty decent, but this will help him a little bit in the fights.
They're respecting the Roche time.
Yeah.
If you throw on that high ground, this 7K lead just becomes like 20K instantly. Whereas if you could get it, then you equalize the 7K gold lead instantly. And if you win a team fight on top of it, you could pull like 10K. So these late game Roches are huge. And it could also be Doom getting a refresher if you can get this next Roche. And he's working on Nag, so double Doom would be really strong.
Dude, Conjurer's Catalyst is so nuts. We're going to see them jump Doom once again in the bottom lane. He's going to pop the BKB. They're going to try and get out. The Focus Fire is not enough damage. Okay. For the, I don't know how many times this game, Doom BKB down off the gank.
Kind of a longer Roche spawn, though, so I think it's going to be back up by the time you have to fight for it. A bit unlucky for VP. Otherwise, you could push that.
How do you feel about the Wind Waker build that's coming out here on Largo?
Can't say I have seen a support Largo go Greaves Wind Waker. It's kind of sick.
Yeah, I like the Greaves quite a bit. The Yules is fun. But the Wind Waker, we'll see what it ends up doing, right? It's kind of like your potential for saving one of these other heroes. Oh, he has an axe. All right, that's sick. Well, we were talking about, you know,
Escape Act.
But yeah, now you have the actual 100% chance to dodge.
Yeah, it flashed in my mind earlier, but it was such a, you know, it's an item you pick up quite late for Earth Spirit. I forgot to bring it up, but here we are. I mean, the game has dragged on. Still pretty even, 7K gold lead at nearly 50 minutes, so it is time for these tools to come out. And maybe this is what gave them the confidence. Like, hey, if I get Necro ulted, we're not worried about that. That reduces his threat. Maybe you can do the same to Doom, but once he picks up the Ags, I don't think you can. You can no longer jump in and do that to people, unless the cast range is a lot more than I realize. I think maybe they'll consider their own Wind Waker for things like that.
Well,
Mono just sends it to proc the Roar.
There's Doom's Nullifier. It is so hard. Dude, I mean, Hellscream just cutting down all the trees here with the cogs, making sure they have perfect vision to play around on the high ground. I honestly don't know who wins the fights, man. These fights are going to be so close.
The last big fight we saw, Tai Long got pretty unlucky with when he jumped in.
Yeah.
And that's what made it so easy for VP. I doubt we're going to see the same thing. One, just the coincidence of it. But two, he's tanked up, right? So I don't think he dies in a single combo anymore, which means he's going to be doing a lot more in these fights. That's why VP's going so carefully, right? They can't just will the last fight to happen again. They've got to be careful about who they jump, who they find.
Scan does not connect. There is a good ward sentry there. They're going to see it. Not going to de-ward it, though. Ooh. Nice blink to saves. He Saberlight goes in, gets his hands for the moment, comes through. Nice Yules to dodge out the Whisper Doom. Saberlight, no, it gets caught from the Lincolns now. Who's he going to find? Who's the target? Nullifier out onto the Clockwork. The Drow will clean it up. Okay. A little bit of a scrappy fight, but favoring the side of LGD as Virtus.pro could not find the target they were looking for. The wall off the mark. Abed gets caught for the moment. Bushwhack comes through. The Doom is there. Oh no! He was trying to break this attempt, but instead costs him his life. And that's going to be Roche.
He did break it in a way. It's not the way he wanted.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, that's going to be the Roche now. So we talked about the huge gold swings. They win this fight. Actually, they may not even be done fighting. Theolacor
oh my God.
moved in a little too far. VP, they want to stick around and they want to poke a little bit, even if they weren't going to go for Roche. They'll at least get a kill. Maybe two.
Yeah, that's 2 kills. Tomato does so much damage. I mean, trading these supports for the space to get Roche on, right? I think that's fine. I know support players out there are like, come on, man, we're worth more than that, but you get the space, you get Aegis, you get Cheese, you get Refresher, you get another banner. I think you need these, especially if you're trying to go high ground.
I think they didn't actually need to die, though. I think they thought VP would abandon the area, so they were trying to be efficient and move in, but VP was actually hanging around, even though they can't get Roche. I guess predicting that the supports were going to come in, and it paid off. They got 2 support kills. So at least this first minute of Aegis is kind of wasted as you just wait for your supports to respawn. That is something good for VP, though ultimately losing the Roche and all the goodies, not really what you were hoping for. And that is now the refresher shard for Doom. We talked about it earlier, but they weren't able to get it. You do have double Dooms now. And I think he does have the Ags, right? Yeah, he has eaten it. So
Ag synth fully done.
yeah, it is tough to jump into these fights now.
Yeah, once you have the Ags on Doom plus the 25 talent like that, it's such a death sentence, man. And he does have the Tendrils of the Deep, so one of the better jungle creeps you can have, really assists in initiating these fights.
Should we make Dota more complicated? Do you think Frog Stomp should also spawn water?
I don't know. I'm trying to think how lore-wise it would work.
They just stomp and there's water, bro.
Just a really wet frog.
Yeah. They have to be. It's how they breathe.
Oh, all right. Speaking of Ag Synth, picked up there for Tomato. This one's super annoying to deal with because it just makes it so difficult to track this hero on the fight. Hook shot, Hellscream, big Hex though. Comes right in from Thelacore. They will look for the kill. Big vacuum from Saberlight, but there's the Doom. He's going to get put in the escape back, but there's no way out. Abed here with a BKB. Tylung just chasing back these heroes one by one. He's trying to keep that Magnetize running, though, and if he can, maybe they can turn this fight to Hastrun doing a lot of work. Somehow, only one hero dies. But it's the target of the Doom, and he's got another one.
This is why the AoE Doom is so annoying there, right? Clockwork goes in first. That's the information that they need to see the LGD heroes. That's what allows the vacuum. But you don't want to all-in commit because you know the Doom is going to come in. So there's that moment of hesitation. And because of that, the vacuum doesn't actually amount to much. And in fact, it gets himself killed. So now it is Yuma coming back for the high ground, and he's very farmed. So this is going to fall really quickly. You might need one more creep wave to come here, which actually here it is.
I really like the Disperser pickup on Drow. Like, it's not an item we see all that often, but this hero is so dependent on movement positioning. So it just gives you that little burst of speed in the fight, and it might help you survive, like, a hero surging at you, right? You just dispel the surge, and you're just like, okay, I'm fine. I can reposition. They can't surge after me. It's a good idea. Abed tries to go
nice
in.
Try.
Very good attempt, looking for that stone form.
Yuma's had some very fast reactions
Yeah, he
today.
was ready. That was so quick.
He had a BKB earlier that I think dodged, I think it was Vacuum? Anyways, and now getting out of there with a Hurricane Pike.
Yep, Glacier to take the melee racks. Saberlight respawning in just a couple seconds, and we are back to pretty much a dead even game now. Let's take a look at how it all started. The Hex that came out from Thelacore. A huge vacuum, but
the follow-up is the Clockwork, and the Clockwork went first.
Dude,
and
the
rest of the team was still
so
getting
much
there.
damage.
This is, in hindsight, you know, it's like, that's a good find if you can kill the Largo instantly, but the team needs to be near enough, and sometimes you get a little too ahead of yourself. You know, you're jetpacking ahead, someone's surging with you, you're like, yeah, that's the team, and the others are still a bit further behind.
What talent did the Earth Spirit take? Because I'm curious, because that Magnetize did so much work. Okay, Magnetize himself. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, it feels like he took the Magnetize talent. He was cooking them, dude. He brought like 4 heroes down, pretty low in health. So you got to be careful of Abed in these fights for sure.
Hoping to find someone with that tail end of the Amplify rune, but no such luck. Damage dealt. Yeah, I've seen that damage from the Earth Spirit, like you said. But a lot coming from Saberlight as well. Those illusions. Copying the Radiances, copying the Drow. There's been a lot of multi-man vacuums, even if they haven't always led to the winning fight. It's padding the stats. It's getting scary, though, with this Hex now on Hoodwink. There's just so much cast range on it. And one Hex can just be the death sentence. It's going to require the Earth Spirit to instantly save them, right? Just like jump in, kick them out. Put yourself at some risk then, though.
I mean, you have like the double escape act, which is nice. Like that's super helpful in trying to keep people alive, but
Nullifier's out already.
yeah, it's like you have the nullifier, and so that if you are the target of the Doom and you're nullified, I don't know how you survive.
If
Except
LGD
enchant Remnant, maybe. Like, you know,
Yeah.
just enchant them and kick them into your base and hope that it's far enough.
If they want to kill you, they'll kill you. But if they scatter their tools, like Doom is somewhere, Nullifier's on another target, that's where the double escape act can still do what it needs to do. I like this banner with the catapult wave.
Yeah, very defensive.
But VP, both teams like recognize. VP's trying to do the wraparound. LGD knows there's a wraparound, so they're just trying to hold it off.
They're going to jump in. Who do they find? It's going to be KJ. Ewing gets the BKB off right away. Looks to Saberlight, just crushing him. The self-doom here. Buying some space. The nullifiers. Tomato's going to chase him down. Whisper's dead. Delacor's dead. The Magnetize just ripping through him as he's trying to find the Largo, and he's going to do it. The fight goes the way of VP. Triple kill for Tomato. They just steamrolled LGD in this fight.
Which I actually thought LGD was going to take that. I'm looking forward to a replay on that, but so much damage from Tomato. He was completely free. This is the nice thing about having 3 melee heroes on your team. They're all going in first, drawing the attention. So Tomato is able to just go from target to target, gets what he wants out of this. Fortunately, LGD had pushed out most of the lanes, so they didn't immediately lose buildings, but bottom lane was going their way. They're trying to clear it with these illusions. You have buybacks, but you really don't want to have to use them here with Roche right around the corner.
This is such a huge win. We'll see if they can actually crack the high ground here, even up the racks. 1 fortification available. We're going to see them pop it for now.
They also had, what was it, bottom? Bottom was really low from earlier, right?
Yeah, they're killing it right now. It's
was it
about
top?
half. No, top's the one they pushed initially. That tower's at
there
like 1
it is.
HP,
Yeah.
They're going to head to bottom. It's an instant Roche. 10-second respawn. Now, the side of LGD will be up. They don't know about this yet on VP. They really just want to finish off this second lane of racks. No focus fire up quite yet. A few seconds away, but I think Tomato still has the damage. We'll see if he sticks around. No, yeah, they're just going to leave the range. Who cares? We got the mid lane. We finish off the melee racks. And Clockwork has now found Roshan. What a close game. This could be our first hour-long game. We're closing up.
I'd be amazed if it wasn't. I think by the time you get Roche and you reset, it's already that hour mark. So then the question is, do you use that Roche time to just get tier 5s?
I think you just look for picks. Yes, you probably just stay in the enemy jungle, right? Like their triangle, their jungle, and like look for pickoffs. Maybe you send like 1 support back. But I don't know if you want to split up too much right now.
You do need just 1 good fight. Top, we already saw super low. Bottom exposed with just the range racks left. So you can easily mega with any kind of kill.
There it is, 4th Roshan. Aegis Cheese Refresher and another banner. Man, this game has been very back and forth, but VP, I will say, has looked really clean in like a lot of these late game fights. Like there's been a couple times like around the last, not this Roshan, but 3rd Roshan, of course. But Tomato on this Wind Ranger has had such a good game. Abed definitely showing up on the Earth Spirit as well. Saberlight with big vacuums, Hellscream constantly scouting. Like it's a full team effort. Fly with always finding saves here with these escape acts. Big Wheel of Wonders as well. He's had some pretty great taunts with that.
Yeah, the way the teams come together has been great. And I think this is where having so many initiators does help. We've seen how it's tough sometimes, right? But they just have a bit more control to actually make things happen because they're literally the active team, right? Like they are the ones who decide when to go in more than LGD. So they can pick good fights.
Oh, Blink Hex from Thelocor. Nice Wind Waker.
Second Wind Waker. We're getting, I mean, well, you said it. We're getting to late game Dota. Start counting up the Wind Wakers.
That was Hellscream, right? Has the first one? Is that what I saw?
I believe it's his, yeah.
There's 1 on KJ. And I think Whisper is about to finish his as well.
Core could probably consider getting one too.
He's going Ags, baby. He wants damage.
That's fair enough. And when you combo that with a Necro, you can get kills from over half health sometimes, depending on what auras and like magic resistances are in.
Dude, I can't remember the last time I saw a level 25 Ringmaster. I'm super excited to see the Wheel of Wonder AoE. This thing is enormous.
Now what neutrals we got? Because they are spending some time here on this. Full damage option would be Stygian, but the Minotaur could actually be kind of useful.
Saberlight, I mean, probably just going to go Book of the Dead, but you never know. There's your Blink Dagger. What is Tai Lung selling?
Ooh, I see Divine Rapier queued up for Yuma. That could be a turning point. One Drow proc when you have a Divine Rapier is so much damage. Or a Daedalus crit, you know? So you're just rolling the dice on which one. Okay, we see some Books of the Dead. When you've already got the map this open, or the base this open, it's quite nice because you just keep sending the Book of the Dead at different buildings and you cheese your way there.
I mean, LGD have not been able to get out of their base enough to find these jungle items, like these tier 5s. They're trying their best on the Doom and the Drow on the bottom half of the map to try and clean up a couple of these jungle camps, but you can't extend out too far, right? Like, Virtus Pro have a stranglehold on the map at the moment. Let's see, Yuma, what has he got on this item? Divine Rapier queued, like you said. Jump in. Oh, he doesn't get the Enchant Remnant. Okay, nice dodge there from Tai Lung.
He has the Enchanter's Bauble. Is this the play?
Nah,
Does he have the right?
I mean, okay, actually, he might have to. These choices are not great. He might actually do the Bauble and just pick a better enchantment. And then, like, re-roll it, hopefully, if he gets there, but we'll see. Jump in. Abed looking for another grab. Does not find it. Rolls to safety. He can just keep fishing like this, right? Like, they've got a little bit of backup. It's really just the Doom needs to be careful of. Jeez, look at the AoE on that thing.
You just keep trying, because otherwise, Tomato pokes things away. You got the Book of the Dead. So when they walk up to clear it, you go for the vacuums. You go for the kickbacks. And we see they're not connecting yet. That's okay. You just do it again later, right? It's very low cooldown, very low risk. And you just need to succeed once to completely break the formation that LGD wants. It's very tough for them. They need a really good Doom to connect on the right heroes, which I would say is Earth Spirit.
It has to be
and
Abed.
Probably +1, but that's so hard to keep them in that AoE. So then you just need like really good Drow procs to kill them in the time of the Doom. Did she ever get that Divine? I know she was trying to.
Doom, self-Doom, trying to chase for the heroes, but he gets shackled on the low ground. A Wind Waker will buy him a little bit of time. Of course, the age is expiring. That's the timing they were trying to play around, but they will not find it. Instead, the Vacuum will grab Tai Lung, pops the Manta to try and get to safety. And they'll make it out for now. That is Doom down.
I think he should have the money and buyback. If not yet, he's very close to it. They're just trying to buy time until then. You see them barely leaving the base. Granted, VP's not really giving him any wiggle room on this. Courier's out on a journey.
Yeah, I really like where VP's been positioned, right? Like this triangle, being able to cut mid and top, it's worked out really well.
It's a very cautious gameplay from VP, but I can't blame him. That high ground's pretty scary. And 17K is, you know, it's not actually that meaningful at 65 minutes. It's really just about how the fight breaks out.
Especially when your Wind Ranger's holding on to 12,000 gold in her pocket.
That is also true. What does he even buy, though? I think he already ate a Moon Shard.
It's the Divine Rapier. He bought it out.
Oh, nice, nice.
So backpacks the Mjolnir, looking to go aggressive off the Divine. AoE surge, everything. Looking for Tai Lung here. Has to blink away. Needs to be careful.
I hear that he has a Minotaur horn. pretty nice. You can maybe
spider legs, very nice.
Use that to get out of some silences, some shackles. Yeah, Doom's got his Wind Waker. Earlier, the jump onto Saberlight was pretty good, but just couldn't chase after them.
He finally gets him. It took him a while, but the rolls off the
Onto
mark.
the high
He
ground.
pops the BKB, gonna get caught from the Nullifier, but he jumps away with the Aghanim Shard. Very nice. Delacour comes in to try and save him. KJ with the catchy lick is not gonna be enough. Pulled really far back. Another Wind Waker, but a huge Wheel of Wonder. He gets the blink. No way.
Full team effort.
Disengage. They're all safe.
I can't believe that.
How are they alive?
But it did require some BKBs, right?
Yes.
So they are a little bit weaker now. VP, they want to repeat. Abed on the hunt.
They
Round
jump in,
2.
doesn't get him, gets caught from the stun, the self-doom, looking to kind of zone them out, and can they finish him off? The Reaper Scythe is there, he's dead. Abed sidelined 100 seconds, has buyback, jumping in deep here behind the team is the Necrophos, and he needs some help and fast. In comes Delacour, in comes KJ, but the vacuum puts them back. Normal punch will finish off the Hoodwink. Can they get the kill here? Clockwork falling low, protected by the BKB. Tai Lung really wants a kill. They cannot find the opening.
I think everyone's about to relax a little bit again. I think it's a lot harder to attempt these plays without the Earth Spirit, and I don't think you really want to force them to buyback. So you're just going to try to maintain map control here, but outside of a serious mistake, I don't think you're forcing anything. Yeah, we see them start to back up. Is this a Wind Waker as well for the Necrophos? It's queued up. He's at least getting the secret shop component, and I think he's got the money. 9,000.
That's probably Doom's.
Yeah, he's doing some math. Oh, he forgot his Void Stone. He's going to have to go back.
Oh, okay.
There was a great bushwhack from Theolacor in that attempt when Tai Lung got kicked back. I think it caught 3 heroes, so that's what helped keep Necrophos alive. And they almost killed Theolacor, but I think there were some Lotuses that then healed him, which Lotuses are quite valuable in the late game. It's like, it's so much heal that supports can use on other heroes. Because that's the late game issue with cheese, is like, what do I... Like, look at Drow. Yeah, I want to have cheese. I will not replace any of my items for this cheese. You know, it's like, it's very tricky to use. But the Lotuses are really nice for that. And they tend to be underutilized because nowadays, supports are also getting slotted. So it can be kind of tricky. But I think Necrophos is a hero when he's in the game. A lot of the supports will try to hold it anyways, because when he is Ghost Shrouded and you use a Lotus on him, like a late game Lotus, it's a full heal. So then you can also use it on other teammates, in that case, the Hoodwink.
Well, Roshan number 5. I'm going to guess probably the most Roshan so far in a single game this tournament.
Record setters here in the Old Americas team.
How many Wind Wakers do we have? Is this like Wind Waker number 5?
I think that sounds about right. If Necro has picked his up.
Yeah, Necro and Doom both have theirs. We know Clockwork has one.
Oh, I thought he got his Divine earlier. I guess not yet still.
Yeah, 5 Wind Wakers. Very nice.
I mean, we've been saying how the fight breaks out kind of decides it. Wind Waker is the answer to that. You can get some free repositioning. You can save teammates. It's also a great tool versus Necrophos ult.
Ooh, I mean...
Okay, time to back out.
Valiant attempt there from Saberlight. Yeah, but the moment that misses, it's like, all right, we'll wait.
Yeah,
30 seconds to wall. It's not that long of a cooldown.
You just keep going for these kind of plays, and in the meantime, illusions. These...
well, Necro
these
Minions.
Necro Minions.
Dude, they
that
get that tier 4. It's
down, right?
low.
Yeah, how did it get that low? Because they keep doing this stuff. It's not fast, but it's safe, right? This last probably about 20, 30 minutes has been VP pretty much doing this. And it is on LGD to break that up, but it's just so hard.
How is it so consistently LGD that has like the hour-and-a-half long games?
I think they got that fighting spirit, you know?
They just never give up.
They're always playing. They don't give up early, but they're in such good form that they're rarely, like, sure, they've been behind these last, I don't know, half hour at this point, but it's never felt like they couldn't win, you know?
True.
I feel like it's a mix of the way they draft and play. They always feel they have a shot in the late game. So it keeps happening. Sneaky smoke from VP. Maybe trying to wrap around, but they are being scanned.
Yes.
LGD knows they're getting in position.
Dude, I mean, what do you...
Whisper on the side. This could be really sneaky. He could get a huge Doom if they commit. But they're also bouncing back.
They're like, guys, we just want the top lane. We want the mega creeps.
Ooh, a banner dropped for this. 3 catapults is a lot. If those were focusing...
Oh, does not get the remnant this time either.
He needs to keep him distracted is what he's... He doesn't want to let them start hitting the barracks. I think this is a really smart play from Tylung. I really like this. It's risky, but
it's a really good
it's
placement
keeping his team from getting mega.
Oh, they pulled Drow down to the low ground. The illusion doing some work. Doom comes out, but he almost dies. Reaper Scythe dodged. Very nicely done. They're trying to buy themselves just enough time to get out of this fight. Tomato, he's okay, but the Doom, the Magnetize is in, baby. Abed doing a lot of work with this. Saberlight, another wall. Look at the remnants just going through everybody. Thilacor, a big heal there from the Lotus. He's going to make it back to the base, but the Mega Creeps objective accomplished. VP finally crack the high ground, get what they were looking for, and they get out. They forced a buyback on Whisper. What is going on?
These fights are... It's very hectic because of all the Wind Wakers and escape backs. Heroes are disappearing. Health bars are gone. It's very tricky for these players. But it's easier for VP because their one goal is this last barracks. So even if we're not getting kills, we can just finish that. So while this Doom is getting run down, they're able to just boop, boop, a couple more taps, finish that barracks, and they can back off again. They've got the megas. And it's honestly not even going to change their game plan. They are still just going to look for these kind of pickoffs that...
Surely Sixth Roche.
Sixth Roche does it, as they say.
That's what we're waiting for. The 6th Roche timing, of course, of course.
I still got this Aegis. You don't
They're
even
50
need to think
seconds.
about
They can
that
just go
one.
again. All of their stuff is low cooldown, right? Magnetized Wall, none of them are really that bad compared to something like Doom or the Reaper Scythe.
Part of the reason they were able to force that fight, though, is because of the banner.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's harder to get that in this same position, especially because you don't need to fight in this position. You've already lost megas. So what is the point, right? And you can actually see LGD standing a lot further back.
Well, I bought a Gleipnir.
Nice.
Dude, he's like, I just want to see how big the Wheel of Wonder can get.
I mean, we're at the point where it kind of wraps back around, right? Roots drop off because of Dispels and BKBs, but as you get to late game and there's Wind Wakers and everything, you're like, yeah, I can force out a Wind Waker with a Gleipnir. I can maybe force multiple, so it kind of becomes good again.
Yeah. Drow, I can't remember if you pointed out, but she has the Divine Rapier. It's just currently locked in the inventory.
Always lock your rapiers when you're buying them.
I mean, LGD can never get out of their base, but this is a team that has defended their high ground for an hour straight and then won a game. We'll see if they can make it happen. Nice jump in, finds the Drow. Yuma falling very low. His illusion's just crushing him from the high ground. Yuma's trying to heal. He pops the Satanic, but Tomato's got the focus fire, and in comes Saberlight. Gets another normal punch, but can he get out?
Another Wind Waker
buying space. Doom's trying to find his Doom target, but he can't. They get out. Nobody dead, but Saberlight's going to jump in, look for more. Wind Wakers to the low ground. Abed, his Magnetize expiring, trying to keep it going, but he can't.
Both teams are really prioritizing this Drow. He will now do the late game damage. So if you can take him out, you're kind of good for the rest of the fight.
Oh,
Both teams
Saberlight
trying to save him, trying to target him.
Finds Thilacor, nullifiers out. Tomato claims the kill. 90 seconds, does have buyback. They find Drow, put him inside the cogs. They've got a wall. He needs help, but can he get out? He will for now. Wind Waker onto the Doom. A second one. He has the Doom available, looking for his opening, but just gets kicked into the middle of nowhere. Can't find the Doom target. Vacuum down to the low ground. He's dead. That's a dieback. Tylung now needs to escape. They've also got to get the Drow, but a huge shackle into a great hook shot. Line him up, knock him down. A Wind Waker last from Tylung. Blinks to the high ground, trying to find some safety, but Abed is out. Saberlight chasing after him. Yuma with this second life, trying to find his target, but VP are alive on all 5.
They've used a lot of their abilities. It's not a bad time to reset. Think about that 6th Roche as we were joking, but there is no Doom and you have Mega, so you can maybe just poke with Tomato. We see they're nervous. They are nervous. They don't want to commit too hard. Because from their perspective, this should essentially be a 1 game, right? You just have to go through the motions to finish it.
Oh, Hellscream's going to go. Nullifier out. The Focus Fire is just crushing him. He's dead. Off the mark there with the Remnant. They're going to get another buyback out of him. VP forcing everything out of LGD 1 step at a time. The next hero that dies could be all that they need to finish this game. They jump in, they look for the Necrophos. He's so done. They just cannot stop them. The nullifiers are too much. The wall comes down, cutting off the backline. Yuma has to retreat to the base, and the throne's exposed. No fortification left, and VP are going to focus up and end this game. It's been a valiant attempt from LGD, but they cannot hold, and VP will take game number 1, 76 minutes.
That was a lot of patience and a really disciplined ending to the game. I'm going to say the ending, but it's actually the entire last half because it's
like 35 minutes of ending the game.
It took a long time when you play that way, but it was extremely safe, and it punished LGD's draft, which is that they lacked initiation. Yes, there is the Blink Doom, but Blink Doom is just not the same as like an Axe Call, Hook Shot, things like that, right? So we kind of see that for those 30 minutes. They just can't force the play. And it allows Abed especially to just, I'm just going to keep trying to blink kick you back. If I get it, I get it. If I don't get it, we chill. I think he got punished for it once. I think he died maybe, or they Wind Wakered him out. I can't remember. But
one of the infinite Wind Wakers.
Yeah, one of the infinite Wind Waker loops. But I think it was a really smart adjustment from VP to finish up this game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a super fun one to watch. We kind of knew that this was going to be a close and exciting series, right? I think some people would come in here favoring LGD just because of recent performances, but these are teams that have a ton of experience playing against each other, and I mean, game 1, VP, hold it down, very patient, like you said, but it eventually comes together.
I do think the LGD draft could have worked earlier. There were not a lot of Dooms early, and there were not a lot of Necro ults early. It is possible off of the Bushwhack to make it happen, but it's really difficult. It requires a lot from Theolacor, and the team also has to work with it, knowing he's like the one real source of stun. And they were just not quite on the same page on that front, and so there weren't a lot of Necro ults. It makes him easier to kill because he's not healing as much. There's not a lot of Dooms, which, you know, it's kind of his thing, right? I want to farm, but I'll kill you sometimes. But he's not doing that killing part. So he's getting gold, but so is the enemy.
This was honestly the fight that started the downward spiral for LG, right? Like the Necrophos goes in, gets immediately caught on the double stun. They lose the Doom and the Necro. And it was like a 6k gold swing instantly. I mean, they fight back though, right? Like this was a really good fight for LGD, but then this was also the level 25 reveal from Abed. Like the Magnetize just doing so much damage. And they can't find anything besides, you know, just the Darkseer.
It's because it's happening so late they didn't get much out of it. But that is sort of the fight the style they want, which is that Drow is in the back, the teams are in the front, and she gets to attack. But it was just really hard to force that because the enemy is the initiators, and they also had a lot of escapes, and then we got about like a billion Wind Wakers in the game, right? Drow just wants to stand there honestly and press A, right? And now there's so many other things going on. It is not easy though. I feel like VP did a great job of it, but it's not easy to play that way. It's very easy to be on the wrong page, mess it up. They kind of, you know, a couple fights in here where they are losing kills because it happens. So props to them. It is a tricky style to play, to weave in and out of these fights.
Yeah, I will say, like, every single person on VP performed in this one. Like, Hellscream early on did so much work on the clockwork, finding some big kills. Saberlight, tons of initiations on his end. Like the end here, like finding the Drow Ranger, pulling her to the low ground, putting her in a rough position, like kind of opening up some of their, you know, opportunities. And it was funny, like, right, baiting this banner, right? The Roche banner is kind of what started the fight in the first place.
I am glad to see this happening more. Because when the banner first got introduced, I feel like a lot of people were just dropping it. It's like, oh yeah, it creeps, you know, here you go. But I really think it should go around the catapults And when it gets large enough, you can kind of use it on the range creeps. But it should be to drag the enemy out of their base. And that's kind of what Tai Lung had to do. He's like, if I don't leave to go get the banner, okay, it's going to finish my barracks. I have to go do it. And it puts you in the vulnerable position where it's much easier to get kicked back. It's much easier to get initiated on. It's easier for the Wind Rangers to just focus fire. You get a lucky shackle. I see more teams doing it, right? I feel like it's starting to be understood that like that is the preferred way to use the banner, especially the later banners that have a much larger range. People are not just sticking on the high ground, even though it's got like 1 billion range. So glad to see them on it. LGD also knows to use it that way, but they just couldn't get a Roche after... I don't know, we had so many. Yeah, it was like third or fourth.
Yeah.
They just stopped being able to leave their base.
Yeah, it's like, you know, once you're up against the... Like, I would say VP spent the last 20 minutes of the game in that triangle, right? Like, they just sat in that triangle and they're like, all right, well, we got the bottom 2 lanes of racks. All we need to do is worry about top, keep mid shoved in, and look for opportunities and pickoffs. And eventually, they get the win, but it was very calculated, never like really pushing too far, knowing their limits on everything. And yeah, it's not always like the way that you like expect to win, but like it's perfect execution in the late game.
Yeah, it was, I hadn't really thought about it when we were looking at that draft. We were feeling, okay, maybe it's a little more early for VP.
Yeah.
But they kind of saw that potential that if we get enough of these late game items, these Wind Wakers, the Ags on the Earth Spirit, we can play this very annoying style that the way you punishes it is when you can instantly like blink stun, blink hex. Like, oh, you're trying to jump me, we jump you first, now you're in our base. But they just didn't have those tools. Maybe that's something they needed to get. Maybe they needed more hexes on the side of LGD to try to, precast on this Earth Spirit as you see him coming in and see if you can get lucky, hex him first. But yeah, they just weren't able to get those kills. It is hard, right?
Like the blink enchant remnant into roll is so fast, and yeah, they did a really good job. It never, I would say like never extending too far, right? Like they were like, if they make an attempt and it doesn't work, it's like reset. We have low cooldown spells, way lower cooldown spells than LGD, and it's like at one point we're going to connect, and then we have the advantage. And they did it. So it was a very fun game number 1. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 of LGD versus VP. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. Biggest trap as a coach?
I don't like traps.
You never fall into traps?
No, I don't like traps.
You don't like them?
You maybe like traps. I don't like traps.
So does that mean
he sets the trap?
He set the trap.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
it's the trap.
He's Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh, brother. No, I mean, if I had to answer that question seriously, I feel like Dota changes so fast, constantly, that those traps are not really traps. They're just mistakes that I make along the way. Like, I obviously learn from them. I try to not make it again. The biggest trap that I've usually had in my career is always the thing that I want to beat it. I mean, sometimes it's better to just ban it, I guess, but like I will try to beat it a long time. But these days I'm more lenient on just banning the hero. Like, it's much easier.
Yeah.
And I think that was my biggest trap, I guess.
I used to believe that if you beat what's the strongest, then you become the strongest.
Yeah.
Like you guys have been in a lot of tournaments and won a lot of tournaments as players or coaches, And usually the team that don't have any issue playing or banning, like playing or picking or banning a hero is usually the team that wins the tournament, right? So maybe, I mean, I don't want to bait you back into the trap, but
I've won tournaments, so it's fine.
I mean, like,
you won a bunch.
I feel like what Puppy does before when, like, let's say you give like Ana Ayo to win a TI, and let's say you beat it first game of the best of 5.
That's it.
It kind of breaks the enemy's mentality.
Yeah,
For sure, you can win a tournament off just giving them the best.
It's a crazy edge. Do you get?
So, it's a gamble at the end of the day.
It's a gamble. I mean, that's Dota though. Like you gotta have to, you know, see some things predictable, right? Some things very predictable. If you can beat it, is good because like sometimes you go into the grand final and actually the drafts change and things become unpredictable. But you know, if Anna does want to play Io, you know it's coming and you know when it's going to be picked.
Yeah,
it's going to be picked right away. You know, it's a controlled draft, and if you can actually destroy it, it's good. So you know, it depends. So no traps.
No traps. Okay. What about you, Blitz?
I don't know. There's something that you said that was like funny because when it comes to like trying to beat a hero, like at TI finals for us, it was GG would pick Chen, and for maybe 2 years we could never beat their Chen, and then I think we kind of just like drew the line in the sand and we're like, we're gonna try to beat it, and they were the hardest games we played by far. We played against them twice. Both of them were like super sweaty, but eventually when we beat it twice, they just like, they don't dare again.
Yeah.
Because I feel like nobody, even if you know that it's like the right thing to do, it's like, it's kind of, it feels bad to lose with it 3 times in a row, right? Even though it was by far our closest games against them at TI, like the only games that they gave us any sort of like, you know, difficulty was the Chanet. So sometimes like, you know, somebody in your team will just be like, we have to like, we don't have enough bans. There's usually like some stupid hero during that TI. It was like Lone Druid was like auto win. Remember that one that was like, actually just auto win. So you just had to ban that. There was something else that they played. I can't remember that we were like, we have to ban that.
Alchemist.
Yeah. And then it was kind of just like, you have to deal with like the worst or the best of like the worst situations. So sometimes like it feels silly to like the outside perspective because you're not trying something different, but it's also like, probably you guys do the same. The day before you just like drill scenarios and then you just have to accept that a good team, you're going to play against a good hero. There's just no way around it. Like there's usually really good teams usually have 2 or 3 really annoying heroes that they're going to play. You know, in Pari for a long time, it was like Monkey King. Against most teams, you can't ban it, or like Slark. Yeah. And then there's like something stupid in the pool that you already have to ban. There's like 2 heroes that you won't dare give up. And then, you know, a casual viewer will watch it and be like, these guys are so stupid. Why don't they just ban Monkey or Slark or something? Yeah. And then it's like,
a nice one, dude.
You know,
Keep going.
I used to look, you know, the looking for diamond meme. Have you seen?
Yeah.
The guy that's like, you know, he's looking for the diamond. Is literally, he's getting so close. It's just on the other edge, and then he gives up. He's like, I'm never gonna find it. I used to use that a lot with players because it's like, you want to beat something, you're gonna lose against it, right? Or you want to build a strategy. It's gonna look bad, and it's gonna look bad, and then it's only because it looks bad that you start, you know, shaping it, and eventually it's gonna look good. But if you're gonna give up every time something bad happens, I mean, then you're at step 1. You're just looking for another step 1, you know, and never get started.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half, blow the house down.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to EWC 2026. We are into the last game of our last series today. It is VP versus LGD, and we just came off an absolute banger of a game one. VP taking it at almost 80 minutes over LGD. Very back and forth, but eventually they get the win. Zach, how did we get there, right? Like, because the game was very close, back, like neck and neck for like 45, 50 minutes, and then it was suddenly a slow bleed until the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, to literally start at the start, I think in the draft, I really liked the first 4 picks that LGD had, and then that final one was the Doom, which I saw the value of it in terms of there's a lot of melee heroes, we got the Doom. The weakness is the Initiation, which we talked a lot about before the break. And I think it could have worked, but we saw the side where it doesn't work because we just can't start plays. It all has to be this bushwhack, and it's really tricky. And I say props to VP for recognizing that, for playing a really smart, patient style. It does lead to quite a long game because there's no fast way to take barracks when you're like, yeah, 20 damage at a time with the Necronomicons. But it is what it is, right? It gets you the win, and that's what it matters. So they're now up 1 game, and can they do it again? Can they get that second win, or are we going to go to a game 3? I think that game was obviously. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot. Well, then for sure they just want to at least.
They'll go to a game 3
one.
like when they go home. They're like, all right, we're gonna settle this.
Yeah.
It's a lot on the line here, right? Like VP. I mean, if we think back to when we talked about the schedule initially, right? The whole right side of the day was 2-0. So
you're right.
The prophecy maybe foretold that like VP has to win 2-0 as well. Who knows? A lot's going to be decided in the draft, right? As always, like these teams are very, very creative with the heroes that they like to pick. I will say Fly's Ringmaster looked amazing this game. Like sometimes the hero can fall flat, but he did find a lot of value out of his Wheel of Wonder combinations, specifically with Saberlight. So like Saberlight goes in, gets this vacuum wall, and then just this big Wheel of Wonder into the Tame the Beast, right? That combination just holding people in place. It was sick. Hard to execute, but really well done.
Yeah, I think there were so many good escape acts as well. Very patient positioning, always pretty far in the back, you know? So he... It was kind of similar in our earlier series too, right? There's just so many heroes you have to find, and when you have already a lack of initiation and you're trying to... It's like, I got to kill this guy, oh, but now I'm getting, you know, Wind Wakered. Oh, I got to get this guy, oh, escape act. Now I got to get this guy, oh, kickback, right? It's just so much to keep on your plate.
It's a game of like cat and mouse, and in this game, like VP was definitely the cat, right? Like you're constantly on LGD like scared that they're gonna jump you at any moment, and for them, the execution of actually killing a target is easier, but it still wasn't easy, right? At the end of the day, like it was still a difficult time to actually find a single kill. They had to work and work and work for it.
And a lot of them led to trades, right? Yeah. But just enough went their way that they kept building a gold lead to the point where, you know, you just close out. It's like, it's the economic win.
Well, we're going to be jumping into game 2 here shortly and see kind of how things are going to change. If they change, maybe run back the same draft. Pretty rare, but it does happen. I know we're all enjoying, you know, EWC here. I haven't asked. Is this your first time in Paris? Oh, hold on. We're getting some confirmation, some feedback here from, I think, the lobby having some issues. So we're trying to resolve that. It looks like we're having some issues starting the game. So just bear with us as we go through that. Yeah, I think with if I'm LGD, I like this team. To me, is a team that likes to play quick. A lot of times, I say that, and they've had like 2-hour games recently. But typically, they come out of the lane stages ahead. They look for a good mid game, and like they play their late game advantage if they need to. I wonder if that's like something they should aim for in game number 2, or kind of like what their idea is going to be going into it.
Well, looks like we're going to find out in just a moment.
Oh, we finally got the game. Oh, nice.
Got the same opening bands. Centaur and the Undying. The Viper in the tree also so far so good. And I think both teams are pretty happy with the opener. I think it was I believe it was Doom into Wind Ranger in those final picks, where even if we ran back the same draft, I do think LGD could actually win that game. But I'm sure there will be some adjustments. Either that Doom or one of the supports to perhaps have a little bit more crowd control, have a bit more ability to start the fights on your own terms as opposed to just waiting for them to jump into you.
Yeah, because the Doom is always like counter-initiating, right? It's like, all right, they jump in, self-Doom, jump in on top of them, right? Like try to turn the fight that way. And it means you're baiting Tomato, or I'm sorry, not Tomato, I'm sorry. It means you're baiting Yuma on the Drow, or you're like baiting your Necrophos. And neither of them is a great option with how many nullifiers there are in the game at this point. And like Saberlight can very easily just create clones of the Drow, and she just dies to them.
It does actually make me... It was so long, because that game went so long, I almost forgot. But he opted for the Krellas when I think he could have gone like BKB or something instead. At that point, I guess they didn't have a nullifier, which is like fair enough, but they are going to get it, and then that item's kind of countered. I feel like that's why we don't see it very often.
Because it's so expensive.
And
like by the time you get it, there's usually an answer.
It's very expensive. The build-up is not really all that amazing, and then it's the same counter. This time they're going to grab the Clockwork, so a lot more of that initiation we talked about. Already solved in that very first pick, which I like.
We'll see kind of where they want to go with this. Shadow Fiend, Wind Ranger. Is there any difference in the bands here? I don't think so. These all look the same to me.
I think it's just that Wind Ranger.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger's the new one in like coming into the next phase, right?
Yeah, I would strongly consider that Drow again. I know it just lost, but I think it's already set up a little more, having someone like Clockwork to both initiate for the Drow so that she can just attack freely, or counter-initiate, because he does have the BKB piercing hook shot, along with the power cogs are like a terrain, right? So yeah. If you don't have an ability to get over those, that can keep the enemies off of the Drow. And now a good response to the Drow is that Wind Ranger. So,
I mean, they just banned
and now the Darkseer. So I think, okay, they want to go to Huskar. Maybe let's see if they have another answer to the Drow if they don't take it, which they do not. So I feel like LGD could just run it back. Go first with the Ringmaster. We already saw this combo be very effective for VP. Now we'll be playing into the Storm Spirit instead. Storm can get to the Ringmaster a lot easier than, say, a Necrophos. You're also not really as hard countered by Escape Act. It is still annoying if you're trying to kill someone and the Escape Act comes out, but it's not your huge ultimate that is supposed to seal the deal and start you snowballing.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, we mentioned over and over, the thing they struggled with most was starting fights. You now have Clockwork and Storm Spirit who can go in. Grimstroke enables them with the Ink Swell, so you have plenty of follow-up. In terms of the matchup mid, I think Earth Spirit is pretty good overall against Storm. Like, Storm's going to farm the lane. You should win the lane, at least in the first, 4 levels. After that, you do need to be careful because Earth Spirit does have the potential roll Silence Magnetize and sets it up onto another hero.
If the supports are there, Storm should be okay.
Yeah.
But I think if you're doing a sneaky, he walks low ground, you have someone TP, you roll kickback, Storm has no mobility before level 6. So that could be an easy kill. But it's not always the easiest to pull off, right? It's a lot of moving parts, and he needs to not see the support coming in. I do like the Grimstroke, though, because the thing that got them last time was just this Earth Spirit's constant mobility, fishing for kickbacks, and getting soulbound. I mean, it just puts a complete stop to that. Of course, he needs to get soulbound, so he needs to get near a hero, but part of this is I jump in, I roll out. And so if you soulbind him on the way out, he could still land next to a teammate, and then your team jumps in. For example, this hook shot and this zip in.
Oh, they're going to
but they swap it.
Okay. So yeah, they'll move the Earth Spirit into the support position. They'll grab the puck for the mid lane. And that's a much better matchup into the Storm Spirit. It's also very good against Clockwork and Grimstroke heroes that don't have great ways of dealing with it. So a good adaptation in the draft.
I like it a lot.
I'm trying to think. You know, you see this offlane Axe Earth Spirit.
Yeah, you have to punish it.
I mean, is it not just Drow?
I think it's just Drow.
It's just like, are we not just running back Drow here?
I think it is. It'll do well in the lane. They will have tools to get to Drow later, which is maybe the discussion, right? Drow also doesn't really combo with the Grimstroke, which, yeah, you can work with the Storm and the Clockwork for the hook for the Inkswell, but Soulmind,
bro, it's
Meepo. It is good.
It's actually a
who is on the cheese? Who is checking for cheeses?
Yeah, it's actually a really good Meepo game. I'm legitimately curious if they want to go for it. Now they go back for the Necrophos. Okay, so
that has double Grimstroke ult value.
Yeah,
and it's very good versus Axe.
So safe lane Necro. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, which hero do you want to pick that really abuses the Axe lane? Meepo is so devastating for that hero. Earth Spirit can never get a roll off. If you ever catch puck, the hero's done. So to me, it's like maybe you could consider it. It's also possible that they just came off like a 75-minute game, and he's like, guys, I want to play something super chill. Give me the Necro.
It's possible. I like it. It's
a good pick.
It's got the counter pick into the lane. It is set up on the team. I think last time we were discussing the level of greed between a Drow, Necro, Doom, right?
Yeah.
But this time, you've got the Necro. Let's just throw out Doom again. Even though you have those two, you have Storm this time, who is so much more active than any of the heroes in that last game. He can work with the supports, and I think you could greed out that way if you want. You don't have to, though I do see Doom still in the pool, and it's actually, like, it's pretty good with the Grimstroke. It's, you know, pretty good versus this Puck or this Earth Spirit, these heroes that have to jump in. You get Doomed up, you get Soulbound. You have a lot of answers now to limit their mobility.
Last ban here. They got rid of the Muerta. The Gyrocopter. That's a smart ban, right? Very good hybrid damage. Pretty solid laner.
So they need to carry for BP here. And I mean, I guess there is still a world you could do offlane Necro, so you can't count that out, but it probably is just a safe lane into the Axe. But you can't pick something that gets hard, like... Oh, actually, their last pick anyway, so they don't have to worry about it. They'll know.
Yeah, they'll have last pick. I like the ban on Whisper's Batrider. Very smart.
This is where you Meepo them anyways. We got him, boys. We made him think we were running carry Necro into that Axe. Okay, go down the cheese list. What else we got? Broodmother, you're fine. You don't have to worry about that one.
Enigma.
It's actually not too bad as long as they pick a melee carry, but you wouldn't have that information here.
Yeah.
Huskar's done. Batrider's done. The Viper's out. The Lone Druid's out. See, we're going through the cheeses.
Beastmaster. Okay.
That would have been good. It's another combo with the Soulbind.
It's a little bit weird, though, right? Because I think that one like pushes them sometimes too far and it breaks the tether.
It depends how they're standing.
Yeah.
It's a funny one.
I wonder... In turn, like, you have to think, like, are they considering the Grimstroke ultimate, or do they just want to get, like, a dominant lane here for Whisper? Because if that's the case, you could consider something like just a simple Tide Hunt. They go with the Enigma. Okay.
They're doing it.
It's like there's not a good cancel for it in this game, so that's why it's like I thought it might be fine. But you are picking it blind. But now the gyro ban makes way more sense. Like if you're going for the Enigma, the gyro ban has to be an option.
All right, do they just go Drow? She's not. I mean, she can kind of kill Eidolons, like with the help of Ringmaster. It is just scary because there's a couple heroes that can jump on top, and you don't have the guaranteed save if Enigma's there using Black Hole because, yeah, Axe Call, you know, the roll-in, kick away, they just deliver themselves to the Black Hole. So it is a little scary. But I feel like the lane would at least be fine. It works with the draft. You need a lot of single-target right-click damage with the heroes they have. I can't even think of another ranged hero who can
there's like
farm it.
There's like, yeah, they just go for the Drow. Yeah, this another 24 pick Drow. It's wild how this keeps happening.
It's how the meta develops, right? It's like it just moves around like that sometimes. But I think it also has to do with these teams being very familiar with each other and knowing, you know, maybe you want to prioritize some other stuff. You're doing some very targeted things, whereas Drow is a very safe generic band. And yeah, there are some certain players who are like particularly good with Drow. You might bump it up even higher in those cases. But this should be a cool one. I like more initiation from LGD. I think the Soulbind combos they have are good enough.
They're sick.
You don't have to have, like, not every hero has to combo with Soulbind, because I know just leashing people is already very powerful.
Yeah.
But I think it is just better when it also has multiple things to combo with, which in this case, you had Malefice, you got the Necro Ult, Vortex is good, right? You're eventually, if the last game's anything to go by, there's going to be a billion items in the late game to like multi-hexes, Wind Wakers, everything.
Grimstrode will have a Hex by that point, you know?
It's a pretty good build versus the Puck, like Blink. Honestly, Blink Hex. Like,
Blink Hex.
What else does he need? Maybe a Solar.
An Ags.
Solar Crest is not bad when you have a Drow on your team, but I don't know. Blink Hex is not bad. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of the other hero. No, yeah, on the Grimstroke, I say do it.
We are definitely in for a fun conclusion to today. Game 1 went the distance, but we'll see which team actually comes ahead here in game number 2, because the draft only says so much, right? You've got to perform, and game 1, VP, performed perfectly. We'll see what happens here in game number 2 as we jump into this one. We're going to finally see a support Earth Spirit, right? This is a hero that we don't really see too often flex into the 4 position. I would like to point out there are 4 Grandmaster heroes on the side of VP somehow.
They like their heroes.
Fly, gotta put in a few hundred more games of Ringmaster, please.
Get out of the gym, go play more Ringmaster. I can't remember seeing a pro team have the full Grandmaster lineup. I'm sure it's probably happened at this point, but
if anyone, it would be Falcons, right?
They're definitely up there. This one's close though. 4 is quite a lot. They're certainly going to be feeling comfortable going into this game. I do think Earth Spirit support, it's similar to what people probably remember in the past, but I do think the ability to save teammates is a lot better than it used to be. And it dropped off, but when it was good recently, we were seeing people like Zayats just constantly saving teammates and being very annoying. Like, you just can't lock anybody down. They're getting pulled and kicked all over the place. And you can't find the Earth Spirit because he's 5 miles away, because he's going to roll in and then do it from 3 miles away. Actually, he's kilometers now that we're in...
Yeah, how dare us? All right. I like the boots first on Hellscream. It kind of indicates he's planning on just dragging this lane, right? Like,
yeah, you are not playing this lane.
I don't think you're going to have a fun time against Drow Clockwork. Or not, I'm sorry.
He wouldn't have fun versus that either.
Yeah, that's also a rough one. But yeah, the Necro Clockwork. This is... we saw last game, Necro mid, absolutely feast. Like, he was having a great time. Now it's going to be the Necro in the safe lane. KJ just trying to block the Earth Spirit so he can't get the pull. And Nope, he got it. All right, nicely done. I saw it in the river. I was like, I wonder if they're going to do it again. Oh, so good.
That's the face you make when they pick Necro into your axe.
Yeah, they're like, come on, man. Let's play an honest game of Dota. Have you seen the hairline on the drow with this Immortal?
No.
It's something.
Oh, I'm seeing it now.
Yeah, it's something.
Is this a new one?
Yeah, it's like it's like the new treasure chest, yeah, from
Dark
Carnival, and combine it with the Arcana. It's very funny.
Yeah, just a lot of creep dragging down here. Not too surprising. This is the OG Necro pick condition, is the axe off lane.
Okay, gonna barely survive there. Nicely done.
People,
he had Salve coming too. He knew.
Yeah, I feel like people only started picking Necro into axes, but now that it's kind of proven itself to be better, people are picking Necro into more matchups. But like Axe was the first.
Yeah. Well, Axe was just everywhere, right? He was so popular. Top lane, Whisper, he gets a split on the Eidolons. They will just run him down. So much damage.
You do not usually see an Enigma get ink swelled and run in, but that is all they needed there because they had the Eidolons, I think. Just all that damage coming in, Malefice, Inkswell, enough to kill a hero like Drow, who doesn't really have an escape.
The like visual image of Enigma like T-posing as he like floats towards you.
Pretty scary.
Like Inkswell, you're like, wait a minute.
Axe will now start doing some of his own creep dragging now that he's got some levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been giving him a lot, which I think is a good call, right? Earth Spirit isn't really going to do that much with it, and you need to make sure Saberlight has a game. Oh, a lot of money on that courier, unfortunately. And if you were thinking about maybe ganking mid, you do not have the mana for it without that regen.
They're going to lose the other courier. Oh my god, both of them in the bottom lane are dead.
Your couriers, guys. You know how we look in the past and we're like, oh, look at the Dota players back then. They weren't good at, XYZ because the game is always being developed. 5 years from now, people are going to look back and like, why did they just not care about their couriers? I feel like it is still something that is developing, like everyone having your couriers. It's so easy to forget when so much is going on, but down the line, people are going to be, they're going to be on it. Necro is cooking this CS.
Yeah, it's not even close. This guy is going to be free farming. He is going to go Brown Boots Radiance. Saberlight is not struggling as much as I thought. Like, they're getting really good wave cuts, courtesy of that Earth Spirit initially. And he's level 4, and now KJ can't really do anything to stop the Axe at this point. So it will just be the two of them trading for farm. And I'm curious what their plan is now for the Clockwork, because we're seeing the Earth Spirit. He's like going back, he's stacking, trying to get stuff done that way. The Clockwork's got to start doing something efficient on the map as well.
Problem for Clockwork is he can't really gank a puck.
Yeah.
So maybe you could rotate all the way around. You could help kill the Drow. Stacking is not so easy when you're only level 2. For now, he still wants to commit to trying to slow down this Axe, but I think it's already starting to see it's becoming quite difficult for them. I think they gave the proper resources to Saberlight. Yeah, I mean, he's second on the last hits, So, time to start blocking your own camps, unfortunately.
Yeah. They at least got the Dior there. They saw it get placed, so that's going. Ooh, nice. Tame the Beast, taking down those Eidolons.
Tame the Eidolons. Sit. Right, you can get this power rune coming up here. It's pretty big for both these heroes.
Tai Lung is so low, though. I don't know if he can actually play for this. Like, Puck hits like one good Waning Rift, and then suddenly Fallout from the Earth Spirit, I think, can kill him. So he's going to have to go back to base. He might make it in time. You still got 20 seconds before the rune spawn. It'll be close.
If he TPs and gets lucky on like which side it is, I think he's got it.
Yeah, I agree.
If Clockwork isn't showing, Puck will be careful about just jumping to the bottom rune because you might be jumping straight into Clockwork. With that said, Clockwork, I think, has now walked through a ward. So Puck will probably do the trick where you send the orb
He's just going to commit to the bottom one, right? Has no real choice. Who wins the 50-50? Tai Lung, easy clap. It's an invis, though. Not the most important rune to bottle up here.
They're setting
at the
up here.
6 minute.
He's not 6.
Yeah. They really want to commit the coil, find the kill. They will drop it. He immediately pops the invis rune. They drop a sentry. They're trying to chase after them. He gets level 6 off the wave, and he's going to be just fine. Reaper Scythe, however, committed bottom. Yuma will take down Saberlight. He waited patiently to make sure, you know, once he got the Reaper Scythe, he could take down the axe.
I feel like I got jump scared by that Reaper Scythe. When I saw the story, I'm like, where's this scythe coming from? Well, first stack, already better than the last Necro game where they just weren't able to find much. Actually, I think he did find one.
He found one like
relatively early.
Pretty quick, yeah.
And then that was it. That was it for quite a while. Hey, these early stacks are no joke, right? The more you can spam out your spells, the faster you will farm. And the one regen is quite a lot at the beginning of the game. Now, even though Axe is obviously behind the Necro, I actually think this is pretty good for the matchup. Right? We've seen Axes struggle even more than this before, so not too bad.
They're going to go ahead and see if they can find the Enigma, but in comes KJ as well. Nice little escape act, but the damage, dude, these Eidolons are crushing them, and now a great Cogs is going to force Fly to pop the stick as well as a Fairy Fire to try and survive this one.
Yeah, he's got the drums on Whisper already, and they already had, I believe they had 6 Eidolons when that play started, so just delivering yourself to Eidolons to attack.
Oh, he's level 6.
He's going.
He's going to go for it. Question is, does he need to commit the black hole? He finds the puck with it as well. The Cogs just continuing to do more damage, and now Abed, I think he has to leave. I don't think he can stick around here, and now Fly going to be the next one to die. They're just getting walked down by this Enigma.
You can't underestimate Eidolons. When these things split in the early game, they're so strong.
Especially with the drums,
They're going to fortify to try to go for this tower because the catapult is here. They have the drums. Yeah, he's even at, you know, they just split again. This tower's dead. Another early tower.
They're going to drop the coil here onto both supports. It might net both kills. It does indeed. Hellscream needs to be careful. So does Whisper. Puck going to be able to chase here for quite a while. Trying to juke it out through the trees, but not really going to happen. Turns around. Tries to snipe the Earth Spirit. Will not happen. Great stay there from Abed. They salvage a pretty bad situation, right? Like this whole thing happening top is pretty rough, but they do at least turn around and get a lot of net worth here for the puck.
There's a lot of space for Yuma, though.
Yeah.
He has his Sacred Relic on the way. That'll be a very fast Radiance.
Yeah. I'm trying to
and
think
you still
myself
took
like
you still took the top tower on the original move, even though they couldn't retreat fast enough. You did what you wanted to do.
Mission accomplished.
That's right. Oh, he's got the blink queued up as well.
I mean, who stops?
Yeah,
you know?
it's really
not
hard.
Easy. You have like Earth Spirit, Grip, and then Puck. So if you're getting either of them, you're in a rough spot.
Yeah, and if you just get BKB, it just cannot be stopped. I suppose there's a world where, yeah, if he gets like a wide enough Axe Call and you're like channeling forward, but if Axe is scouted out or you have the ultimate more centered on yourself, it's really hard.
Cool. 10-minute power rune. KJ just yoinks it on the clockwork. He's going to pay for this one. It was a shield rune, so it does make them work for it a little bit, but Saberlight will grab the Culling Blade, his first stack. Dude, that Radiance is coming out at like 11 minutes, man.
That is so fast. He only has 1 kill, right?
Yeah.
So this isn't even boosted from dumpstering the lane. This is just straight up farm efficiency and being left alone, and also some tower gold from his teammates.
Yeah. I think the fastest Radiance I have seen is 11 minutes, and I'm pretty sure it was Yuma. I'm almost positive it was him on Necrophos who got like an 11-minute Radiance, and then he finished the game with like 900 GPM at like 25 minutes or something. It was ridiculous.
I don't remember who it was, but you and I did see a game with that, with like an 11-minute Radiance. But he had like a bunch of kills in that game.
Yeah.
So this is just pure farming speed.
It's 104 CS with a kill. Yeah, he's having a great time.
Now, once he has this Radiance, I want to see them make use of it and go get him another kill, right? Like, let's keep these stacks going. It's how Necrophos gets really scary.
Stacking for himself as the Radiance gets delivered. 11 minutes and 3 seconds. That is probably going to be the record for the tournament for quite some time. I mean, Drow's also doing quite well. Like, Drow, second on net worth, despite having a pretty rough start to the game. Right? They managed to take the tower really early. Tomato, level 8, almost level 9. It's really just Yuma that's pulling away.
The thing is, the other cores, especially the Storm, right? He doesn't have to be a huge damage dealer.
Yeah.
That's what the Necrophos and the Eidolons are going to do, at least in the early game. So I think as long as you make use of it, right? That's why I'm saying as this Radiance is done, you have the ult, like, you want to find a fight because it'll not only help bring the gold back to your Storm, but you got to make use of your high net worth.
Oh, man, they just perfectly combo there. The hook shot into the silence, the vortex, the cog pushback. I mean, everything dropped on Abed there. That was sick. That was such a sick layering of spells.
Very nicely done. And that's a second stack for the Necro. Some galvanized stacks for, or I guess the one for Storm. And another tower, because they just don't really have the heroes to defend this. If they send a support too far up, Storm will just zip in and kill them. Can't get Whisper either, so now it's his turn to farm up top.
Yeah, he's just constantly pushing in this lane. The thing is like with the wave pushing in, it's going to give Drow like plenty of space to also farm the wave, but Whisper really just needs his items, right? He's looking for that BKB. He's looking for the Blink Dagger. Who knows after that what he wants to do? Like, he'll have plenty of options, but they're looking for Abed once again. Hookshot comes in, push back. The escape act is there this time, so he'll be fine with the silence on the mark. Hellscream rolling through, looking for that Magnetize. Will finally be able to catch the Illicore, and they get the kill. Both supports dead for this extension. They're so deep, man. This is like the enemy tier 2 tower. You don't have your Necro.
It's also the power of Escape Act.
Yeah.
Because he was controlled. The power cogs are hitting, and Storm is just waiting. He's like, please get out of the box. Let me kill you. It's just taking too long. The rest of the team is able to show up and actually turn that into VP's favor. They have Black Hole. I'd like to see them use it.
His Blink too, right? Like, they don't know he has the Blink Dagger. He's hiding in the trees up here waiting.
He might walk through a ward, though.
Yeah.
Hellscream going for the Wisdom Shrine steal. I think he's actually going to get away with this. Oh, he's scared. Commit. Be brave.
Yeah, he scans the high ground up there like, oh, I wonder if they know. He was actually waiting for the Watcher to disappear. So they will get the double Wisdom Rune.
Couldn't he roll through the high ground to, like, drop off down below?
Hookshot on the Tomato. Inkswell is there. In comes Tai Long. The Drow Ranger not really able to sit through this one. The question is, can you get out now? Because you are in deep enemy territory. The Puck as well as Hellscream will find themselves a kill. Tai Long starting to run low on mana. Needs to be careful. Escape Act bailing Hellscream out now that Yuma has joined the fight. 1 for 1. Definitely worth it. And I think they can get the tier 2 here thanks to the Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma Eidolons just bring so much early damage. And Yuma helps just heal up all the creeps too with his constant spamming. VP obviously does not want to lose a tier 2 this quickly, so they're going to bring heroes, but that was about 2/3 of the tower down, 15 minutes in.
Oh, they're looking for Saberlight in the bottom lane. Tai Lung's going to go in. There's the Reaper Scythe. He got him. Third stack now for Yuma.
See, this game is so different in what LGD is actually able to do. Some of the plays are kind of deep, right? But they can do it because they have the Storm, the Grimstroke, and the Clockwork. And then they can make a fast TP bottom because Storm can just zip in to catch heroes. I feel like the last game was just a little too greedy. This time it feels a lot better balanced. And so far, it's working for them. 2K gold lead is quite nice. Can't count out the Drow, though, right? She's still farming up, but she's reaching the point where she's going to be pretty scary. The Ags is going to be very good versus Necrophos. She can outrange Black Hole if she's not caught, so she can even kill him, potentially. That's another way to end Black Hole.
Just kill him, Forehead.
It's that easy. It's easy if you have a farmed Drow. But she's got a little bit more farming to do to get to that point.
Okay, Illusion Rune spawning bottom. Saberlight takes it as Storm Spirit comes zipping by.
I don't feel like the mid laners have gotten very many runes this game.
We had like the Invis, right, at 6, and then what after that? I don't know. Maybe a Haste Rune. That was about it.
I vaguely recall a Haste Rune. I don't think Whisper ever actually used that Black Hole.
Oh. Okay. Very nice kill here from the supports. Managed to take down Thelacore.
VP getting their own blinks. First on the Axe, Puck pretty close as well. This will make it easier to start the fights, because you do have to be careful, right? You can't just jump one target and then get Blink Black Hole, get wiped. But the more heroes I can initiate and start plays, the easier it becomes. One person can just wait for the Enigma, for example, whose ultimate can still be canceled relatively easily, because he doesn't have the BKB yet. Oh, this Necro's getting scary, though. Has his shard. It's got the heart queued up. And they don't have a way to deal with Ghost Shroud yet.
How do you feel about the heart versus like the BKB early on?
I think it depends on how they can deal with Ghost Shroud. Because as long as you can activate that, you get so much healing from the heart.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of a second... It's a save, essentially, right? If you can use it, which there are some silences, so that's kind of the scary thing. But you're just hoping that the heart is enough health that you live long enough to then Ghost Shroud and heal up. Or your support save you. Oh, actually one for the mid laners this time.
All right, that's a nice rune. Oh, just barely dodging the smoke gank. All 3 heroes here from VP looking for the target.
That might have been to their favor. I actually think it's pretty hard for that mix of heroes to kill him.
I think Magnetize does it, is the thing, right? Like Magnetize, like if they get a Blink Call into like a Wheel of Wonder, I think they can do it.
That's true, if you throw enough things.
Just throw everything.
Wheel of Wonder does do a good chunk of early damage, actually. I always forget about that. I like seeing these lines drawn. Yuma, he knows they're taking control of the jungle, guys. Don't go there. Come play top. Let's finish up this top tower, which is still a pretty early tower, even though they held it off earlier. Right, Enigma was able to just finish it off at some point. He got the shard early, so he has so many Eidolons to work with. It's pretty ridiculous.
Dude, the shard is so good, especially if you're ahead, like you said, like having all those extra Eidolons, you farm incredibly fast, you apply a ton of pressure. The one thing in this build I'm most curious about is like the urn. Like we haven't really seen him do anything with it. It's just a little bit of extra regen. You know, a little bit of stats. Like maybe he's just like, yeah, well, maybe I'll use it eventually.
I'd actually be down to see him build like an Essence Distiller later, because keeping track of where axes or where these supports who are going to save their teammates, if you can just know where they are, I think it's pretty useful. Or say Puck, right? Like Puck jumps in, you put it on him, Puck tries to get out, disappear, but you actually know where to go because you have the Essence Distiller.
Yeah, I do like that. KJ's got his Yules, inevitably to be a Wind Waker, of course, if last game is anything to tell us.
It definitely will. If this game goes late, you'll see a lot of Wind Wakers, because it's good for both teams. One of the ways you can save versus Black Hole, and then it's good versus the Necro ult still. On the other side, you got Axe, Drow, you got the Puck Coil. Wind Waker's just too good.
It's a cool item. I like it a lot.
KJ's bored.
He's like, come on, guys, can we do something?
He is smoke breaking, but